Part 3.
Chapter 53 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 53. This delusion, unfortunately, was not of long duration on either side. Mrs. Ireton no sooner observed that Juliet appeared to be settled than all zest for detaining her ceased. No sooner became accustomed to hearing at will the harp or the pianoforte than she found something to say or to do that interrupted the performance every 4 or 5 bars, and had no sooner secured a reader whose voice she could command at pleasure. Then she either quarrelled with every book that was begun, or yawned, or fondled, and talked aloud to her little lap-dog during the whole time that any work was read. This quick abatement in the power of pleasing was supported by Juliet with indifference rather than philosophy. Where interest alone is concerned, disappointment is rarely heavy with the young and generous. Age or misfortune must teach the value of pecuniary considerations, to give them force. Yet, though no tender affections, no cherished hopes, no favorite feelings were in the power of Mrs. Ireton, every moment of time, and consequently all means of comfort, were at her disposal. Juliet languished. Therefore, though she would not repine, and though she was not afflicted at heart, she sickened with disgust. The urgency of finding security from immediate insult and want induced her, nevertheless, to persevere in her fortitude for supporting, and her efforts for ameliorating her situation. But the novelty over, all labor was vain, all success was at an end, and in a very short time she would have contributed no more to the expulsion of spleen than any other inmate of the house, had not her superior acquirements opened a more extensive field for the exercise of tyranny and caprice. And in that excuse alone, Juliet soon saw consisted every sensation of pleasure of which Mrs. Ireton was susceptible. Of the many new tasks of Juliet, that which she found the most severe was inventing amusement for another, while sad and dispirited herself. It was her duty to be always at hand, early or late. It was her business to furnish entertainment, whether sick or well. Success, therefore, was unacknowledged, through failure was resented. There was no relaxation to her toil, no rest for her person, no recruit for her spirits. From her sleep alone she could purloin the few minutes that she dedicated to her pen and her Gabriella. If a new novel excited interest, or a political pamphlet awakened curiosity, she was called upon to read whole hours, nay, whole days, without intermission. Even a near extinction of voice did not authorize so great a liberty as that of requesting a few minutes for rest. Mrs. Ireton, who regarded all the world as robust, compared with herself, deemed it as an impertinent rivalry of a delicacy which she held to be unexampled, ever to pronounce the word fatigue, ever to heave a sigh of lassitude, or ever even to allude to that part of the human frame which is called nerves, unless with some pointed reference to herself. With the same despotic hardness, she ordered Juliet to the harp, or pianoforte, and made her play through she were suffering from the acutest headache, and sing when hoarse and short-breathed from the most violent cold. Yet those commands, however, arbitrary and unfeeling, were more supportable than those with which, after every other source of tyrannic authority had been drained, the day was ordinarily concluded. Mrs. Ireton, at the hour of retiring, when weary alike of books and of music, listless, fretful, captious, too sleepy for any exertion, yet too wakeful or uneasy for repose, constantly brought forward the same inquiries which had so often been urged and repelled in the week that they had spent together upon their arrival from France, repeated the same sneers, revived the same suspicions, and recurred to the same rude interrogatories or offensive insinuations. At meals, the humble companion was always helped last, even when there were gentlemen, even when there were children at the table, and always to what was worst, to what was rejected as ill-cooked, or left as spoilt and bad. No question was ever asked of what she chose or what she disliked. Sometimes she was even utterly forgotten, and as no one ventured to remind Mrs. Ireton of any omission, her helpless protégée upon such occasions rose half-famished from the inhospitable board. Upon the entrance of any visitors, not satisfied to let the humble companion glide gently away, the haughty patroness called out in a tone of command, "You may go to your room now. I shall send for you when I am at leisure. Or, you may stand at the window if you will. You won't be in the way, I believe, and I shall want you presently." Or, if she feared that any one of the party had failed to remark this augmentation of her household and of her power, she would retard the willing departure by some frivolous and vexatious commission, as, "Stop, Miss Ellis. Do, pray, tie this string a little tighter," or "Draw up my gloves a little higher. But be so good as not to pinch me, unless you have a particular fancy for it." If dryly, though respectfully, Juliet ever proposed to wait in her own room, the answer was, "In your own room? Oh, well, that may be better. I beg your pardon for having proposed that you should wait in one of mine. I beg your pardon 1,000 times. I really did not think of what I was saying. I hope you'll forgive my inattention." When then, silently, and with difficulty forbearing from shrugging her shoulders, Juliet walked away, she was again stopped by, "One moment, Miss Alice, if it won't be requesting too great a favor. Pray, when I want you, where may I hear of your servants? For to be sure, you don't mean that mine should scamper up and down all day long for you? You cannot mean that. You must have a lackey of your own, no doubt, some page or spruce footboy at your command, to run upon your errands. Only pray let some of my people know where he may be met with." But if, when the purpose was answered of drawing the attention of her guests upon her new dependent, that attention were followed by any looks of approbation, or marks of civility, she hastily exclaimed, "Oh, pray, don't disturb yourself, sir, or ma'am. 'Tis only a young woman I have engaged to read to me, a young person whom I have taken into my house out of compassion." And then, affably nodding, she would affect to be suddenly struck with something which she had already repeatedly seen, and cry, "Well, I declare, that gown is not ugly, Miss Ellis. How did you come by it?" Or, "That ribbon's pretty enough. Who gave it to you?" "Ah," thought Juliet, "'tis conduct such as this that makes inequality of fortune baleful. Where superior wealth falls into liberal hands, where its possessor is an Aurora Granville, it proves a good still more to the surrounders than to the owners. It blesses those that give and those that take. But oh, where it is misused for the purposes of bowing down the indigent, of opposing the helpless, of triumphing over the dependent. Then, how baneful then is the inequality of fortune! With those thoughts, and deeply hurt, she was 20 times upon the point of retiring, during the first week of her distasteful office, but the sameness of the offences soon robbed the mortifications of their poignancy and apathy in a short time. Taking place of sensibility, she learnt to bear them, if not with indifference, at least with its precursor contempt. Amongst the most irksome of the toils to which this subjection made her liable was the care, not of the education, nor mind, nor manners, but of the amusements of the little nephew of Mrs. Ireton, whom that lady rather exalted and blushed to see universally regarded as a spoilt child. The temper of this young creature was grown so capricious from incessant indulgence, that no compliance, no luxury, no diversion could afford him more than momentary pleasure, while his passions were become so ungovernable that upon every contrariety or disappointment he vented his rage to the utmost extent of his force, upon whomsoever or whatsoever, animate or inanimate, he could reach. All the mischief thus committed, the injuries thus sustained, the noise and disturbance thus raised, were to be borne throughout the house without a murmur. Whatever destruction he caused, Mrs. Ireton was always sure was through the fault of someone else. What he mutilated or broke, she had equal certainty must have been merely by accident, and those he hurt or ill-used must have provoked his anger. If any one ventured to complain, 'twas the sufferer, not the inflictor, who was treated as culpable. It was the misfortune of Julia to excite, by her novelty, the attention of this young tyrant, and by her powers of entertainment, exerted inadvertently, from a love of obliging, to become his favorite. The hope of softening his temper and manners, by amusing his mind, had blinded her, at first, to the torment rather, of such preeminence, which soon proved one of the most serious evils of her situation. Mrs. Ireton, having raised in his young bosom expectations never to be realized, by passing the impossible decree that nothing must be denied to her eldest brother's eldest son, had authorized demands from him, and licensed wishes, destructive both to his understanding and his happiness. When the difficulties which this decree occasioned devolved upon a domestic, she left him to get rid of them as he could, only reserving to herself the right to blame the way that was taken, be it what it might. But when the embarrassment fell to her own lot, when the spoilt urchin claimed what was every way unattainable, she had been in the habit of sending him abroad, for the immediate relief of her nerves. The favor into which he took Juliet now offered a new and more convenient resource. Instead of order the carriage and let the child go out, Miss Ellis was called upon to play with him, to tell him stories, to shew him pictures, to build houses for him with cards, or to suffer herself to be dragged unmeaningly, yet wilfully and forcibly, from walk to walk in the garden, or from room to room in the house, still tired and coyly, even with her compliance. He recruited his wearied caprices with sleep. Nor even here ended the encroachments upon her time. Her attention, her liberty, not only the spoiled child, but the favorite dog was put under her superintendence, and she was instructed to take charge of the airings and exercise of Bihu, and to carry him where the road was rough or miry, that he might not soil those paws, which had the exclusive privilege of touching the lady of the mansion, and even of pulling, patting, and scratching her robes and attire for his recreation. To many, in the place of Juliet, the spoilt child and the spoilt cur would have been objects of detestation, But against the mere instruments of malice she harbored no resentment. The dog, though snarling and snapping at everyone but his mistress, Juliet saw as vicious only from evil habits, which were imbibed, nay taught, rather than natural. The child, though wantonly reveling in mischief of every kind, she considered but as a little savage, who, while enjoying the splendor and luxury of civilized life, was as unformed, as rough, as untaught, and therefore as little responsible for his conduct, as if just caught and brought wild and untamed from the woods. The animal, therefore, she exculpated; the child she pitied. It was the mistress of the mansion alone, who, wilful in all she did, and conscious of all she inflicted, provoked bitterer feelings, and to these the severest poignancy was accidentally added to Juliet by the cruel local circumstance of receiving continual indignity in the very house, nay, the very room, where, in sweetest intercourse, she had been accustomed to be treated upon terms of generous equality by Lady Aurora Granville. End of chapter 53.
Chapter 54 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 54. Juliet had passed but a short space, by the measure of time, in this new residence, though by that of suffering and disgust it had seemed as long as it was irksome, when one morning she was informed by the nursery maid that a grand breakfast was to be given, about 2 o'clock, to all the first gentry in and near Brighthelmstone. Mrs. Ireton herself, making no mention of any such purpose, issued her usual orders for the attendance of Juliet, with her implements of amusement, and went, at an early hour, to a light building called the Temple of the Sun, which overlooked the sea from the end of the garden. This temple, like every place which Mrs. Ireton capriciously, and even for the shortest interval, inhabited, was now filled with materials for recreation, which, ingeniously employed, might have whiled away a winter, but which, from her fluctuating whims, were insufficient even for the fleet passage of a few hours. Books that covered 3 window seats, songs and sonatas that covered those books, various pieces of needlework, a billiard table, a chessboard, a backgammon board, a cup and ball, etc., etc., all in turn were tried, all in turn rejected, and invectives the most impatient were uttered against each, as it ceased to afford her pleasure, as if each, with living malignity, had studied to cause her disappointment. About noon she took the arm of Juliet to descend the steps of the temple. Upon opening the door, Ireton appeared sauntering in the garden. Juliet, vexed at his sight, which Elinor had assured her that she would never encounter, severely felt the mortification of being seen in her present situation, by one who had so repeatedly offended her by injurious suspicions and familiar impertinence. Mrs. Ireton, hastily relinquishing the arm of Juliet, from expecting that of her son, at whose sight she was evidently surprised, now resolved, with her most brilliant flourishes, to exhibit the new object of her power. "Why don't you take care of the child, Miss Ellis?" she cried aloud. "Do you design to let him break his neck down the stone steps? I beg your pardon, though, for asking the question. It may be very mal-a-propos. It may be necessary, perhaps, to some of your plans to see a tragedy in real life. You may have some work in agitation that may require that sort of study. I am sorry to have stood so unopportunely in your way. Quite ashamed, upon my word, to have prevented your taking a few hints from the child's dislocating a limb or two, or just fracturing his skull. 'Twould have been a pretty melancholy sight enough for an elegiac muse, I really beg your pardon for being so uncouth as to think of such a trumpery circumstance as saving the child's life." Juliet, during this harangue, assiduously followed the young gentleman, who, with a shout of riotous rebellion, ran down the steps, and jumping into a parterre, selected, by his eye, the most beautiful of the flowers for treading under his feet, and, at every representation of Juliet, flung at her as many pinks, carnations, and geraniums as his merciless little fingers could grasp. Ireton, approaching, looked smilingly on, negligently nodding, and calling out, "Well done, Loddard! Bravo, my little pickle!" Loddard, determined to merit this honorable testimony of his prowess, continued his sport, with augmented boldness. His wantonness, however, though rude, was childish. Juliet, therefore, though tormented, gave it no serious resentment. But she was not equally indifferent to the more maturely malicious insolence of Ireton, who, while he openly enjoyed the scene, negligently said to Loddard, "What, my boy, hast got a new nurse?" Mrs. Ireton, having stood some time leaning upon the balustrade of the steps which she was descending, in vain expectations of the arm of her son, who had only slightly bowed to her, with an "How do, ma'am?" to which he waited not for an answer, now indignantly called out, "So I am to be left to myself, am I, in this feeble and alarming state to which I am reduced, incapable to withstand a gust of wind, or to baffle the fall of a leaf? I may take care of myself, may I? I am too stout to require any attention, too robust, too obstreperous to need any help. If I fall down, I may get up again, I suppose. If I faint, I may come to myself again, I imagine. You will have the goodness to permit that, I presume. I may be mistaken, to be sure, but I should presume so. Don't you hear me, Mistress Ellis? But you are deaf, maybe. I am alarmed to the last degree. You are suddenly seized, perhaps, with the loss of one of your senses." This attack, begun for her son, though, upon his romping with the little boy, in total disregard to its reproach, ending for Juliet, made Ireton now, throwing back his head, to stare, with a sneering half-laugh, at Juliet, exclaim, "Fie, Mrs. Betty, how can you leave Mrs. Ireton unaided in such peril? Fie, Mrs. Polly, fie, Mrs. What is your new nurse's name, my boy?" The boy, who never held his tongue but when he was desired to speak, would make no answer but by running violently after Juliet, as she sought to escape from him, flinging flowers, leaves, grass, or whatever he could find, at her, with boisterous shouts of laughter, and with all his little might. Mrs. Ireton, brought nearly to good humour by the sight of the perplexity and displeasure of Juliet, only uttered, "Pretty dear, how playful he is!" But when, made still more daring by this applause, the little urchin ventured to touch the hem of her own garments, she became suddenly sensible of his disobedience and wanton mischief, and commanded him from her presence. As careless of her wrath as he was ungrateful for her favour, the young gentleman thought of nothing so little as of obedience. He jumped and skipped around her, in bold defiance of all authority, laughing loudly in her face, making 1,000 rude grimaces, yet screaming, as if attacked by a murderer, when she attempted to catch him, though the moment that he forced himself out of her reach, hallooing his joyous triumph in her ears with vociferous exultation. Juliet was ordered to take him in hand and carry him off, an order which, to quit the scene, she prepared with pleasure to obey. But the young gentleman, though he pursued her with fatiguing fondness when she sought to avoid him, now ran wildly away. Mrs. Ireton, enraged, menaced personal chastisement, but upon his darting at Juliet, and tearing her gown, she turned abruptly aside, in the apprehension of being called upon for reparation, and gently saying, "What a frisky little rogue it is," affected to observe him no longer. The torn robe proved potent attraction to the little dog, who, yelping with its unmeaning fury, flew at and began gnawing it with as much vehemence as if its destruction were essential to his well-being. A party of company was now announced, and begged to join Mrs. Ireton in the garden, and, tripping foremost from the advancing throng, came Selina. Ireton, flapping his hat over his eyes, leisurely sauntered away. Mrs. Ireton returned to the temple to receive her guests with more state, and Juliet, hoping, though doubtfully, some relief and countenance, bent forward to greet her young friend. Selina, with a look of vivacity and pleasure, eagerly approached, but while her hands were held out in affectionate amity, and her eyes invited Juliet to meet her, she stopped, as if from some sudden recollection, and after taking a hasty glance around her, picked a flower from a border of the parterre, and ran back with it to present to Lady Aramede. Juliet, scarcely disappointed, retreated, and the party advanced in a body. She would fain have hidden herself, but had no power. The boy, with romping violence, forcibly detaining her by loud shrieks which rent the air, when she struggled to disengage herself from his hold, and as every visitor, however stunned or annoyed, uttered in approaching him the admiring epithets of "dear little creature," "sweet little love," "pretty little dear," etc., the boy, in common with children of a larger growth, concluding praise to be approbation, flung himself upon Juliet with all his force, protesting that he would give her a green gown, while all the company, upon Mrs. Ireton's appearing at an open window of the temple, unanimously joined in extolling his strength, his agility, and his spirited character. The wearied and provoked Juliet now seriously and strenuously sought to disengage herself from the stubborn young athletic, but he clung round her waist, and was jumping up at her shoulders to catch at the ribbon of her hat, when Lady Kendover and her niece, who were the last of the company that arrived, entered the garden. Lady Barbara Frankland no sooner perceived Juliet and her distress than, swift as the wind, breaking from her aunt, she flew forward to give her succor, seizing the sturdy little assailant by his arms, when unprepared to defend himself, and twisting him adroitly from his prey, exclaiming, "You spoilt little wicked creature! Beg pardon of that lovely Miss Ellis directly, this moment!" "Ellis! Dear, if it is not Ellis!" cried Selina, now joining them. "How glad I am to see you, my dear Ellis! What an age it is since we met!" Juliet, whose confidence was somewhat more than staggered in the regard of Selina, coldly curtsied to her, while, with the warmest gratitude, she began expressing her acknowledgments for the prompt and generous kindness of Lady Barbara, when the boy, recovering from his surprise, and furious at any control, darted at her ladyship with vindictive violence, attempting, and intending, to practice upon her the same feats which had nearly subdued Juliet. But the situation was changed, the exclamations were reversed, and, "Oh, you naughty little thing! How can you be so rude? Fie, child, fie!" were echoed from mouth to mouth, which every step bent forward to protect poor Lady Barbara from the troublesome little creature. The boy was then seriously made over to his maid, to be new-dressed, with a promise of peaches and sugar-plums if he would be so very good a child as to submit to the repugnant operations of his toilette without crying or fighting. The butler now appeared to announce that the breakfast was ready, and Juliet saw confirmed that the party had been invited and expected, though Mrs. Ireton meant to impress her with the magnificent idea that this was her common way of life. The company all re-entered the house, and all without taking the smallest notice of Juliet, Lady Barbara excepted, who affectionately shook hands with her, and warmly regretted that she did not join the party. Juliet, to whom the apparent mystery of her situation offered as much apology for others as it brought distress to herself, went back, far more hurt than offended, to the temple. Hence, presently, from under one of the windows, she heard a weak but fretful and angry voice, morosely giving impatient reprimands to some servant, while imperiously refusing to listen to even the most respectful answer. Looking from the window, she saw, and not without concern, from the contrast to the good humour which she had herself experienced, that this choleric reproacher was Sir Jasper Harrington. The nursery-maid, who came, soon afterwards, in search of some baubles, which her young master had left in the Temple, complained that her mistress's rich brother-in-law, Sir Jasper, who never entered the house but upon grand invitations, had been at his usual game of scolding, and finding fault with all the servants, till they all wished him at Jericho, sparing nobody but Nanny, whom the men called the Beauty. He was so particular, when he was in his tantrums, the maid added, that he was almost as cross as the old lady herself, except indeed to his favourites, and those he could never do enough for. But he commanded about him at such a rate, that Mrs. Ireton, she was sure, would never let him into the house, if it were not in the hope of wheedling him into leaving the great fortune that had fallen to him with the name of Harrington, to the young squire, though the young squire was well enough off without it, being certain of the Ireton estate, because it was entailed upon him, if his uncle, Sir Jasper, should die without children. Juliet did not hear this history of the ill temper of her generous old beau without chagrin, but the prattling nursery-maid ceased not recording what she called his tantrums, till the well-known sound of his crutches announced his approach, when she hastily made her exit. With the awkward feeling of uncertain opinion, softened off, nevertheless, by the remembrance of strong personal obligation, Juliet presented herself at the door, to show her intention of descending. Occupied by the pain of laboring up the steps, he did not raise his head, or perceive her, till he had reached the threshold of the little building. His still brilliant eyes became then brighter, and the air of harsh asperity which, while mounting, his countenance still retained from recent anger, was suddenly converted into a look of the most lively pleasure and perfect good humour. After touching his hat, and waving his hand, with an old-fashioned but well-bred air of gallantry, he laughingly confessed that he had ascended with the view of recruiting his strength and spirits by a private visit to the god Morpheus, to enable him to get through the weighty enterprise of encountering a throng of frivolous females, without affronting them by his yawns. "How little," he continued, "did I imagine myself coming to sleep's most resistless conqueror delight! If I rouse not now, I must have more soporiferous qualities than the sleepers, or even than the sleeping beauty in the wood, who took a nap of 40 years. Then, entreating her to be seated, he dropped upon the easy-chair, which had been prepared for Mrs. Ireton, and crossed his crutches, as if by accident, in a manner that prevented her from retreating. She was the less, however, impatient of this delay, as she saw that the windows looking from the house into the garden were filled with company, which she desired nothing so little as to pass in review. Taking, therefore, a place as far from him as was in her power, she made herself an occupation in arranging some mulberry leaves for silkworms. The baronet, whose face expressed increasing satisfaction at his situation, courteously sought to draw her into discourse. "My little friends," cried he, smiling, "who are always at work, have continually been tormenting me of late with pinches and twitches upon my utter neglect of my sister-in-law, Mrs. Ireton. I could not for my life imagine why they took so prodigious an interest in my visiting her, but they nipped and squeezed and worried me without intermission, accusing me of misbehavior, saying she was my sister-in-law, and ill and hypochondriac, and that it was by no means pretty behaved in me not to show her more respect. It was in vain I represented that she was rich and did not want me, or that she was disagreeable and that I did not want her. 'Twas all one. They insisted I should go, and this morning, when I would have excused myself from coming to her fine breakfast, they beset me in so many ways that I was forced to comply. And now I see why. Poor earthly mundane mortal that I was, I took them for envious sprites, jealous of my repose. But I see now they were only recreative little sylphs, amusing themselves with whipping and spurring me on to my own good. And is this, thought Juliet, the man who bears a character of impatience and ill humor? This man whose imagination is so playful, and whose desire to please can only be equaled by his desire to serve? And where, he continued, have you all this time been eclipsed, from sundry circumstances that perversely obtruded themselves upon my knowledge, in defiance of the ill reception I gave them? I was led at first to conclude that you had been spirited away by Sir Lisle Sycamore. He fixed his eyes upon her curiously, but the color that rose in her cheeks betrayed no serious consciousness. It showed open resentment. "Oh, I soon saw," he resumed, as if he had been answered, though she had not deigned to disclaim an idea that she deemed fitted simply for contempt, by the mortified silence of my young gallant, that the fates had not been propitious to his wishes. In characters of this description, success never courts the shade. It basks in the sunshine, and seeks the broadest day. How is it that you have thus picked the vain spark? He came to me in such a flame, to upbraid me for what he called the cursed ridiculous dance that I had led him, that I fairly thought he meant to call me out. I began directly to look about me for the stoutest of my crutches, to parry for a last minute or two his broadsword, and to deliberate which might be the thickest of my leather cushions, to hold up in my defence for reverberating the ball, in case he should prefer pistols. But he deigned, most fortunately, to content himself with only abusing me, hinting that such superannuated old geese, as those who had passed their grand climacteric, ought not to meddle with affairs of which they must have lost even the memory. I let him bounce off without any answer, very thankful to the sisters three, to feel myself in a whole skin. Looking at her then, with an expression of humorous reproach, "You will permit me, I hope, at least," he added, "to flatter myself that, when your indulgence to the garrulity of age has induced you to bear with my loquacity till I am a little hoarser, your consideration for sore throats and heated lungs will prevail upon you to utter a little word or two in your turn." Juliet, laughing, answered that she had been too well amused to be aware how little she had seemed to merit his exertions. "Tell me, then," cried he, with looks that spoke him enchanted by this reply, "through what extraordinary mechanism in the wheel of fortune you have been rolled to this spot? The benevolent sprites who have urged me hither have not given me a jot of information how you became known to Mrs. Ireton. By what strange spell have you been drawn in to seem an inmate of her mansion, and what philters and potions have you swallowed to make you endure her never-ending vagaries?" Half smiling, half sighing, Juliet looked down, not willing to accept, though hardly able to resist, the offered license for complaint. "Make no stranger," the old baronet laughingly added, "of me, I beg. She is my sister-in-law, to be sure, but the law, with all its subtleties, had not yet entailed our affections with our estates to our relations, nor articled our tastes with our jointures to our dowagers. Use, therefore, no manner of ceremony. How do you bear with her freaks and fancies? Or rather, for that is the essential point, why do you bear with them?" "Can that," said Juliet, "be a question?" "Not a wise one, I confess," he returned, "for what but necessity could link together two creatures who seem formed to give a view of human nature diametrically opposite the one from the other? These indeed must be imps, and imps of darkness, who, busy still, delight to join the gentle to the rude, that can have coupled so unharmonizing a pair. Hymen, with all the little active sinister devils in his train, that yoke together pell-mell for life, hobbling age with bounding youth, choleric violence with trembling timidity, haggard care with thoughtless merriment. Hymen himself, that marrying little lawyer, who takes upon him to unite what is most discordant, and to tie together all that is most heterogeneous. Even he, though provided with what is so justly called a license, for binding together what nature itself seems to sunder, even he, I assert, never buckled in the same noose, two beings so completely and equally dissimilar, both without and within. Since such, however, has been the ordinance of these fantastic workers of wonders, will you let me ask, in what capacity it has pleased their impships to conjure you hither?" Juliet hesitated, and looked ashamed to answer. "You are not, I hope," cried he, fixing upon her his keen eyes, "one of those ill-starred damsels whose task, in the words of Madame de Maintenon, is to amuse the unamusable. You are not, I hope—" He stopped, as if seeking a phrase, and then rather faintly added, "Her companion." "Her humble servant, sir," with a forced smile, said Juliet, "and yet, humbled as I feel myself in that capacity, not humble enough for its calls." The smiles of the old baronet vanished in a moment, and an expression of extreme severity took their place. "She uses you ill, then?" he indignantly cried, and grasping the knobs of his two crutches, he struck their points against the floor, with a heaviness that made the little building shake, ejaculating in a hoarse inward voice, "Curse her!" Juliet stared at him, affrighted by his violence. "Can it be possible," he cried, "that so execrable a fate should be reserved for so exquisite a piece of workmanship? Sweet witch, were I but 10 years younger, I would snatch you from her infernal claws, or rather, could I cut off 20. Yet even then the disparity would be too great. 30 years younger, or perhaps 40, my hand and fortune should teach that fury her distance." Juliet, surprised, and doubting whether what dropped from him were escaped sincerity or purposed irony, looked with so serious a perplexity that, struck and ashamed, he checked himself, and recovering his usually polite equanimity, smiled at his own warmth, saying, "Don't be alarmed, I beg. Don't imagine that I shall forget myself, nor want to hurry away, lest my animation should be dangerous. The heat that, at 25, might have fired me into a fever, now raises but a kindly glow, that stops or keeps off stagnation. The little sprites who hover around me, though they often mischievously spur my poor fruitless wishes, always take care, by seasonable twitches, in some vulnerable gouty part, to twirl me from the region of hope and romance to very sober real life." Fearful of appearing distrustful, Juliet looked satisfied, and again he went on. "Since then 'tis clear that there can be no danger in so simple an intercourse, why should I not give myself the gratification of telling you that every sight of you does me good, renovates my spirits, purifies my humors, sweetens my blood, and braces my nerves? Never talk to me with mockery of fairyism, witchcraft, and sylphs. The real influence of lovely youth is 1,000 times more wonderful, more potent, and more incredible. When I have seen you only an instant, I feel in charity with all mankind for the rest of the day, and at night my kind little friends present you to me again, renew every pleasing idea, revive the most delightful images, and paint you to me just as I see you at this moment." Juliet, embarrassed, talked of returning to the house. "Do you blush?" cried he, with quickness, and evidently increasing admiration. "Is it possible that you are not enough habituated to praise, to hear it without modest confusion? I have seen full many a lady, but you, oh you, so perfect and so peerless, are created of every creature best. My whole life has been spent in worshipping beauty, till within these very few years, when I have gotten something like a surfeit, and meant to give it over. For I have watched and followed beauties, till I have grown sick of them. I have admired fine features, only to be disgusted with vapid vanity. A face with a little meaning, those ugly as sin and Satan, I have lately thought worth 40 of them. But you, fair sorceress, you have conjured me round again to my old work. I have found the spell irresistible. You have such intelligence of countenance, such spirit with such sweetness, smile so delicious though rare, look so speaking, grace so silent, that I forget you are a beauty, and fasten my eyes upon you, only to understand what you say when you don't utter a word. That's all. Don't be uneasy, therefore, at my staring, though, to be candid, we know ourselves so little that 'tis possible, had you not first caught my eyes as a beauty, I might never have looked at you long enough to find out your wit." A footman now came to acquaint Sir Jaspar that the rice soup, which he had ordered, was ready, and that the ladies were waiting for the honor of his company to breakfast. I heartily wish they would wait for my company till I desire to have theirs, Sir Jasper muttered, but, sensible of the impropriety of such a refusal, arose, and, taking off his hat, with a studied formality, which he hoped would impress the footman with a respect for its object, followed his messenger, whispering nevertheless as he quitted the building, "Leave you for a breakfast. I would almost as willingly be immersed in the witch's cauldron and boiled into morsels to become a breakfast myself for the amusement of the audience at a theatre." End of chapter 54. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 55 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 55. Juliet, who perceived that the windows were still crowded with company, contentedly kept her place, and taking up the second volume of The Guardian, found, in the lively instruction, the chaste morality, and the exquisite humor of Addison, an enjoyment which no repetition can cloy. In a short time, to her great discomposure, she was broken in upon by Ireton, who, drawing before the door, which he shut, an easy-chair, cast himself indolently upon it, and, stretching out his arms, said, "Aha, the fair Ellis, how art thee, my dear?" Far more offended than surprised by this freedom, Juliet, perceiving that she could not escape, affected to go on with her reading, as if he had not entered the building. "Don't be angry, my dear," he continued, "that I did not speak to you before all those people. There is no noticing a pretty girl in public without raising such a devil of a clamor that it's enough to put a man out of countenance. Besides, Mrs. Ireton is such a very particular quiz that she would be sure to contrive I should never have a peep at you again, if once she suspected the pleasure I take in seeing you. However, I am going to turn a dutiful son and spend some days here, and by that means we can squeeze an opportunity now and then of getting a little chat together." Juliet could no longer refrain from raising her head, with amazement, at this familiar assurance, but he went on, totally disregarding the rebuke of her indignant eye. "How do you like your place here, my dear? Mrs. Ireton's rather qualmish, I am afraid. I can never bear to stay with her myself, except when I have some point to carry. I can't devise what the devil could urge you to come into such a business. And where's Harleigh? What's he about? Gone to old Nick, I hope, with all my heart. But you, why are you separated? What's the reason you are not with him?" Yet more provoked, though determined not to look up again, Juliet fixed her eyes upon the book. Ireton continued, "What a sly dog he is, that Harleigh! But what the deuce could provoke him to make me cut such a silly figure before Lord Melbury, with my apologies and all that? He took me in, Paz. I thought he'd nothing to do with you, and if you had not had that fainting fit at the concert, which I suppose you forgot to give him notice of, that put him so off his guard I should have believed all he vowed and swore, of having no connection with you, and all that, to this very moment." This was too much. Juliet gravely arose, put down her book, and said with severity, "Mr. Ireton, you will be so good as to let me pass." "No, not I. No, not I, my dear," he answered, still lolling at his ease. "We must have a little chat together first. 'Tis an age since I have been able to speak with you. I have been confounded discreet, I promise you. I have not told your secret to a soul." "What secret, sir?" cried Juliet hastily. "Why, who you are and all that." "If you knew, sir," recovering her calmness, she replied, "I should not have to defend myself from the insults of a son while under the protection of his mother." "Ha, ha, ha!" cried he. "What a droll piece of dainty delicacy thee art! I'd give a cool 100 this moment, only to know what the deuce puts it into thy little head to play this farce such a confounded length of time before one comes to the catastrophe.
Juliet, with a disdainful gesture, again took her book.
Why, won't you trust me, my dear? You shan't repent it, I promise you. Tell me frankly now, who are you, hey?
Juliet only turned over a new leaf of her book.
How can you be so silly, child? Why won't you let me serve you? You don't know what use I may be of to you. Come, make me your friend. Only trust me, and I'll go to the very devil for you with pleasure.
Juliet read on.
Come, my love, don't be cross. Speak out. Put aside these dainty airs. Surely you ain't such a fool as to think to take me in, as you have done Milbury and Harley.
Juliet felt her cheeks now heated with increased indignation.
As to Milbury, 'tis a mere schoolboy, ready to swallow anything, and as to Harley, he's such a queer, out-of-the-way genius, that he's like nobody. But as to me, my dear, I'm a man of the world, not so easily played upon, I promise you. I have known you from the very beginning, found you out at first sight, only I did not think it worth while telling you so, while you appeared so confounded ugly. But now that I see you are such a pretty creature, I feel quite an interest for you. So tell me who you are, will you?
Somewhat piqued at length by her resolute silence.
Nay, he added with affected scorn, don't imagine I have any view. Don't disturb yourself with any freaks and qualms of that sort. You are a fine girl, to be sure. Devilish handsome, I own, but still too grave, grim. What the deuce is the word I mean, for my taste? I'd like something more buckish. So pray make yourself easy. I shan't interfere with you 2 sparks. I'm perfectly aware I should have but a bad chance. I know I am neither as good a pigeon to pluck as Milbury, nor as marvellous a wight to overcome as Harley. But I can't for my life make out why you don't take to one or the other of 'em, and put yourself at your ease. I'm deadly curious to know what keeps you from coming to a finish. Milbury would be managed the easiest, but I strongly suspect you like Harley best. What do you turn your back for? That I mayn't see you blush? Come, come, don't play the baby with a man of the world like me.
To the infinite relief of the disgusted Juliet, she now heard the approach of some footstep. Ireton, who heard it also, nimbly arose, and, softly moving his chair from the door, cast half his body out of the window, and lolling upon his elbows, began humming an air, as if totally occupied in regarding the sea. A footman, who entered, told Juliet that his lady desired that she would come to the parlour to play and sing to the company while they breakfasted. Juliet, colouring at this unqualified order, hesitated what to answer, while Ireton, turning round, and pretending not to have heard what was said, maliciously made the man repeat. "My lady, sir, bid me tell Miss Ellis that she must come to play and sing to the company."
"Play and sing," repeated Ireton. "Oh, the devil! Must we be bored with playing and singing too? But I did not know breakfast was ready, and I am half starved."
He then sauntered from the building, but the moment that the footman was out of sight, turned back to say, "How devilish provoking to be interrupted in this manner! How can we contrive to meet again, my dear?" The answer of Juliet was shutting and bolting the door. His impertinence, however, occupied her mind only while she was under its influence. The insignificance of his character, notwithstanding the malice of his temper, made it sink into nothing. To give way to the new rising difficulty, how she might bear to obey, or how risk to refuse, the rude and peremptory summons which she had just received. "Ought I," she cried, "to submit to treatment so mortifying? Are there no boundaries to the exactions of prudence upon feeling? Or rather, is there not a mental necessity, a call of character, a cry of propriety, that should supersede, occasionally, all prudential considerations, however urgent? Oh, if those who receive from the unequal conditions of life the fruits of the toils of others could, only for a few days, experience personally how cruelly those toils are embittered by arrogance, or how sweetly they may be softened by kindness, the race of the Mrs. Iretons would become rare, and Lady Aurora Granville might, perhaps, be paralleled. Yet, with civility, with good manners, had Mrs. Ireton made this request, not issued it as a command by a footman. Juliet felt that, in her present dependent condition, however ill she might be disposed for music, or for public exhibition, she ought to yield. And even now, the horror of having another asylum to seek, the disgrace of seeming driven, thus continually, from house to house, though they could not lessen her repugnance to indelicacy and haughtiness, cooled all ardor of desire for trying yet another change, till she should have raised a sufficient sum for joining Gabriella, and softening, nay delighting, the future toils to which she might be destined by the society of that cherished friend. In a few minutes she was visited by Selina, who, rapturously embracing her, declared that she could not stay away from her any longer, and volubly began her usual babble of news and tales, to all which Juliet gave scarcely the coldest attention, till she had the satisfaction of hearing that the health of Elinor was re-established. Selina then owned that she had been sent by Mrs. Ireton to desire that Miss Ellis would make more haste. Juliet worded a civil excuse, which Selina, with hands uplifted from amazement, carried back to the breakfast-room. Soon afterwards, peals of laughter announced the vicinity of the Miss Crawleys, who merrily called aloud upon Ireton to come and help them to haul the Ellis, will ye, nill ye, to the pianoforte, to play and sing. Happy in this intimation of their purpose, Juliet bolted the door, and would not be prevailed upon to open it, either by their vociferous prayers, or their squalls of disappointment. But in another minute, a slight rustling sound drawing her eyes to a window, she saw Ireton preparing to make a forced entry. She darted now to the door, and, finding the passage clear, as the Miss Crawleys had gone softly round, to witness the exploit of Ireton, seized the favourable moment for eluding observation, and was nearly arrived at the house, before the besiegers of the cage perceived that the bird was flown. End of chapter 55. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 56 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 56. The two sisters no sooner discovered the escape of their prey than, screaming with violent laughter, they began a romping race in its pursuit. Near the entrance into the hall, Juliet was met by Selina, with commands from Mrs. Ireton that she would either present herself immediately to the company, or seek another abode. In the minds of strong sensibility, arrogance rouses resentment more quickly even than injury. A message so gross, an affront so public, required, therefore, no deliberation on the part of Juliet, and she was answering that she would make her preparations to depart, when the Miss Crawleys, rushing suddenly upon her, exclaimed with clamorous joy, "She's caught! She's caught! The Ellis is caught!" And each of them seizing a hand, they dragged her, with merry violence, into the breakfast-room. Her hoydening conductors failed not to excite the attention of the whole assembly, though it fell not, after the first glance, upon themselves. Juliet, to whom the exercise and confusion gave added beauty, and whom no disorder of attire could rob of an air of decency, which, inherent in her nature, was always striking in her demeanor, was no sooner seen than, whether with censure or applause, she monopolized all remark. Mrs. Ireton haughtily bid her approach. Averse, yet unwilling to risk the consequences of a public breach, she slowly advanced. "I am afraid, ma'am," said Mrs. Ireton, with a smile of derision, "I am afraid, ma'am, you have hurried yourself. It is not much above an hour, I believe, since I did myself the honor of sending for you. I have no conception how you have been able to arrive so soon. Pray, how far do you think it may be from hence to the Temple? 10 or 12 yards, I verily believe. You must really be ready to expire." Having constrained herself to hear thus much, Juliet conceived that the duty even of her humble station could require no more. She made, therefore, a slight reverence, with intention to withdraw. But Mrs. Ireton, offended, cried, "Whither may you be going, ma'am? And pray, ma'am, if I may take the liberty to ask such a question, who told you to go? Was it I? Did anybody hear me? Did you, Lady Aramede, or you, Miss Brinville, or only Miss Ellis herself? For to be sure I must have done it. I take that for granted. She would not certainly think of going without leave after I have sent for her. So I make no doubt but I did it, though I can't think how it happened, I own. 'Twas perfectly without knowing it, I confess. In some fit of absence, perhaps in my sleep, for I have slept too, perhaps, without knowing it." Sarcasm so witty, uttered by a lady at an assembly in her own house, could not fail of being received with applause, and Mrs. Ireton, looking around her triumphantly, regarded the disconcerted Juliet as a completely vanquished vassal. In a tone, therefore, that marked the most perfect self-satisfaction. "Pray, ma'am," she continued, "for what might you suppose I did myself the favor to want you? Was it only to take a view of your new costume? 'Tis very careless and picturesque, to be sure, to rove abroad in that agreeable déshabille, just like that, the maiden all forlorn, or rather to speak with mere exactitude, like the man all tattered and torn, for 'tis more properly his costume you adopt, than the neat, tidy maiden's." The warm-hearted young Lady Barbara, all pity and feeling for Juliet, here broke from her quiet and cautious aunt, and, with irrepressible eagerness, exclaimed, "Mrs. Ireton, 'twas Mr. Luddard, your own little naughty nephew, who deranged in that manner the dress of that elegant Miss Ellis." The Miss Crawleys now, running to the little boy, called out, "The Luddard! 'Tis the Luddard has set up the new costume." Mrs. Ireton, though affecting to laugh, had now done with the subject, and while she was taking a pinch of snuff, to gain time to suggest some other, Sir Jasper Harrington, advancing to Juliet, said, "Has this young lady no place?" And, gallantly taking her hand, he led her to his own chair, and walked to another part of the room. A civility such as this from Sir Jasper made all the elders of the company stare, and all the younger titter. But the person the most surprised was Mrs. Ireton, who hastily called out, "Miss Ellis would not do such a thing. Take Sir Jasper's own seat, that has his own particular cushions. She could not do such a thing. I should think not, at least. I may judge ill, but I should think not. A seat prepared for Sir Jasper by my own order. Miss Ellis can dispense without having an easy-chair and 3 cushions, I should presume. I may be wrong, to be sure, but I should presume so." "Madam," answered Sir Jasper, "in days of old I never could bear to sit when I saw a lady standing, and though those days are past, alas, and gone, still I cannot, even to escape a twitch of the gout, see a fair female neglected, without feeling a twitch of another kind, that gives me yet greater pain." "Your politeness, Sir Jasper," replied Mrs. Ireton, "we all know, and if it were for one of my guests, But Miss Ellis can hardly desire, I should suppose, to see you drop down with fatigue while she is reposing upon your arm-chair. Not that I pretend to know her way of thinking. I don't mean that. I don't mean to have it imagined I have the honor of her confidence, but I should rather suppose she could not insist upon turning you out of your own seat, only to give you a paroxysm of the gout." However internally moved, Juliet endured this harangue in total silence, convinced that where all authority is on the side of the aggressor, resistance only provokes added triumph. Her looks, therefore, though they showed her to be hurt and offended, evinced a dignified forbearance, superior to the useless reproach and vain retaliation of unequal contention. She rose, nevertheless, from the seat which she had only momentarily, and from surprise occupied, and would have quitted the room, but that she saw she should again be publicly called back, and hers was not a situation for braving open enmity. She thankfully, however, accepted a chair which was brought to her by Sir Marmaduke Crowley, and placed next to that which had been vacated by the old baronet, who then returned to his own. She now hoped to find some support from his countenance, as his powerful situation in the house, joined to his age, would make his smallest attention prove to her a kind of protection. Her expectation, however, was disappointed. He did not address to her a word, or appear to have ever beheld her before, and his late act of politeness seemed exerted for a perfect stranger, from habitual good breeding. "And is it you," thought the pensive Juliet, "who but a few minutes since spoke to me with such flattery, such preference, with an even impassioned regard, and shall this so little assembly guide and awe you? There, where I wished upon me your compliments, while here, where a smile would be encouragement, where notice would be charity, you affect to have forgotten, or appear never to have seen me. Ah," mentally continued the silent moralist, "if we reflected upon the difficulty of gaining esteem, upon the chances against exciting affection, upon the union of time and circumstance necessary for obtaining sincere regard, we should require courage to withhold, not to follow, the movement of kindness, that, where distress sighs for succor, where helplessness solicits support, gives power to the smallest exertion, to a single word, to a passing smile, to bestow a favor, and to do a service that catch, in the brief space of a little moment, a gratitude that never dies." But while thus to be situated was pain and dejection to Juliet, to see her seated, however unnoticed, in the midst of this society, was almost equally irksome to Mrs. Ireton, who, after some vain internal fretting, ordered the butler to carry about refreshments, consoled with the certainty that he would as little dare present any to Juliet as omit to present them to everyone else. The smiles and best humour of Mrs. Ireton now soon returned, for the dependent state of Juliet became more than ever conspicuous, when thus decidedly she was marked as the sole person, in a large assembly, that the servants were permitted, if not instructed, to neglect. Juliet endeavoured to sit tranquil and seem unconcerned, but her fingers were in continual motion, her eyes, meaning to look nowhere, looked everywhere, and Mrs. Ireton had the gratification to perceive that, however she struggled for indifference, she was fully sensible of the awkwardness of her situation. But this was no sooner remarked by Lady Barbara Frankland, than, starting with vivacity from her vainly watchful aunt, she flew to her former instructress, crying, "Have you taken nothing yet, Miss Ellis? Oh, pray then let me choose your ice for you." She ran to a sideboard, and selecting the colour most pleasing to her eyes, hastened with it to the blushing, but relieved and grateful Juliet, to whom this benevolent attention seemed instantly to restore the self-command that pointed indignities and triumphant derision were sinking into abashed depression. The sensation produced by this action of Mrs. Ireton was as ungenial as that which it caused to Juliet was consolatory. She could not for a moment endure to see the creature of her power, whom she looked upon as destined for the indulgence of her will and the play of her authority, receive a mark of consideration which, if shown even to herself, would have been accepted as a condescension. Abruptly, therefore, while they were standing together and conversing, she called out, "Is it possible, Miss Ellis, that you can see the child in such imminent danger and stay there amusing yourself?" Lady Kendover hastily called off her young niece, and Juliet, sighing, crossed over the room to take charge of the little boy, who was sitting astraddle out of one of the windows. "But I had flattered myself," cried Sir Marmaduke Crowley, addressing Mrs. Ireton, "that we should have a little music." Mrs. Ireton, to whom the talents of Juliet gave pleasure in proportion only to her own repugnance to bringing them into play, had relinquished the projected performance, when she perceived the general interest which was excited by the mere appearance of the intended performer. She declared herself, therefore, so extremely fearful lest some mischief should befall her little nephew, that she could not possibly trust him from the care of Miss Ellis. Half the company now, urged by the thirst of fresh amusement, professed the most passionate fondness for children, and offered their services to watch the dear, sweet little boy, while Miss Ellis should play or sing. But the averseness of Ellis remained uncombated by Mrs. Ireton, and, therefore, unconquered. The party was preparing to break up, when Mr. Giles Arb entered the room, to apologize for the non-appearance of Miss Arb, his cousin, who had bid him bring words, he said, that she was taken ill. Ireton, by a few crafty questions, soon drew from him that Miss Arb was only gone to a little private music meeting at Miss Sycamore's, though, affrighted when he had made the confession, he entreated Mrs. Ireton not to take it amiss, protesting that it was not done in any disrespect to her, but merely because his cousin was more amused at Miss Sycamore's. Mrs. Ireton, extremely piqued, answered that she should be very careful in future not to presume to make an invitation to Miss Arb, but in a total dearth of other entertainment, in a famine or public fast. But the moment he sauntered into another room to partake of some refreshments, "That old savage," she cried, "is a perfect horror. He has not a single atom of common sense, and if he were not Miss Arb's cousin, one must tell one's butler to show him the door. At least such is my poor opinion. I don't pretend to be a judge, but such is my notion." "Oh, I adore him," cried Miss Crawley. "He makes me laugh till I'm ready to die. He has never a guess what he is about, and he never hears a word one says, and he stares so when one laughs at him. Oh, he's the delightfulest, stupidest, dear little wretch that breathes." "Oh, I can't look at him without laughing," exclaimed Miss Di. "He's the best thing in nature. He's delicious, enchanting, delightful. Oh, so dear a fool." "He is quite unfit," said Mrs. Maple, "for society, for he says everything that comes uppermost, and has not the least idea of what is due to people." "Oh, he is the sweetest-tempered, kindest-hearted creature in the world," exclaimed Lady Barbara. "My aunt's woman has heard, from Miss Arb's maid, all his history. He has quite ruined himself by serving poor people in distress. He is so generous, he can never pronounce a refusal." "But he dresses so meanly," said Miss Brindle, "that Mamma and I have begged Miss Arb not to bring him any more to see us. Besides, he tells everything in the world to everybody." "Poor Miss Arb ain't to blame, I assure you, Miss Brindle," said Selina, "for she dislikes him as much as you do, only when her papa invited him to live with them he was very rich, and it was thought he would leave all his fortune to them. But since then, Miss Arb says, he's grown quite poor, for he's dawdled away almost all his money in one way or another, letting folks out of prison, setting people up in business, and all that." "Oh, he's the very king of quizzes," cried Ireton. "He drags me out of the spleen when I feel as if there were no possibility I could yawn on another half-hour."
Sir Jasper now, looking with an air of authority towards Ireton, said,
"It would have been your good star, if not your evil genius, by which you would have been guided, Mr. Ireton, had you been attracted to this old gentleman as to an example, rather than as a butt for your wit. He has very good parts if he knew how to make use of them, though he has a simplicity of manners that induces common observers to conclude him to be nearly an idiot. And indeed, an absent man seems always in a state of childhood, for as he is never occupied with what is present, those who think of nothing else naturally take it for granted that what passes is above his comprehension, when perhaps it is only below his attention. But with Mr. Arb, though his temper is incomparably good and placid, absence is neither want of understanding, nor of powers of observation. For, when once he is awakened to what is passing, by anything that touches his feelings of humanity, or his sense of justice, his seeming stupor turns to energy, his silence is superseded by eloquence, and his gentle diffidence is supplanted by a mental courage, which electrifies with surprise from its contrast with his general docility, and which strikes, and even awes, from an apparent dignity of defying consequence, though in fact it is but the effect of never weighing them. Such, however, as he is, Mr. Ireton, with the singularities of his courage, or the oddities of his passiveness, he is a man who is useful to the world from his love of doing good, and happy in himself from the serenity of a temper unruffled by any species of malignity."
Ireton ventured not to manifest any resentment at this conclusion, but when, by his embarrassed air, Sir Jasper saw that it was understood, he smiled, and more gaily added,
"If the Fates, the sisters three, and such little branches of learning, had had the benevolence to have fixed my own birth under the influence of the same planet with that of Mr. Giles Arb, how many twitchings, goadings, and worries should I have been spared from impatience, ambition, envy, discontent, and ill will."
The subject was here dropped by the re-entrance of Mr. Arb, who, observing Selina, said that he wanted prodigiously to inquire about her poor aunt, whom lately he had met with nowhere, though she used to be everywhere.
"My aunt, sir? She's there," said Selina, pointing to Mrs. Maple. No, I don't mean that aunt. I mean your young aunt that used to be so all alive and clever. What's become of her?"
"Oh, I dare say it's my sister you're thinking of."
"Aye, it's like enough, for she's young enough, to be sure, only you look such a mere child. Pray, how is she now? I was very sorry to hear of her cutting her throat."
A titter, which was immediately exalted into a hearty laugh by the Miss Crawleys, was all the answer.
"It was not right to do such a thing," he continued. "Very wrong indeed. There is no need to be afraid of not dying soon enough, for we only come to be gone. I pitied her, however, with all my heart, for love is but a dangerous thing. It makes older persons than she is go astray one way or another, and it was but unkind of Mr. Harleigh not to marry her, whether he liked her or not, to save her from such a naughty action. And pray what has become of that pretty creature that used to teach you all music? I've inquired for her at Miss Matson's often, but I always forgot where they said she was gone. Indeed, they make me a little angry about her, which probably was the reason that I could never recollect what they told me of her direction."
"Angry, Mr. Giles?" repeated Mrs. Ireton, with an air of restored complacency.
"What was it, then, they said of her? Not that I'm very curious to hear it, as I presume you will believe. You won't imagine it, I presume, a matter of the first interest to me." "Oh, what they said of her was very bad indeed, and that's the reason I give no credit to it." "Well, but what was it?" cried Ireton. Why, they told me that she was turned toad-eater." Universal and irresistible smiles throughout the whole company, to the exception of Lady Barbara and Sir Jaspar, now heightened the embarrassment of Juliet into pain and distress. But the young Lottard every moment struggled to escape into the garden through the window, and she did not dare quit her post. "So I asked them what they meant," Mr. Giles continued, "for I never heard of anybody's eating toads, though I am assured our neighbors on t'other bank are so fond of frogs. But they made it out that it only meant a person who would swallow anything, bad or good, and do whatever he was bid, right or wrong, for the sake of a little pay." This definition by no means brought the assembly back to its gravity, but while Juliet, ashamed and indignant, kept her face turned consistently towards the garden, Ireton called out, "Why don't you speak to your little friend Lottard, Mr. Giles? There he is at the window." Mr. Giles now, notwithstanding her utmost efforts to avoid his eyes, perceived the blushing Juliet, though, doubting his sight, he stared and exclaimed, "Good la! That lady's very like Miss Ellis, and I protest 'tis she herself, and just as pretty as ever, and with the same innocent face that not a soul can either buy or make, but God Almighty himself." He then inquired after her health and welfare, with a cordiality that somewhat lessened the pain caused by the general remark that was produced by his address. But the relief was at an end upon his adding, "I wanted to see you prodigiously, for I have never forgotten your paying your debts so prettily, against your will, that morning. It fixed you in my good opinion. I hope, however, it is a mistake, what they tell me, that you are turned what they call toad-eater, and have let yourself out at so much a year, to say nothing that you think, and to do nothing that you like, and to beg pardon when you are not at fault, and to eat all the offals, and to be beat by the little gentleman, and worried by the little dog. I hope all that's mere misapprehension, my dear, for it would be but a very mean way of getting money." The calmness of conscious superiority with which Juliet heard the beginning of these interrogatories was converted into extreme confusion by their termination, from the appearance of justice which the incidents of the morning had given to the attack. "For now," continued he, "that you have paid all your debts, you ought to hold up your head, for when nothing is owing, we are all of us equal, rich and poor, another man's riches no more making him my superior or benefactor, if I do not partake of them, than my poverty makes me his servant or dependent, if I neither work for nor am benefited by him. And I am your witness that you gave everyone his due, so don't let anybody put you out of your proper place." The mortification of Juliet at this public exhortation upon a point so delicate was not all that she had to endure. The little dog, who, though incessantly tormented by the little boy, always followed him, kept scratching her gown, to be helped up to the window, that he might play with or snarl at him more at his ease, and the boy, making a whip of his pocket-handkerchief, continually attracted, though merely to repulse him, while Juliet, seeking alternately to quiet both, had not a moment's rest. "Why now, what's all this, my pretty lady?" cried Mr. Giles, perceiving her situation. "Why do you let those two plagueful things torment you so? Why don't you teach them to be better behaved?" "Miss Ellis would be vastly obliging, certainly," with a supercilious brow, said Mrs. Ireton, "to correct my nephew. I don't in the least mean to contest her abilities for superintending his chastisement. Not in the least, I assure you. But only as I never heard of my brother's giving her such a carte blanche, and as I don't recollect having given it myself, although I may have done it again, perhaps in my sleep, I should be happy to learn by what authority she would be invested with such powers of discipline." "By what authority? That of humanity, ma'am. Not to spoil a poor ignorant little fellow creature, nor a poor innocent little beast." "It would be immensely amiable of her, sir, no doubt," said Mrs. Ireton, reddening, "to take charge of the morals of my household. Immensely. I only hope you will be kind enough to instruct the young person, at the same time, how she may hold her situation. That's all. I only hope that." "How? Why, by doing her duty. If she can't hold it by that, 'tis her duty to quit it. Nobody is born to be trampled upon." "I hope, too, soon," said Mrs. Ireton, scoffingly. "Nobody will be born to be poor." "Good, true," returned he, nodding his head. "Nobody should be poor. That is very well said. However, if you think her so poor, I can give you the satisfaction to show you your mistake. She mayn't, indeed, be very rich, poor lady, at bottom, but still—" "No, indeed, I am not," hastily cried Juliet, frightened at the communication which she saw impending. "But still," continued he, "if she is poor, it is not for want of money, nor for want of credit neither, for she has banknotes in abundance in one of her work-bags, and not a penny of them is her own, which shows her to be a person of great honor." Everyone now looked awakened to a new curiosity, and Selina exclaimed, "Oh la, have you got a fortune then, my dear Miss Ellis? Oh, I dare say then, my guess will prove true at last, for I dare say you are a princess in disguise." "As far as disguise goes, Selina," answered Mrs. Maple, "we never have, I think, disputed, but as to a princess—" "A princess?" repeated Mrs. Ireton. "Upon my word, this is an honor I had not imagined. I own my stupidity. I can't but own my stupidity, but I really had never imagined myself so much honored as to suspect that I had a princess under my roof, who was so complacent as to sing and play and read to me at my pleasure, and to study how to amuse and divert me. I confess I had never suspected it. I'm quite ashamed of my total want of sagacity, but it had never occurred to me." "And why not, ma'am?" cried Mr. Giles. "Why may not a princess be pretty and complacent, and know how to sing and play and read, as well as another lady? She is just as able to learn as you, or any common person. I never heard that a princess took her rank in the place of her faculties. I know no difference, except that, if she does the things with good nature, you ought to love and honor her the double, in consideration of the great temptation she has to be proud and idle, and to do nothing. We envy all the great when we ought only to revere them if they are good, and to pity them if they are bad, for they have the same infirmities that we have, and nobody that dares put them in mind of them, so that they often go to the grave before they find out they are nothing but poor little men and women like the rest of us. For my part, when I see them worthy and amiable, I look up to them as prodigies, whereas a common person, such as you or I, ma'am—" Mrs. Ireton, unable to bear this phrase, endeavored to turn the attention of the company into another channel, by abruptly calling upon Juliet to go to the pianoforte. Juliet entreated to be excused. "Excused? And why, ma'am? What else have you got to do? What are your avocations? I shall really take it as a favor to be informed." "Don't tease her, pretty lady, don't tease her," cried Mr. Giles. "If she likes to sing, it's very agreeable, but if not, don't make a point of it, for it's not a thing at all essential." "Like it?" repeated Mrs. Ireton, superciliously. "We must do nothing, then, but what we like, even when we are in other people's houses, even when we exist only through the goodness of some of our superiors. Still, we are to do only what we like. I am quite happy in the information, extremely obliged for it indeed. It will enable me, I hope, to rectify the gross error of which I have been guilty, for I really did not know I had a young lady in my house who was to make her will and taste the rule for mine, and as I suppose to have the goodness to direct my servants, as well as to take the trouble to manage me. I knew nothing of all this, I protest. I thought, on the contrary, I had engaged a young person who would never think of taking such a liberty as to give her opinion, but who would do as she ought, with respect and submission, whatever I should indicate." "Good la, ma'am," interrupted Mr. Giles. "Why, that would be leading the life of a slave. and that, I suppose, is what they meant all this time by a toad-eater. However, don't look so ashamed, my pretty dear, for a toad-eater maker is still worse. Fie, fie! What can rich people be thinking of to lay out their money in burying their fellow creatures' liberty of speech and thought, and then paying them for a bargain which they ought to despise them for selling? This unexpected retort, turning the smiles of the assembly irresistibly against the lady of the mansion, she hastily renewed her desire that Juliet would sing. "Sing, ma'am?" cried Mr. Giles. "Why, a merry Andrew could not do it after being so affronted. Bless my heart, tell a human being that she must only move to and fro like a machine, only say what she is bid like a parrot, employ her time calling forth her talents, exact her services, yet not let her make any use of her understanding, neither say what she approves, nor object to what she dislikes. Poor pretty young thing, you are never so much to be pitied in the midst of your worst distresses, as when you are relieved upon such terms. Fie upon it, fie! How can great people be so little?" The mingled shame and resentment of Mrs. Ireton at a remonstrance so extraordinary and so unqualified were with difficulty kept within the bounds of decorum, for though she laughed, and affected to be extremely diverted, her laugh was so sharp and forced that it wounded every ear, and, through the amusement that she pretended to receive, it was obvious that she suffered torture in restraining herself from ordering her servants to turn the orator out of the room. With looks much softened, though in a manner scarcely less fervent, Mr. Giles then, approaching Juliet, repeated, "Don't be cast down, I say, my pretty lady. You are none the worse for all this. The thing is but equal at last, so we must not always look at the bad side of our fate. State everything fairly. You have got your talents, your prettiness, and your winning ways, but you want these ladies' wealth. They have got their wealth, their grandeur, and their luxuries, but they want your powers of amusing. You can't well do without one another, so it's best to be friends on both sides." Mrs. Ireton, now, dying to give some vent to her spleen, darted the full venom of her angry eyes upon Juliet, and called out, "You don't see, I presume, Miss Ellis, what a condition Bijou has put that chair in. 'Twould be too great a condescension for you, I suppose, just to give it a little pat of the hand to shake off the crumbs. Though it is not your business, I confess. I confess that it is not your business. Perhaps, therefore, I am guilty of an indiscretion in giving you such a hint. Perhaps I had better let Lady Kendover, or Lady Aramead, or Mrs. Brinville, or any of the other ladies, sit upon the dirt and soil their clothes. You may think, perhaps, that it will be for the advantage of the mercer or the linen draper. You may be considering the good of trade, or perhaps you may think I may do such sort of menial offices for myself." However generally power may cause timidity, arrogance, in every generous mind, awakens spirit. Juliet, therefore, raising her head, and clearing her countenance, with a modest but firm step, moved silently towards the door. Astonished and offended, "Permit me, madam," cried Mrs. Ireton, "permit me, Miss Ellis, if it is not taking too great a liberty with a person of your vast consequence, permit me to inquire who told you to go." Juliet turned back her head, and quietly answered, "A person, madam, who has not the honor to be known to you. Myself," and then steadily left the room. End of chapter 56. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 57 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 57. An answer so little expected, from one whose dependent state had been so frequently discussed, caused a general surprise, and an almost universal demand of who the young person might be, and what she could mean. The few words that had dropped from her had as many commentators as hearers. Some thought their inference important, others their mystery suspicious, and others mocked their assumption of dignity. Tears started into the eyes of Lady Barbara, while those of Sir Jaspar were fixed meditatively upon the head of his crutch. But the complacent smile of admiration exhibited by Mr. Giles attracted the notice of the whole assembly by the peals of laughter which it excited in the Miss Crawleys. With rage difficultly disguised without, but wholly ungovernable within, Mrs. Ireton would instantly have revenged what she considered as the most heinous affront that she had ever received, by expelling its author ignominiously from her house, but for the still sharpened curiosity with which her pretensions to penetration became piqued, from the general cry of, "How very extraordinary that Mrs. Ireton has never been able to discover who she is!" When Juliet, therefore, conceiving her removal from this mansion to be as inevitable as her release from its tyranny was desirable, made known, as soon as the company was dispersed, that she was ready to depart, she was surprised by a request from Mrs. Ireton to stay a day or two longer, for the purpose of taking care of Mr. Loddard the following morning, as Mrs. Ireton, who had no one with whom she could trust such a charge, had engaged herself to join a party to see Arundel Castle. Little as Juliet felt disposed to renew her melancholy wanderings, her situation in this house appeared to her so humiliating, nay degrading, that neither this message, nor the fawning civilities with which, at their next meeting, Mrs. Ireton sought to mitigate her late asperity, could prevail with her to consent to any delay beyond that which was necessary for obtaining the counsel of Gabriella, to whom she wrote a detailed account of what had passed, adding, "How long must I thus waste my time and my existence, separated from all that can render them valuable, while fastened upon by constant discomfort and disgust? O friend of my heart, friend of my earliest years, earliest feelings, juvenile happiness, and, alas, maturer sorrows, why must we thus be sundered in adversity? Oh, how, with threefold toil, should I revive by the side of my beloved Gabriella, dear to me by every tie of tender recollection, dear to me by the truest compassion for her sufferings, and reverence for her resignation, and dear to me, thrice dear, by the sacred ties of gratitude, which bind me for ever to her honored mother, and to her venerated, saint-like uncle, my pious benefactor." She then tenderly proposed their immediate reunion, at whatever cost of fatigue or risk it might be obtained, and besought Gabriella to seek some small room, and to inquire for some needlework, determining to appropriate to a journey to town the little sum which she might have to receive for the long and laborious fortnight which she had consigned to the terrible enterprise of aiming at amusing, serving, or interesting one whose sole taste of pleasure consisted in seeking, like strife, in Spenser's Faerie Queen, occasion for dissension. With the apprehension, however, of losing, the desire of retaining her always revived, and now, as usual, proved some check to the recreations of spleen, in which Mrs. Ireton ordinarily indulged herself. Yet, even in the midst of intended concession, the love of tormenting was so predominant, that, had the resolution of Juliet still wavered, whether to seek some new retreat, or still to support her present irksome situation, all indecision would have ceased from fresh disgust at the sneers which insidiously found their way through every effort at civility. What had dropped from Mr. Giles' arb, relative to the banknotes, had excited curiosity in all, tinted in some with suspicion, and in Mrs. Ireton blended with malignity and wrath, that a creature whom she pleased herself to consider, and yet more to represent, as dependent upon her bounty for sustenance, should have any resources of her own. Nor was this displeasure wholly free from surmises the most disgraceful, though to those she forbore to give vent, conscious that to suggest them would stamp with impropriety all further intercourse with their object. And a moment that offered new food for inquisition was the last to induce Mrs. Ireton to relinquish her protégée. She confined her sarcasms, therefore, when she could not wholly repress them, to oblique remarks upon the happiness of those who were able to lay by private stores for secret purposes, lamenting that such was not her fate, yet congratulating herself that she might now sleep in peace with respect to any creditors, since, should she be threatened with an execution, her house had a rich inmate, by whom she flattered herself that she should be assisted to give bail. Already the next morning, her resolution with regard to her nephew was reversed, and, the child desiring the change of scene, she gave directions that Miss Ellis should prepare herself to take him in charge during the excursion. But Juliet was now initiated in the services and the endurance of an humble companion in public. She offered, therefore, to amuse and to watch him at home, but decidedly refused to attend him abroad, and her evident indifference whether to stay or begone herself forced Mrs. Ireton to deny the humoured boy his intended frolic. Little accustomed to any privation, and totally unused to disappointment, the young gentleman, when his aunt was preparing to depart, had recourse to his usual appeals against restraint or authority, clamorous cries, and unappeasable blubbering. Juliet, to whose room he refused to mount, was called upon to endeavour to quiet him, and to entice him into the garden, that he might not hear the carriage of his aunt draw up to the door. But this commission the refractory spirit of the young heir made it impossible to execute, till he overheard a whisper to Juliet that she would take care, should Mr. Loddard choose to go to the Temple, to place the silkworms above his reach. Suddenly, then, he sprang from his consolers and attendants to run forward to the forbidden fruit, and with a celerity that made it difficult for Juliet, even with the utmost speed and longer limbs, to arrive at the spot in time to prevent the mischief for which she saw him preparing. She had just, however, succeeded in depositing the menaced insects upon a high bracket, when a footman came to whisper to her the commands of his lady, that she would detain Mr. Loddard till the party should be set off. Before the man had shut himself out, Ireton, holding up his finger to him in token of secrecy, slipped past him into the little building, and, having turned the key on the inside, and put it into his pocket, said, "I'll stand sentinel for a little pickle," and flung himself loungingly upon an armchair. Confounded by this action, yet feeling it necessary to appear unintimidated, Juliet affected to occupy herself with the silkworms, of which the young gentleman now, eager to romp with Ireton, thought no more. "At last, then, I have caught you, my skittish dear," cried Ireton, while jumping about the little boy, to keep him in good humour. "I have had the devil of a difficulty to contrive it. However, I shall make myself amends now, for they are all going to Arundel Castle, and you and I can pass the morning together." The indignant look which this boldness excited, he pretended not to observe, and went on. "I can't possibly be easy without having a little private chat with you. I must consult you about my affairs. I want devilishly to make you my friend. You might be capitally useful to me, and you would find your account in it, I promise you. What says thee, my pretty one?" Juliet, not appearing to hear him, changed the leaves of the silkworms. "Can you guess what it is brings me hither to old madam my mother's? It is not you with all your beauty, you arch prude, though I have a great enjoyment in looking at you and your blushes, which are devilishly handsome, my own. Yet, to say the truth, you are not, altogether, I don't know how it is, but you are not, upon the whole, quite exactly to my taste. Don't take it ill, my love, for you are a devilish fine girl, I own that. But I want something more skittish, more wild, more eccentric. If I were to fix my fancy upon such symmetry as you, I should be put out of my way every moment. I should always be thinking I had some Minerva tutoring, or some Juno awing me. It would not do at all. I want something of another cast, something that will urge me when I am hippish, without keeping me in order when I am whimsical. Something frisky, flighty, fantastic, yet panting, blushing, dying with love for me. Neither contempt nor indignation were of sufficient force to preserve the gravity of Juliet at this unexpected ingenuousness of vanity. "You smile," he cried, "but if you knew what a deuced difficult thing it is for a man who has got a little money to please himself, you would find it a very serious affair. How the deuce can he be sure whether a woman, when once he has married her, would not, if her settlement be to her liking, dance at his funeral? The very thought of that would either carry me off in a fright within a month, or make me want to live forever, merely to punish her. It's a hard thing having money, a deuced hard thing. One does not know who to trust. A poor man may find a wife in a moment, for if he sees anyone that likes him, he knows it is for himself. But a rich man, as Sir Jaspar says, can never be sure whether the woman who marries him would not, for the same pin money, just as willingly follow him to the outside of the church as to the inside." At the name of Sir Jaspar, Juliet involuntarily gave some attention, though she would make no reply. "From the time," continued Ireton, "that I heard him pronounce those words, I have never been able to satisfy myself, nor to find out what would satisfy me, at least not till lately. And now I know what I want. The difficulty of the business is to get it. And this is what I wish to consult with you about, for you must know, my dear, I can never be happy without being adored." Juliet now was surprised into suddenly looking at him, to see whether he were serious. "Yes, adored, loved to distraction. I must be idolized for myself alone, yet publicly worshipped, that all mankind may see, and envy, the passion I have been able to inspire." Suspecting that he meant some satire upon Elinor, Juliet again fixed her eyes upon her silkworms. "So you don't ask me what it is that makes me so devilish dutiful all of a sudden in visiting my mamma. You think, perhaps, I have some debts to pay. No, I have no taste for gaming. It's the cursedest, fatiguing thing in the world. If one don't mind what one's about, one is blown up in a moment, and to be always upon one's guard is worse than ruin itself. So I am upon no coaxing expedition, I give you my word. What do you think it is, then, that brings me hither? Cannot you guess? Hey? Why, it is to arrange something, somehow or other, for getting myself from under this terrible yoke that seems upon the point of enslaving me. My neck feels galled by it already. I have naturally no taste for matrimony, and now that the business seems to be drawing to a point, and I am called upon to name my lawyer, and cavilled with to declare to my utmost sixpence what I will do, and what I will give, to make my wife merry and comfortable upon my going out of the world, I protest I shudder with horror. I think there is nothing upon earth so mercenary as a young nymph upon the point of becoming a bride. Except, Juliet here could not resist saying, except the man, young or old, who is her bridegroom. Oh, that's another thing, quite another thing. A man must needs take care of his house and his table and all that. But the hardest thing I know is the condition tied to a man's obtaining the hand of a young woman. He can never solicit it but by giving her a prospect of his deathbed, and she never consents to live with him till she knows what she may gain by his dying. 'Tis the most shocking style of making love that can be imagined. I don't like it, I swear. What, now, would you advise me to do? I? Yes, you know the scrape I'm in, don't you? Sir Jaspar's estate, in case he should have no children, is entailed upon me, and, in case I should have none neither, is entailed upon a cousin, the heaviest dog you ever saw in your life, whom he hates and despises, and whom I wish at old Nick with all my heart, because I know he and all his family will wish me at the devil myself if I marry. and if I have children, will wish them and my wife there. I hate them all so heartily that whenever I think of them, I am ready, in pure spite, to be tied to the first girl that comes in my way. But when I think of myself, I am taken with a fit of fright, and in a plaguy hurry to cut the knot off short. And this is the way I've got the character of a male jilt. But I don't deserve it, I assure you, for of all the females with whom I have had these little engagements, there's not one whom I have seriously thought of marrying after the first half-hour. They none of them hit my fancy further than to kill a little time. The countenance of Juliet, though she neither deigned to speak nor to turn to him, marked such strong disapprobation that he thought proper to add, "Don't be affronted for little Selina Joddrel. I really meant to marry her at the time, and I should really have gone on, and buckled too, if the thing had been any way possible. But she turns out such a confounded little fool that I can't think of her any longer." "And was it necessary," Juliet could not refrain from saying, "to engage her first, and examine whether she could make you happy afterwards?" "Why, that seems a little awkward, I confess, but it's a way I have adopted, though I took the decision, I own, rather in a hurry, with regard to little Selina, for it was merely to free myself from the reproaches of Sir Jaspar, who, because he is 75 and does not know what to do with himself, is always regretting that he did not take a wife when he was a stripling, and always at work to get me into the yoke. But the truth is, I promised when I went abroad to bring him home a niece from France or Italy, unless I went further east, and then I would look him out a fair Circassian. Now, as he has a great taste for anything out of the common way, and retains a constant hankering after beauty, he was delighted with the scheme. But I saw nothing that would do, nothing I could take to. The pretty ones were all too buckish, and the steady ones a set of the yellowest frights I ever beheld." "Alas for the poor ladies." "Oh, you are a mocker, are you? So to lighten the disappointment to Sir Jaspar, I hit upon the expedient of taking up with little Selina, who was the first young thing that fell in my way, and I was too tired to be difficult. Besides, what made her the more convenient was her extreme youth, which gave me a year to look about me, and see if I could do any better. But she's a poor creature, a sad poor creature indeed, quite too bad, so I must make an end of the business as fast as possible. Besides, another thing that puts me in a hurry is, the very devil would have it so, but I have fallen in love with her sister." Juliet, at a loss how to understand him, now raised her eyes, and, not without astonishment, perceived that he was speaking with a grave face. "Oh, that noble stroke, that inimitable girl! Happy, happy Harleigh! That fellow fascinates the girl the more, the less the notice he takes of them. I take but little notice of them neither, but somehow or other they never do that sort of thing for me. If I could meet with one who would take such a measure for my sake, and before such an assembly, I really think I should worship her." Then, lowering his voice, "You may be amazingly useful to me, my angel," he cried, "in this new affair. I know you are very well with Harleigh, though I don't know exactly how. But nay, hear me before you look so proud, if you'll help me a little how to go to work with the divine Elinor, I'll bind myself down to make over to you, in case of success, mark that, as round a sum as you may be pleased to name." The disdain of Juliet at this proposition was so powerful that, though she heard it as the deepest of insults, indignation was but a secondary feeling, and a look of utter scorn, with a determined silence to whatever else he might say, was the only notice it received. He continued, nevertheless, to address her, demanding her advice how to manage Harleigh, and her assistance how to conquer Elinor, with an air of as much intimacy and confidence as if he received the most cordial replies. He purposed, he said, unless she could counsel him to something better, making an immediate overture to Elinor, by which means, whether he should obtain or not, the only girl in the world who knew how to love, and what love meant, he should at least, in a very summary way, get rid of the little Selina. Juliet knew too well the slightness of the texture of the regard of Selina for Ireton to be really hurt at this defection. Yet she was not less offended at being selected for the confidant of so dishonourable a proceeding, nor less disgusted at the unfeeling insolence by which it was dictated. An attempt at opening the door at length silenced him, while the voice of Mrs. Ireton's woman called out, "Goodness, Miss Ellis, what do you lock yourself in for? My lady has sent me to you." Juliet cast up her eyes, foreseeing the many disagreeable attacks and surmises to which she was made liable by this incident, yet immediately said aloud, "Since you have thought proper, Mr. Ireton, to lock the door for your own pleasure, you will at least, I imagine, think proper to open it for that of Mrs. Ireton." "Deuce take me if I do," cried he, in a low voice. "Manage the matter as you will. I have naturally no taste for a prude, so I always leave her to work her way out of a scrape as well as she can. But I'll see you again when they are all off." Then throwing the key upon her lap, he softly and laughingly escaped out of the window. Provoked and vexed, yet helpless and without any means of redress, Juliet opened the door. "Goodness, Miss Ellis!" cried the Abigail, peeping curiously around. "How droll for you to shut yourself in! My lady sent me to ask whether you have seen anything of Mr. Ireton in the garden or about, for she has been ready to go for ever so long, and he said he was setting off first on horseback. But his groom is come and is waiting for orders, and none of us can tell where he is." "Mr. Ireton," Juliet quietly answered, "was here just now, and I doubt not but you will find him in the garden." "Yes," cried the boy, "he slid out of the window." "Goodness, was he in here then, Master Loddard? Well, my lady'll be in a fine passion if she should hear of it." This was enough to give the tidings a messenger. The boy darted forward and reached the house in a moment. The Abigail ran after him. Juliet, too, followed, dreading the impending storm, yet still more averse to remaining within the reach and power of Ireton. And the knowledge that he would now, for the rest of the morning, be sole master of the house, filled her with such horror of the wanton calumny to which his unprincipled egotism might expose her, that, rather than continue under the same roof with a character so unfeelingly audacious, she preferred risking all the mortifications to which she might be liable in the excursion to Arundel Castle. Advanced already into the hall, dragged thither by her turbulent little nephew, and the hope of detecting the hiding-place of Ireton, stood the patroness whom she now felt compelled to soothe into accepting her attendance. Not aware of this purposed concession, and nearly as much frightened as enraged, to find with whom her son had been shut up, Mrs. Ireton, in a tone equally querulous and piqued, cried, "I beg you 1,000 pardons, ma'am, for the indiscretion of which I have been guilty in asking for the honour of your company to Arundel Castle this morning. I ought to make 1,000,000 of apologies for supposing that a young lady, for you are a lady, no doubt. Every body is a lady now. Of your extraordinary turn and talents, the insupportable insipidity of a tete-a-tete with a female, or the dull care of a bantling, when a splendid, flashy, rich, young travelled gentleman, choosing also to remain behind, may be tired and want some amusement. 'Twas grossly stupid of me, I own, to expect such a sacrifice. You, who, besides these prodigious talents, that make us all appear like a set of vulgar, uneducated beings by your side, you, who revel also in the luxury of wealth, who wanton in the stores of Plutus, who are accustomed to the magnificence of unaccounted hoards, how must the whole detail of our existence appear penurious, pitiful to you? I am surprised how you can forbear falling into fits at the very sight of us. But I presume you reserve the brilliancy of an action of that éclat for objects better worth your while to dazzle by a stroke of that grand deception. I must have lost my senses, certainly, to so ill appreciate my own insignificance. I hope you'll pity me, that's all. I hope you'll have so much unction as to pity me." If, at the opening of this harangue, the patience of Juliet nearly yielded to resentment, its length gave power to reflection, which usually wants but time for checking impulse, to point out the many and nameless mischiefs to which quitting the house under similar suspicions might give rise. She quietly, therefore, answered that though to herself it must precisely be the same thing, whether Mr. Ireton were at home or abroad, if that circumstance gave any choice to Mrs. Ireton, she would change her own plans, either to go or to stay, according to the directions which she might receive. A superiority to accusation or surmise, thus cooled and decided, no sooner relieved the apprehensions of Mrs. Ireton by its evident innocence, than it excited her wrath by its deliberate indifference, if not contempt. And she would now disdainfully have rejected the attendance which, the moment before, she had anxiously desired, had not the little master of the house, who had seized the opportunity of this harangue to make his escape, caught a glimpse of the carriage at the door, and put an end to all contest, by stunning all ears with an unremitting scream till he forced himself into it, when, overpowering every obstacle, he obliged his aunt and Juliet to follow, while he issued his own orders to the postilion to drive to Arundel Castle. Even the terror of calumny, that most dangerous and baneful foe to unprotected woman, would scarcely have frightened Juliet into this expedition, had she been aware that, as soon as she was seated in the landau, with orders to take the whole charge of Mr. Loddard, the little dog, also, would have been given to her management. "Bijou will like to take the air," cried Mrs. Ireton languidly, "and he will serve to entertain Loddard by the way. He can go very well on Miss Ellis's lap. Pretty little creature! 'Twould be cruel to leave him at home alone." This terrible humanity, which, in a hot day, in the middle of July, cast upon the knees of Juliet a fat, round, well-furred, and over-fed little animal, accustomed to snarl, scratch, stretch, and roll himself about at his pleasure, produced fatigue the most pitiless, and inconvenience the most comfortless. The little tyrant of the party, whose will was law to the company, found no diversion so much to his taste, during the short journey, as exciting the churlish humor of his fellow favorite, by pinching his ears, pulling his nose, filliping his claws, squeezing his throat, and twisting round his tail. And all these feats, far from incurring any reprimand, were laughed at and applauded. For whom did they incommode? No one but Miss Ellis. And for what else was Miss Ellis there? Yet this fatigue and disgust might have been passed over, as local evils, had they ceased with the journey, and had she then been at liberty to look at what remains of the venerable old castle, to visit its ancient chapel, to examine the genealogical records of the Long Gallery, to climb up to the antique citadel, and to enjoy the spacious view thence presented of the sea, but she immediately received orders to give exercise to Bijou, and to watch that he ran into no danger, though Selina, who assiduously came forward to meet Mrs. Ireton, without appearing even to perceive Juliet, officiously took young Loddard in charge, and conducted him, with his aunt, to a large expecting party, long arrived, and now viewing the citadel. End of chapter 57. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 58 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 58. Relieved, nevertheless, that whatever means effected by a separation, Juliet, with her speechless, though far from mute companion, went forth to seek some obscure walk. But her purpose was defeated by the junction of a little spaniel, to which Bijou attached himself, with a fondness so tenacious that her utmost efforts either to disengage them, or to excite both to follow her, were fruitless. Bijou would not quit the spaniel, nor the spaniel his post near the mansion. Not daring to go on without her troublesome little charge, the approach of a carriage made her hasten to a garden seat, upon which, though she could not be hidden, she might be less conspicuous. The carriage, familiar to her from having frequently seen it at Miss Matson's, was that of Sir Jasper Harrington. Not satisfied, though she had no right to be angry, at the so measured politeness which he had shown her the preceding day, when further notice would have softened her mortifying embarrassment, she was glad that he had not remarked her in passing. She heard him inquire for Mrs. Ireton's party, which he had promised to join, but affrighted at the sound of the citadel, he said that he would alight, and wait upon some warm seat in the grounds. In descending from his chaise, one of his crutches fell, and a bonbonnerie, of which the contents were dispersed upon the ground, slipped from the hand of his valet. It was then, and not without chagrin, that Juliet began further to comprehend the defects of a character which she had thought an entire composition of philanthropy and courtesy. He reviled rather than scolded the servant to whom the accident had happened, and treated the circumstances as an event of the first importance. He cast an equal share of blame, and with added sharpness, upon the postilion, for not having advanced an inch nearer to the stone steps, and uttered invectives even virulent against the groom, that he had not come forward to help. Angry, because vexed with all around, he used as little moderation in his wrath as reason in his reproaches. How superficially, thought Juliet, can we judge of dispositions, where nothing is seen but what is meant to be shown, where nothing is pronounced but what is prepared for being heard? Had I fixed my opinion of this gentleman only upon what he intended that I should witness, I should have concluded that he had as much urbanity of humour as of manners. I could never have imagined that the most trifling of accidents could, in a moment, destroy the whole harmony of his temper. In the midst of the choleric harangue of the baronet, against which no one ventured to remonstrate, the little dogs came sporting before him, and, recollecting Bijou, he hastily turned his head towards the person upon the garden seat, whom he had passed without any attention, and discerned Juliet. He hobbled towards her without delay, warmly expressing his delight at so auspicious a meeting, but the air and look, reserved and grave, with which involuntarily she heard him, brought to his consciousness what the pleasure of her sight had driven from it, his enraged attack upon his servants, which she must unavoidably have witnessed, and of which her countenance showed her opinion. He stood some moments silent, leaning upon his crutches, and palpably disconcerted. Then, shrugging his shoulders, with a half-smile, but a piteous look, "Many," he cried, "are the tricks which my quaint little imps have played me. Many the quirks and villainous wiles I owe them, but never yet with all the ingenuity of their malice have they put me to shame and confusion such as this." Rising to be gone, yet sorry for him, and softened, the disapprobation of Juliet was mingled with a concern, from her disposition to like him, that made its expression, in the eyes of her old admirer, seem something nearly divine. He looked at her with reverence and with regret, but made no attempt to prevent her departure. To separate, however, the dogs, or induce the spaniel to go further, she still found impossible, and, not daring to abandon Bijou, was fain quietly to seat herself again upon a garden chair nearer to the house. Sir Jasper, for some minutes, remained pensively upon the spot where she had left him, then again shrugging his shoulders, as if bemoaning his ill luck, and again hobbling after her. "There is nothing," he cried, "that makes a man look so small as a sudden self-conviction that he merits ridicule or disgrace. What intemperance would be averted, could we believe ourselves always, not only from above, but by one another overhead. Don't take an aversion to me, however, nor suppose me worse than I am. nor worse than the herd of mankind. You have but seen an old bachelor in his true colours, not with the gay tints, not with the spruce smiles, not with the gallant bows, the courteous homage, the flowery flourishes, with which he makes himself up for show, but with the grim colouring of facetious age, and suspicious egotism. The countenance of Juliet, showing her now to be shocked that she had given rise to these apologies, that of Sir Jasper brightened, and dragging a chair to her side, "I came hither," he cried, "in the fair hope to seize one of those happy moments that the fates, now and then, accord to favoured mortals, for holding interesting and dulcet discourse with the most fascinating enchantress that a long life, filled up with fastidious, perhaps fantastic researches after female excellence, has cast in my way. Would not one have thought 'twas some indulgent sylph that directed me, that inspired me with the idea, and then seconded the inspiration by contriving that my arrival should take place at the critical instant when that siren was to be found alone? Who could have suspected 'twas but the envious stratagem of some imp of darkness and spite, devised purposely to expose a poor antiquated soul, with all his infirmities, physical and moral, to your contempt and apathy?" Peering now under her hat, his penetrating eyes discerned so entire a change in his favour that he completely recovered his pleasantry, his quaint archness, and his gallantry. "If betrayed," he continued, "by these perfidious elves, where may a poor forlorn solitary wight, such as I am, find a counsellor? He has no bosom friend, like the happy mortal, whose kindly star has guided him to seek, in lively, all-attractive youth, an equal partner for melancholy, all-revolting age. He has no rising progeny, that, inheritors of his interests, naturally share his difficulties. He has nothing at hand but mercenary dependence, nothing at heart but jealous suspicion of others, or secret repining for himself. Such, fair censurer, such is the natural state of that unnatural character, an old bachelor. How then, when not upon his guard, or in other words, when not urged by some outward object, some passing pleasure, or some fairy hope, how, tell me, in the candour of your gentle conscience, how can you expect from so decrepit and unwilling a hermit the spontaneous benevolence of youth?" "But what is it I have said, sir," cried Juliet, smiling, "that makes you denounce me as a censurer?" "What is it you have said? Ask rather what it is you have not said, with those eyes that speak with an eloquence that 1,000 tongues might emulate in vain. They administered to me a lesson so severe, because just, that, had not a little pity, which just now beamed from them, revived me, the malignant goblins, who delight in drawing me into these scrapes, might have paid for their sport by losing their prey. But what invidious little devils ensnare me even now into this superannuated folly of prating about so worn-out an old subject, when I meant only to name a being bright, blooming, and juvenile?" The recollection of his nearly complete neglect the preceding day, in presence of Mrs. Ireton and her society, again began to cloud the countenance of Juliet, as she listened to compliments thus reserved for private delivery. Sir Jasper soon penetrated into what passed in her mind, and, yet again shrugging his shoulders, and resuming the sorrowful air of a self-convicted culprit, "Alas!" he cried, "under what pitiful star did I first begin limping upon this nether sphere? And what foul fiend is it that, taking upon him the name of worldly cunning, has fashioned my conduct, since here I have been hopping and hobbling? I burned yesterday with desire to make public my admiration of the fair flower that I saw nearly trampled under foot, and I should have considered as the most propitious moment of my life that in which I had raised its drooping head, by withering, with a blast, all the sickly, noxious surrounding weeds. But those little devils, that never leave me quiet, kept twitching and tweaking me every instant, with representations of prudence and procrastination, with the danger of exciting observation, and the better judgment of obtaining a little private discourse, previous to any public display. Not able to divine to what this might be the intended prelude, Juliet was silent. Sir Jaspar, after some hesitation, continued. In that motley assembly, you had two antique friends, equally cordial and almost equally admiring and desirous to serve you, but by different means, perhaps with different views. One of them, stimulated by the little fairy elves that alternately enlighten and mislead him, not seeing yet his way, and embarrassed in his choice of measures, was lying in wait, cautiously to avail himself of the first favorable moment, for soliciting your fair leave to dub himself your knight-errant. The other, urged solely, perhaps by good nature and humanity, with an happy absence of mind that precludes circumspection, coming forward in your defense, and for your honor, with unsuspecting, unfearing, untemporizing zeal. Alas, in my conscience, which these tormenting little imps are forever goading on, to inflict upon me some disagreeable compliment, I cannot, all simple as he is, but blush to view the intrinsic superiority of the unsophisticated man of nature over the artificial man of the world. How much more truly a male character. Looking at her then with examining earnestness, to which of these antediluvian whites, he continued, you will commit the gauntlet, that must be flung in your defense, I know not. Either of us, alas, might be your great-grandfather. But, helpless old captives as we are in your chains, we each feel a most sincere, nay, inordinate desire, to break those fetters with which, at this moment, you seem yourself to be shackled. And for this I am not wholly without a scheme, though it is one that demands a little previous parleying. Juliet positively declined his services, but gratefully acknowledged those from which she had already, though involuntarily, profited. You cannot surely, he cried, have a predilection for your present species of existence, and least of all under the galing yoke of this spirit-breaking dame, into whose ungentle power I cannot see you fallen without losing sleep, appetite, and pleasure. How may I conjure you into better hands? How release you from such bondage? And yet, this pale, withered, stiff, meagre hag, so odious, so tyrannical, so irascible, but a few years, in my calculation, but a few years since, had all the enchantment of blithe, blooming loveliness. You, who see her only in her decline, can never believe it, but she was eminently fair, gay, and charming. Juliet looked at him, astonished. Her story, he continued, already envelops the memoirs of a beauty in her 4 stages of existence. During childhood, indulged in every wish, admired where she should have been chidden, caressed where she should have been corrected, coaxed into pettishness and spoiled into tyranny. In youth, adored, followed, and applauded till, involuntarily, rather than vainly, she believed herself a goddess. In maturity, there's the test of sense and temper in the waning beauty. In maturity, shocked and amazed to see herself supplanted by the rising bloomers, to find that she might be forgotten, or left out, if not assiduous herself to come forward, to be consulted only upon grave and dull matters, out of the reach of her knowledge and resources, alternately mortified by involuntary negligence, and affronted by reverential respect. Such has been her maturity. Such, amongst faded beauties, is the maturity of thousands. In old age, if a lady may be ever supposed to suffer the little loves and graces to leave her so woefully in the lurch as to permit her to know such a state, in old age, without stores to amuse, or powers to instruct, though with a full persuasion that she is endowed with wit, because she cuts, wounds, and slashes from unbridled, though pent-up resentment at her loss of adorers, and from a certain perverseness, rather than quickness of parts, that gifts her with the sublime art of ingeniously tormenting, with no conscience of her own infirmities, or patience for those of others. She is dreaded by the gay, despised by the wise, pitied by the good, and shunned by all. Then, looking at Juliet with a strong expression of surprise, "What will-o'-the-wisp," he cried, "has misled you into this briery thicket of brambles, nettles, and thorns, where you cannot open your mouth but you must be scratched, nor your ears but you must be wounded, nor stir a word but you must be pricked and worried? How is it that, with the most elegant ideas, the most just perceptions upon every subject that presents itself, you have a taste so whimsical?" "A taste? Can you then, sir, believe a fate like mine to have any connection with choice?" "What would you have me believe, fair enigma? Tell me, and I will fashion my credulity to your commands. But I only hear of you with Mrs. Maple. I only see you with Mrs. Ireton. Mrs. Maple, having weaker parts, may have less power, scientifically, to torment than Mrs. Ireton. But nature has been as active in personifying ill will with the one, as art in embellishing spite with the other. They are equally egotists, equally wrapped up in themselves, and convinced that self alone is worth living for in this nether world. What a fate! To pass from Maple to Ireton was to fall from Cecilia to Charybdis." The blush of Juliet manifested extreme confusion. To see herself represented, even though it might be in sport, as a professional parasite. Reading, with concern in her countenance, the pain which he had caused her, he exclaimed, "Sweet witch, loveliest siren, let me hasten to develop a project, inspired, I must hope, by my better genius. Tell me but frankly who and what you are, and then—" Juliet shook her head. "Nay, nay, should your origin be the most obscure, I shall but think you more nearly allied to the gods. Jupiter, Apollo, and such-like personages delighted in a secret progeny. If, on the contrary, in sparkling correspondence with your eyes, it is brilliant, but has been clouded by fortune, how ravished shall I be to twirl round the wheels of that capricious deity, till they reach those dulcet regions, where beauty and merit are in harmony with wealth and ease. Tell me, then, what country first saw you bloom, what family originally reared you, by what name you made your first entrance into the world, and I will turn your champion against all the spirits of the air, all the fiends of the earth, and all the monsters of the vast abyss. Leave, then, to such as need those goaders, the magnetism of mystery and wonder, and trust, openly and securely, to the charm of beauty, the fascination of intelligence, the enchantment of grace, and the witchery of beauty." Juliet was still silent. "I see you take me for a vain, curious old caitiff, peeping, peering, and prying into business in which I have no concern. Charges such as these are ill cleared by professions. Let me plead, therefore, by facts. Should there be a person, young, rich, à la mode, and not ugly, whose expectations are splendid, who moves in the sphere of high life, who could determine your difficulties with honor, by casting at your feet that vile dross, which, in fairy hands, such as yours, may be transmuted into benevolence, generosity, humanity, if such a person there should be, who in return for these grosser and more substantial services, should need the gentler and more refined ones of soft society, mild hints, guidance unseen, admonition unpronounced. Would you, and could you, in such a case, condescend to reciprocate advantages, and their reverse? Would you, and could you, if you snatched from unmerited embarrassments, to partake of luxuries which your acceptance would honor, bear with a little coxcomical nonsense, and with a larger portion still of unmeaning perverseness and malicious nothingness? I need not, I think, say that the happy mortal whom I wish to see thus charmed and thus formed is my nephew Ireton." Uncertain whether he meant to mock or to elevate her, Juliet simply answered that she had long, though without knowing why, found Mr. Ireton her enemy, but had never foreseen that an ill will as unaccountable as it was unprovoked would have extended so far and so wide as to spread all around her the influence of irony and derision. "Hold, hold, fair infidel!" cried Sir Jaspar. unless you mean to give me a fit of the gout." He then solemnly assured her that he was so persuaded that her excellent understanding and uncommon intelligence, united in rare junction with such youth and beauty, would make her a treasure to a rich and idle young man, whose character, fluctuating between good and bad, or rather between something and nothing, was yet unformed. That if she would candidly acknowledge her real name, story, and situation, he should merely have to utter a mysterious injunction to Ireton that he must see her no more, in order to bring him to her feet. "He acts but a part," continued the baronet, "in judging you ill. He piques himself upon being a man of the world, which he persuades himself he manifests to all observers by a hearty, however vague spirit of detraction and censoriousness, deeming, like all those whose natures have not a kindlier bent, suspicion to be sagacity." Juliet was entertained by this singular plan, yet frankly acknowledged, after repeating her thanks, that it offered her not temptation, and continued immovable to either address or persuasion for any sort of personal communication. A pause of some minutes ensued, during which Sir Jaspar seemed deliberating how next to proceed. He then said, "You are decided not to hear of my nephew. He is not, I confess, deserving you, but who is? Yet a situation such as this, a companion such as Mrs. Ireton, any change must surely be preferable to a fixture of such a sort. What then must be done? Where youth itself, even when joined to figure and to riches, is rejected, how may it be hoped that age and infirmity, even though joined with all that is gentlest in kindness, all that is most disinterested in devotion, may be rendered more acceptable?" Confused and perplexed how to understand him, Juliet was rising, under pretense of following Bijou, but Sir Jaspar, fastening her gown to the grass by his 2 crutches, laughingly said, "Which will you resist most stoutly, your own cruelty or the kindness of my little fairy friends, who at this moment, with 1,000 active gambols, are pining, gluing, plastering, in sylphic mosaic work, your robe between the ground and my sticks, so that you cannot tear it away without leaving me, at least, some little memorial that I have had the happiness of seeing you?" Forced either to struggle or to remain in her place, she sat still, and he continued, "Don't be alarmed, for I shall certainly not offend you. Listen, then, with indulgence to what I am tempted to propose, and whether I am impelled by my evil genius, or inspired by my guardian angel." Juliet earnestly entreated him to spare her any proposition whatever, but vainly, and he was beginning, with a fervor almost devout, an address to all the sylphs, elves, and aerial beings of his fanciful idolatry, when a sudden barking from Bijou making him look round, he perceived that Mrs. Ireton, advancing on tiptoe, was creeping behind his garden chair. Confounded by an apparition so unwished, he leant upon his crutches, gasping and oppressed for breath, while Juliet, to avoid the attack of which the malevolence of Mrs. Ireton's look was the sure precursor, would have retreated, had not her gown been so entangled in the crutches of Sir Jaspar that she could not rise without leaving him the fragment that he had coveted. In vain she appealed with her eyes for release. His consternation was such that he saw only, what least he wished to see, the scowling brow of Mrs. Ireton, who, to his active imagination, appeared to be Megara herself, just mounted from the lower regions. "Well, this is really charming, quite edifying, I protest," burst forth Mrs. Ireton, when she found that she was discovered. "This is a sort of intercourse I should never have divined. You'll pardon my want of discernment. I know I am quite behindhand in observation and remark, but I hope in time, and with so much good instruction, I may become more sagacious. I am glad, however, to see that I don't disturb you, Miss Ellis. Extremely glad to find that you treat your place so amiable without ceremony. I am quite enchanted to be upon terms so familiar and agreeable with you. I may sit down myself, I suppose, upon the grass meanwhile. 'Twill be really very rural and pretty."
Juliet now could no longer conceal her confined situation, for, pinioned to her place, she was compelled to petition the baronet to set her at liberty. The real astonishment of Mrs. Ireton, upon discovering the cause and means of her detention, was far less amusing to herself than that which she had effected, while concluding her presumptuous protégé to be a voluntary intruder upon the time and encroacher upon the politeness of the baronet. Her eyes now opened, with alarm, to a confusion so unusual in her severe and authoritative brother-in-law, whom she was accustomed to view awing others, not himself awed. Suggestions of the most unpleasant nature occurred to her suspicious mind, and she stood as if thunderstruck in her turn, in silent suspension how to act, or what next to say, till Selina came running forward, to announce that all the company was gone to look at the Roman Catholic chapel, and to inquire whether Mrs. Ireton did not mean to make it a visit. If Sir Jaspar, Mrs. Ireton hesitatingly answered, would join the party, she would attend him with pleasure. Sir Jaspar heard not this invitation. In his haste to give Juliet her freedom, his feeble hands, disobedient to his will, and unable to second the alacrity of his wishes, struck his crutches through her gown, and they were now both, in equal confusion, employed in disentangling it, and ashamed to look up, or to speak. Selina, perceiving their position, with the unmeaning glee of a childish love of communication, ran tittering away to tell it to Miss Brinville, who, saying that there was nothing worth seeing in the Roman Catholic chapel, was sauntering after Mrs. Ireton, in hopes of finding entertainment more congenial to her mind. The sight of this lady restored to Mrs. Ireton the scoffing powers which amazement, mingled with alarm, had momentarily chilled, and, as Miss Brinville peeringly approached, to verify the whisper of Selina, exclaiming, "Dear, what makes poor Sir Jaspar stoop so?" His loving sister-in-law answered, "Sir Jaspar, Miss Brinville? What can Sir Jaspar do? I beg pardon for the question, but what can a gentleman do when a young woman happens to take a fancy to place herself so near him that he can't turn round without incommoding her? Not that I mean to blame Miss Ellis. I hope I know better. I hope I shall never be guilty of such injustice. For how can Miss Ellis help it? What could she do? Where could she turn herself in so confined a place as this? In so narrow a piece of ground? How could she possibly find any other spot for repose?" A contemptuous smile at Juliet from Miss Brinville showed that lady's approbation of this witty sally, and the junction of Mrs. Maple, whose participation in this kind of enjoyment was known to be lively and sincere, exalted still more highly the spirit of poignant sarcasm in Mrs. Ireton, who, with smiles of ineffable self-complacency, went on, "There are people indeed, I am afraid. I don't know, but I am afraid so. There are people who may have the ill nature to think that the charge of walking out a little delicate animal on the grounds did not imply an absolute injunction to recline with lounging elegance upon an easy chair. There are people, I say, who may have so little intelligence as to be that way of thinking. 'Tis being abominably stupid, I own, but there is no enlightening vulgar minds. There is no making them see the merit of quitting an animal for a gentleman, especially for a gentleman in such penury, who has no means to recompense any attentions with which he may be indulged." Juliet, more offended now, even than confused, would willingly have torn her gown to hasten her release, but she was still sore, from the taunts of Mrs. Ireton, upon a recent similar mischief. They were presently joined by the Aramides, and Mrs. Ireton, secure of new admirers, felt her powers of pleasantry increase every moment. "I hope I shall never fail to acknowledge,"
she continued, how supremely I am indebted to those ladies who have had the goodness to recommend this young person to me. I can never repay such kindness, certainly. That would be vastly beyond my poor abilities, for she has the generosity to take an attachment to all that belongs to me. It was only this morning that she had the goodness to hold a private conference with my son. Nobody could tell where to find him. He seemed to have disappeared from the whole house. But no, he had only, as Mr. Loddard afterwards informed me, stepped into the Temple with Miss Ellis. Sir Jaspar now, surprised and shocked, lifted up his eyes, but their quick penetration instantly read innocence in the indignation expressed in those of Juliet. Mrs. Ireton, however, saw only her own triumph in the malicious simpers of Miss Brinville, the spiteful sneers of Mrs. Maple, and the haughty scorn of Lady Aramede. Charmed, therefore, with her brilliant success, she went on. How I may be able to reward kindness so extraordinary, I can't pretend to say. I am so stupid, I am quite at a loss what to devise that may be adequate to such services. For the attentions bestowed upon my son in the morning, I see equally displayed to his uncle at noon, though there's some partiality, I think, too, shown to Ireton. I won't affirm it, but I am rather afraid there's some partiality shown to Ireton, for though the conference has been equally interesting, I make no doubt with Sir Jaspar it has not had quite so friendly an appearance. The open air is very delightful, to be sure, and a beautiful prospect helps to enliven one's ideas. But still, there is something in complete retirement that seems yet more romantic and amicable. Ireton was so impressed with this idea, as I am told, for I don't pretend to speak from my own personal knowledge upon subjects of so much importance, but I am told, Mr. Loddard informs me, that Ireton was so sensible to the advantage of having the honors of an exclusive conference, that he not only chose that retired spot, but had the precaution also to lock the door. I don't mean to assert this. It may be all a mistake, perhaps. Miss Ellis can tell best. Neither the steadiness of innate dignity, nor the fearlessness of conscious innocence, could preserve Juliet from a sensation of horror at a charge which she could not deny, though its implications were false and even atrocious. She saw, too, that, at the words, "lock the door," Sir Jaspar again raised his investigating eyes, in which there was visibly a look of disturbance. She would not, however, deign to make a vindication, lest she should seem to acknowledge it possible that she might be thought culpable. But, being now disengaged, she silently, and uncontrollably hurt, walked away. "And pray, ma'am," said Mrs. Ireton, "if the question is not too impertinent, don't you see Mr. Loddard coming? And who is to take care of Bijou? And where is his basket? And I don't see his cushion." Juliet turned round to answer, "I will send them, madam, immediately." "Amazing condescension!" exclaimed Mrs. Ireton, in a rage that she no longer aimed at disguising. "I shall never be able to show my sense of such affability. Never. I am vastly too obtuse and impenetrable to find any adequate means of expressing my gratitude. However, since you really intend me the astonishing favor of sending one of my people upon your own errand, permit me to entreat, if it is not too great a liberty to take with a person of your unspeakable rank, permit me to entreat that you will make use of the same vehicle for conveying to me your account, for you are vastly too fine a lady for a person so ordinary as I am to keep under her roof. I have no such ambition, I assure you, not an intention of the kind. So pray let me know what retribution I am to make for your trouble. You have taken vast pains, I imagine, to serve me and please me. I imagine so. I must be prodigiously your debtor, I make no doubt." "What an excess of impertinence!" cried Lady Aramede. "She'll never know her place," said Mrs. Maple. "'Tis quite in vain to try to serve such a body." "I never saw such airs in my life," exclaimed Miss Brinville. Juliet could endure no more. The most urgent distress seemed light and immaterial, when balanced against submission to treatment so injurious. She walked, therefore, straight forward to the castle, for shelter, immediate shelter, from this insupportable attack. disengaging herself from the spoilt little boy, who strove, nay cried, to drag her back, forcing away from her the snarling cur, who would have followed her, and decidedly mute to the fresh commands of Mrs. Ireton, uttered in tones of peremptory but vain authority. End of chapter 58. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Chapter 59 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 59. Offended, indignant, escaped yet without safety, free yet without refuge, Juliet hurried into the noble mansion with no view but to find an immediate hiding place, where, unseen, she might allow some vent to her wounded feelings, and, unmarked, remain till the haughty party should be gone, and she could seek some humble conveyance for her own return. Concluding her in haste for some commission of Mrs. Ireton's, the servants let her pass nearly unobserved, and she soon came to a long gallery hung with genealogical tables of the Arundel family, and with various religious relics and historical curiosities. Believing herself alone, and in a place of which the stillness suited her desire of solitude and concealment, she had already shut the door before she saw her mistake. What, then, was her astonishment, what her emotion, when she discerned, seated and examining a part of the hangings, at the further end of the gallery, the gentle form of Lady Aurora Granville. Sudden transport, though mingled with 1,000 apprehensions, instantly converted every dread that could depress into every hope that could revive her. A start evinced that she was seen. She endeavored to courtesy, and would have advanced, but, the first moment over, fear, uncertainty, and conflicting doubts took place of its joy, and robbed her of force. Her dimmed eyes perceived not the smiling pleasure with which Lady Aurora had risen at her approach. Her breast heaved quick, her heart swelled almost to suffocation, and wholly disordered, she leaned against the window frame cut in the immensely thick walls of the castle. Lady Aurora now ran fleetly forward, exclaiming in a voice of which the tender melody spoke the softness of her soul, "Miss Ellis, my dear Miss Ellis, have I indeed the happiness to meet with you again? Oh, if you could know how I have desired, have pined for it. But are you ill? You cannot be angry. Miss Ellis, sweet Miss Ellis, can you ever have believed that it has been my fault that I have appeared so unkind, so hard, so cruel?" With a fullness of joy that, in conquering doubt, overpowered timidity, Juliet now, with rapturous tears and resistless tenderness, flung herself upon the neck of Lady Aurora, whom she encircled with her arms and strained fondly to her bosom. But the same vent that gave relief to internal oppression brought her to a sense of external impropriety. She felt that it was rather her part to receive than to bestow such marks of affection. She drew back, and her cheeks were suffused with the most vivid scarlet, when she observed the deep color which dyed those of Lady Aurora at this action, though evidently with the blushes of surprise, not of pride. Ashamed, and hanging her head, Juliet would have attempted some apology, but Lady Aurora, warmly returning her embrace, cried, "How happy and how singular a chance that we should have fixed upon this day for visiting Arundel Castle. We had been making a tour to the Isle of Wight and to Portsmouth, and we did not intend to go to Brighthelmstone, so that I had no hope, none upon earth, of such a felicity as that of seeing my dear Miss Ellis. I need not, I think, say it was not I who formed our plan, when I own that we had no design to visit Brighthelmstone, though I knew from Lady Barbara Franklin's that Miss Ellis was there." "Alas, I fear," answered Juliet, "the design was to avoid Brighthelmstone, and to avoid it lest the blessing such as I now experience should fall to my lot. Ah, Lady Aurora, by the pleasure, the transport rather, with which your sudden sight has made me appear to forget myself, judge my anguish, my desolation, to be banished from your society, and banished as a criminal." Lady Aurora shuddered and hid her face. "Oh, Miss Ellis," she cried, "what a word! Never may I hear it so applied again, lest it should alienate me from those I ought to respect and esteem. And you so good, so excellent, would be sorry to see me estrange myself, even though it were for your own sake, from those to whom I owe gratitude and attachment. I must try to shew my admiration of Miss Ellis in a manner that Miss Ellis herself will not condemn. It will not that by speaking to her without any disguise. And will she not have the goodness to encourage me to do it? For the world, I would not take a liberty with her. For the universe, I would not hurt her. But if it were possible she could condescend to give, however slightly, however imperfectly, some little explanation to Mrs. Howell." Juliet here, with a strong expression of horror, interrupted her. "Mrs. Howell? Oh, no, I cannot speak with Mrs. Howell. I had nearly said I can see Mrs. Howell no more. But happier days would soon subdue resentment, and, indeed, what I feel even now may more justly be called terror. Appearances have so cruelly misrepresented me that I have no right to be indignant, nor even surprised that they should give rise to false judgments. I have no right to expect, in a second instance, unknown, friendless, lonely as I am, a trusting angel, a Lady Aurora." The tears of Lady Aurora now flowed as fast as her own. "If I have been so fortunate," she cried, "as to inspire such sweet kindness in so noble a mind, even in the midst of its unhappiness, I shall always prize it as the greatest of honors, and try to use it so as to make me become better, that you may never wound me by retracting it, nor be wounded yourself by being ashamed of your partiality." With difficulty Juliet now forbore casting herself at the feet of Lady Aurora, the hem of whose garment she would have kissed with ecstasy, had not her own pecuniary distresses, and the rank of her young friend, made her recoil from what might have the semblance of flattery. She attempted not to speak, conscious of the inadequacy of all that she could utter for expressing what she felt. She left to the silent eloquence of her streaming, yet transport glittering eyes, the happy task of demonstrating her gratitude and delight. With calmer, though extreme pleasure, Lady Aurora perceived the impression which she had made. "See," she cried, again embracing her, "see whether I trust in your kindness when I venture once more to renew my earnest request, my entreaty, my petition. Oh, Lady Aurora, who can resist you? Not I. I am vanquished. I will tell you all. I will unbosom myself to you entirely. No, my Miss Ellis, no, not to me. I will not even hear you. Have I not said so? And what should make me change? All I have been told by Lady Barbara Frankland of your exertions has but increased my admiration. All she has written of your sufferings, your disappointments, and the patient courage with which you have borne them, has but more endeared you to my heart. No explanation can make you fairer, clearer, more perfect in my eyes. I take, indeed, the deepest interest in your welfare. But it is an interest that makes me proud to wait, not curious to hear. Proud, my Miss Ellis, to shew my confidence, my trust in your excellencies. If, therefore, you will have the goodness to speak, it must be to others, not to me. I should blush to be of the number of those who want documents, certificates, to love and honor you." Again Juliet was speechless. Again all words seemed poor, heartless, unworthy to describe the sensibility of her soul. At this touching proof of a tenderness so consonant to her wishes, yet so far surpassing her dearest expectations, she hung over her ingenuous young friend. She sighed, she even sobbed with unutterable delight, while tears of rapture rolled down her glowing cheeks, and while her eyes were lustrous with a radiance of felicity that no tears could dim. Charmed and encouraged, Lady Aurora continued, "To those, then, who have not had the happiness to see you so justly, who dwell only upon the singularity of your being so alone and so young, oh, how often have I told them that I was sure you as little knew as merited their evil constructions. How often have I wished to write to you. How certain have I felt that all your motives to concealment, even the most respectable, would yield to so urgent a necessity, as that of clearing away every injurious surmise. Speak, therefore, my Miss Ellis, though not to me, even from them, when you have trusted them. I will hear nothing till the time of your secrecy is over, that I may give them an example of the discretion they must observe with others. Yet speak, have the goodness to speak, that everybody, my uncle Denmeath himself, even Mrs. Howell, may acknowledge and respect your excellencies and your virtues as I do. And then, my Miss Ellis, who shall prevent, who will even desire to prevent my shewing to the whole world my sense of your worth, and my pride in your friendship? The struggles that now heaved the breast of Juliet were nearly too potent for her strength. She gasped for breath, she held her hand to her heart, and when, at length, the kind caresses and gentle pleadings of Lady Aurora brought back her speech, she painfully pronounced, "Shall I repay goodness so exquisite by feeling with regret the sweet mind that intends me only honor and consolation? Must the charm of such unexpected kindness, even while it penetrates my heart with almost piercing delight, entail from its resistless persuasion a misery upon the rest of my days, that may render them a burthen from which I may hourly sigh, nay pray to be delivered?" Seized with horror and astonishment, Lady Aurora exclaimed, "Oh, heaven, no! I must be a monster if I would not rather die, immediately die, than cause you any evil, Miss Ellis, my dear Miss Ellis. Forget I have made such a request, and forgive my indiscretion. With all your misfortunes, Miss Ellis, all your so undeserved griefs, you are quite a stranger to sorrow compared to that which I should experience, if, through my means, you should be exposed to any fresh injury." "Angelic goodness," cried Juliet, deeply affected. I blush to hear you without casting myself entirely into your power, without making you immediate arbitress of my fate. Yet, since you demand not my confidence for your own satisfaction, can I know that to spread it beyond yourself, your generous self, might involve me in instantaneous earthly destruction, and voluntarily suffer your very benevolence to become its instrument? With regard to Lord Denmeath, your uncle, I must say nothing, but with regard to Mrs. Howell, let me conjure your ladyship to consent to my utterly avoiding her, that I may escape the dreadful accusations and reproaches that my cruel situation forbids me to repel. I have no words to paint the terrible impression she has left upon my mind. All that I have borne from others is short of what I have suffered from that lady. The debasing suspicions of Mrs. Maple, the taunting tyranny of Mrs. Ireton, though they make me blush to owe, or rather to earn from them the subsistence without which I know not how to exist, have yet never smote so rudely and so acutely to my inmost heart as the attack I endured from Mrs. Howell. They rob me, indeed, of comfort, of rest, and of liberty, but they do not sever me from Lady Aurora. Alas, my Miss Ellis, and I have too joined in the general persecution against such afflicted innocence. I feel myself the most unpardonable of all not to have acquiesced without one ungenerous question or even conjecture, and full reliance upon the right and the necessity of your silence. I ought to have foreseen that if it were not improper you should comply, your own noble way of thinking would have made all entreaty as useless as it has been impertinent. Yet, when prejudice alone parts us, how could I help trying to overcome it? And even my brother, though he would forfeit, I believe, his life in your defense, and though he says he is sure you are all purity and virtue, and though he thinks that there is nothing upon earth that can be compared with you, even he has been brought to agree to the cruel resolution that I should defer knitting myself closer to my Miss Ellis, till she is able to have the goodness to let us know. She stopped, alarmed, for the cheeks of Juliet were suddenly dyed with the deepest crimson, though the transient tint faded away as she pronounced, "Lord Melbury, even Lord Melbury," and they became pale as death, while, in a faint voice and with stifled emotion, she added, "He is right. He acts as a brother, and as a brother to a sister whom he can never sufficiently appreciate. And yet, the more I esteem his circumspection, the more deeply I must be wounded that calumny, that mystery, that dire circumstance should make me seem dangerous where otherwise." Unable longer to constrain her feelings, she sunk upon a seat and wept. "Oh, Miss Ellis, what have I done?" cried Lady Aurora. "How have I been so barbarous, so inconsiderate, so unwise? If my poor brother had caused you this pain, how should I have blamed him? And how grievously would he have repented? How severely, then, ought I to be reproached, I who have done it myself, without his generous precipitancy of temper to palliate such want of reflection?" The sudden entrance of Selina here interrupted the conversation. She came tripping forward to acquaint Lady Aurora that the party had just discerned a magnificent vessel, and that everybody said if her ladyship did not come directly, it would be sailed away. At sight of Juliet, she ran to embrace her, with the warmest expressions of friendship, unchecked by a coldness which he did not observe, though now, from the dissatisfaction excited by so unseasonable an intrusion, it was far more marked than while it had been under the qualifying influence of contempt. But when she found that neither caresses nor kind words could make her share with Lady Aurora, even for a moment, the attention of Juliet, she became a little confused, and, drawing her apart, asked what was the matter. Consciously, without waiting for any answer, running into a string of simple apologies for not speaking to her in public, which she should always, she said, do with the greatest pleasure, for she thought her the most agreeable person in the whole world, if it were not that, nobody knowing her, it would look so odd. All answer, save a smile half disdainful, half pitying, was precluded by the appearance of the Aramidis, Mrs. Ireton, and Miss Brinville, who announced to Lady Aurora that the ship was already out of sight. Upon perceiving Juliet, they were nearly as much embarrassed as herself, for though she instantly retreated, it was evident that she had been sitting by the side of Lady Aurora in close and amicable conference. An awkward general silence ensued, when Juliet, hearing other footsteps, was moving off, but Lady Aurora, following and holding out her hand, affectionately said, "Are you going, Miss Ellis? Must you go, and will you not bid me adieu?" Touched to the soul at this public mark of kindness, Juliet was gratefully returning, when the voice of Lord Melbury spoke his near approach. Trembling and changing color, her folded hands demanded excuse of Lady Aurora for precipitate yet reluctant flight. But she had still found neither time nor means to escape, when Lord Melbury, who was playing with young Ledard, entered the gallery, saying, "Aurora, your genealogical studies have lost you a most beautiful sea view." The boy, spying Juliet, whom he was more than ever eager to join when he saw that she strove to avoid notice, darted from his lordship, calling out, "Ellis, Ellis, look, look, here's Ellis." Lord Melbury, with an air of the most animated surprise and delight, darted forward also, exclaiming, "Miss Ellis, how unexpected a pleasure! The moment I saw Mrs. Ireton, I had some hopes I might see also Miss Ellis, but I had already given it up as delusory." Again the fallen countenance of Juliet brightened into sparkling beauty. The idea that even Lord Melbury had been infected by the opinions which had been circulated to her disadvantage had wounded, had stung her to the quick, but to find that notwithstanding he had been prevailed upon to acquiesce that his sister, while so much mystery remained, should keep personally aloof, his own sentiments of esteem remained unshaken, and to find it by so open and so prompt a testimony of respect and regard, displayed before the very witnesses who had sought to destroy or invalidate every impression that might be made in her favor, was a relief the most exquisitely welcome to her disturbed and fearful mind. Eager and rapid inquiries concerning her health, uttered with the ardor of juvenile vivacity, succeeded this first address. The party standing by looked astonished, even abashed, while the face of Lady Aurora recovered its wonted expression of sweet serenity. Mrs. Ireton now was seized with a desire the most violent to repossess a protégé whose history and situation seemed daily to grow more wonderful. With a courtesy, therefore, as foreign from her usual manners as from her real feelings, she said, "Miss Ellis, I am sure will have the goodness to help me home with my 2 little companions. I am sure of that. She cannot be so unkind as to leave the poor little things in the lurch." Indignant as Juliet had felt at the treatment which she had received, resentment at this moment found no place in her mind. She was beginning, therefore, a civil, however decided excuse, when Mrs. Ireton, suspicious of her purpose, flung herself languishingly upon a seat, and complained that she was seized with such an immoderate pain in her side, that, if somebody would not take care of the two little souls, she would arrive at Brighthelmstone a corpse. The Aramides, Miss Brinville, and Selina all declared that it was impossible to refuse so essential a service to a health so delicate. The fear, now, of a second public scene, with the dread lest Lord Melbury might be excited to speak or act in her favor, forced the judgment of Juliet to conquer her inclination, in leading her to defer the so often given dismission till her return to Brighthelmstone. She acceded, therefore, though with cruel unwillingness, to what was required. Mrs. Ireton instantly recovered, and with the more alacrity from observing that Lady Barbara Frankland joined the group at this moment of victory. "Take the trouble, then, if you please, ma'am," she replied in her usual tone of irony. "If it will not be too great a condescension, take the trouble to carry Bijou to the coach, and bid Simon keep him safe while you come back. If it is not asking quite too great a favor, for Mr. Ledard, and pray bring my wrapping cloak with you, ma'am. You'll be so good, I hope, as to excuse all these liberties. I hope so, at least. I flatter myself you'll excuse them, and, if the cloak should be heavy, I dare say Simon will give you his arm. Simon is a man of gallantry, I make no doubt. Not that I pretend to know, but I take it for granted he is a man of gallantry." Juliet looked down, repentant to have placed herself, even for another moment, in a power so merciless. Lord Melbury and Lady Aurora, each hurt and indignant, advanced, uttering kind speeches, while Lady Barbara, still younger and more unguarded, seizing the little dog, exclaimed, "No, I'll carry Bijou myself, Mrs. Ireton. Poor Miss Ellis looks so tired. I'll take care of him all the way to Brighthelmstone myself. Dear, pretty little creature." Then, skipping behind Lady Aurora, "Nasty whelp," she whispered, "how I'll pinch him for being such a plague to that sweet Miss Ellis. Perhaps that will mend him." The satisfaction of Lady Aurora at this trait glistened in her soft eyes, while Lord Melbury, enchanted, caught the hand of the spirited little lady and pressed it to his lips. Though, ashamed of his own vivacity, he let it go before she had time to withdraw it. She colored deeply, but visibly with no unpleasant sensation, and, grasping the little dog, hid her blushes by uttering a precipitate farewell upon the bosom of Lady Aurora, who smilingly, though tenderly, kissed her forehead. An idea that teemed with joy and happiness rose high in the breast of Juliet, as she looked from Lord Melbury to Lady Barbara. Ah, there indeed, she thought, Felicity might find a residence. There, in the rare union of equal worth, equal attractions, sympathizing feelings, and similar condition. "And I too," cried Lord Melbury, "must have the honor to make myself of some use. If Mrs. Ireton, therefore, will trust Mr. Ledard to my care, I will convey him safely to Brighthelmstone, and overtake my sister in the evening, and by this means we shall lighten the fatigue of Mrs. Ireton without increasing that of Miss Ellis." He then took the little boy in his arms, playfully dancing him before the little dog in those of Lady Barbara. The heart of Juliet panted to give utterance to the warm acknowledgments with which it was fondly beating, but mingled fear and discretion forced her to silence. All the evil tendencies of malice, envy, and ill will pent up in the breast of Mrs. Ireton now struggled irresistibly for vent. Yet to insist that Juliet should take charge of Mr. Ledard, for whom Lord Melbury had offered his services, or even to force upon her the care of the little dog, since Lady Barbara had proposed carrying him herself, appeared no longer to exhibit dependency. Mrs. Ireton, therefore, found it expedient to be again taken ill. And after a little fretful moaning, "I feel quite shaken," she cried, "quite in a tremor. My feet are absolutely numbed. Do get me my furred clogs, Miss Ellis, if I may venture to ask such a favor. I would not be troublesome, but you will probably find them in the carriage, though perhaps I have left them in the hall. You will have the condescension to help the coachman and Simon to make a search, and now pray run back, if it won't fatigue you too much, and tie them on for me." If Juliet now colored, at least it was not singly. The cheeks of Lady Aurora, of Lady Barbara, and of Lord Melbury were equally crimsoned. "Let me, Mrs. Ireton," eagerly cried Lord Melbury, "have the honor to be Miss Ellis's deputy." "No, my lord," said Juliet, with spirit, "grateful and proud as I should feel to be honored with your lordship's assistance, it must not be in a business that does not belong to me. I will deliver the orders to Simon, and as Mrs. Ireton is now relieved from her anxiety concerning Mr. Leddard, I beg permission once more, and finally, to take my leave." Gravely then curtsying to Mrs. Ireton, and bowing her head with an expression of the most touching sensibility to her 3 young supporters, she quitted the gallery. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 60. Juliet was precipitately followed by Lord Melbury. "It is not, then," he cried, "your intention to return to Mrs. Ireton?" "No, my lord, never." She had but just uttered these words, when, immediately facing her, she beheld Mrs. Howell. A spectre could not have made her start more frighted, could not have appeared to her more horrible, and Lord Melbury, who earnestly, at the same moment, had pronounced, "Tell me whither then," stopping abruptly, looked confounded. "May I ask your lordship to take me to Lady Aurora?" Mrs. Howell coldly demanded. "Aurora? Yes. She is there, ma'am, still in the gallery." Mrs. Howell presented him her hand, palpably to force him with her, and stalked past Juliet, without any other demonstration of perceiving her than what was unavoidably manifested by a heightened air of haughty disdain. Lord Melbury, distressed, would still have hung back, but Mrs. Howell, taking his arm, proceeded, as if without observing his repugnance. Juliet, in trembling dismay, glided on till she entered a vacant apartment, of which the door was open. To avoid intrusion, she was shutting herself in, but, upon someone's applying, nearly the next minute, for admittance, the fear of new misconstruction forced her to open the door. What, then, was her shock at again viewing Mrs. Howell! She started back involuntarily, and her countenance depicted undisguised horror. With a brow of almost petrifying severity, sternly fixing her eyes upon Juliet, Mrs. Howell for a dreadful moment seemed internally suspended, not between hardness and mercy, but between accusation and punishment. At length, in a tone from the deep sounds of which Juliet shrunk, but had no means to retire, she slowly pronounced, while her head rose more loftily at every word, "You abscond from Mrs. Ireton, though she would permit you to remain with her. 'Tis to Lord Melbury that you reveal your purpose, and the inexperienced youth whom you would seduce is the only person that can fail to discover your ultimate design, is taking the moment of meeting with him, for quitting the honorable protection which snatches you from want, if not from disgrace. At the same time it offers security to a noble family, justly alarmed for the morals, if not for the honor of its youthful and credulous chief." The terror which, in shaking the nerves, seemed to have clouded even the faculties of Juliet, now suddenly subsided, superseded by yet more potent sensations of quick resentment. "Hold, madam," she cried. "I may bear with cruelty and injustice, for I am helpless, but not with insult, for I am innocent." Mrs. Howell, surprised, paused an instant, but then harshly went on. "This cant, young woman, can only delude those who are ignorant of the world. Whatever you may choose to utter to me of that sort will be perfectly null. What I have to say is simple. What you have to offer must, of course, be complicate. But I have no time to throw away upon rants and rhodomontades, and I have no patience to waste upon impostors. Hear me, then, without reply." "Not to reply, madam, will cost me little," indignantly cried Juliet. "But to hear you, pardon me, madam, force only can exact from me so dreadful a compliance." She looked round, but not having courage to open a further door, nor power to pass by Mrs. Howell, walked to a window. Not heeding her resistance and disdaining her emotion, Mrs. Howell continued, "My Lord Melbury is not, it is true, like his sister. under my immediate care, but he is here only to join her ladyship, whom my Lord Denmeath has entrusted to my protection, and therefore, though he is as noble in mind as in rank, since he is still in years but a boy, I must, in honor, consider myself to be equally responsible to my Lord Denmeath for the brother as for the sister. This being the case, I must not leave him to the machinations of an adventurer. In 2 words, therefore, declare yourself for what you are, or return with Mrs. Ireton to Brighthelmstone and remain under her roof, since it deigns to permit it, till I have restored my young friends, safe and uninjured, to their uncle. Otherwise, Juliet, casting up her eyes, as if calling upon heaven for patience, would have opened the window to seek refuge in the air from sounds of which the shock was insupportable. But Mrs. Howell, offended into yet deeper wrath, advanced with a mien of such rigid austerity that she lost her purpose in her consternation, and listened irresistibly to what follows. Otherwise, mark me, young woman, the still unexplained mystery with which you have made your way into the kingdom will authorize an application which you will vainly try to elude, and with which you will not dare to prevaricate. You will take your choice, and in 5 minutes you will be summoned to make it known. With this menace she left the room. In an agony of terror that again absorbed even resentment, Juliet remained motionless, confounded, and incapable of deliberation, till the groom of Mrs. Ireton came to inform her that his lady was ready to set out. Juliet, scarcely herself knowing her own intentions, precipitately ejaculated, "The crisis is arrived. I must cast myself upon Lady Aurora." The servant said he did not understand her. "Tell Lady Aurora," she cried, "or Lord Melbury." "No, Lady Aurora." She stopped, fearfully balancing upon which to fix. The groom asked what he was to say. "You will say, I must beg you to say," cried Juliet, endeavoring to recollect herself, "that I desire, that I wish, that I take the liberty to request that Lady Aurora will have the goodness to honor me, that I shall be eternally obliged if her ladyship will honor me with a few moments' conversation." The groom went, and almost the next instant she heard the fleet step of Lady Aurora approaching, and her soft voice with unusual emphasis pronounced, "Pardon me, dear madame, but I cannot refuse her for 1,000 worlds." "She ought not to refuse her," Mrs. Howell added with fervency, the voice of Lord Melbury, "in humanity, in justice, in decency. Aurora ought not to refuse her. Whatever may be your fears of objections to an intimacy, there could be none to common civility, for though we know not what Miss Ellis has been, we see what she now is, a pattern of elegance, sweetness, and delicacy." "A moment, my lord, 1 moment, Lady Aurora," answered Mrs. Howell. "We may be overheard here. Honor me with a moment's attention in another room." She seemed drawing them away, and not a word more reached Juliet. A dreadful 10 minutes preceded any farther information. A quick step, then, followed by a tap at the door, reawakened at once terror and hope. She awaited, motionless, its opening, but then saw neither the object she desired, nor that which she dreaded, neither Lady Aurora nor Mrs. Howell, but Lord Melbury. Affrighted by the threatened vengeance of Mrs. Howell, but irresistibly charmed by his generous defense and trusting esteem, Juliet looked so disturbed, yet through her disturbance so gratified, that Lord Melbury, evidently much agitated himself, approached her with a vivacity of pleasure that he did not seek to repress, and could not have disguised. "Miss Ellis will, I am sure, forgive my intrusion," he cried, "when I tell her that it is made in the name of my sister. Aurora is grieved past all expression not to wait upon you herself, but Mrs. Howell is in such haste to depart from her fear of traveling after sunset, that it is not possible to detain her. Poor Aurora sends you 1,000 apologies, and entreats you not to think ill of her for appearing thus unfeeling." "Think ill of Lady Aurora?" interrupted Juliet. "I think her an angel." "She is very near it, indeed," cried Lord Melbury. "Ardently as near it, I own, as I wish her, for I don't see without wings, and flying to heaven, how she can well be nearer." However, since you are so kind, so liberal as to do her that justice, would it be possible that you could communicate through me what you had the goodness to intend saying to her? She is quite broken-hearted at going away with an appearance of such unkindness. Can you give her this consolation?" "Oh, my lord," answered Juliet, with an energy that shooed off all guard, "if I might hope for Lady Aurora's support, for your lordship's protection, with what transport would my overburdened heart, seized with sudden dread of Mrs. Howell." She stopped abruptly and fearfully looked around. Enchanted by a prospect of some communication, Lord Melbury warmly exclaimed, "Miss Ellis, I swear to you, by all that I hold most sacred, that if you will do me so great an honor as to trust me to be the bearer of your confidence to my sister, no creature upon earth, besides, shall ever, without your permission, hear what you may unfold. And it shall be my whole study to merit your good opinion, and to shew you my respect." "Oh, my lord, oh, Lord Melbury," cried Juliet, "what hopes, what sweet balsamic hopes you pour into my wounded bosom, after sufferings by which I have been nearly, nay, through which I have even wished myself demolished." Lord Melbury, inexpressibly touched, eagerly yet tenderly answered, "Name what there is I can be so happy as to do. Your wishes shall be my entire direction, and if I can offer you any services, I shall console Aurora, and permit me to say myself still more than you. I will venture, then, my lord, I must venture, to lay upon my perilous situation, and yet I may put your feelings, alas, to a test, alas, my lord, that not all your virtues, nor even your compassion may withstand." Trembling almost as violently as she trembled herself from impatience, from curiosity, from charmed interest, and indescribable wonder, Lord Melbury bent forward so irresistibly and so palpably to take her hand, that Juliet, alarmed, drew back, and calling forth the self-command of which her sorrows, her terrors, and her hopes had conjointly bereft her, "If I have been guilty," she cried, "of any discretion, my lord, in this hasty, almost involuntary disposition to confidence, excuse, and do not punish an error that has its source only in a, perhaps, too high-wrought esteem." Starting with a look nearly of horror, "You kill me," he cried, "Miss Ellis, if you suspect me to be capable a second time of dishonoring the purest of sisters by forgetting the respect due to her friend." "No, my lord, no," warmly interrupted Juliet. "Whatever you think dishonorable, I am persuaded your lordship would find impracticable. But the stake is so great, the risk so tremendous, and failure would be so fatal." Her perturbation now became nearly overpowering, and, notwithstanding she was prepared and resolved to disclose herself, her ability seemed unequal to her will, and her breast heaved with sighs so oppressive that though she frequently began with "I will now, I must now," she strove vainly to finish her sentence. After anxiously, and with astonishment, waiting some minutes, "Why does Miss Ellis thus hesitate?" cried Lord Melbury. "What can I say or do to remove her scruples?" "I have none, my lord, none. But I have so solemnly been bound to silence, and—" "Oh, but you are bound now to speech," cried he, "with spirit, and to lessen your inquietude, and satisfy your delicacy. I will shew you the way to openness and confidence by making a disclosure first. Will you, then, have more reliance upon my discretion?" "You are too good, my lord," cried Juliet, again brightening up. "But I dream not of such indulgence. 'Tis your benevolence only I apply." "Oh, but I have a fancy to trust you. Aurora will be delighted that I should have found such a confidant. Yet I have nothing positive, nothing fixed, to say. It is but an idea, a thought, a kind of distant perspective." He colored and looked embarrassed, yet evidently with feelings of pleasure. A radiant smile now illuminated the face of Juliet. "Ah, my lord," she cried, "if I might utter a conjecture, I had almost said a wish." "Why not?" cried he, laughing. "Your lordship permits me. Well, then, let me name Lady Barbara Frankland." "Is it possible?" cried he, while the blood mantled in his cheeks and pleasure sparkled in his eyes. "What can have led you to such a thought? What can you possibly have suspected? She is still so nearly a child." "It is true, my lord, but also how amiable a child, how richly endowed with similar qualities to those which at this instant engage my gratitude." He bowed with smiling delight. "I will not deny," he cried, "that you have penetrated into my secret, though as yet, in fact, it is hardly even a secret, for we have not, hitherto, you will easily believe, conversed together upon the subject, nor shall we say a word about it together till I have made the tour. But I will frankly own that we have been brought up from our very cradles with this notion mutually. It was the wish of my father, even in our infancy." "Hold it then sacred," cried Juliet with strong emotion. "Happy, thrice happy, in such a wish for your guide." She burst into tears. "How your sorrows," said he tenderly, "affect me, and how they interest me more deeply every moment. Tell me then, sweet Miss Ellis, amiably friend of my sister, tell me why you are thus afflicted, and how, and in what manner there is the least possibility that I may offer you my services, or procure you any consolation." The door here was abruptly opened by Mrs. Howell. Red with constrained rage, yet assuming a courteous demeanor, "Your lordship will pardon," she cried, "my intrusion, but Lady Aurora is so delicate that I am always uneasy at keeping her ladyship out late." Highly provoked, yet deeply confused, Lord Melbury stammered that he was extremely sorry to have detained them, and begged that they would set out, promising to follow immediately. Civilly smiling, though fixing her eyes upon his face in a manner that doubled his embarrassment, she entreated him to use his own influence with Lady Aurora to prevail upon her ladyship to proceed. Too much perturbed to resist, he ran out of the room, casting a glance at Juliet as he passed, expressive of his chagrin at this interruption, and full of sensibility and respect. Juliet, dreadfully affrighted and utterly confounded, had hid her streaming eyes and conscious blushes with her handkerchief upon the entrance of Mrs. Howell, but, when left alone with that tremendous lady, mingled terror and indignation would have urged immediate flight, had she not been apprehensive of seeming to follow, and clandestinely, Lord Melbury. Benign had been as yet the countenance, and melody itself the voice of Mrs. Howell, compared with the expression of the one, or the sounds of the other, while she now pronounced the following words: "The terms, young woman, that I would keep with a person of name and character, the honor and delicacy due to myself in any intercourse with such a one, I set wholly aside in treating with an adventurer. I know all that has passed. I have heard every syllable. Convinced, therefore, of your deep-laid scheme to captivate to his disgrace a youth of an illustrious house, by revealing to him a pretended tale, which you craftily refuse to trust to all who may better judge or try its truth, I shall take, without delay, such measures as it behoves should be taken by a friend of his family and of himself, to effectually open his eyes to your arts and to his own danger. In one word, therefore, will you, and this instant, return to Brighthelmstone under the superintendence of Mrs. Ireton?" "No, madame," Juliet without hesitation replied. "Enough. I shall myself take in charge, then, that you do not quit the castle till the arrival of a peace officer, who may conduct you where you may make your confession with rather more propriety than to a young nobleman." Neither native courage nor resentment of hard usage could support Juliet against a menace such as this. She changed color and sunk, terrified, upon a chair. Mrs. Howell, after a moment's pause, magistrously moved to the door, whence she took the key, which was within side, and was leaving the room. But Juliet, struck with horror at such a preparation for confinement, started up, exclaiming, "If you reduce me, madame, to cry for help, I must cast myself at once upon the protection of Lord Melbury, and then assure yourself, be very sure, he will not suffer this outrage." This effrontery exceeds all credibility. Assure yourself, however, young woman, and be very sure in return, that I shall not be intimidated by an impostor from detecting imposition, nor from consigning it to infamy." With a scoffing smile of power, she then left the room, locking the door without. Consternation alone had prevented Juliet from rushing past her and forcing a passage, though such violence was opposite to her nature, as to propriety and to the habits of her sex. Alone and a prisoner, the first reflection that found way through her disturbance served less to diminish her terror than to awaken new alarm. It represented to her all the blighting horrors of calumny, in being known to place her confidence in Lord Melbury, while forced to exact that he himself should guard her secret. She felt as if cast upon a precipice from which, though a kind hand might save, the least imprudent might precipitate her downfall. She struggled for fortitude. She prayed for patience. "What, indeed," she cried, "are any sufferings that Mrs. Ireton can inflict, compared with those I am flying? If I must submit to transient tyranny, or hazard incurring misery as durable as my existence, can I hesitate to which I shall yield?" Hastily now she looked for the bell, and rang it repeatedly, till someone through the door demanded her orders. "Acquaint Mrs. Ireton," she answered, "that I am ready to attend to her in Brighthelmstone." The door was almost instantly unlocked, and Mrs. Howell again appeared. "I deign not, young woman," she sternly said, "to inquire into the reasons, the arts, or the apprehensions that may have induced your repentance. I am aware that whatever you would tell me is precisely what I ought not to believe. I come merely to give you notice that, if you venture to attempt keeping up any sorts of correspondence with Lady Aurora Granville, or with Lord Melbury, nothing can save you from detection and punishment. Mark me well, you will be properly watched." She then retired, shutting but no longer locking the door. All a philosophy of judgment or forbearance that the indignant Juliet possessed was nearly insufficient to keep her firm to her concession upon a harangue thus insulting. Necessity, however, inculcated prudence. "I will await," she cried, "better days. I will learn my ultimate doom ere I seek any mitigation to my passing sorrows. If all end well, this will be as nothing, forgive and forgotten at once. If ill, and so overwhelming a weight of woe, 'twill be still less material." End of chapter 60.
Chapter 61 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 61. Juliet was aroused from this species of patient despondency by the groom of Mrs. Ireton, who broke in upon her with orders to inquire whether it were her intention to detain his lady at the castle all night, adding that all the rest of the party had been gone some time. Juliet followed him to the hall, where she was greeted as usual with sharp reproaches, conveyed through ironical compliments. Upon reaching the portico, she perceived, hastily returned, and dismounting his horse, Lord Melbury. He held back with an air of irresolution till Mrs. Ireton, to whom he distantly bowed, was seated, and then, suddenly springing forward, offered his hand to her depressed and neglected dependent. Blushingly, yet gratefully, she accepted his assistance, and having placed her in the coach, and made a slight compliment to Mrs. Ireton, the carriage drove off, and the final amazement over, the envenomed taunts of that lady were indulged in a full scope of unrestrained malignity during the whole little journey. Juliet scarcely heard them. New perplexity, though mingled with hope and pleasure, affected and occupied her. Lord Melbury, in aiding her into the carriage, had said, "I am afraid you will lose your shawl," and, snatching at it, as if to prevent its falling, he enveloped a small packet in the folds, which he put into her hands, of which in her first confusion she was scarcely conscious, though she felt it the instant that he disappeared. Was it money? Nothing in her helpless state could be more welcome, yet to what construction, even from himself, might not its acceptance be liable? Nevertheless, with so suspicious and ill-judging a witness by her side, to call him back might seem accusing him of intentions of which she sincerely believed him guiltless.
The moment that she could disengage herself from her troublesome charges, she stole to her chamber, where she read the following words, written with a pencil upon the cover of a letter. How shall I ever endure myself again, should Miss Ellis withdraw her kind promise of communication in resentment of an acquiescence in quitting her for which already I begin almost to disdain myself? Yet my consent was granted to two of the purest of her admirers and well-wishers. I could not have been biased an instant by those who know not how to appreciate her. Hold, therefore, amiable Miss Ellis, your condescending promise sacred, though I make a momentary cession of my claim upon it to the pleadings of those who are every way better entitled to judge than I am, of what will best demonstrate the high and true respect felt for Miss Ellis by her most obedient, humble servant, Melbury. P.S. Aurora had no time to entreat for your permission to lodge the enclosed trifle in your hands. She is ashamed of its insignificance, but she has a plan which I shall unfold when I have next the honor of seeing you, to solicit as a mark of your confidence, becoming, through me, your banker till your affairs are arranged. Pardon this paper. I ride on horseback to catch you flying. Soft were the tears of Juliet, and radiant the eyes whence they flowed as she perused these words. Nor could she hesitate in accepting the offering, though the little gold purse which contained it was marked with the cipher of Lord Melbury. It was presented in the name of his sister, a sister whom he revered as truly as he loved. Such a name therefore sanctioned both the loan and the kindness, and the intimation given by the young peer himself of the equal influence over his mind possessed by Lady Barbara Frankland proclaimed and proved the purity of his regard and the innocence of his intentions. An idea now struck her that bounded to her heart with rapture. Might not the sum of which she permitted herself to take the disposal prove the means of reunion with Gabriella? A very small part of it would suffice for the journey, and the rest might enable them, when once together, to make some arrangement for being parted no more. A plan so soothing could not, even for a moment, present itself to her imagination, unaccompanied by some effort to put it into execution, and she instantly wrote a few lines to her beloved friend, stating the present possibility of their junction, and demanding her opinion, her consent, and her directions, for the immediate accomplishment of so delicious a scheme. Cheered by a hope so dear to her wishes, so promising to her happiness, Juliet now was perfectly contented to continue at Brighthelmstone till she should receive an answer to her proposal. But before its arrival was yet possible, she was called to a messenger, who would deliver his commission only to herself. She descended, not without perturbation, into the hall, where a countryman told her that he had been ordered to beg that she would go at the usual time the next morning to the usual place to meet her old friend. He was then walking off, but Juliet stopped him, to demand whence he came and who sent him. A lady, he answered, who spoke broken English, and who had named 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh, yes, cried Juliet, I will not fail, whilst a soft murmur finished with, 'Tis herself, 'tis my Gabriella. What brought her back to Brighthelmstone now occupied all the thoughts of her friend. Was it a design to fix her abode where her maternal enthusiasm might daily be cherished by visiting the grave of her child? Or was it for the single indulgence of bathing that melancholy spot once more with her tears? It was already night, or Juliet would have sought to anticipate the meeting by some inquiry at their former lodgings. The morning, however, soon arrived, and nearly with its dawn she arose, and by a previous arrangement made with the gardener, quitted the house, to hasten to the churchyard upon the hill. In her way thither she was seized from time to time with something like an apprehension that she was pursued, for though no one came in sight, the stillness of the early morning enabled her to hear distinctly a footstep that now seemed to follow her own, now to stop till she had proceeded some yards. It might merely be some workman, yet would not a workman overtake her and pass on? It was more probably some traveller. Nevertheless, she would not ascend the hill without making some examination, and casting a hasty glance behind her, she perceived a tall man muffled up, whose air denoted him to be a gentleman, but who instantly hung back. 1,000 anxious doubts were now awakened. Was it possible that she had been summoned upon any false pretence? Gabriella had not written, and though that omission had at first appeared the natural result of haste upon her arrival, joined to the difficulty of immediately procuring writing implements, it left an opening to uncertainty upon reflection by no means satisfactory. That she should not have personally presented herself at the house of Mrs. Ireton could excite no surprise, for she well knew that Juliet had neither time nor room at her own command, and to revisit the grave of her child had always been the purpose of Gabriella. With a slackened and irresolute step she now went on, till, wistfully looking towards the churchyard, she descried a female, with arms uplifted, that seemed inviting her approach. Relieved and delighted, she then quickened her pace, though as she advanced the form retreated till gradually it was wholly out of sight. This affected and saddened her. The little grave was on the other side of the church. "It is there, then, only," she cried, "there, where our melancholy meeting took place, that my ever wretched Gabriella will suffer me to rejoin her." With an aching heart she proceeded, though no Gabriella came forward to give her welcome. But when, upon crossing over to the other side of the church, in full sight of the little grave, no Gabriella was there, and not a human being was visible, she felt again impressed with a fear of imposition, and was turning back to hurry home, when she observed, just mounting the hill, the person by whose pursuit she had already been startled. Terror now began to take possession of her mind. She had surely been deluded, and she was evidently followed. She had neither time nor composure for divining why, but she was instantly certain that she could be no object for premeditated robbery, and the unprincipled Sir Lisle Sycamore alone occurred to her as capable of so cruel a stratagem to inveigle her to a lonely spot. The height of the man was similar, his face was carefully concealed, but transient as had been her glance, it was obvious to her that he was no labourer nor countryman. To descend the hill would be to meet him. To go on yet further, when not a cottage perhaps might be open, would almost seem to expect being overtaken, yet to remain and await him was out of all question. She saw therefore no hope of security but by endeavouring to regain the street through a circuitous path by sudden rapidity of flight. But upon gliding with this design to the other side of the church, she was struck with amazement to see that the church door was ajar, and to perceive at the same instant a passing shadow reflected through a window of some one within the building. Was this accident, or had it any connection with the tall unknown who followed her? Filled with wonder and alarm, though a stranger to every species of superstition, her feet staggered, and her presence of mind threatened to play her false, when again a fleeting shadow, of she knew not whom nor what, gleamed athwart a monument. Summoning now her utmost force, though shaking with nameless apprehensions, she crossed with celerity a gravestone, to gain what appeared to be the quickest route for descending, when the sound of a hasty step immediately behind her gave her the fearful intelligence that escape was impossible. Nevertheless, though nearly overcome with dread, she was pressing on, but some one, rushing abruptly past her, and turning short round, stopped her passage. Horror thrilled through her every vein, and the persuasion that she was the destined victim of deliberate delusion, when the words, "It is, indeed, then, you," uttered in an accent of astonishment, yet with softness, made her hastily raise her eyes, and raise them upon Harley. Bereft of prudence in the suddenness of her joy, forgetting self-command and casting off all guard, all reserve, she rapturously held out to him her willing hands, exclaiming, "Oh, Mr. Harley, are you then my destined protector, my guardian angel?" Speechless from transported surprise, Harley pressed to his lips and to his heart each unresisting hand, while Juliet, whose eyes beamed lustrous with buoyant felicity, was unconsciousness of the happiness that she bestowed, from the absorption of the delight that she experienced. "Precious, forever precious moment!" cried Harley, when the power of utterance returned. "Here on this spot, where first the tortures of the most deadly suspense give way to the most exquisite hopes." The countenance of Juliet now again underwent a change, the most sudden. Its brilliancy was overclouded, its smiles vanished, its joy died away, not, indeed, to return to its look of horror and affright, but to convey an expression of the deepest shame and regret, and with cheeks tingling with burning blushes, she strove to regain her hands, to recover her composure, and to account to him, by relating what had been her dread and her mistake, for her flattering reception. But she strove in vain. Her efforts to disengage herself had no more that frozen severity which Harley had not dared resist, and though her earnestness and distress shewed their sincerity, her varying blushes, her inability to find words, and her uncontrollable emotion demonstrated to his quick perception that to govern her own conflicting feelings at this critical moment was as difficult as to resume over his accustomed dominion. "Here on this spot," he continued, "this blessed, sacred, hallowed spot, clear and eternally dismiss every torturing doubt by which I have so long been martyrized. Here let all baneful mystery, all heart-wounding distrust, be for ever exiled, and here," a faint but earnest "Oh, no, no, no!" now quivered from the lips of Juliet, but Harleigh would not be silenced. "And here, where you have condescended to call me your protector, your destined protector, a title which gives me claims that never while I live shall be relinquished. Claims which not even yourself now can have power to recall." Hear me, interrupted, but vainly, the pleading Juliet. Harleigh, uncontrolled, went on. "Initiate me without delay in the duties of my office. Against whom and against what may I be your protector? You have called me too your guardian angel. Oh, suffer me to call you mine. Consent to that sweet reciprocation which blends felicity with every care of life, which animates our virtues by our happiness, which secures the performance of every duty by making every duty an enjoyment." A frequent "Alas, alas!" was all that Juliet could gain time to utter, from the rapid energy with which Harleigh overpowered all attempt at remonstrance. Why," he then cried, with redoubled vivacity, "why not exile now, and repudiate for ever that terrible rigour of reserve that has so long been at war with your humanity? Listen to your softer self. It will surely plead for gentler measures." "Oh, no, no, no!" reiterated the agitated Juliet, with a vehemence that would have startled, if not discouraged him, had not another incautious "Alas, alas!" stole its way into the midst of her tremulous negatives, and revealed that her heart, her wishes, her feelings, bore no part in the refusals which her tongue pronounced. This was not a circumstance to escape Harleigh, who, indescribably touched, fervently explained, "And what now shall sunder us? Pardon my presumption if I say us. What is the power, the earthly power, while yet I live and breathe and feel, that can now compel me to give up the rights with which from this decisive moment I hold myself invested? No, our destinies are indissolubly united. All procrastination, all concealment must be over." They would now be literally distracting. Why then that start? Why that look? Can you regret having shewn a little feeling, a trait of sensibility? Oh, put a period to this unequalled, unexampled mystery. I am yours, faithfully, honourably yours, yours to the end of my mortal existence, yours by my most sacred hopes far, far longer. You weep? Not from grief, I trust, I hope, not from grief flow those touching tears. Open to me your situation, your heart, here on this sacred and henceforth happiest spot, where first you have accorded me a ray of hope, let our mutual vows be plighted to all eternity." Juliet, whose whole soul seemed dissolved in poignant yet tender distress, cast up to heaven, as if imploring for aid, her irresistibly streaming eyes, when, caught by some shadowy motion to turn them towards the church, she fancied that she beheld again the female, whose appearance in vanishing had been forgotten from the excess of her own emotions. Startled, she looked more earnestly, and then clearly perceived, though half hidden behind a monument, a form in white, whose dress appeared to be made in the shape and of the materials used for our mortal covering, a shroud. A veil of the same stuff fell over the face of the figure, of which the hands hung down straight at each lank side. Struck with awe and consternation, Juliet involuntarily ceased her struggles for freedom, and Harleigh, who saw her strangely moved, pursuing the direction of her eyes, discerned the object by which they had been caught, who now, slowly raising her right hand, waved to them to follow, while with her left she pointed to the church, and uttering a wild shriek, flitted out of sight. Could it be Elinor? Each felt at the same instant the same terrible apprehension. Harleigh sprang after her. Juliet, almost petrified with affright, was immovable. The fugitive entered the church and darted towards the altar, where she threw her left hand over a tablet of white stone, cut in the shape of a coffin, with the action of embracing it, yet in a position to leave evident the following inscription: "This stone is destined by herself to be the last kind covering of all that remains of Elinor Jodrell, who, sick of life, of love, and of despair, dies to moulder and be forgotten." Casting off her veil when she perceived Harleigh, "Here, Harleigh, here!" she cried, in a tone authoritative though tremulous. "'Tis here you must reciprocate your vows. Here is the spot, here stands the altar for the happy, here the tomb for the hopeless." Suspicious of some sinister purpose, Harleigh was at her side with the swiftness of lightning, but not till her fingers were upon the trigger of a pistol which she had pointed to her temple, though in time by attaining her arm and forcibly giving it a new direction to make her fire the deadly weapon in the air. Her own design, nevertheless, seconded by the loud din of a pistol so close to her ear and let off by her own hand, operated upon her deranged imagination with a belief that her purpose was fulfilled, and she sank upon the ground, uttering with a deep groan, "Oh, Harley, bless the dying Elinor, and be happy." Harley, terrified and shocked, though thankfully perceiving her mistake, dropped down at her side and supported her head, while congratulating eyes stole a glance at Juliet, who at the sound of the pistol had hastened aghast to the spot, but who now, dreading to be seen, retreated. "Oh, Elinor," he then cried, "what direful infatuation of wrong is this? What have you done with your nobler, better self? How have you thus warped your reason and your religion alike to an equal and terrible defiance of here and hereafter?" Recovering at these interrogatories to conscious failure and conscious existence, she hastily arose, indignantly spurned at the tablet, looked around for Juliet with every mark of irritation, and casting a glance of suffering yet investigating shame at Harley, "'Tis again, then," she cried, "abortive, and a third time I am food for fools, when I meant to be food only for worms." She then peremptorily demanded Juliet, who, affrighted, was absconding, till shrieks rather than calls forced her forward. With an exultation so violent that it seemed incipient frenzy, Elinor hailed her. "Approach, Ellis, approach!" she cried. "O chosen of the chosen! O born to shew and prove the perfectibility of earthly happiness, and the falsehood and sophistry of the ignorance and superstition that deny it! Approach, and let me sanction your nuptial contract. I here solemnly give you back your promise. I renounce all tie over your actions, your engagements, your choice. Approach, then, that I may join your hands, while I quaff my last draught of tender poison from the grateful eyes of Harley, whose happiness, my own donation, will cast a glory upon my exit." Juliet stood motionless, pale, almost livid, and appearing nearly as unable to think as to speak. But the feelings of Harley were as much too actively alive as hers seemed morbid. Agitation beat in every pulse, flowed in every vein, throbbed even visibly in his heart, which bounded with tumultuous triumph, that Juliet now was liberated from all adverse engagements, and though he sought and meant to turn his eyes with tender pity upon Elinor, they stole involuntarily, impulsively, glances of ecstatic felicity at the mute and appalled Juliet. The watchful Elinor discerned the distraction, which he imagined to be as impenetrable as it was irresistible. Shame mingled with despondence superseded her exultation, and disdainfully and even wrathfully she disengaged herself from his hold, but suspicious of some new violence, he hovered over her with extended arms, and presently caught a glimpse of a second pistol placed behind the tablet and as nearly as possible out of sight. Her intention could not be doubted, but forcibly anticipating her movement, he seized the destined instrument of death, and flying to the porch, fired it also into the air. Elinor now was confounded. She reddened with confusion, trembled with ire, and seemed nearly fainting with excess of emotion. But after holding her hands a minute or two crossed over her face, she forced a smile and said, "Harley, our tragicomedy has a long last act. But you can never now believe me dead till you see me buried. That next must follow." And abruptly she was rushing out of the church when she was encountered in the porch by her foreign servant, accompanied by the whole house of Mrs. Maple. Juliet, satisfied that this victim to her own passions and delusions would now fall into proper hands, eagerly glided past them all, and finding the streets no longer empty, fled back to the mansion of Mrs. Ireton. End of chapter. Recording by Kirsten Nelson, Toronto. Chapter 62 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 62. Juliet re-entered her chamber without having been missed, but in a perturbation of mind indescribable. Affrighted, confused, overpowered with various and varying sensations, wretched for Elinor, dissatisfied with herself, and yet more at war with what seemed to be her destiny, ejaculating from time to time, "O Gabriella, receive, console, strengthen, and direct your terrified, bewildered friend." Unusual sounds from the hall soon announced some disturbance, but wholly without courage to go forth upon any inquiry, she remained, in trembling ignorance of what was passing, till she was relieved by a visit from Selina, which gave her the extreme satisfaction of hearing that Elinor was actually in the house. Grief, however, though unmixed with surprise, followed the information, when she heard also that Elinor was in so disordered a state that she had been forced from the church only by the interference of Mr. Naird, for whom Mr. Harley had sent, and who had positively told her that if she would not submit to be conveyed to some house and try to repose, he should hold it in his duty to send for proper persons to control and take care of her, as one unfit to be trusted to herself. Even then, though evidently startled, she would not consent to go back to Lewes, which she had quitted, she loudly declared, for ever, but after wildly inquiring for Ellis, and being assured that she was returned to Mrs. Ireton's, she was at length wrought upon to accept an invitation, which, through measures that were taken by the act of Harley, Mrs. Ireton had been prevailed with to send to her, and which included her sister and Mrs. Maple. What else of the history of this transaction was known to Selina was speedily revealed. The whole house of Mrs. Maple had been awakened at daylight by the foreign servant of Elinor, who came to bid Tomlinson call up Mrs. Maple and acquaint her that he believed that her niece was determined to make away with herself. She had found means, he said, overnight, to induce the clerk of the church at Brighthelmstone to let her have the key of the church, to begin a drawing of one of the monuments at sunrise, when no idle loungers would interrupt her, and the clerk, knowing her for a lady of property and fashion in the neighbourhood, had not had the thought to refuse her. She had made him, the lackey, come for her at Mrs. Maple's with a post-chaise, and wait near the house at 3 in the morning. She and Mrs. Golding then got into it, while he attended as usual on horseback. They stopped at a place by the way to receive a heap of things that he did not take much notice of, as it was not well light, and then they all galloped to Brighthelmstone. He thought no harm all the time, as his lady so often went about oddly, nobody knowing why. She made the chaise stop at the churchyard, and told him and Golding to help up with all the things into the church. She then said she was going to begin her drawing, and bid the postilion wait at some inn till she went for him. But she told the lackey to stay in the churchyard. She and Golding were then shut up together a quarter of an hour, when Golding came out crying. Her lady, she said, had put a white-trimmed stuff dress over her clothes, that made her look as if she were buried alive and just the same as a ghost, and she was afraid all was not right, for she had made her help to place what she had called a pallet for her drawing upon the altar-table, and it looked just like a coffin, only it was covered over with paper. She had ordered that they should both go to an inn, and return for her with the chaise at 8 o'clock. Neither of them knew what to make of all this, but so many out-of-the-way things had passed, and nothing had come of them, that still they should have done only as they were bid, but that the lackey relected 2 loaded pistols, which his lady had made him charge, upon the route to frighten away robbers, by firing one of them off, she said, if they saw any suspicious persons dodging them. And these, which had been put carefully into the chaise, Golding had seen in the hand of her mistress in the church. This gave him such a panic that he thought it safest to ride back to Madame Maple's and tell the whole at once. All the family, upon this alarming news, set out for Brighthelmstone the moment that the horses could be got ready, and just as they arrived at the church, Elinor herself had appeared, bursting from it into the porch. Her indignation at thus being followed and detected had been terrible. Who, she asked, had any right to control her? But that was nothing to her disturbance when she found that Ellis had vanished. She grew so agitated that it was frightful, Selina continued, to see her, and looked frantically about her, as if for means to destroy herself. And nothing could urge her to quit the church or churchyard, whence she eagerly tried to command away all the others, till Mr. Harley had recourse to Mr. Naird, who had alarmed her into submission. They had then brought her in a chaise between Mrs. Maple and the surgeon to Mrs. Ireton's, where, to hide herself, she said, from light and life, she had gloomily consented to go to bed. But she raved, sighed, groaned, started, and was in a state of shame and despair, the most deplorable. Juliet heard this narration with equal pity and terror, but no sooner understood that Mrs. Maple had entreated Mr. Harley to remain at Brighthelmstone for a day or two, than she determined to quit the place herself, persuaded that these bloody enterprises were always reserved for their joint presence. The nearly exhausted Elinor passed the rest of the day without effort, without speech, and almost without sign of life. But early on the following morning, Juliet received from her a hasty summons. Juliet essayed by every means that she could devise to avoid obeying it, but every effort of resistance was ineffectual. By compulsion, therefore, and slowly she mounted the stairs, secretly determining that, should Harley also be called upon, she would seize the first instant in which she could elude observation to escape, not alone from the room, nor from the house, but from Brighthelmstone, whence she would set off by the quickest conveyance that she could find for London and Gabriella. Elinor, muffled up, and looking pale, haggard, and altered, was reclining upon a sofa, not in compliance with the request of her friends, but from an indispensable necessity of repose, after the violent exertions which had recently shaken her already weakened frame. At the entrance of Juliet she lifted up her head, with an air of eager satisfaction, and exclaimed, "You are really, then, here, and you come at length to my call?" Harley is less courteous, triumphant Harley. He leaves me, he says, to take some rest. Rest? She paused, and her under lip shewed her contempt of the idea, and presently, with a sarcastic smile, she added, "Yes, yes, I shall certainly take rest. I mean no less. He, too, will take some rest. There, at least, ultimately our destinies will approximate. And you, even you, victorious Ellis, will sink to vapid rest, like those who have never known happiness." With a laugh, then, but expressive of scorn, not gaiety, she exclaimed, "And I, too, preaching? Can we never be tired and good for nothing, but we must take to moralizing? Summon him, however, Ellis, yourself. Tell him to come without delay. I am sick, and he is sick, and you are sick. We are all round sick of this loathsome procrastination." Alert to seize any pretence to be gone, Juliet was already at the door, when Elinor, suddenly seeming to penetrate into her intentions, called her back, and demanded a solemn promise that she would not fail to return with Harley. To the quick perceptions of Elinor, hesitation was alarm. She no sooner therefore observed it, than she peremptorily ordered Selina and Mrs. Golding out of the room, and then, yet more positively, commanded Juliet to approach the sofa. "I see," she cried, "your collusion. You imagine, by coming to me alternately, that you shall keep me in order? You conclude that I only present myself a bull and a dagger, like a tragedy queen, to have them dashed from my hands, that I may be ready for a similar exhibition another day? And can Harley, the noble Harley, judge me thus pitifully? No, no! Full of great and expansive ideas himself, he can better comprehend the exaltation of which a high, uncurbed, independent spirit is capable. But little minds deem all that is not common, all that has not been practised from father to son, and from generation to generation, to be a trick, or to be impossible. You, Ellis, and such as you, who act always by rule, who never utter a word of which you have not weighed the consequence, never indulge a wish if you have not canvassed the effects, who listen to no generous feeling, who shrink from every liberal impulse, who know nothing of nature, and care for nothing but opinion, you, and such as you, tame animals of custom, wearied and wearying plodders on beaten tracks, may conclude me a mere vaporing impostor, and believe it is as safe to brave as to despise me, you, Ellis. But no." She stopped, and her look and manner suddenly lost their fierceness, as she added, "Oh no, you are not of that caste. Harley can only admire what alone is admirable. He would soon see through littleness or hypocrisy. You must be good and great at once, eminently good, unaffectedly great, or how could Harley, the punctilious, discriminating Harley, adore you? Oh, I have known and secretly appreciated you long, though I have been too little myself to acknowledge it. I have not been calm enough, perhaps not blind enough for justice, for if I saw your beauty less clearly, oh, happy Ellis, how do I admire, envy, revere, and hate you!" Shocked, yet filled with pity, Juliet would have sought to deprecate her enmity, and soften her feelings, but her fiery eye shewed that any attempt at offering her consolation would be regarded as insult. "I disdain," she cried, "all expedient, all pretence. However the abortion of my purpose may have made me appear a mere female mountebank, I have meant all that I have seemed to mean, though by waiting for the moment of most éclat, opportunity has been passed by, and action has been frustrated. But I can die only once. That over, all is ended. 'Tis therefore I have studied how to finish my career with most effect. Let Harley, however, beware how he doubt my sincerity. Doubt from him would drive me mad indeed. To the torpid formalities of everyday customs, the drowsy thoughts of everyday thinkers, he may believe me insensible, and I shall thank him. But, indifferent to my own principles of honor, lost to my own definitions of pride, of shame, of heroism, oh, if he touch me there, if he can judge of me so degradingly, my senses will still go before my life." She held her forehead with a look of fearful pain, but soon recovering, laughed, and said, "There are fools I know in the world who suppose me mad already, only because I go my own way, while they, poor cowards, yoked one to another, always follow the path of their forefathers, without even venturing to mend the road, however it may have been broken up by time, accident, or mischief. I have full as much contempt of their imbecility as they can have of my insanity. But hear me, Ellis, approach and mark me. I must have a conference with Harley. You must be present, a last conference. Whatever be its event, I have bound myself to Elinor Jodrell never to demand another. But do not therefore imagine my life or death to be in your power. No, my resolution is taken. Take yours. Let the interview which I demand pass quietly in this room, or be responsible for the consequences of the public desperation to which I may be urged." Gloomily she then added, "Harley has refused to come. I will send him word that you are here. Will he still refuse?" Juliet blushed, but could not answer. Elinor paused a moment and then said, "If he knows that he can see you elsewhere, he will be firm. If not, he will return with my messenger. By that I can judge the present state of your connection." She rang the bell and told Mrs. Golding to go instantly to Mr. Harley, and acquaint him that Elinor Jodrell and Miss Ellis desired to speak with him immediately. Vainly Juliet remonstrated against the strange appearance of such a message, not only to himself, but to the family and the world. "Appearance?" she cried. "After what I have done, what I have dared, have I any terms to keep with the world, with appearances? Miserable, contemptible, servile appearances, to which sense, happiness, and feeling are forever to be sacrificed. And what will the world do in return? How recompense the victims to its arbitrary prejudices? By letting them quickly sink into nothing, by suffering them to die with as little notice and distinction as they have lived, and with as little choice." Mrs. Golding returned, bringing the respects of Mr. Harley, but saying that he was forced by an indispensable engagement to refuse himself the honour of waiting upon Miss Jodrell. "Run to him again," cried Elinor with vehemence. "Run, or he will be gone. Make him enter the first empty room, and tell him 'tis Miss Ellis alone who desires to speak with him. Fly!" Yet more earnestly now Juliet would have interfered, but the peremptory Elinor insisted upon immediate obedience. "If still," she cried, "he come not, I shall conclude you to be already married." She laughed, yet wore a face of horror at this idea, and spoke no more till Mrs. Golding returned with intelligence that Mr. Harley was waiting in the parlour. The bosom of Juliet now swelled and heaved high with tumultuous distress and alarm, and her cheeks were dyed with the crimson tint of conscious shame, while Elinor, turning pale, dropped her head upon the pillow of the sofa, and sighed deeply for a moment in silence. Recovering then, "This, at least," she said, "is explicit. Let it be final. Your influence is not disguised. Use it, Ellis, to snatch me from the deplorable buffoonery of running about the world, not like death after the lady, but the lady after death. Assure yourself that you will never devise any stratagem that will turn me from my purpose, though you may render ridiculous in its execution what in its conception was sublime. Happiness such as yours, Ellis, ought to be above all narrow malignity. You ought to be proud, Ellis, voluntarily to serve her whom involuntarily you have ruined." Juliet was beginning some protestations of kindness, but Elinor, interrupting her, said, "I can give credit only to action. I must have a conference, but it is not to talk of myself, nor of you, nor even of Harley. No, the soft moment of indulgence to my feelings is at an end. When I allowed my heart that delicious expansion, when I abandoned it to nature, and permitted it those open effusions of tenderness, I thought my dissolution at hand, and meant but to snatch a few last precious minutes of ecstasy from everlasting annihilation. But these endless delays, these eternal procrastinations, make me appear so unmeaning an idiot, even to myself, that for the remnant of my doleful ditty I must resist every natural wish, and plod on till I plod off with the stiff and stupid decorum of a starched old maid of half a century. Procure me, however, this definitive conference. It is upon no point of the old story, I promise you. You cannot be more tired of that than I am ashamed. 'Tis simply an earnest curiosity to know the pure, unadulterate thoughts of Harley upon death and immortality. I have applied to him fruitlessly myself. He inexorably refuses me to some old canonicals, without considering that it is vain to ask for guides to shew us a road, before we are convinced, or at least persuaded, that it will lead us to some given spot. Let him but make clear that 'tis his own opinion that death does not sink us to nothing. Let him but satisfy me that he does not turn me over to others, only because he thinks as I think himself, and has not the courage to avow it. And then in return I may suffer him to send to me some one of his black-robed tribe, to harangue me about here and hereafter." All contestation on the part of Juliet was but irritating. She was forced upon her commission, and compelled solemnly to promise that she would return with Harley, and be present at the conference. End of Chapter 62. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. Chapter 63 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 63. With unsteady footsteps and covered with blushes, Juliet repaired to the parlour, where Harleigh, with delighted yet trembling impatience, was awaiting her arrival. The door was half open, and he had placed himself at a distant window to force her entire entrance into the room before she could see him or speak. But that point gained, he hastened to shut it, exclaiming, "How happy for me is this incident, whatever may have been its origin! Let me instantly avail myself of it to entreat—" "Give me leave," interrupted Juliet, looking every way to avoid his eyes, "to deliver my message. Miss Jodrell—" "When we begin," cried Harleigh eagerly, "upon the unhappy Elinor, she must absorb us. Let me then first—" "I must be heard, sir," said Juliet, with more firmness, "or I must be gone." "You must be heard, then, undoubtedly," he cried with a smile, and offering her a chair, "for you must not be gone." Juliet declined being seated, but delivered, nearly in the words that she had received it, her message. Harleigh looked pained and distressed, yet impatient as he listened. "How," he cried, "can I argue with her? The false exaltation of her ideas, the effervescence of her restless imagination, place her above or below whatever argument or reason can offer to her consideration. Her own creed is settled, not by investigation into its merits, not by reflection upon its justice, but by an impulsive preference, in the persuasion that such a creed leaves her mistress of her destiny." "Ah, do not resist her," cried Juliet. "If there is any good to be done, do it, and without delay." "It is not you I can resist," he tenderly answered. "If deliberately it is your opinion I should comply. But her peculiar character, her extraordinary principles, and the strange situation into which she has cast herself, give her for the moment advantages difficult, yea, dangerous to combat. Unawed by religion, of which she is ignorant, unmoved by appearances to which she is indifferent, she utters all that occurs to an imagination inflamed by passion, disordered by disappointment, and fearless because hopeless, with a courage from which she has banished every species of restraint, and with a spirit of ridicule that so largely pervades her whole character as to burst forth through all her sufferings, to mix derision with all her sorrows, and to preponderate even over her passions. Reason and argument appear to her but as marks for dashing eloquence or sportive mockery. Nevertheless, if by striking at everything, daringly, impetuously, unthinkingly, she starts some sudden doubt, demands some impossible explanation, or asks some humanly unanswerable question, she will conclude herself victorious, and be more lost than ever to all that is right, from added false confidence in all that is wrong." "If so, the conference were indeed better avoided," said Juliet with sadness. "Yet, as it is not the sacred truth of revealed religion that she means to canvass, as it is merely the previous question of the possibility or impossibility, according to her notions, of a future state for mankind which she desires to discuss, I do not quite see the danger of answering the doubts or refuting the assertions that may lead her afterwards to an investigation so important to her future welfare. If she would consult with a clergyman, it were certainly preferable, but that will be a point no longer difficult to gain, when once you have convinced her, upon your own terms of controversy, that you herself have a firm belief in immortality." "The attempt shall surely be made," said Harleigh, "if you think such a result as casting her into more reverend hands may ensue. If I have fled all controversy with her, from the time that she has publicly proclaimed her religious infidelity, it has by no means been from disgust. An unbeliever is simply an object of pity. For who is so deplorably without resource in sickness or calamity, those two common occupiers of half our existence? No, if I have fled all voluntary intercourse with her, it has only been that her total contempt of the world has forced me to take upon myself the charge of public opinion for us both. While I considered her as the future wife of my brother, I frankly contested whatever I thought wrong in her notions. The wildness of her character, the eccentricity of her ideas, and the violence of all her feelings, with her extraordinary understanding, parts, I ought to say, for understanding implies rather what is solid than brilliant, joined to the goodness of her heart, and the generosity, frankness, and openness of her nature, excited at once an anxiety for my brother and an interest for herself, that gave occasion to the most affectionate animadversion on my part, and produced alternate defence or concession on hers. But her disdain of flattery, or even of civil acquiescence, made my freedom, opposed to the courteous complaisance which my brother deemed due to his situation of her humble servant, strike her in a point of view that has been unhappy for us all three. Yet this was a circumstance which I had never suspected, for where no wish is met, remark often sleeps, and I had been wholly unobservant till you, called from the deep interest with which she had involuntarily listened to the relation of his connection with Elinor, by the sudden transition to herself, Juliet startled. But he went on, till you were an inmate of the same house, till I saw her strange consternation when she found me conversing with you, her rising injustice when, with the respect and admiration which you inspired, I mentioned you, her restless vigilance to interrupt whatever communication I attempted to have with you, her sudden fits of profound yet watchful taciturnity when I saw you in her presence. "I may tell her," interrupted Juliet, disturbed, "that you will wait upon her according to her request?" "When you," cried he, smiling, "are her messenger, she must not expect quite so quick, quite so categorical an answer. I must first—" "On the contrary, her impatience will be insupportable if I do not relieve it immediately." She would have opened the door, but preventing her, "Can you indeed believe?" he cried, with vivacity. "Is it possible you can believe that, having once caught a ray of light to illumine and cheer the dread and nearly impervious darkness that so long and so blackly overclouded all my prospects, I can consent, can endure, to be cast again into desolate obscurity?" Juliet, blushing, and conscious of allusion to her reception of him in the churchyard, for which, without naming Sir Lyle's sycamore, she knew not how to account, again protested that she must not be detained. Still, however, half reproachfully, half laughingly stopping her, "And is it thus," he cried, "that you summoned me to Brighthelmstone, only to mock my obedience and disdain to hear me?" "I, sir, I summon you." "Nay, see my credentials." He presented to her the following note, written in an evidently feigned hand: "If Mr. Harleigh will take a ramble to the churchyard upon the hill, at Brighthelmstone, next Thursday morning at 5 o'clock, he will there meet a female fellow-traveller, now in the greatest distress, who solicits his advice and assistance to extricate her from her present intolerable abode." Deeply colouring, "And could Mr. Harleigh," she cried, "even for a moment believe, suppose—" He interrupted her with an air of tender respect. "No, I did not, indeed, dare believe, dare suppose that an honour, a trust such as might be implied by an appeal like this, came from you. Yet for you I was sure it was meant to pass, and to discover by whom it was devised, and for what purpose, irresistibly drew me hither, though with full conviction of imposition. I came, however, predetermined to watch around your dwelling at the appointed hour, ere I repaired to the bidden place. But what was my agitation when I thought I saw you? I doubted my senses. I retreated, I hung back. Your face was shaded by your headdress, yet your air, your walk, was it possible I could be deceived? Nevertheless, I resolved not to speak nor to approach you till I saw whether you proceeded to the churchyard. I was by no means free from suspicion of some new stratagem of Elinor, for, fatigued with concealment, I was then publicly at my house upon Bagshot Heath, where the note had reached me. Yet her distance from Brighthelmstone for so early an hour, joined to intelligence which I had received some time ago, for you will not imagine that the period which I spend without seeing, I spend also without hearing of you, that you had been observed, and more than once, at that early hour in the churchyard." "True," cried Juliet eagerly. "At that hour I have frequently met or accompanied a friend, a beloved friend, thither, and in her name I had even then, when I saw you, been deluded, not for a walk, a ramble, not upon any party of pleasure, but to visit a little tomb which holds the regretted remains of the darling and only child of that dear unhappy friend." She wept. Harleigh, extremely touched, said, "You have, then, a friend here? Is it, may I ask, is it the person you so earnestly sought upon your arrival? Is your anxiety relieved, your embarrassment, your suspense, your cruel distress? Will you not give me at length some little satisfaction? Can you wonder that my forbearance is worn out? Can my impatience offend you? If I press to know your situation, it is but with the desire to partake it. If I solicit to hear your name, it is but with the hope that you will suffer me to change it." He would have taken her hand, but drawing back and wiping her eyes, though irresistibly touched. "Offend?" she repeated. "Oh, far, far! But why will you recur to a subject that ought so long since to have been exploded, while another, an essential one, calls for all my attention? The last packet which you left with me, you must suffer me instantly to return. The first, she stammered, coloured, and then added, "the first, I am shocked to own. I must defer returning yet a little longer." Defer? Ardently repeated Harley. Ah, why not condescend to think at least another language, if not to speak it? Why not anticipate in kind idea at least the happy period, for me, when I may be permitted to consider as included and mutual in our destinies whatever hitherto? Oh, hold! Oh, Mr. Harley, interrupted Juliet in a voice of anguish, let no error, no misconstruction of this terrible sort, no inference, no expectation, thus wide from all possible reality, add to my various misfortunes the misery of remorse. Remorse? Gracious powers, what can you mean? That I have committed the most dreadful of mistakes, a mistake that I ought never to forgive myself, if, in the relief from immediate perplexity, which I ventured to owe to a momentary, and, I own, an intentionally unacknowledged, usage of some of the notes which you forced into my possession, I have given rise to a belief, to an idea, to— She hesitated, and blushed so violently that she could not finish her phrase, but Harley appeared thunderstruck, and was wholly silent. She looked down abashed, and added, the instant, by any possible means, by work, by toil, by labor, nothing will be too severe, all will be light and easy, that can rectify that— She could not proceed, and Harley, somewhat recovered by the view of her confusion, gently, though reproachfully, said, all, then, will be preferable to the slightest, smallest trust in me? And is this from abhorrence? Or do you deem me so ungenerous as to believe that I should take unworthy advantage of being permitted to offer you even the most trivial service? No, no, oh no, with quickness cried Juliet, but the more generous you may be, the more readily you may imagine— She stopped, at a loss how to finish. That you would be generous too? Cried Harley, revived and smiling. She could not refrain from a smile herself, but hastily added, my conduct must be liable to no inference of any sort. Adieu, sir. I will deliver you the packet in Miss Jodrell's room. Her hand was upon the lock, but his foot, fixed firmly against the door, impeded its being opened, while he exclaimed, I cannot part with you thus. You must clear this terrific obscurity that threatens to involve me once more in the horrors of excruciating suspense. Why that cruel expression of displeasure? Can you think that the moment of hope, however brief, however unintentional, however accidental, can ever be obliterated from my thoughts? That my existence, to whatever term it may be lengthened, will ever outlive the precious remembrance that you have called me your destined protector, your guardian angel? He could add no more. A mortal paleness overspread the face of Juliet, who, letting go the lock of the door, sunk upon a chair, faintly ejaculating, was I not yet sufficiently miserable? Penetrated with sorrow, and struck with alarm, Harley looked at her in silence, but when again he sought to take her hand, shrinking from his touch, though regarding him with an expression that supplicated rather than commanded forbearance. If you would not kill me, Mr. Harley, she cried, you will relinquish this terrible perseverance. Relinquish, he repeated. What, now? Now that all delicacy for this wild, eccentric, though so generous Elinor is at an end, that she has herself annulled your engagement? Relinquish now the hope so long pursued, so difficultly caught? No, I swear to you. Juliet arose. Oh, hold, Mr. Harley, she cried. Recollect yourself a moment. I lament if I have involuntarily caused you any transient mistake. Yet do me the justice to reflect that I have never cast my destiny upon that of Miss Jodrell. No decision, therefore, of hers can make any change in mine. She again put her hand upon the lock of the door. Harley fixed upon her his eyes, which spoke the severest disturbance, while in tremulous accents he uttered, And can you leave me thus to wasting despondence, and with this cold, chilling, blighting composure? Is it from pitiless apathy which incapacitates for judging of torments which it does not experience? Oh, no! Those eyes that so often glisten with the most touching sensibility, those cheeks that so beautifully mantle with the varying dyes of quick transition of sentiment, that mouth which so expressively plays in harmony with every word, nay, every thought, all announce a heart where every virtue is seconded and softened by every feeling. A mind alive to the quickest sensations, yet invigorated with the ablest understanding, a soul of angelic purity. Some sound from the passage made him suddenly stop and remove his foot, while the hand of Juliet dropped from the lock. They were both silent, and both affrighted stood suspended, till Juliet, shocked at the impropriety of such a situation, forced herself to open the door, at the other side of which, looking more dead than alive, stood Elinor, leaning upon her sister. I began to think, she cried in a hollow tone, that you were eloped. In determining to trust to no messenger, I came myself." She then endeavored to call forth a smile, but it visited so unwillingly features nearly distorted by internal agony that it gave a cast almost ghastly to her countenance. "Why, Harleigh," she cried, "should you thus shun me? Have I not given back her plighted faith to Ellis? Yet I am not ignorant how tired you must be of those old threadbare topics, bowls, daggers, poignards, and bodkins, but they have had their reign and are now dethroned. What remains is plain, common, stupid rationality. I wish to converse with you, Albert, only as a casuist, and upon a point of conscience which you alone can settle. For this world, and for all that belongs to it, all with me is utterly over. I have neither care nor interest left in it, and I have no belief that there is any other. I am very composedly ready, therefore, to take my last nap. I merely wish to learn, before I return to my torpid ignorance, whether it can be a fact that you, Harleigh, you, believe in a future state for mortal man, and I engage you by your friendship, which I still prize above all things, and by your honour, which you, I know, prize in the same manner, to answer me this question, instantly and categorically." "Most faithfully, then, Elinor, yes. All the happiness of my present life is founded upon my belief of a life to come." Elinor held up her hands. "Astonishing!" she cried. "Can judgment and credulity, wisdom and superstition thus jumble themselves together? And in a head so clear, so even oracular? Give me at least your reasons, and see that they are your own." Harleigh looked disturbed, but made not any answer. The wan face of Elinor was now lighted up with hues of scarlet. "I feel," she cried, "the impropriety of this intrusion, for who, if not I, since we all prize most what we know least, should respect happiness? When you have finished, however, your present conference, honour me both of you, if you please, that the period so employed may be less wearisome to either, with a final one upstairs. Harleigh, a final one." Harleigh was still silent. A yet deeper red now dyed the whole complexion of Elinor, and she added, "If to-day you are too much engaged, to-morrow will suffice. To-day, indeed, your solemn protestations of belief upon a subject which to me is a chaos, dark, impervious, impenetrable, has given ample employment to my ideas." Repulsing, then, his silently offered arm, she returned, with Selina, to the chamber consigned to her by Mrs. Ireton. End of chapter 63. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. Chapter 64 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 64. Harleigh, confused, disconcerted, remained motionless, but when the conscious Juliet would have glided silently past him, he entreated for a moment's audience. "Oh no, Mr. Harleigh, no," she cried. "These are scenes and alarms that must be risked no more." She was hurrying away, but upon his saying, "Hear me, at least, for Elinor," she turned back. His eye now reproached even her compliance, but he rapidly communicated his opinion that the conference demanded by Elinor ought, in prudence for the present, to be avoided, since while she still had some favourite object in view, life would unconsciously be still supported. Time thus might insensibly be gained, not only for eluding her fatal project, but happily perhaps for taming the dauntless wildness that made her now seem to stand scoffingly at bay between life and death. Juliet saw nothing to oppose to this statement, and thanking him that at least it liberated her, was again hastening away. "Hold, hold!" cried he, stopping her. "It is not from me that it must liberate you. Elinor has ratified the restoration of your word." "Oh, were that all!" she cried hastily, but stopping short, deeply blushing. "Mr. Harleigh," she added, "compel me not to repeat declarations that cannot vary. Aid me rather generously, kindly shall I say, aid me to fly, to avoid you, lest you become yourself," her voice faltered as she pronounced, "the most fatal of my enemies." The penetrated Harleigh, charmed though tortured, saw her eyes glittering with tears, but she forced her way past him, and took refuge in her chamber. There, in deep anguish, she was sinking upon a chair, when she received the gentle balm of a letter from Gabriella, written with ecstatic joy at the prospect of their reunion. This decided her plan of immediate escape to London under a full conviction that Harleigh, to obviate any calumnious surmises from her disappearance, would studiously shew himself in the world, however cautiously he might avoid any interview with Elinor. The shock of Juliet at this unfortunate intrusion somewhat abated when she reflected that confirmed hopelessness might perchance lead Elinor to acquiesce in disappointment, for hopelessness, equally with resignation, though not so respectably, terminates all struggles against misfortune. She now therefore seized an opportunity, when she knew Mrs. Ireton to be engaged with Mrs. Maple, for going forth to secure a place in some machine for a journey to London on the following morning. This office performed, she thought, while returning home, that she perceived, though at a considerable distance, Harleigh. In the dread of some new conflict, she was planning to seek another way back, when recollecting that she had his bank-notes in her work-bag, she judged that she might more promptly return them at this accidental meeting than in the house of Mrs. Ireton. She slackened therefore her pace, and taking out her ever-ready packet, turned round as the footstep approached, gravely and calmly to deliver it, when to her utter surprise she faced Lord Melbury. Pleasure emitted its brightest hues in the tints of her cheeks at sight of the marked respect that chastened the visible delight with which she was looked at and accosted by the young peer. "How fortunate," he cried, "am I to meet with you thus directly! This moment only I dismount from my horse. I have a million of things to say to you from Aurora, if you will have the goodness to hear them, and I have more at heart still my own claim upon your patience. When may I see you for a little conversation?" The pleasure of Juliet was now severely checked by perplexity, how either to fulfil or to break her engagement. Observing the change in her countenance, and her hesitation and difficulty to answer, Lord Melbury, whose look and air changed also, said, in a tone of concern, Miss Ellis had not forgotten her kind promise. "Your lordship is extremely good, to remember either that or me, yet I hope—" "What does Miss Ellis hope? I would not counteract her hopes for the world, but surely she cannot be so cruel as to disappoint mine, to make me fear that she has changed her opinion, to withdraw her amiable trust?" "No, my lord, no. Not a moment could I hesitate were trust alone in question. But the hurry of this instant, the impossibility of detailing so briefly and by an imperfect account—" "And why an imperfect account? Why, dear Miss Ellis, since you have the kindness to believe I may be trusted, not confined to be the whole truth?" "Alas, my lord, how? Where?" "In some parlour, in the garden, anywhere." "Ah, my lord, what I have to say must be uninterrupted, unheard but by yourself, and I can command neither a place nor a moment free from intrusion." "Sweet Miss Ellis, sweet injured Miss Ellis, I know, I have witnessed the unworthiness of your treatment. Even Aurora, with all her gentleness, has been as indignant at it nearly as myself. All our wonder is how you bear it. We burn, we expire to learn what can urge so undue a subjection. But I have not obtruded myself upon you only for myself. I have galloped hither to prepare you, and to entreat you not to be uneasy, and to save you from any surprise, by acquainting you that my uncle Denmeath—" He stopped short, as if thunderstruck. Juliet, alarmed, looked at him, and saw that in bending over her to name in a lower voice his uncle, his eyes had caught the direction of her packet, for Albert Harleigh, Esquire. Shocked at the evidently unpleasant effect which this sight produced, and covered with blushes at the suspicions to which it might give rise, Juliet hastily exclaimed, "Oh, my lord, I must no longer defer my explanation. Every risk will be preferable to the loss of your esteem." Delight, enchantment again were depicted on the countenance as they seized the faculties of the young peer, and involuntarily his eager hands were stretching forwards to seize hers, when he perceived just approach to them, pale, agitated, and with the look of someone taken suddenly ill, Harleigh. The colour of Juliet now rose and died away alternately from varying sensations of shame and apprehension, to which the deepest confusion soon succeeded, as she discerned the contrast of the cheeks whitened by pale jealousy of Harleigh, with those of Lord Melbury, which were crimsoned with the reddest hues of sudden suspicion and painful mistrust. Harleigh, with a faint and forced smile, bowed but stood aloof. Lord Melbury seemed to have not alone his sentiments, but his faculties held in suspension. Juliet, with cruel consciousness, perceived that each surmised something clandestine of the other, and the immense importance which she annexed to their joint good opinion, and the imminent danger which she saw of the double forfeiture, soon reinvigorated her powers, and addressing herself with dignity, though in a tone of softness, to Lord Melbury, "If you judge me, my lord, from partial circumstances," she cried, "I have everything to apprehend for what I value more than words can express, your lordship's approbation of the favour with which I am honoured by Lady Aurora Granville. But let me rather hope, suffer me, my lord, to hope that by the opinion I have formed of the honour of your own character, you will judge, though at present in the dark, of the integrity of mine." Turning from him, as touched, electrified, he was beginning, "I have always judged you to be an angel," she would have presented her packet to Harleigh, though without raising her eyes, saying, "Mr. Harleigh has so long, and upon so many occasions, honoured me with marks of his esteem and benevolence, that I flatter myself, I think, I trust—" She stammered, confused, and Harleigh, who from the moment that Lady Aurora had been mentioned had recovered his complexion, his respiration, and his strength, recovered also his hopes and his energy at the sight of the embarrassment of Juliet. Not doubting, however, what were the contents of the packet, he held back from receiving it, though with a smile that conveyed the most lively expression of grateful delight at her palpable anxiety to preserve his esteem. "Nay, you must take your property," she resumed, with attempted cheerfulness, yet blushing more deeply every moment at thus betraying to Lord Melbury that she had any property of Mr. Harleigh's to return. "I will take your commands in every shape in which they can be framed," cried Harleigh, gaily, "but you must not refuse to grant me at the same time directions for their execution." The interest with which Lord Melbury listened to what passed was now mingled with undisguised impatience, but Juliet could not endure to satisfy him, could not support letting him know that she retained money of Harleigh's in her hands, nor yet bear to suffer Harleigh, now the address had been seen, to leave it still in her possession. Hesitating, abashed, she turned from one to the other, with looks at Lord Melbury that seemed appealing for forbearance, and to Harleigh with downcast eyes that had not force to encounter his, but that were expressive of distress, timidity, and fear of misconstruction. This pause, while it astonished and perplexed Lord Melbury, gave rise in Harleigh to the most flattering emotions. Her disturbance was indeed visible and cruelly painful to him, but since their meeting in the churchyard, the severity of her reserve had seemed shaken beyond her power, evident as were her struggles to call back its original firmness. The more exquisitely he felt himself bewitched by this observation, the more fondly he desired to spare her delicacy, by concealing, though not repressing his hopes, but his eyes, less under his control than his words, air, or address, spoke a language not to be doubted of tenderness, and sparkled with lustrous happiness. Juliet felt their beams too powerfully to mistake or even to sustain them. Her head dropped, her eyelids nearly closed, blushing shame tingled in her cheeks, and apprehension and perturbation trembled in every limb. Perceiving and adoring her inability to find utterance, Harleigh, with subdued rapture, yet in a tone that spoke of his feelings to be, at length, in harmony with all his wishes, was gently beginning an entreaty that she would adjourn this little dispute to another day, when the words, "Well, if here ain't the very person we were talking of," striking his ears, he looked round, and saw Miss Bydel, accompanied by Mr. Giles Arb, whose approach had been unheeded by them all from the deep interest which had concentrated their attention to themselves. "Why, Mrs. Ellis," she continued, "why, what are you doing here? I should like to know that. I've just had a smart battle about you with my good friend Mr. Giles. He will needs have it that you paid all your debts from a hoard that you had by you of your own, though I have told him I dare say 100 times at the least I must needs be a better judge, having been paid myself for my own share by that cross-grained baronet who's been such a good friend to you." The sensations of Juliet underwent now another change, though shame was still predominant. Her fears of exciting the expectations she sought to annul in Harleigh were superseded by a terror yet more momentous, of giving ground for suspicion, not alone to herself but to Lord Melbury, that while fashioning 1,000 difficulties to accepting the assistance that was generously and delicately offered by themselves, she had suffered a third person, that person also a gentleman, to supply her pecuniary necessities. She breathed hard and looked disordered, but could suggest nothing to say, while Harleigh and Lord Melbury stood as if transfixed by disturbed astonishment. "Well, I protest," resumed Miss Bydel, "if here ain't another of the people that we were talking of, Mr. Giles, for I declare it's Mr. Harleigh that I was telling you, you know, my good friend, was the person that made poor Miss Joddrell make away with her herself, because of his scampering after Mrs. Ellis, when she had that swoon, which to be sure had but an out-of-the-way look, for the music would have taken care of her. Don't you think so yourself, my dear?" The most painful confusion again took possession of Juliet, who would silently have walked away had not Miss Bydel caught hold of her arm, saying, Don't be in a hurry, my dear, for you shan't be chid, for I'll speak for you myself to Mrs. Ireton. I am mighty glad to hear that Sir Jaspar is your friend, my pretty lady, said the smiling Mr. Giles, and I am mighty glad, too, that you have persuaded him to help pay your debts. He's a very good sort of man where he takes, and very witty and clever, though he is crabbed, too, rather crabbed and waspish when he ain't pleased. He always scolds all the men, and indeed the maids, too, when they ain't pretty, poor things, and they can't help that, else I dare say they would. Yet I am afraid I don't like them quite so well myself, neither in my heart, when they are ugly, which is but hard upon them, so I always do them double the good to punish myself. But I'm prodigiously sorry you should have taken to that turn of running in debt, my dear, for it's the only thing I know to your disadvantage, for which reason I have never named it to a single soul, only it just dropped out before I was aware to Miss Bydel, which I am sorry enough for, but I am afraid it will be but hard to her, poor lady, to keep it to herself. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Giles?" cried Miss Bydel angrily. "Do you want to insinuate that I don't know how to keep a secret? I should be glad to know what right you have to fleer at a person about that when you blab out everything in such a manner yourself, and before these two gentlemen, too, who don't lose a word of what passes, I can tell you." "True, good, you are right there, Mrs. Bydel. I did not think of that, I protest. However, these two gentlemen have too much kindness about them to repeat a thing that may hurt a young person just coming, as one may say, into the world, for she is but a chicken, and my lord here, who looks younger still, is scarcely more than an egg. So you may be sure he has no guile in him, for he seems almost as innocent as herself. However, my pretty lady, if you have still any more debts, new or old, only tell me who you owe them to, and I'll run and fetch all the people here, and we'll join together to discharge them at once, for Mr. Harley is always at home when he is doing good, and this young nobleman can't begin too soon to learn what he is rich for, so you can never be in better hands for taking up a little money. When we settled the last batch, you had no debt left but to Mrs. Bydel, and as the baronet has paid her, she's off our hands. So tell me whether there is any new one that you have been running up since." Wounded and nearly indignant at this demand, "None," Juliet spontaneously answered, when catching a glance at Lord Melbury, who involuntarily looked down, his purse and the 15 guineas of Lady Aurora rushed upon her memory, and filled her again with visible embarrassment. "Good, good," cried the pleased Mr. Giles. "You could not tell me better news. But are there any poor souls, then, that you forgot to mention in our last reckoning? Are there any old debts that you did not count?" Inexpressibly hurt at a supposition so offensive to her sense of probity, Juliet hastily repeated, "No, sir, there are none." But in raising her head, and encountering the penetrating eyes of Harley, the terrible recollection of the capital into which she had broken, and of the large sum so long his due, struck cold to her heart, though it burnt her cheeks with a dye of crimson. Yet were these sensations nearly nugatory, compared with those which she suffered the next instant, when Miss Bydel, suddenly perceiving the direction upon the packet, read aloud, "For Albert Harley, Esquire." Her exclamations, her blunt, unqualified interrogatories, and the wonder and simple ejaculations of Mr. Giles Arb filled Juliet with a confusion so intolerable that she forced her arm from Miss Bydel, with the intention to insist upon publicly restoring the packet to Harley. But Harley, confounded himself, had advanced towards the house, which, frequently as they had stopped, they now insensibly reached, but from which he would most willingly have retrograded upon seeing Ireton issue, laughing, into the portico. The laugh of Ireton, whose gaiety was always derision, and whose derision was always scandal, though it was innocently echoed by the unsuspicious Mr. Giles, was as alarming to the two gentlemen and to Juliet as it was offensive to Miss Bydel, who pettishly demanded, "Pray what are you laughing at, Mr. Ireton? I should like to know that. If it is at me, you may as well tell me at once, for I shall be sure to find it out, because I always make a point of doing that." Ireton, seizing upon Harley, exclaimed, "What! Monsieur le Moniteur, still hankering after our mysterious fair one?" When perceiving the wishes of Juliet to pass on, he wantonly filled up the doorway. Harley, who alas could not but guess them, though he dared not look at her, hoped by delaying her entrance to catch a moment's discourse, but the youthful Lord Melbury, deeming all caution to be degrading, that interfered with protection to a lovely female, openly desired that Ireton would stand aside and let the ladies enter the house. "Most undoubtedly, my lord," answered Ireton, making way with an air of significant acquiescence. Miss Bydel, with a warm address of thanks to his lordship, whose interference she received as a personal civility, said, "This is like a gentleman indeed, my lord, and quite fit for a lord to do, to take the part of us poor weak women, against people that keep one standing out in the street, because they think of nothing but joking. And then, telling Juliet to follow her, "I can do no less," she added, as she entered the hall, "than be as good as my word to this poor young music-maker, to save her a chiding, poor creature, for staying dawdling out so long, when 10 to 1 but poor Mrs. Ireton has wanted her 100 times for one odd thing or another. But I shall take all the fault upon myself for the last part of the job, because I can't deny but I held her a minute or two by the arm. But what she was gossiping about before we came up to her, my good friend Mr. Giles and I, is what I don't pretend to say, though I should like to know very well, for it had but an odd appearance, I must own, both your gentlemen having been talked of so much in the town about this young person. The most pointed darts of wit, and even the poisoned shafts of malice, are less disconcerting to delicacy than the unqualified bluntness of the curious underbred, for that which cannot be imputed to a spirit of sarcasm or a desire of shining passes to the bystanders for unvarnished truth. As such, the intimation of Miss Bydell was palpably received by Ireton and by Mr. Giles, though with malevolent wilfulness by the one, and by the other with the simplest credulity, while Lord Melbury, Harley, and Juliet were too much ashamed to look up, and too much confounded to attempt parrying so gross an attack. Yet both Lord Melbury and Harley, urged invincibly by a desire of knowing in what manner Juliet was to be patronized by her loquacious mediatrix, and how they might themselves fare in the account, irresistibly entered the mansion, though marvelling each at the curiosity, and blaming the indiscretion of the other. To avoid the aspersion of making a clandestine retreat, Juliet had decided, however painful to her might be such an exertion, openly to relinquish her situation with Mrs. Ireton, but she by no means felt equal to risking the irascibility of that lady before so many witnesses. Nevertheless, when she would have glided from the party, Miss Bydell, again seizing her arm, called out, "Come, don't be afraid, Mrs. Ellis. I've promised to take your part, and I am always as good as my word," and then dragged, rather than drew her into the drawing-room, closely attended by Lord Melbury, Harley, Mr. Giles Arb, and Ireton. End of chapter 64. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. Chapter 65 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties by Fanny Burney. Chapter 65. Unweariedly concerting means of detection relative to the stranger, which no failure of success could discourage, Mrs. Ireton and Mrs. Maple sat whispering upon the same sofa in the drawing-room, while Selina and Miss Aramede were tittering at a window. "How do you do, ladies?" cried Miss Bydell. "In close chat, I see. However, I don't want to know what it's about. I'm only come to speak a word about this poor thing here, for fear you should think she has been all this time gossiping about her own affairs, which, I assure you, Mrs. Ireton, I can bear witness for her in the case." The supercilious silence of Mrs. Ireton to this address would have authorized the immediate retreat of Juliet, but that Ireton maliciously placed himself against the door, and impeded its being opened, while Lord Melbury and Harley were obliged to approach the sofa to pay their compliments to the lady of the mansion, who, giving them her whole attention, left Miss Bydell to finish her harangue to Mrs. Maple. "Right, true," cried Mr. Giles, eager to abet what he thought the good nature of Miss Bydell. "What you say is just and fair, Mrs. Bydell, for this pretty young lady here wanted to go from these two gentlemen the minute we came up to her, only Mrs. Bydell's arm being rather, I conceive, heavy, she could not so soon break away. But I did not catch one of her pretty dimples all the time. So pray, Mrs. Ireton, don't be angry with her, and the less because she's so sweet-tempered, that if you are, she won't complain, for she never did of Mrs. Maple." "I hope this is curious enough," cried Mrs. Maple. "A body to come and live upon me for months together upon charity, and then not to complain of me. I think if this is not enough to cure people of charity, I wonder what is. For my part, I am heartily sick of it for the rest of my life." Juliet, having again, but vainly, tried to pass by Ireton, retired to an unoccupied window. Harley, though engaged in discourse with Mrs. Ireton, reddened indignantly, and Lord Melbury nearly mashed the nails of his fingers between his teeth, while Mr. Giles, staring, demanded, "Why, what can there be, ma'am, in charity to turn you so sick? A poor helpless young creature like that can't make you her toad-eater." Alarmed at an address which she took upon as a prognostic to an exhortation, of which she dreaded from experience the plainness and severity, Mrs. Maple hastily changed her place. while Mrs. Ireton, startled also by the word toad-eater, unremittingly continued speaking to the two gentlemen, whose attention, nevertheless, she could not for a moment engage, though their looks and persons were her prisoners. "I don't know why you ladies, who are so rich and gay," continued Mr. Giles composedly, and to the great annoyance of Mrs. Ireton, taking possession of the seat which Mrs. Maple had abdicated, "should not try to make yourself pleasant to those who are poor and sad. You, that have got everything you can wish for, should take as much pains not to be distasteful, as a poor young thing like that, who has got nothing but what she works for, should take pains not to be starved." Mrs. Ireton, extremely incensed, though affecting to be unconcerned, haughtily summoned Ellis. Ellis, forced to obey, went to the back of the sofa, to avoid standing by the side of the two gentlemen, and determined to make use of this opportunity for announcing her project of retreat. "Pray, ma'am," Mrs. Ireton cried, "permit me to inquire," her eye angrily yet cautiously glancing at Mr. Giles, "to what extraordinary circumstance I am indebted for having the honor of receiving your visitors. Not that I am insensible to such a distinction. You won't imagine me such an Hottentot, I hope, as to be insensible to so honorable a distinction. Nevertheless, you'll pardon me, I trust, if I take the liberty to intimate that, for the future, when any of your friends are to be indulged in waiting upon you, you will have the goodness to receive them in your own apartments. You'll excuse the hint, I flatter myself." "I shall intrude no apologies upon your time, madam," said Ellis calmly, "for relinquishing a situation in which I have acquitted myself so little to your satisfaction. Tomorrow, therefore—" Anticipating, and eager to convert a resignation which she regarded as a disgrace into a dismission which she considered as a triumph, Mrs. Ireton impatiently interrupted her, crying, "Tomorrow? And why are we to wait for tomorrow? What has today done? Permit me to ask that, and pray don't take it ill. Pray don't let me offend you, only, what has poor today done that tomorrow must have such a preference?" Juliet, frightened at the idea of being reduced to pass a night alone at an inn, now hesitated, and Mrs. Ireton, smiling complacently around her, went on. "Suffer me, I beg, to speak a little word for poor neglected today. Have we not long enough been slaves to tomorrow? Let the pleasures of dear expectation be superseded this once for those of actual enjoyment. Not but 'twill be very severe upon me to lose you. I don't dissemble that. So gay a companion. I shall certainly expire an hypochondriac upon first missing your amusing sallies. I can never survive such a deprivation. No, it's all over with me. You pity me, I am sure, my good friends?" She now looked around with an expression of ineffable satisfaction at her own wit, but it met no applause, save in the ever-ready giggles of Selina, and the broad admiration of the round-eyed Miss Bydel. Juliet silently curtsied, with a gravity that implied a leave-taking, and approaching the door, desired that Ireton would let her pass. Ireton, laughing, declared that he should not suffer her to decamp till she gave him a direction where he could find her the next day. Offended, she returned again to her window. "Oh, now, pray, Mrs. Ireton," cried Miss Bydel, "don't turn her away, poor thing. Don't turn her away, ma'am, for such a mere little fault. I dare say she'll do her best to please you if you'll only try her again. Besides, if she's turned off in this manner, just as young Lord Melbury is here, he may try to make her his kept mistress again. At least naughty people will say so." "Who will say so, ma'am?" cried Lord Melbury, starting up in a rage to which he was happy to find so laudable a vent. "Who will dare say so? Name me a single human being." "Lord, my lord," answered Miss Bydel, a little frightened, "nobody very likely, only it's best to be upon one's guard against evil speakers, for young lords at your time of life ain't apt to be quite so good as they are when they are more stricken in years. That's all I mean, my lord, for I don't mean to affront your lordship, I'm sure." Mrs. Ireton, again beckoning to Alice, said, "Pray, Mrs. Thingamy, have you done me so much honor as to make out your bill?" And ostentatiously she produced her purse. "What is the amount, ma'am, of my debt?" Juliet paused a moment and then answered, "'Tis an amount, madam, much too difficult and complicate for me just now to calculate." Mr. Giles, alertly rising, cried, "Let me help you then, my pretty lady, to cast it up. What have you given her upon account, Mrs. Ireton?" "I am not her bookkeeper, sir," returned Mrs. Ireton, extremely nettled. "I don't pretend to the honor of acting as her steward, but I trust she will be good enough to take what is her due. 'Tis very much beneath her, I own, extremely beneath her, I confess, yet I hope this once she will let herself down so far." And 10 guineas, which she held in her hand, were augmented to 20, which she paradingly flung upon the table. Mrs. Maple and Miss Bydell poured forth the warmest exclamations of admiration at this magnificence, but Juliet, quietly saying, "Let me hope, madam, that my successor may merit your generosity," again curtsied and was going, when Mr. Giles, eagerly picking up the money and following her with it, spread open upon his hand, said, "What do you go without your cash for, my pretty lady? Why don't you take your guineas?" Excuse me, sir," cried Juliet, hastily, and trying to be gone. "And why?" cried he, a little angrily. "Are they not your own? What have you been singing for, and playing, and reading, and walking, and humoring the little naughty boy, and coddling the cross little dog? Take your guineas, I say. Would you be so proud as to leave the obligation all on the side of Mrs. Ireton?" A smile at this statement, in defiance of her distress, irresistibly stole its way upon the features of Juliet, while Mrs. Ireton, stung to the quick, though forcing a contemptuous laugh, exclaimed, "This is really the height of the marvellous. It transcends all my poor ideas. I own that. I can't deny it. However, I must drop my acquaintance entirely with Miss Arb if it is to subject me to intrusions of every sort on pretence of visiting that Miss What's-her-name. I have had quite enough of all this. I really desire no more." Harley, to hide his acute interest in the situation of Juliet, pretended to be examining a portrait that was hung over the chimney-piece, but Lord Melbury, less capable of self-restraint, applaudingly seized the hand of Mr. Giles, and grasping it warmly, cried, "Where may I have the pleasure of waiting upon you, sir? I desire infinitely to cultivate your acquaintance." "And I shall like it too, my good young nobleman," said Mr. Giles, with a look of great satisfaction, and was beginning at very full length to give his direction, when Selina called out from the window as a carriage drove up to the door, "Mrs. Ireton, it's Lord Denmeath's livery." Lord Melbury, abruptly breaking from Mr. Giles, hurried out of the room, which alone prevented the same action from Juliet, whose face suddenly exhibited horror rather than affright. But she felt that to fly the uncle, at a moment when she might seem to pursue the nephew, might be big with suspicious mischief, and though shaking with terror, she placed herself as if she were examining a small landscape behind an immense screen, which in summer as well in winter nearly surrounded the sofa of Mrs. Ireton, and hence she hoped, when his lordship should be entered, to steal unnoticed from the room. "This is a stroke that surpasses all the rest," faintly cried Mrs. Ireton, "that Lord Denmeath, whom I have not seen these 7 ages, should renew his acquaintance at an epoch of such strange disorder in my house. He will never believe this apartment to be mine. It will not be possible for him to believe it. He'll conclude me in some lodging. He'll imagine me the victim of some dreadful reverse of fortune. He is so little accustomed to see me in any motley group. He can so little figure me to himself as a person in a general herd." "Well, I for one am here by mere accident, to be sure," said Miss Bydell, "but however I did not come in from mere curiosity, I assure you, Mrs. Ireton, for I knew nothing of Lord Denmeath's being to come. However, as I happen to be here, I shan't be sorry to see his lordship if I shan't be in anybody's way, for I never happened to be where he was before. Only I can't think what Lord Melbury went off so quick for, unless it was to shoo his uncle away upstairs, and if it was for that, it was pretty enough of him." "No, no, you'll be in nobody's way, Mrs. Bydell," said Mr. Giles. "Don't be afraid of that. Here's abundance of room for us all. The apartment's a very good apartment for that." Mrs. Ireton now, impatiently ringing the bell, demanded of a servant what he had done with Lord Denmeath, adding, "I should be glad, sir, to be informed, very glad, I must confess, for perhaps if you have been so good as to shew a visitor of one of my people into the drawing-room, you may have thought proper to usher a visitor of mine into the kitchen?" His lordship, the servant answered, had been met by Lord Melbury upon alighting from the coach, and had stepped with him into the dining-parlour. Mrs. Maple exulted that she could now, at last, have an opportunity to clear herself of his lordship about the many odd appearances which had so long stood against her, while Ireton, who had espied the effort of Juliet to escape notice, called out, "I don't know where the devil I have put my hat," and suddenly pushing towards her, with a blusterous appearance of search, gave her a mischievous nod, as she started back from his bold approach, and encircled her completely within the broad leaves of the screen. She suffered this malicious sport, in preference to attempting any resistance, though vexed at the noise which she must now unavoidably make in removing. She was scarcely thus enclosed when Lord Denmeath was announced. Her heart now beat so violently with terror that her shaking hand could scarcely grasp a leaf of the screen as she tried to make an opening for letting herself out, while his lordship was returning a reception of fawning courtesy by some embarrassed and ambiguous apologies relative to the motives of his visit. And when at last she succeeded, she was deterred from endeavouring to abscond by seeing Harley with his hand upon the door, making his bow. Mrs. Maple, interfering, would not permit him to depart, clamorously declaring that he was the properest person to give an account to his lordship of this adventurer, as he must best know why he had forced them to take such a body into their boat. With deep agitation and blushing anxiety, Juliet now unavoidably heard Harleigh answer, "I can but repeat to his lordship what I have 1,000 times assured these ladies, that I have not the smallest knowledge whence this young lady comes, nor whom she may be. I can only therefore reply to these inquiries from my mental perceptions. These convince me, through progressive observations, that she is a person of honor, well educated, accustomed to good society, highly principled, and noble-minded. You smile, my lord, but those only who judge without conversing with her, or converse without drawing forth her sentiments, can annex any disparaging doubt to the mystery of her situation. Her conduct has rather been exemplary than irreproachable from the moment that she has been cast upon our knowledge, though she has suffered, during that short interval, distress of almost every description. Her language is always that of polished life. Her manners, even when her occupations are nearly servile, are invariably of distinguished elegance. Yet with all their softness, all their gentleness, she has a courage that upon the most trying occasions is superior to difficulty, and a soul that, even in the midst of injury and misfortune, depends upon itself and is above complaint. Such, my lord, I think her, not indeed from any certain documents, but from a self-conviction, founded, I repeat, upon progressive observations, which have the weight with me now of mathematical demonstration." Tears resistless yet benign flowed down the cheeks of Juliet in listening to this defence, and while she endeavoured to disperse them before she ventured from her retreat, Lord Denmeath began an inquiry whether this young person had regularly refused to say who she was, or whether she had occasionally made any partial communication, or given any hints relative to her family or connections. Juliet was now in an agony of mind indescribable. She had hoped to glide away with the general party unobserved, but Harleigh had kept constantly at the door till he made his exit, which now was so crowdingly followed by that of everyone except Mrs. Ireton and his lordship, that the delay ended in making her, individually, more conspicuous. Yet to overhear, unsuspectedly, a conversation believed to be private, even though she knew herself to be its subject, was dishonour. Hastily, therefore, though shaking in every limb, she forced herself from without the screen. Mrs. Ireton shrieked and sank back upon the sofa, crying out, "Oh, my lord, she's here, concealed to listen to us! What a shock! I shall feel it these 3 years!" Juliet fleetly crossed the drawing-room without daring to raise her head, but Lord Denmeath, passing quickly before her, as if intending to open the door, held the handle of the lock, while, steadily examining her as he spoke, he said, "Will you give me leave, ma'am, to see you for a few minutes tomorrow?" Juliet made not, nor even attempted to make any answer. Terror was painted in every line of her face, and she trembled so violently that she was forced to catch by the back of a chair to save herself from falling. "I hope, ma'am," said Lord Denmeath, "you are not ill?" And approaching her with a look of compassion, added in a whisper, "I know you, but be not frightened. I will not hurt you. I will speak to you tomorrow alone, and arrange something to your advantage." Juliet seemed utterly overcome, and remained motionless. "Compose yourself," continued Lord Denmeath, speaking louder, and turning towards the wondering Mrs. Ireton. "I will see you when and where you please tomorrow." Mrs. Ireton, whose own curiosity knew not how to brook any delay, now recovered sufficient strength to rise, and begging that his lordship would not postpone his business, she passed into her boudoir, the door of which, however, Lord Denmeath failed not to remark, was shut without much vigour. Lowering, therefore, his tone till even to Juliet it was scarcely audible, "We cannot," he said, "converse here with any openness, but if you are not your own enemy, you may make me your friend, though I cannot but take ill your coming over against my advice and injunctions, and thus insidiously introducing yourself to my nephew and niece." Juliet here looked up with an air of self-vindication, but Lord Denmeath steadily went on. "I have for some time suspected who you were, though but vaguely, yet, attributing your voyage to the officious counsel of the bishop, I contented myself for the moment with putting a stop to your intercourse with my credulous young relations. But other information has reached me, and reached me at the very moment with Mrs. Howell, when indeed my nephew and niece themselves had acquainted me with the meeting at Arundel Castle. I will talk upon all these matters in detail tomorrow morning. I have only to demand in the interval that you will neither speak nor write to Lord Melbury. I have already obtained his promise to be quiet till our conference is over, but I know that there are ways and means to induce a young man to forget his engagements. I hope you will try none such. Where can we have our conversation?" "Nowhere, my lord." to the utter astonishment of Lord Denmeath, and even to her own, Juliet now, with sudden spirit, answered, but the courage which had been subdued by apprehension was revived during the preceding harangue by strong glowing indignation. "What is it?" when amazement would give him leave to speak. "What is it," Lord Denmeath said, "that you mean?" "That I will not trouble your lordship to offer me directions that I may not be at liberty to follow. I have already, my lord, a guide, and one to whose judgment I shall submit implicitly. That bishop, whom your lordship is pleased to call officious, is my first, best, and nearly only friend, and if ever again I should be so blessed as to meet with him, his opinion shall be my law, as his benediction will be my happiness." In great emotion, yet with unappalled dignity, she was departing, but Lord Denmeath, with an air of surprise, stopping her, said, "You are then a papist?" "No, my lord, I am firmly a Protestant, but as such I am a Christian, so, and most piously, yet not illiberally, is the bishop." "What is it, tell me, if you please, that this bishop purposes? To renew those old claims so long ago vainly canvassed? Can he imagine he will now have more influence than when possessed of his episcopal rank and fortune? Set him right in that point. You will do him a friendly turn, and permit me to do a similar one by yourself. I know the whole of your situation." Juliet started. "I have just had information which I meant to communicate to you, accompanied with offers of mediation and assistance, but you are sufficient to yourself, or your champion, the bishop, makes all other aid superfluous. Suffer me, nevertheless, to intimate to you that you will do well to return, quietly and expeditiously, to the spot whence you came. You may else make the voyage less pleasantly." The color which resentment and exertion had just raised in the cheeks of Juliet now faded away and left them nearly as white as snow. Lord Denmeath, softening his voice and manner, and changing the haughty air of his countenance into something that approached to kindness, went on more gently. "I did not mean to alarm, but to befriend you. I allow not only for your youth and inexperience, but for the false ideas with which you have been brought up. If it had not pleased the bishop to interfere, all would have been amicably arranged from the first. Take, however, a little time for reflection. Think upon the enormous risk which you run, a fine young woman like you, and you are indeed a very fine young woman, flying from her house and home." Juliet, shaking, shuddering, hid her face and burst into tears. "I see that it is not impossible to work upon you," he continued. "I will beg Mrs. Ireton, therefore, to let us converse tomorrow, where we may canvass the matter at leisure. The road is still open for you to affluence and credit. It will make me very happy to be your conductor. You will find I am authorized so to be. Make yourself, therefore, as easy as you can, and depend upon my best offices. We will certainly meet tomorrow morning." He then bowed to her and moved towards the boudoir, which Mrs. Ireton, appearing accidentally to open the door that had never been shut, quitted to receive him, while Juliet, in speechless disorder, retired. End of chapter 65. Recording by Kirsten Nelson.
Chapter 66 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 66. Upon quitting the drawing-room to mount to her chamber, Juliet caught a glance of Ireton ascending the staircase to the second story. Apprehensive that he was watching for an opportunity to again torment her, she turned into a small apartment called the print closet, of which the door was open, purposing there to wait till he should have passed on. There, however, she had no sooner entered than, examining the beautiful engravings of Sir Robert Strange, she perceived Harley. Eagerly and with delight he advanced, and sought once more to take her hand. A look of solemnity repressed him, but 'twas a solemnity mixed with sorrow, not anger. "Generous Mr. Harley," she faintly articulated, while endeavoring to disperse the tears that again strove to find their way down her cheeks. "Can you then thus unabatedly preserve your good opinion of an unknown wanderer, who seems the sport of insult and misfortune?" Almost dissolved with tender feelings at this question, Harley, gently overpowering her opposition, irresistibly seized her hand, repeating, "My good opinion? My reverence, rather. My veneration is yours, and a confidence in your worth that has no limits." Ashamed of the situation into which a sudden impulse of gratitude had involuntarily betrayed her, the varying hues of her now white, now crimson cheeks manifested alternate distress and confusion, while she struggled incessantly to disengage her hand. But the happy heart of Harley felt so delightedly its possession that she struggled in vain. "Yet let not that confidence," he continued, "be always the offspring of fascination. Give it at length some other food than conjecture, not to remove doubts, I have none, but to solve difficulties that rob me of rest." "I am sorry, sir, very sorry if I cause you any uneasiness," said Juliet, resuming her usual calmness of manner, yet with bent-down eyes that neither ventured to meet his, nor to cast a glance at the hand which she still fruitlessly strove to withdraw. "But indeed you must not detain me. No, not a minute." Enchanted by the mildness of this remonstrance, little as its injunction met his wishes. "Half a minute, then," he gaily replied. "Accord me only half a minute, and I will try to be contented. Suffer me but to ask—" "No, sir, you must ask me nothing. There is no question whatever I can answer." "I will not make one, then. I will only offer an observation. There is a something, I know not what, nor can I divine, but something there is strange, singular, very unusual, and very striking between you and Lord Melbury. Pardon my abruptness. You allow me no time to be scrupulous. You promise him your confidence, that confidence so long, so fervently solicited by another, so inexorably withheld." "I earnestly desire," cried Juliet, recovering her look of openness, and raising her eyes, "the sanction of Lord Melbury to the countenance and kindness of Lady Aurora." "Thanks, thanks," cried Harley, who in this short but expressive explanation flattered himself that some concern was included for his peace. "'Tis to that, then, that cause, a cause the most lovely, he owes this envied preeminence. And yet, pardon me, while apparently only a mediator, may not such a charge, such an intercourse, so intimate and so interesting a commission, may it not, nay, must it not inevitably make him from an agent become a principal? Will not his heart pay the tribute—" "Heaven forbid!" interrupting him, cried Juliet. "Thanks, thanks again. You do not, then, wish it? You are generous, noble enough not to wish it, and frank, sweet, ingenuous enough to acknowledge that you do not wish it? Ah, tell me, but—" "Mr. Harley," again interrupting him, cried Juliet, "I know not what you are saying. I fear I have been misunderstood. You must let me be gone." "No," answered he passionately, "I can live no longer, breathe no longer, in this merciless solicitude of uncertainty and obscurity. You must give me some glimmering of light, some opening to comprehension, or content yourself to be my captive." "You terrify me, Mr. Harley. Let me go. Instantly, instantly. Would you make me hate—" She had begun with a precipitance nearly vehement, but stopped abruptly. "Hate me?" cried Harley, with a look appalled. "Good heaven!" "Hate you? No, not you. I did not say you." Who then should I make you hate? Lord Melbury?" "Oh, no, never. 'Tis impossible. Let me be gone. Let me be gone." "Not till you tell me whom I should make you hate. I cannot part with you in this new ignorance. Clear at least this one little point. Whom should I make hate you?" "Myself, sir, myself," cried she, trembling and struggling. "If you persist in thus punishing my not having fled from you at once, as I would have fled from an enemy—" He immediately let go her hand, but finding that, though her look was instantly appeased, nay, grateful, she was hastily retreating, he glided between her and the door, crying, "Where, at least deign to tell me, where may I speak to you again?" Anywhere, replied she with quickness, but presently, with a sudden check of vivacity, added, "Nowhere, I mean, nowhere, sir, nowhere." "Is this possible?" exclaimed he. "Can you, even in your wishes, can you be so hard of heart?" "It is you," said she reproachfully, "who are hard of heart to detain me thus. Think but where I am, where you are. This house, Miss Joddrell. What may not be the consequence? Is it Mr. Harley who would deliver me over to calumny?" Harley now held open the door for her himself, without venturing to reply, as he heard footsteps upon the stairs. But he permitted his lips to touch her arm, for he could not again seize her hand, as she passed him, eagerly and with her face averted. She fled on to the stairs, and rapidly ascended them. Harley durst not follow, but he pursued her with his eyes. He could not, however, catch a glance, could not even view her profile, so sedulously her head was turned another way. Disappointment and mortification were again seizing him, till he considered that that countenance thus hidden, had she been wholly unfearful of showing some little emotion, had probably, nay, even purposefully, been displayed. Fleetly gaining her room, and dropping upon a chair, "I must fly, I must fly!" she exclaimed. "Danger here attacks me in every quarter, assails me in every shape. I must fly, I must fly!" This project, which had its origin in her terror of Elinor, was now confirmed by the most profound, however troubled, meditation. To difficulties of discussion which she deemed insurmountable with Harley, to claims of a confidence which she now considered to be deeply dangerous with Lord Melbury, and to indignities daily, nay, hourly, more insufferable from Mrs. Ireton, rejoined, at this moment, the horror of another interview with Lord Denmouth, still more repugnant to her thoughts, and formidable to her fears. She refused to descend to the evening summons of Mrs. Ireton, determining to avoid all further offences from that lady, to whom she had already announced her intended departure. Yet she sighed, she even wept at quitting with the same unexplained abruptness Lord Melbury and Harley, and the cruel disappointment, mingled with strange surmises, of the ingenuous Lord Melbury, the nameless consternation, blended with resentful suspense, of the impassioned Harley, presented scenes of distress and confusion to her imagination, that occupied her thoughts the whole night, with varying schemes and incessant regret. When the glimmering of light showed her that she must soon be gone, she mounted to a garret which she knew to be inhabited by a young housemaid, whom she called up, and prevailed upon to go forth, and seek a boy who would carry a parcel to a distant part of the town. Having thus gotten the street door open, she guided the boy herself to the inn, where she arrived in time to save her place, and whence she set off for London. End of Chapter 66, read by Laurie Ann Walden. Chapter 67 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties by Fanny Burney. Chapter 67. Escape and immediate safety thus secured, her tender friendship for Gabriella superseding all fear, and leaving behind all solicitude, made Juliet nearly pronounce aloud what internally she repeated without intermission: "I come to you then at last, my beloved Gabriella." Cheerful, therefore, was her heart in defiance of her various distresses. She was quitting Mrs. Ireton to join Gabriella. What could be the circumstances that could make such a change severe to Juliet? Juliet, who felt ill treatment more terribly than misfortune, and to whom kindness was more essential than prosperity. Her journey was free from accident and void of event. Absorbed in her own ruminations, she listened not to what was said, and scarcely saw by whom she was surrounded, though her fellow-travellers surveyed her with curiosity, and from time to time assailed her with questions. Arrived at London, she put herself into a hackney coach, and almost before her fluttered spirits suffered her to perceive that she had left the inn-yard, she found herself in a haberdasher's shop in Frith Street, Soho, and in the arms of her Gabriella. It was long ere either of them could speak. Their swelling hearts denied all verbal utterance to their big emotions, though tears of poignant grief at the numerous woes by which they had been separated were mingled with feelings of the softest felicity at their reunion. Yet vaguely only Juliet gave the history of her recent difficulties. The history which had preceded them, and upon which hung the mystery of her situation, still remained unrevealed. Gabriella forbore any investigation, but her look showed disappointment. Juliet perceived it and changed color. Tears gushed into her eyes, and her head dropped upon the neck of her friend. "Oh, my Gabriella," she cried, "if my silence wounds or offends you, it is at an end." Gabriella, instantly repressing every symptom of impatience, warmly protested that she would await, without a murmur, the moment of communication, well satisfied that it could be withheld from motives only that would render its anticipation dangerous, if not censurable. With grateful tears and tenderest embraces, Juliet expressed her thanks for this acquiescence. Of Gabriella, the history was brief and gloomy. She had entered into business with as little comprehension of its attributes as taste for its pursuit. Her mind, therefore, bore no part in its details, though she sacrificed to them the whole of her time. Of her son alone she could speak or think. From her husband she reaped little consolation. Married before the Revolution from a convent, and while yet a child, according to the general custom of her country, which rarely permits any choice even to the man, and to the female allows not even a negative, chance had not, as sometimes is kindly the case, played the part of election in assorting the new married couple. Gabriella was generous, noble, and dignified, exalted in her opinions, and full of sensibility. Mr. was many years older than herself, haughty and austere, though brave and honorable, but so cold in his nature that he was neither struck with her virtues nor her graces, save in considering them as appendages to their mutual rank, nor much moved even by the death of his little son, but from repining that he had lost the heir to his illustrious name. He was now set off, incognito, to an appointed meeting with a part of his family upon the continent. Again a new scene of life opened to Juliet. The petty frauds, the overreaching tricks, the plausible address of the craft shopkeeper in retail she had already witnessed, but the difficulties of honest trade she had neither seen nor imagined. The utter inexperience of Gabriella, joined to the delicacy of her probity, made her not more frequently the dupe of the artifices of those with whom she had to deal, than the victim of her own scruples. New to the mighty difference between buying and selling, to the necessity of having at hand more stores than may probably be wanted, for avoiding the risk of losing customers from having fewer, and to the usage of rating at an imaginary value whatever is in vogue, in order to repair the losses incurred from the failure of obtaining the intrinsic worth of what is old-fashioned or faulty. New to all this, the wary shopkeeper's code, she was perpetually mistaken, or duped, through ignorance of ignorance, which leads to hazards unsuspected to be hazards. Repairs for the little shop were continually wanted, yet always unforeseen. Taxes were claimed when she was least prepared to discharge them, and stores of merchandise accidentally injured were obliged to be sold under prime cost, if not to be utterly thrown away. Unpracticed in every species of business, she had no criterion whence to calculate its chances, or be aware of its changes, either from varying seasons or varying modes. And to all her other intricacies, there was added a perpetual horror of bankruptcy from the difficulty of accelerating payment for what she sold, or of procrastinating it for what she bought. Every embarrassment, however, at this period was accommodated by Juliet, who had the exquisite satisfaction not only to bring to her beloved friend personal consolation, but solid and effectual comfort. The purse of Lord Melbury, which Juliet would only consider as the loan of Lady Aurora, was but little lightened by the small expenses of the short journey from Brighthelmstone, and all that remained of its contents were instantly assigned to relieving the most painful of the distresses of Gabriella, those in which others were involved through her means. Gabriella, with a grace familiar, if not peculiar, to her nation, of sharing, without the confusion of false pride, the offerings of tender friendship or generous sympathy, accepted with noble frankness the assistance thus proposed, though Juliet again was obliged to hide her face from the inquiring eye that seemed strangely to wonder whence this resource arose, and why its spring was concealed. Juliet now became a partner in all the occupations and cares of her friend. Together they prepared the shop for their customers every morning, and decked it out to attract passers-by. Together they examined and rearranged their goods every night, cast up their accounts, deposited sums for their creditors, and entered claims into their books for their debtors. Together they sat in the shop, where one served and waited upon customers, and the other aided the household economy by the industry of her needle. Yet, laborious as might seem this existence to those who had known other times, Juliet, by the side of Gabriella, thought every employment delightful. Gabriella, in the society of Juliet, felt every exertion lightened, and every sorrow softened. End of chapter 67, read by Laurie Ann Walden.
Chapter 68 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 68. Thus, in manual toil, yet mental comfort, had passed a week, when one morning, while the usual commissioner for carrying about goods happened to be out of the way, a lady from Soho Square sent, in great haste, an order for some ribbons. Juliet, to save a customer to her friend, proposed supplying the commissioner's place, and set forth for that purpose, with a little bandbox in her hands, and a large black bonnet drawn over her eyes. But before she reached the square, she overtook two men who were loitering on, as leisurely as she was tripping diligently, and the words, "You'll never know her again, I promise you. She's turned out quite a beauty," struck her ears, from a voice which she recollected to be that of Mr. Riley. Anxious to avoid being recognized by him, she crossed to the other side of the street, with a precipitance that caused the cover of her bandbox, which she had neglected to fasten, to slip aside, and most of her stores to roll in the dust. While, with great dismay, she sought to recover them, a feeble but eager voice from a carriage, which suddenly stopped, ordered a footman to descend and assist the young lady. Not without confusion, Juliet perceived to whom she owed so uncommon a civility. It was to her old friend and admirer, Sir Jasper Harrington. She collected her merchandise, curtsied her thanks, but looked another way, and hurried back to her new home. She related her adventure to Gabriella, with whom she bemoaned the mischief that had befallen the ribbons, and who now determined to spare her friend any further hazard of unwelcome encounters, by carrying herself what yet remained unsoiled of the pieces to Soho Square. Juliet had barely time to install herself as mistress of the small warehouse, when she saw, through the open window, the carriage of Sir Jasper, at the same time that a young woman opened the shop door and demanded a drachm of black sewing silk and a yard of tape. While Juliet with difficulty found, and with embarrassment prepared, to weigh the first, and to measure the second, the baronet, with a curious but respectful air, entering, and hobbling towards the counter, desired to look at some ribbons. Juliet, however vexed, could not refrain from smiling, but, through confusion, joined to the novelty of her office, she doubled the weight of her silk, and the measure of her tape, yet forgot to ask to be paid for either, and her new customer, whether from similar forgetfulness, or from reluctance to mark the new shopkeeper's ignorance of business, walked off without seeming to notice this inattention. Sir Jasper then gravely repeated his request to be shown some ribbons. Juliet began now to hope that she had not been recollected by the baronet. Shading her face, therefore, still lower with her large bonnet, she produced a drawer of black ribbons, concluding that what he required must be for his queue, or for his shoestrings. No, he said, black would not do. The color that he wanted was brown. In a low voice that strove to disguise itself, she answered that she had no other color at home. He would stay till some other were returned, then, he said, and composedly seating himself and taking out his snuff-box, he added that he did not want plain brown ribbons, but ribbons speckled, spotted, or splashed with brown. Juliet, who could now no longer doubt being known to him, made no reply, though again, irresistibly, she smiled. To the baronet her smile was always enchantment. Setting aside, therefore, any further pretence to strangeness, he leant his hands upon the counter, and peering archly under her bonnet, said, "'Tis you indeed then, sweet sorceress. And what sylph is it, or what imp, dulcet or malignant, that has drawn me again into the witchery of your charms?" He then poured forth countless inquiries into her situation, her projects, and her sentiments, but, all proving fruitless, He pathetically lamented the luckless meeting, and frankly owned that he had brought himself to a resolution of seeing her no more. "The rude assault," said he, "made upon my feelings by those mundane harpies at Arran Castle removed a bandage from my mind's eye that had veiled me to myself, and showed me that I was an old fool caught in the delusions of love and beauty. I could parry no raillery, I could brave no suspicion, I could retort no sneer. Panic-struck and disordered, I stole away like a gentle philander of Arcadia, my head drooping upon my left shoulder, my eyes cast down upon the ground, with every love-born symptom, except youth, which alone offers their apology. I spent the rest of the day in character with this opening, mute with my servants, loquacious in soliloquy, quarrelling with my books, and neglecting my dinner. Sleepless and sighing, I repaired to my solitary couch, lost to every idea of existence but what pointed out to me how, when, and where I might again behold my lovely enchantress. Shall I tell you how it was I recovered at last my senses?
If you think the lesson may be useful to me, Sir Jasper.
Ah, cruel! He jests at scars who never felt a wound. Mark, however, the visions by which I have been tutored. The servants gone, the lights removed, and the world's bustle superseded by stillness, darkness, and solitude. Then, when my fancy meant to revel in smiles, dimples, sweet looks, and recreative wiles, then what a transformation from hope and enjoyment to shame and derision! I no sooner closed my poor eyes than 100 little imps of darkness scrambled up my pillow. How was I tweaked, jerked, and jolted, mumbled, jumbled, and pinched! Some of them encircled my eyeballs, holding mirrors in each hand. They spoke not. The mirrors were all eloquent. "You think," they expressed, "of a young girl. Behold here what a young girl must think of you." Others jammed my lean, lank arms into a machine of whalebone to strengthen and invigorate them for offering support in cases of difficulty or danger to my fair one. Others fastened elastic strings to my withered neck and shoulders, to enable me, by little pulleys, to raise my head after every obsequious reverence to my goddess. Crowds of the nimblest footed divided their little forked fingers into my heart, plucking up by the roots sober contentment and propriety, and pummeling into their places restlessness, jealousy, and suspicion, mocking me when they had done so, by peeping into my ears, and squeaking out, with merry tittering, "See, see, see, what sickly rubbish the old dotard has got in his crazy noodle."
Juliet again smiled, but so faintly, from uncertainty to what this fantastic gallantry might tend, that Sir Jasper, looking at her with concern, said, "How's this, my dainty Ariel? Why so serious a brow? Have some of my nocturnal visitants whisked themselves through the keyhole of your chamber door also? And have they tormented your fancy with waking visions of fearful omens? Spurn them all, sweet siren. What can the tricks and malice of hobgoblins, or even the freaks and vagaries of fortune itself, enact against youth, beauty, and health such as yours? Give me but such arms, and I will brave the wayward sisters themselves."
More seriously, then,
"Alas," he cried, "what is it thus mystic, yet thus attractive, that allures me whether I will or not into your chains? Could I but tell who or what you are, besides being an angel, it is possible there might occur some idea, some little notion of means to exorcise the wicked familiars that severally annoy us. Tell me but under what semblance the pygmy enemies invade you, whether, as usual, with the darts of Master Cupid, shot furiously into your snowy bosom, or— "No, no, no!" or whether by the bags of Plutus, emptied furtively from your strong-box. In the first case, little as my bosom is snowy, I should but too well know how to pity. In the second, I should be proud and honored to serve you. Tell me then who you are, resistless paragon, and you shall wander no more in the nameless state, an exquisite but nearly visionary being. Tell me but who you are, and I will protect you myself with my life and fortune."
Alarmed by this warmth, and doubtful whether it demanded gratitude or resentment, Juliet was silent. If you will not reveal to me your history, he resumed, will you at least not refuse to let me divine it? I am a famous stargazer, and if once I can discover your ruling planet, I shall prognosticate your destiny in a second. Let me, then, read the lines of your face. Nay, you must not hide it. You must give me fair play. Or shall I examine the palm of your hand?
Juliet laughed, but drew on her gloves. Oh, you little tyrant! I must only then catch, as I can, a glimpse of your countenance. A nauseous task enough to dwell on anything so ugly. All I can make out from it just now is the figure of a coronet. A coronet? Yes, under which I perceive the cipher D. Do you know anything of any nobleman whose name begins with a D? I cannot decipher the rest of the letters, except that the last is, I think, an H. Juliet started. My art, I must, however, own, is at a stand, to discover whether this nobleman may be a lover or a kinsman. To discern that, the general lines of the face are inadequate. I must investigate the eyes. Juliet pertinaciously looked down. How now, my dainty Ariel? Will you give me no answer, neither verbal nor visual? Will you not even tell me whether I must try to make the old peer my advocate, or whether I must run him through the body? Surely you won't let me count him as of kin if he be a rival, nor peg him as a rival if he be of kin.
He is neither, I can assure you, sir. He is nothing to me whatsoever.
You know at least, then, it seems, whom I mean.
Sir?
My tiny elves have not here deluded me. I am always afraid lest these merry little wags should be playing me some prank. But it is you who are the wicked will-o'-the-wisp, that lures all others, yet never can be lured yourself. Lord Denmeath has really, then, and in sober truth, the happiness of some way belonging to you.
No, sir, you mistake me. I never—
She left her phrase unfinished. Shall I relate what the prattling telltales have blabbed to me further? They pretend that Lord Denmeath ought himself to be your protector, but that he is so void of taste, so empty of sentiment, that he seeks to disguise, if not disown, an affinity that, with more liberal ideas, he would exalt as an honor.
Who talked of affinity, sir?
Cried Juliet, with quickness irrepressible.
Was it Lord Denmeath? Did he name me to you?
Name you? Has anyone named you? Indefinable, unconquerable, unfathomable incognita. Has anyone presumed to give you a human genealogy? Are you not straight descended from the clouds, without even taking the time to change yourself first into a mortal? Explain, expound, unravel to me in soft pity.
Juliet solemnly entreated him to forbear any further interrogatory, assuring him that all inquiry gave her pain.
Then shall the stars, cried he, fade away, the sun grow dim, and nature, like my poor old carcass, sink in years, ere one grain more of the favorable attribute of our general mother shall be sown in my discourse. But you, in all things marvelous, you, have you really and bona fide so little in your composition of our naughty mamma, as not even to desire to know in what shape appeared to me the tattling little elf that talked to me of Lord Denmeath?
You have not, then, sir, seen him?
Or if I had, 20 interviews would not have initiated me into his affairs with so much promptitude as 20 minutes sufficed for doing with my elfin fay.
I conjecture, then, sir, your informant, Miss Selina Joddrell.
Even so, upon determining to quit Brighthelmstone 3 or 4 days ago, I drove over to Lewes to offer what apologies I could suggest to Mrs. Maple for the vagaries of my hopeful nephew and heir, who is suddenly set out for Constantinople in search, as he writes me word, of a fair Circassian. The last of my designs, in so delicate a case, you will easily believe, was to embarrass the injured and deserted fair one by my sight. But she had a fortitude far above my precautions. She flew to me herself, and her own plaintive tale had no sooner been bemoaned than she hastened to favor me with the history of the whole house. I then learnt your sudden disappearance, and heard, with extreme satisfaction, from the indignation I had felt in seeing your ill treatment,
that my meek sister-in-law had fallen into fits from the first shock of finding that you are no longer under her domination. My Lord Denmeath, who had already gone through the ceremonial of demanding Mrs. Maple's permission to obtain a private audience with you, seemed thunderstruck at the news that the bird he so much wished to sing to him was flown. The whole house was in disorder, running, inquiring, asserting, denying. The wild Elinor alone was tame and tranquil, for Mr. Harleigh has kept constantly in sight.
Delicate and ever-feeling Harleigh, thought Juliet. Her life and my reputation hang suspended upon the same guardian care.
That eccentric and most original personage, continued Sir Jaspar, has now wholly made over her mind to the study of controversial theology. Every chair is covered with polemical tracts, to prove one side of an argument, that every table is covered to disprove on the other. If she settle her opinion one way, she will probably become the foundress of some newfangled monastery. If, on the other, she will be discovered, some starlight night, seeking truth at the bottom of a well.
Juliet then anxiously inquired into the state of her health.
She seems to me, answered the baronet, quite as well as it is possible for a person to be, who is afflicted with the restless malady of struggling for occasion to exhibit character, instead of leaving its display to the jumble of nature and of accident. But these new systemers do not break out of bounds more wildly from whim than they afterwards seek retreat within them, tamely, from experience. The little Selina, on the contrary, who has escaped the trouble of supporting a character by not having an idea that could form one, had the kindness to make me the most liberal communication of everything that she has either seen or heard, since she has been skipping about in this nether world. And, in her scampers from room to room, and from person to person, she had gathered sundry interesting particulars of a certain fair unknown. He paused, looked anxious, and then went on. I would not be officious, impertinent, nor importunate, yet could I but ascertain some points. If, however, you will not unfold to me your history, will you at least, siren of sirens, to develop why I demand it, hear me divulge my own?
Juliet, surprised and amused, gratefully assented.
Know then, my fair torment, it pleased my wise progenitors to entail my estate upon my next of kin, in case I should have no lineal heir. Brought up with the knowledge of this restriction to the fantasies of my future will, I conceived an early suspicion that my younger brother built sundry vainglorious castles upon my celibacy, and I determined not to reach my 20th year before I put an end to his presumption. The first idea, therefore, that fastened upon my mind was that of marriage. But as I entertained a general belief that I should everywhere be accepted from mercenary motives, I viewed all females with the scrutiny of a bargain-maker. Thankless for any mark of partiality, difficult even to absurdity, I sought new faces with restless impatience, modestly persuaded that I ought to find a companion without a plot. Yet, whatever was my success, regularly making off from every fair charmer, after the second interview, through the fear of being taken in.
And were none of your little sylphs, sir, at hand to point out to you someone who is disinterested in her nature, however inferior in her fortune?
No, alas, no. My sylphs all reserve themselves for my meeting with you. The wicked little imps who then guided and goaded me, incited me to suspect and to watch everything that seemed lovely or amiable, and the pranks that they played me were endless. They urged me to pursue the glowing beauty, whose vivid cheeks, crimsoned by the dance, had warmed all my senses at a ball, to her alighting from her carriage, at her return home, with the livid line of fatigue and moonlight. They instigated me to surprise, when ill-dressed, negligent, and spiritless, the charming face and form that, skilfully adorned, had appeared to me Venus attired by the Graces. They twitched me on to dart upon another, whose bloom had seemed the opening of the rosebud, just as an untoward accident had rubbed off, from one cheek, the sweet pink which remained undiminished upon the other. And when, tired of the deceptions of beauty, I would only follow merit, the little wanton sprites suggested detection still more mischievous. They led me to overhear the softest of maidens insult a poor dependent. They showed me a pattern of discretion, secretly involved in debt, and the frankest of human lasses, engaged in a clandestine affair. They whisked me, in short, into every crevice of female subtlety. They exhibited all as a drama, and gave me a peep behind the curtain to see the gayest damsel the sulkiest, the most pleasing one the most spiteful, the delicate one the obstreperous, the bashful one bold, the generous one niggardly, and the humble one a tyrant. "Oh, wicked imps indeed, Sir Jaspar! What a view of poor human nature they have deformed for you! And how have you preserved such a stock of philanthropy, while instigated by so much malignity?" "Alas, my fair love, my history is but that of half the old bachelors existing. We pay by our aged facility and good humor for our youthful severity and impertinence. And, after having wasted our early life in conceiving that no one is good enough for us, we consume our latter days in envy of every married man. Now, all too late. I never see a lovely young creature, but my heart calls out what a delicious wife she would make me. Were I younger, without reflection, without inquiry, were I younger, I would marry her. Then, when such precipitation might have been pardonable, some difficulty instantly followed the sight of whatever was attractive. One had not fortune enough for my expectations. Another had beauty to make me eternally jealous. Another, though charming, was too old to be formed to my taste. Another, though lovelier still, was too young to be judged. One was too wise, and might hold me cheap. Another was too simple, and might expose me to seeing her held cheap herself. Then I was so plaguily nice. Now, alas, I am so cursedly easy." "Your sylphs, elves, and imps, sir, or, in other words, your humor and imagination, must seek some counterpoise, and not always, you see, be trusted uncontrolled." "You are right, my wise charmer, but we never arrive at judgment, the only counterpoise to our fancies, till we cease to want it. When we are young, in the midst of the world, and in pursuit of beauty, riches, honors, power, fame, or knowledge, then, when judgment would either guide us to success, or demolish our senseless expectations, it keeps aloof from us like a stern stranger, and will only hail us as an intimate when we have no longer any occasion for its services. Of what value is judgment to a gouty old codger, who sits just as snugly over his fireside, whether his opinions are erroneous or oracular? Who wraps himself just as warmly in flannel, whether the world go ill or go well? And who, if by ignorance or mismanagement he be cheated, loses only what he cannot enjoy? I first became aware of my folly by the folly of my nephew. When he was sent forth into the world, my decided, alas, heir, I told him my case, and urged him to a rational but quick choice, to obviate a similar punishment to fantastical difficulties. He listened, according to the usage of youth, to half what I said, and, adopting only my mistrust, was inattentive to its result, and thus so caricatured my researches, suspicious, and irresolutions, that he has rendered them and myself, even more in my own eyes, completely ridiculous. 'Tis a most piteous circumstance that a man can be young only once in his life. Could I but, with my present experience, lop off 30 or 40 years of my age, ah, fair seducer, how would the desire of giving you pleasure, the fear of causing you pain, the wish to see your face always beaming with smiles?" Juliet arose to interrupt him, but whither could she go? She sat down again. The baronet also arose, and stood for some minutes, covering his eyes with one hand, in deep rumination. Reseating himself, then, with an air of the most lively satisfaction, "I have told you," he cried, "now my history. You see in me a whimsical but contrite old bachelor, whose entailed estate has lost to him his youth by ungenerous mistrust, but who would gladly devote the large possessions which have fallen to him collaterally to making the rest of his existence companionable. Shrink not, sweet flower, I mean nothing that can offend you. Tell me but who you are, and be whom you may, if you will accept an old protector, if you will deign to become his friend, to give him your conversation, your society, your lovely presence, he will despise the mocking world, and decorate himself for your bridegroom by marriage settlement of the whole of his unentailed estate. Astonished, and uncertain whether he were serious, Juliet was beginning a playful attack upon his fairy elves, but, stopping her with perturbed earnestness, "Will you," he cried, "accept me? Your beauty, your difficulties, your distresses, your exquisite looks and witching manners, with my solicitude, my repugnance to mercenary watchers, my deep regrets, and my desire of domestic commerce, unite to devote me to you forever, provided only I can catch a single grain of gentle good will. Give me then but this one satisfaction. I ask no more. Tell me but whence it comes that, thus formed, thus accomplished, thus wise, thus lovely, you are helpless, dependent, indigent, and a wanderer." Juliet, though no longer able to doubt his meaning, and though not disposed to suspect his sincerity, felt nevertheless shocked by such an investigation, though grateful, and even touched by his singular and romantic proposal. Delicacy, however, which keeps back acknowledged belief in unrequited partiality, as scrupulously as it is withheld by timid consciousness, where the partiality is returned, make her again have recourse to his visionary friends, in order to parry a serious reply. But, too much in earnest to submit to any delay, the baronet, ejaculating, "Paragon of the world!" was bending over the counter, in an attempt to take her hand, when the sudden opening of the shop door, which he had himself carefully closed, previous to his declaration, made him draw back, in the utmost confusion, to recover his seat and his crutches, and again demand to look at some ribbons. End of chapter 68. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 69 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 69. Gabriella, who had thus long been detained from her business, because the lady, whose orders she had obeyed, had either forgotten that those orders had been issued, or deemed that to wait in an anteroom was the natural fate of an haberdasher, now, entering the shop, saw, with no little surprise, Juliet in close conference with an old bean, who was evidently disconcerted and embarrassed by the interruption. Remitting, however, all inquiry, and gracefully declining a chair, which was respectfully offered to her by Sir Jaspar, who imagined her to be some customer, she silently employed herself in examining and arranging her unpinned, unrolled, and tumbled ribbons. The surprise of the baronet now became greater than her own. No plainness of attire could hide, from his scrutinizing eye, a certain native taste with which her habiliments, however simple, were put on. Nor could even the bandbox which she held in her hand, and which he had supposed to be there from some accident, disguise the elegance of her motions, or conceal her lofty mien. When, therefore, he discovered that she was at home, and that she was an haberdasher, he looked from one lovely companion to the other, with reverential wonder and uplifted hands. Long profoundly impressed by the beauty of Juliet, by her merit, her youth, her modest yet dignified demeanor, in the midst of all the difficulties of distressed poverty, he was now as powerfully affected by the appearance of Gabriella, whose noble, yet never haughty manners, joined to a tragic expression of constant woe in her countenance, rendered her, if not as attractive, at least as interesting as her friend. A general pause ensued, till Gabriella, fearing that she was obtrusive, retired to the inner room. Sir Jaspar, wide opening his eyes, and again leaning forward to hear more distinctly, exclaimed, "Who is that fine creature? What a majestic port! Yet how sweet a look! She awes while she invites. Who is she?" Juliet felt enchanted. She even felt exalted by a testimony so impartial and so honorable to the merit of her friend, and she eagerly answered, "Your admiration, sir, does honor to your discernment. Her excellencies, her high qualities, and spotless conduct might make the proudest Englishman exult to own her for his countrywoman, though the lowest Frenchman would dispute, even at the risk of his life, the honor of her birth. Sprung from one of the first houses of Europe, a house not more ancient in its origin than renowned for its virtues, allied to a family the most illustrious, whose military glory has raised it to the highest ranks in the state, herself an ornament to that birth, an honor to that alliance, she sustains a reverse of fortune, which reduces her from every indulgence to every privation, with a calm courage that keeps her always mistress of herself, and enables her to combat evil by labor, misery by industry, and which never has failed her, but in a personal, bosom affliction, that would equally have shaken her fortitude in the brightest splendor of prosperity." "Hold, hold, you little torment," interrupted Sir Jaspar. "You don't consider what an artillery my wanton sprites are bringing upon me. My poor gouty fingers are so mumbled and pinched and tweaked to hurry me to get at my purse that I cannot catch hold of it for very tremor."
"Oh, no, Sir Jaspar, no. What she earns, however hardly and however humbly, she thankfully reaps. But she could only submit to accept alms, if bowed down by age, by malady, or by incapacity for work. Yet this spirit is not pride, 'tis but a strong and refined sense of propriety, since from a friend, in the tender persuasion that participation of fortune ought to be leagued with participation of sentiment, she would candidly receive whatever would not injure that friend to bestow."
"Divinest of little mortals!" cried Sir Jaspar. "What whimsy is it, what astonishing whimsy of the sisters three, that can have nailed to a counter two such delectable beings, to a pins and needles, and measure tapes and bobbins? And how, beautiful witch, with charms, graces, accomplishments, talents such as yours, how is it you submit to such base drudgery in durance vile, without even making your eye face, without a scowl upon your eyebrow, or a grumble from your throat?"
"Can you look, sir, at her whom you call my partner, and think of me? She has lost her country. She wastes in exile. She sinks in obscurity. She has no communication with her friends. She knows not even whether they yet breathe the vital air. Nevertheless she works. She sustains herself by her industry and ingenuity, and repines only that she has not still another, has not her loved and lovely infant to sustain also. And shall I complain? Offspring of a race the most dignified, she toils manually, not to degrade it mentally. And shall I blush to owe my subsistence to my exertions?"
Tears now flowed fast down her cheeks, while the crutches dropped from the feeble hands of the penetrated baronet, whose eyes, dimmed by compassion, were fastened upon the face of the lovely mourner when Gabriella reappeared. In deep amazement and concern, she hesitated whether she should come forward to offer comfort, or whether, as she now concluded the old gentleman to be some intimate friend, she ought not again to retire. But Juliet entreated her to return to her place. She resumed, therefore, her business of restoring her ribbons to order, dejectedly announcing that nothing had been bought, though everything had been examined, deranged, and tossed about. Sir Jaspar now, courteously waving his hand, smilingly addressed himself to Gabriella, saying, "'Tis my good genius, ma'am, make no doubt of it, that has run away with the feeling of those people you mention. For my good genius, I must beg you to observe, has frequently taken lessons of the god Mercury, and is nearly as adroit in petty larceny as his godship himself. I should not, therefore, wonder if in his eagerness to serve me he had pilfered from those poor souls who have used you so ill every grain he could pick up of decency. For, knowing that ribbons are a commodity of which I want a prodigious stock, he would not suffer your assortment to be diminished till I had had the pleasure of making my bargains. He then selected the piece of ribbon which seemed the most considerable, and desired to have it measured. Gabriella obeyed, not more amazed than Juliet felt amused. But when a similar order was given, for ascertaining the quantity of a second piece, and then a third, Juliet, though delighted at the pleased looks of Gabriella, and charmed with the generosity of the baronet, began to apprehend that she might herself be supposed to incur some debt of gratitude for this liberality. She retreated, therefore, with her needlework, to the adjoining little room. In a few minutes she was followed by Gabriella, who, uneasily, asked what she must do with this magnificent old beau, who still, while she measured one piece of ribbon, employed himself in selecting another, and who, though so gallant that he never spoke without a compliment, was so respectful that it was not possible to check him by any serious reproof. Juliet disclaimed taking any share in his present munificence, yet owned that she had an ancient obligation to him that she was unable, at this moment, to repay, and which, from the delicacy with which it had been conferred, and the seasonable relief which it had procured her, would merit her lasting gratitude. He was brother-in-law, she added, to the lady with whom she had lately resided, and he was as rich as he was benevolent. Her scruples, then, Gabriella said, were at an end. Juliet, therefore, begged that she would endeavour to enter into conversation with him concerning Brighthelmstone, and try to obtain some particulars relative to the party at Mrs. Ireton's. "I began to fear you had flown away, ma'am," said Sir Jaspar, upon Gabriella's re-entrance into the shop, "and I was much less surprised than concerned, for I had already surmised that you were an angel, though I had failed to remark your wings." He then put into her hand 3 more pieces of ribbon, which he had chosen during her absence. Gabriella, who understood English well, though she spoke it imperfectly, made her answers in French. Having now given her ample employment, he sat down to examine, or rather to admire, at his ease, the lightness and grace with which she executed her office, saying, "You are not, perhaps, aware, madam, that there are certain little beings, nameless and invisible, yet active and penetrating, perpetually hovering around us, who have let me a little into your history, and have taken upon them to assure me that you are not precisely brought up to be a shopkeeper. How, then, is it that you have jumbled thus together such heterogeneous materials of existence, leaguing high birth with low life, superior rank with vulgar employment, and grace, taste, and politeness with common drudgery? How, in short, born and bred to be dangled after by your vassals, and to lollop, the livelong day, upon sofas and armchairs, have you acquired the necessary ingredients for being metamorphosed into a tidy little haberdasher?" Gabriella, concluding that her situation had been made known to him by Juliet, answered in a melancholy tone, "Is this a period, sir, to consider punctilio? Alas, whence I come, all that are greatest, most ancient, and most noble, have learnt that self-exertion can alone mark nobility of soul, and that self-dependence only can sustain honour in adversity. Alas, whence I come, the first youth is initiated in the view, if not in the endurance of misfortune. There can be no understanding, or there must be early reflection. There can be no heart, or there must be commiserating sympathy." "I protest, ma'am," cried Sir Jasper, looking at her with astonishment. "I begin to suspect that I came into the world only this morning. Where I may have been rambling all these years, in the persuasion I was in it already, I have by no means any clear notion. But to see two such instances of wisdom and resignation, united with youth and beauty, makes me believe myself in some new region, never yet visited by vice or folly." "Ah, sir, the French Revolution has opened our eyes to a species of equality more rational, because more feasible, than that of lands or of rank. An equality not alone of mental sufferings, but of manual exertions. No state of life, however low or however hard, has been left untried, either by the highest or by the most delicate, in the various dispersions and desolation of the ancient French nobility. And to see, as I, alas, have seen, the willing efforts, the even glad toil, of the remnants of the first families of Europe, to procure, not luxuries, not elegancies, not even comforts, but maintenance, mean laborious maintenance, to preserve, not state, not fortune, not rank, but life itself, but simple existence." "Very wonderful personage," cried Sir Jasper, his air mingling reverence with amazement. "And what, unfold to me I beg, what is the necromancy through which you support, under such toils, your intellectual dignity, and strangle in its birth every struggle of false shame?" "Alas, sir, I have seen guilt. Since then, I have thought that shame belonged to nothing else." The eyes of Sir Jasper were now suffused with tender admiration. "Fair deity of the counter," he cried, "you are sublime, and she too, your witching little handmaid. By what kind, dulcet chance, new in the annals of misfortune, have two such wonders met?" "Ah, rather, sir, since you couple us so kindly, rather ask by what adverse chance we have so long been separated." "You have known her, then, some time?" "We were brought up together. The same convent, the same governess, the same instructors, were common to both till my marriage. And now, again, as before that period, I have not the most distant idea of any possible happiness that is not annexed to her presence." Touched to hear the word happiness once again, even though with such sadness, pronounced by Gabriella, yet alarmed at a discourse that might lead, inadvertently, to some secret history, Juliet was returning, to stop any further detail, when, upon Sir Jasper's answering, "Sweet couple, Lord Denmeath, who ought at least, if I understand right, to take care of one of you, will surely make it his business that you should coo together in the same cage," she again retreated, anxious to learn what this meant, and hoping that he would become more explicit. "Lord Denmeath," repeated Gabriella. "If you know Lord Denmeath, you may be better informed upon this subject than I am myself. Was it at Brighthelmstone that you met with his lordship?" "It was at Brighthelmstone that I heard of him, and heard that, though wary of speech, he has been incautious in manner, and left little doubt upon the minds of his observers that this fair flower springs from the same stock as some part of his own family, though she may be one of those sweet but hapless buds whose innocence pays for the guilt of its planter." "No, sir, no," Gabriella precipitately interrupted him. "The birth of my friend is unstained, though unequal. The marriage of her parents was legal, though secret. Her mother came not, indeed, from an ancient race, but she was a pattern of virtue, as well as a model of beauty. Could it indeed be believed that a young nobleman of such expectations, in every way, as those of the Earl of Melbury's only son, Lord Granville, would have given his hand to the orphan and destitute daughter of an insolvent man of business, had she not possessed every advantage, nay, every perfection to which human nature can arise?" Affrighted by this so open relation, drawn forth involuntarily from the nobly ingenious Gabriella, in the persuasion that Sir Jaspar was already a confidential, and might become a useful friend. Juliet, in the first moment, was advancing to stop it, but her heart, yet more than her ear, was so fascinated by the generous eulogy of her virtuous, though lowly mother, from the offspring of a house whose height and natal prejudices might have palliated, upon this subject, the language even of disdain, that she could not prevail with herself to break into what she considered a sacred praise. "'Tis even so, then," cried Sir Jaspar, with smiling delight. "This forlorn but most beautiful wanderer, this so long concealed and mysterious but most lovely incognita, is the daughter of the late Lord Granville, and the granddaughter of the late Earl of Mulberry." Utterly confounded to hear the secret history of her birth and family thus casually, yet irretrievably discovered, Juliet, trembling, again shrunk back, yet would not now, and unavailingly, check the ardent zeal of her high-minded friend, since without any added danger, it might procure some useful intelligence. The willing baronet, whose sole desire was to keep up the conversation, wanted no urging to relate all that he had gathered from the loquacious Selina. Lord Denmeath, upon the sudden disappearance of Miss Ellis, had been surprised into confessing that he had a faint notion that he knew something of that young person, that there had been once an odd story, a report, that a young woman was existing in France, who was some way belonging to the late Lord Granville, his sister's husband, though without ever having been acknowledged by the family. He let fall also sundry obscure hints of information, of the most serious import, which he had recently received, relating to this young woman, but which he would not divulge till he had investigated, as he began to surmise that it had been conveyed to him for some fraudulent and mercenary purpose. Mrs. Ireton, to all this, had answered that she had suspected, from the beginning, that the creature was an adventurer, and that she was now fully convinced that they had been played upon by a supposititious person. Lord Denmeath, though he forbore confirming this assertion, listened to it with a smile of concurrence. Juliet here felt shocked and confounded, but Gabriella, animated by generous resentment, warmly repeated her asseverations of the validity of the marriage of Lord Granville with Miss Powell, her friend's mother, though an excess of fear of the inflexible character of the old Earl Melbury had prevented its early avowal, and the death of the concealed wife, while Juliet was yet in arms, had afterwards decided the young widower to guard the secret till his child should be grown up, or till he should become his own master. "But where during this interval," said Sir Jaspar, "where and what was the hiding-place of that seraphic offspring?" "Till her 7th year," Gabriella answered, "she had been consigned to the care of Mrs. Powell, her maternal grandmother, who, satisfied of the legality, had herself aided the secrecy of the marriage. They had dwelt during that period in the same picturesque but no longer loved retreat upon the banks of the Tyne, in which Lady Granville, under a feigned name, had been concealed for the short space of time between her marriage and her death. Juliet, whose intention had been to gather, not to bestow intelligence, now came forward and made signs to Gabriella to drop the subject. But this was no longer practicable. Urged by the idea of doing honor to her friend, and incited by adroit interrogatories or piquant observations from Sir Jaspar, Gabriella, having insensibly begun the tale, felt irresistibly impelled to make clear the birth and family of Juliet beyond all doubt or cavil. She continued, therefore, the narration, and Juliet, much agitated, retreated wholly to the inner room. Under the pretence of change of air for his health, Lord Granville, to hide his grief from his father and friends, spent the first year of his widowhood at Montpellier, then the residence of the bishop of, the maternal uncle of Gabriella, with whom he formed a friendship that neither time nor absence, not even death itself, had had power to dissolve, and to whom he confided the history and punishment of his clandestine juvenile engagement. Called home the following year by the Earl, his father, he had been prevailed upon to marry a lady of quality and large fortune, but, previous to these new nuptials, to secure justice to his eldest born, though he had not the courage to own her, as well as to tranquilize Mrs. Powell, he deposited in the hands of that worthy old lady the certificate of his first marriage, to which he added a deed that he called the codicil to whatever will he might have made, or might hereafter make, and in which he declared Juliet Granville, born near, in Yorkshire, to be his lawful daughter by his first marriage with Juliet Powell, in Flanders, and as such he bequeathed to her the same portion, at his death, that should have been settled upon any other daughter or daughters that he might have hereafter by any subsequent marriage. The impossibility of obtaining, in the Yorkshire retirement, such means of improvement as were suitable to the future expectations and lot in life of his little girl, determined Lord Granville to have her conveyed to France for her education. Mrs. Powell, who had no other remaining tie upon earth, but a son who was settled in the East Indies, preferred accompanying her little darling to a separation, the fear of which, with the possession of the marriage certificate and the codicil to the will, had always counteracted her impatience for the discovery ultimately promised. The uncle of Gabriella, the bishop, consented to take the child under his immediate care, and to place her in the convent in which his sister, the Marchioness of, had placed his niece. And here the children had been brought up together, with the same opportunities of improvement, except that the little Juliet had the advantage of speaking English with her grandmother, who knew no other language, and who entered the convent as a pensioner. By this means, and by books, Juliet had perfectly retained her native tongue, though she had acquired something of a foreign accent. She was known only as a young English lady of fortune, for whom no expense was to be spared, and the remittances for her board and education were constant, and even splendid. She had been called simply by the name of Mademoiselle Juliette, which had generally been supposed to be the name of her family. Here, from the facility with which she caught instruction, and the ability with which she appropriated its result, she became the most accomplished pupil of the convent, and was not more generally, from her appearance, called La Belle, than from her acquirements and conduct, La Sage Petite Anglaise. And here, still more united by the same sentiments than by the same studies, Gabriella had formed with her the tender, confiding, and unalterable friendship that had bound them to each other with an even sisterly love. The bishop frequently pressed the young lord to avow the birth of Juliet, and to legitimate her claims upon his family. But he always answered that since she, whose reputation, happiness, and spirits might have paid the avowal, was gone, he could not support the fruitless pain of offending his sickly but imperious father by such a discovery, till the necessity of receiving his daughter should make it indispensable. Previous to this period, Gabriella was taken from the convent to prepare for her marriage with the Comte de, and Juliet, who had then lost her tender grandmother, was invited to the wedding ceremony, and to remain with her friend till she should be called to her own country. Lord Granville, with that spirit of procrastination which always grows with indulgence, joyfully acceded to this invitation, and remitted to the ensuing summer the public acknowledgment of his daughter. But, ere the ensuing summer arrived, all these projects were rendered abortive. The bishop, through a newspaper, received the fatal intelligence that Lord Granville had been killed by a fall from his horse. while the deeply disappointed and afflicted Juliet was the prey of heavy grief at this event. The bishop, to whom the grandmother, in dying, had consigned the marriage certificate, the codicil, and every letter or paper that authenticated the legitimacy of her grandchild, constituted himself guardian and protector of the young orphan. Convinced that no time should be lost in making known her rights, yet unwilling to risk shocking the old peer by an abrupt address, he stated the affair to Lord Denmeath, brother to Lord Granville's second lady, and guardian of 2 children by the second marriage. To this communication he received no answer, but upon writing again with more energy, and hinting at sending over an agent, Lord Denmeath thought proper to reply. His style was extremely cold. His brother-in-law, he said, had expired after his fall without uttering a word. Having, therefore, no knowledge of any secret business, he begged to be excused from entering into a discussion of the obscure affair to which the bishop seemed to allude. The bishop grew but warmer in the interests of his ward from the difficulty of serving her. He sent over to Lord Denmeath copies of the codicil, of the certificate, and of every letter upon the subject that had been written to the grandmother, or to himself, by the late lord. The answer now was more civil, but evidently embarrassed, though professing much respect for the motives which guided the charitable bishop, and a willingness to enter into some compromise for the young person in question, provided she could be settled abroad, that so strange a tale might not disturb his sister, nor involve his nephew and niece, by coming before the public. All compromise was declined by the bishop, who now made known the whole history to the old peer. The answer, nevertheless, was again from Lord Denmeath, though written by the desire, and in the name of the Earl, briefly saying, let the young woman marry and settle in France, and upon the delivery of the original documents relative to her birth, she shall be portioned, but she shall never be received nor owned in England, the Earl being determined not to countenance such a disgrace to his family, and to the memory of his son, as the acknowledgment of so unsuitable a marriage. The bishop held his honor engaged to his departed friend, to sustain the birthright of the innocent orphan. He menaced, therefore, accompanying her over to England himself, and putting all the documents, with the direction of the affair, into the hands of some celebrated lawyer. Alarmed at this intimation, milder letters passed, but the result of all that the bishop could obtain was a promissory note of 6,000 pounds sterling, for the portion of a young person brought up at the convent of, and known by the name of Mademoiselle Juliette, to be paid by Monsieur bankers on the day of her marriage with a native of France, resident in that country. The conditions annexed to the payment were then detailed, of delivering to the bankers the original of all the MSS, of which copies had been sent over, with an acquittal signed by the new married couple, and by the bishop, to all future right or claim upon the Milbury family, the whole to be properly witnessed, etc. This promissory note had the joint seal and signature of the old Earl and of Lord Denmeath, but the bishop inflexibly insisted that his ward should be recognized as the Honourable Miss Granville, and share an equal portion with her half-sister Aurora, for whom, upon the premature death of Lord Granville, the old peer had solicited and obtained the title and honours of an earl's daughter. All representation proving fruitless, the bishop was preparing to attend Miss Granville to England, when the French Revolution broke out. The general confusion first stopped his voyage, and next destroyed even the materials of his agency. The family chateau was burnt by the populace, and all the papers of Juliet, which had been carefully hoarded up with the records of the house, were consumed. The promissory note alone, and accidentally, had been saved, the bishop chancing to have it in his pocket-book, for the purpose of consulting upon it with some lawyer. With the nobleness of unsuspicious integrity, the bishop wrote an account of this disaster to Lord Denmeath, whose answer contained tidings of the death of the old earl, and reclaimed the promissory note for revisal. But the bishop, who possessed no other proof or document of the identity of Juliet, would by no means part with a paper that became of the utmost importance. Juliet, pitied and sustained, loved and esteemed by all, had been prevailed upon to continue with her cherished and cherishing friends till some political calm should enable the bishop to conduct her to England, and there to struggle for her rights. At the opening, however, of the dreadful reign of Robespierre, sudden and immediate danger had compelled Gabriella, with her husband and her child, to emigrate. But Juliet, hopeless of making herself acknowledged by her family without the support of the bishop, had preferred, till she could obtain the sanction of his presence, to remain with the Marchioness. "And what," Sir Jasper cried, "what is become of this bishop, this man of peace, this worthiest wight that breathes the vital air?" Gabriella herself knew not, nor what change of plan had induced her friend to venture over alone. She knew only that what was counselled by the bishop must be wise, that what was executed by Juliet must be right. Juliet, who had heard this recital with melting tenderness, was now with difficulty restrained, even by the presence of Sir Jasper, from casting herself rather at the feet than into the arms of her generous, noble, and confiding, though untrusted friend. End of chapter 69. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 70 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 70. Various customers, though for small purchases, had from time to time interrupted, but not broken, this narration. The baronet respectfully made way for whoever came, but resumed his place the instant that it was vacated, spending the interval in selecting new pieces of ribbon, till, ere the history was finished, not a remnant of that article remained unsold. It was his purpose, he gallantly said, to present a topknot for a 12-month to come to every fair siren who, either by face, voice, shape, feature, complexion, size, air, or manner, should afford him so much pleasure as to remind him, however transiently, of the adorable haberdasher whose taper fingers had put it into his possession. Gabriella interrupted these compliments to observe with some anxiety two strange men who were sauntering up and down the street, and who, from time to time, peeped in at the window. "And how can they do any better," said the baronet, "unless you invite them into your apartments? 'Tis precisely what I shall enact myself, if you turn me out of doors. Do you fancy you are to dart yourselves, you and your mischievous partner, into as many hearts as you can find spectators, and then bid your poor wounded gazers go lie down and bleed in the kennel like so many puppies, without allowing them even a lamenting yell, or friendly barking, to call themselves into notice before they give up the ghost? I pity the poor caitiffs with all my heart. A fellow feeling makes one wondrous kind. Let me hope, however, that the seductive tale which I have been quaffing has not intoxicated all my senses only to my own destruction, that my poor nerves have not been pierced and pinched, that my feelings have not been twitched and tweaked, and my senses scared and confounded, only to drag my own crazy folly into fuller view." He paused a few minutes, during which Gabriella began making out the account of her ribbons, and then, with a mild voice, but an arch brow, "Hear me," he resumed, "my dulcet frog, for such, you know, is your destined classification in this country. Here, and under your auspices let me proceed. If this fair, marvelous wanderer, in her birth no longer an incognita, yet an incognita still in her history, will venture to put herself under my protection, honorably I mean, so don't frown, for nothing so spoils the forehead. Besides, who can look at you and not mean honorably? With all your sweetness, there is a fire in your eye that, if I harbored a naughty idea, only for a moment, would, I see plainly, consume me. Let us, however, talk the matter over with becoming seriousness. It may, perchance, be less difficult than you may imagine to establish your fair journeywoman's rights.
"Oh, make the attempt, then," cried Gabriella. "Exert yourself in so noble a trial."
"A little activity," he continued, "and a great deal of menacing, adroitly put in play, will now and then do wonders. A little money, too, dexterously handled, rarely does much harm. When Lord Denmeath sees all these at work, take my word for it, he will think twice before he will let them operate upon the public. We like mighty well to reap the fruits of our address in the world, but we have a sagacious tendency to keeping our ways and means to ourselves. Lord Denmeath, after all, as a worldly man, does but his office in putting to sleep his conscience for the better keeping awake his interest. This is simply in the ordinary course of things. But when the blood that is youthful is not generous, when life is begun with the crafty hardness that years, experience, and disappointment have given to those who are ending it, when we see even striplings, who ought to be made up of wild romance and credulous enthusiasm, meanly, basely, heartlessly, for a few pitiful thousands, suffer an orphan to be cheated, despoiled of her rank in life, and made an alien to her country as well as to her family, then it is that I curse vanity as an imp of darkness, and pride as a demon of hell. When a boy like Lord Mulberry, a young girl such as Lady Aurora—"
"They are innocent, Sir Jasper. They are noble. They are faultless,"
called out Juliet, eagerly returning to the shop.
"They dream not of my claims. They have not the most distant idea that I have the honor to belong to their house. Innocent, they are meritorious. Conceiving me simply a helpless, unpatronized, and indigent wanderer, they have treated me with a kindness, a consideration, and heavenly benevolence, that, towards a stranger so forlorn, could have been dictated only by the most angelic of natures."
"Astonishing! Incredible!" exclaimed Sir Jasper. "What, do they not know your story? Have you made no appeal to their justice, their affections?"
"You will cease, sir, to wonder, and cease also, I hope, to question me, when I tell you that here, even here, I have not made my situation known. Here, even here, to the friend of my heart, the confidant of my life, the loved and honored descent of the house by which I have been preserved, and from which alone I hope for protection. Judge, then, how powerful must be my motives for secrecy, and she submits to my silence. Too high-minded for distrust, too nobly mistress of herself for impatience, and conscious that even a wish, expressed, would to me have the force of a command, she waits my time. She knows the most dire and barbarous obstacles could alone lead me to reserve and concealment, where my softest consolation would be openness and sympathy."
Gabriella could offer no answer but by wide extended arms, with which Juliet, gushing into tears, was fondly encircled, while the baronet, touched, amazed, and enchanted, repeatedly wiped his eyes, when Gabriella, observing again at the window one of the men of whom she had spoken, whispered Juliet to compose herself or to retire. There was not time. Riley, who had seen her, bounced into the shop. "Aha! I have caught you at last, have I, demoiselle?" he cried, rubbing his hands with joy. "I could not devise where the deuce you had hidden yourself. I only knew you were in some shabby little bit of a shop in the street. And who do you think is my author for this intelligence? Won't you guess? Why, Surly, your old friend Surly."
Apprehensive of some attack similar to that which she had endured at Brighthelmstone, Juliet ventured not to speak, though she felt too anxious to withdraw, while Sir Jasper, extremely curious, replied, "Old Surly?
in a tone that invited explanation. "The same, faith. He's come over o' purpose to hunt you out, demoiselle."
"Me?" cried Juliet, changing color. "And why? And who is he?"
"Who is he? Well, that's droll, faith. Why, you have not forgotten your old crony, the pilot."
Juliet looked down to conceal the alarm with which she was seized.
"Why, I'll tell you how it all happened," continued Riley, mounting upon the counter, as he might have mounted upon his horse. "I'll tell you how it all happened. About a month ago, in one of my rambles, I met Master Surly, and for old acquaintance' sake I was prodigiously glad to see him. For I like, as a curiosity, to show John Bull a monsieur that into milksop. So we talked over our voyage, but when I told him that I had met with the demoiselle at Brighthelmstone, and that she'd cast off her slough, and was grown a beauty, he asked me 100 questions, and said that, most likely, she was a person of whom he was in search, and after whom there had been a great hue and cry."
Juliet now opened various small drawers, shutting them almost at the same moment, but always with her face turned from Riley.
"Well, we parted, and I saw no more of him, and thought no more of him neither, faith, till this very morning, when I popped upon him all at once in Piccadilly, and then he told me he was just come from Brighthelmstone, where he had been looking for you."
Juliet, though in a tremor that shook her whole frame, faintly said, "And why?"
"Because, by my account of you, he was satisfied you must be the very person that he was commissioned to find."
Juliet now seemed scarcely able to sustain herself. Gabriella and Sir Jasper saw, with deep concern, her emotion, but Riley, unobservant, went on.
"At Brighton he had discovered that you had journeyed up to town in the stage, and he came up after you in the very same carriage only yesterday. And by means of a boy at the inn, who had called your hackney coach, he had just found out Coachy, who informed him that he had set down a pretty young damsel that had arrived from Brighton about a week ago, at a small shop in Frith Street, Soho. Upon that I offered to help him in his search, and we jogged on to these quarters together, for I always liked you, demoiselle, and always had a prodigious mind to know who you were. But the deuce a bit would you ever tell me. So we had been sauntering and maundering up and down the street, one on one side, and the other on the other, in search of you, peeping and peering into every shop, and lounging and squinting at every window. We have had the devil of a job of it to find you, demoiselle. We have, faith. But my best sport will be to make Monsieur Surly look you full in the face, as I did myself, without knowing you, though he pretends that that's all one. The French always say that to everything they don't like, "C'est égal," cries Monsieur, whenever he's put out of his way. However, old Surly stands to it that he shall discover you in a twinkling, for he's got your description."
"My description?" Juliet repeated, in a tone of terror.
"Aye, and there he is, faith, on the other side the way. An old owl," cried Riley, striding to the door and calling out, "Surly, old Surly, come over, Monsieur Surly."
Juliet was now precipitately gliding into the little room, but Sir Jasper, intercepting her flight, warmly entreated, whatever might be her fears or her difficulties, to be accepted as her protector. And while she was struggling, with speechless impatience, to pass him, the pilot, pulled into the shop by Riley, stood full before her, stared heartily in her face, looked at a paper which he held in his hand, and, grinning horribly a scoffing smile, walked away without speaking. Juliet, who seemed nearly fainting, was drawn tenderly into the adjoining room by Gabriella, who was herself in almost equal consternation.
"A pretty feat you have performed here, sir, an admirable exploit," said Sir Jasper angrily to Riley, who, laughing heartily at the savage satisfaction of the pilot, had remounted the counter. "And what sort of a man must you be to find it so dulcet and recreative to give chase to a timid, defenseless lamb?" "What sort of man?" returned Riley. "Faith, I don't know. I don't, faith. But who does? If you can tell me the man who knows himself, you'll do more than has been done yet since the days of old Adam. I never trouble myself with vain researches, and combinations, and developments, and metaphysical analyzings. What do they do for us besides cracking our skulls? They only leave us where they found us, forced to eat and drink and sleep and wake and live and die, just the same, since all the discoveries of Newton, as we did before we knew a square from an angle." "Oh ho, you are a philosopher, sir, then, are you?" said Sir Jasper, "a cynic guided by contempt of mankind." "Not a whit. I only follow my humor. If that happens to please my friends, so much the better. If not, I am but little of the melting mood. I go on all the same. I never stop to weigh opinion in the scale of my proceedings." "And do you never weigh humanity neither, sir, the feelings of others, the good or ill of society?" "No, I never think of all that. I let the world take its own course as I take mine. I've long had a craving desire to know who this girl is, and she would never tell me. Her obstinacy doubles my curiosity, and when my curiosity gets at the helm, it does just what it will with me. It does, faith."
Gabriella, now returning, demanded of Riley what business detained him in the shop, with an air of dignity that surprised him into making something like an apology, to which he added that he only stayed to have a little further parley with the demoiselle. That young lady was indisposed, and could be spoken to no more.
"Indisposed," he repeated. "I am sorry for that, I am, faith. Poor demoiselle. She has been liberal enough of diversion to me one way or another. However, I shall soon discover who she is, for I know where to catch Master Surly, and he says he is promised a thumping reward if he finds that she is the right person. He is but an agent, poor Surly, but he expects his principal with the cash over every hour if he ain't landed already."
Gabriella, who had returned to the little parlor, perceived now that the face of Juliet looked convulsed with horror. She procured her a glass of hartshorn and water, and entreated the baronet, who seemed transfixed with concern, to force Riley away, and to be gone also himself. Sir Jasper could not refuse compliance, but neither could he deny himself advancing, for an instant, to say, in a low voice, to Juliet,
"Bow not down your lovely head, sweet Lily. I have friends who will find means to succor and protect you, be who will your assaulter."
Offering Riley, then, a place in his chariot, and dropping, as he passed, his purse into the till-box, he drove off with his new acquaintance. For some minutes, excess of terror robbed Juliet of speech, and of all power of exertion. But when, by the cares and soothings of Gabriella, she was, in some degree, restored,
"Oh, my beloved friend,"
she cried,
"we must part again, immediately part."
A tear stole down the cheek of Gabriella as she heard this annunciation, but she offered no remonstrance. She permitted herself no inquiry. Her eye alone said,
Why this?"
Juliet saw, but shrunk from this mute eloquence, hastily arranging herself for going out, making up a packet of linen to carry in her hand, and hanging a loaded work-bag upon her arm. Casting herself then into the arms of her friend,
"Oh, my Gabriella,"
she cried,
"I must fly, instantly fly, or entail a misery upon the rest of my existence too horrible for description. Whither, which way to go, I know not, but I must be hidden from all mankind. Tomorrow I will write to you, constantly I will write to you, dear, generous, noblest of friends. Farewell, farewell."
They embraced, mingled their tears, embraced again, and separated. End of chapter 70. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 71 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 71. Her head bowed low, her bonnet drawn over her eyes, ignorant what course she took, and earnest only to discover any inlet into the country by which she might immediately quit the town,
Juliet, with hurried footsteps and trembling apprehensions, became again a wanderer. She passed through various streets, but, unacquainted with London, read, without any aid to her purpose, their names, till, printed in large characters, her eyes were struck with the word Piccadilly, and presently she was accosted by an ordinary man, who had a long whip in his hand, and who, holding open the door of a carriage, asked whether she would have a cast, saying that he was ready to set off immediately. Finding that the vehicle was a stagecoach, she eagerly accepted the proposal, and seated herself next to an elderly woman. The man demanded whether she meant to go all the way. She answered in the affirmative, and, to her inexpressible satisfaction, was driven out of London. Not to risk discovering to her fellow travellers so extraordinary a circumstance as that of beginning an excursion in utter ignorance where it might end, she forbore asking any questions, and left to time of her alighting at the spot to which the stage was destined her own acquaintance with her local situation. It was not, therefore, till she descended from the coach, that she found that she had taken the road to Bagshot. The immediate plan which, in her way, she had formed, was to enter the first shop that she saw open, thence to ride to Gabriella, and then to stroll on to the nearest village, to lodge herself in the first clean cottage which could afford her a room. The sight, however, of the Salisbury stage gave her a desire to travel instantly further from London, and she asked whether there were a vacant place. She was immediately accommodated, and her journey thither, though long, and passed in dreadful apprehension, was without accident or event. Arrived at Salisbury, she quitted the machine and her fellow travellers, with whom she had scarcely exchanged a word, and hoping that she was now out of the way of pursuit, she put her plan into execution by writing a tranquilizing line to Gabriella from a stationer's shop, and then set forth in search of a dwelling. This was by no means easy to find. A solitary stranger, bearing her own small baggage, after travelling all night, was not very likely to be seen but with eyes of scrutiny and suspicion. Yet her air, her manner, and her language made her application always best received by the upper class of tradespeople, who were most able to discern that such belonged not to any vulgar or ordinary person. But when they found that she inquired for a lodging, without giving any name or any reference, they held back alike from granting her admission or forwarding her wish by any recommendation. The evident caution with which she hid as much as possible of her face made the beauty of what was still necessarily visible create as much ill opinion as admiration, though the perfect modesty of her deportment rescued her from receiving any offence. In the smaller shops, and by the meaner and poorer sort of people, her carrying her parcel herself levelled her instantly to their own rank, while her demand of assistance, her loneliness, and even her loveliness, sunk her far beneath it in their opinion, and almost with one accord they bluntly told her that she might find a lodging at an inn. Helpless, distressed, she wandered some time in this fruitless research, too much self-occupied to remark the buildings, the neatness, the antiquities, or the singularities of the city which she was patrolling, till her eyes were caught by the little rivulets which, in most of the streets, separate the footpath from the high road, by perceiving two ruddy-cheeked, smiling little cherubs, attempting to paddle over one of them, and playing so incautiously that they seemed every moment in danger of falling into the water. She hastened towards them, to point out a bridge, somewhat higher up, by which they might more safely pass. But the elder child, a rosy boy, careless and sportive, heeded her not, till finding the stream deeper than he expected, his little feet slipped, and he would inevitably have been under water, had not Juliet, with dexterous speed, caught him by the coat. She aided him to scramble out, though with much difficulty, for he was wet through and covered with mud. Frightened out of his little senses, he set up an unappeasable cry, in which the other child, a pretty little girl, impelled by babyish though unconscious sympathy, joined, with all the vociferation which her feeble lungs were capable of emitting. Juliet, with that kindness which childish helplessness ought always to inspire, soothed them with gentle words, and persuaded the boy to hasten to his home, that he might take off his wet clothes before he caught cold. But they both sat down to cry at their leisure, though rather as if they did not understand than as if they resisted her counsel. Pitying their simple sufferings, she offered the boy a penny to buy a gingerbread cake if he would rise. Quick, or rather immediate now, was the transition from despondence to transport. The boy not merely wiped his eyes and ceased his sobs, but, all smiles and delight, began a rapid prattling of where he should buy, and of what sort should be his cake, while every word, rapturously, though indistinctly, was echoed by the little girl, not less slack in reviving. The elasticity, however, of their little persons kept not entirely pace with that of their spirits. The wet attire of the boy, which his seat on the dust had rendered as heavy as it was uncomfortable, nearly disabled him from rising, and his little sister, who had lost one of her shoes in the rivulet, had run a thorn into her foot, and could not stand without crying. The children were not able to give any account of who they were that was intelligible, nor of whence they came, save that it was from a great, great way off. Unwilling to leave them in so pitiable a plight, Juliet, observing that the street, which led out of the town, was empty, looked for a clean spot, and bending upon one knee, had just drawn out the splinter from the foot of the little girl, when the sound of the voice of a female, who was approaching, calling out, "Here I be, my lovies, here comes Mammy," so miraculously electrified the little creatures, that, forgetting all impediment to motion, they bounded up delighted. The boy no longer sensible to the weight of his wet garments, nor the girl to the tenderness of her hurt foot, and both capered to embrace the knees of their mammy, whose eyes alone could return their caresses, her hands being engaged in holding a heavy basket upon her head. But when she perceived their condition, she anxiously demanded what had happened. They both again began grievously to cry, while the boy related that he had been drowned, but that the Good Addie, good lady, had come and saved his life, and the little girl, interrupting him every moment, kept presenting her foot in telling a similar story of the kindness of the Good Addie. To Juliet scarcely a word of their narrations was intelligible, but to the ears of their mother, accustomed to their dialect, their lisping and their imperfect speech, these prattling details were as potent in eloquence as the most polished orations of Cicero or Demosthenes are to those of the classical scholar. The gratitude of the good woman for the services rendered to her little ones was so warm and cordial that she cried for joy, in pouring forth blessings upon the head of Juliet, for having lent so friendly a hand, she said to her poor boy, and having done what she called so neighborly a kindness by her dear little girl. She had directed her children, she said, to go straight to Dame Goss's, beyond the turnpike, having had business to transact at a house which they could not enter. But the little dearies were not yet come to their memory, and, but for so good a friend, the poor lovies might have lain in the wet and the mud till they had been half choked. Seeing the children thus safely restored to their best friend, Juliet meant to continue her solitary search. But the good woman, judging from her kind offices that there was nothing to fear from her disdain, and concluding from her parcel that there was nothing to respect in her rank, frankly demanded her assistance for helping on the children as far as to the turnpike, simply adding that she would do as good a turn for her in requital another time, but that her basket was heavily laden, and the poor little things, one without its shoe, and the other in wet clothes, would be but troublesome, in such a broiling sun, to pull all the way by her petticoat. Cruelly experiencing want of succor herself, Juliet, always open to charity, was now more than usually ready to serve or oblige. With the utmost alacrity, therefore, complying with the request, she deposited her packet in the poor woman's basket, bound her pocket handkerchief round the foot and ankle of the little girl, and then, taking a hand of each of the children, and gently alluring them on by lively and playful talk, she conducted them to the turnpike, without any other difficulty than some fatigue to herself, which was amply compensated by the pleasure of helping the little innocents, and their affectionate mother, joined to the relief to her own feelings, afforded by a social exercise that drew her, for a while, from her fearful reflections. The woman, charmed by such kindness, begged to have the direction of Juliet, that she might call to thank her, when next she came to Salisbury, whither some business commonly brought her every 4 or 5 months. Juliet was obliged to confess herself a mere passenger, but asked in return the name and address of her new acquaintance. Marjorie Fairfield, she answered, was her name, and she lived afar off in the New Forest. She was going, in a friend's cart, to Romsey, and there her husband would meet her, and carry her little girl. She could never come out without her children, if she were ever so heavily laden, for her husband was at work all day, and there was nobody to take care of them in her absence. A ray of pleasure now broke through the gloomy forebodings of Juliet. There seemed to her an opening to an asylum, during the period of her concealment, fortunate beyond her hopes, to lodge with a rustic family of this simple description, in so retired and remote a spot, promising all the security and privacy that she required, with fine air, pleasant country, and worthy hosts. A very few inquiries sufficed to satisfy her that she might find a small room in which she could sleep, and a little further discourse procured her all the details necessary for learning the route to the dame's cottage. She forbore, nevertheless, hinting at her design, that neither trouble, expense, nor preparation might precede her arrival. She regretted her inability to accompany these new friends at once to their home, but her letter to Gabriella had desired that the answer might be directed to be left at the post office at Salisbury till called for, and she was too uncertain what her position might be in the New Forest to hazard any change of address. She was deeply anxious to hear from Gabriella, and to learn whether she had herself been sought since her flight. When they reached the small, mean house of Dame Gosse beyond the turnpike, the expected cart was not yet arrived, and Juliet, being kindly invited to take a little rest, ventured to solicit from her new friend a recommendation to a cheap lodging, with some honest hostess. Enchanted to be able to serve her, the poor woman immediately said that she could nowhere be better than in that very house, and, when its mistress made various objections, first that she had not a room unoccupied, next that she had no spare bed, and then that her husband would be angry, the zealous Dame Fairfield obviated them all. The room, she said, with a significant nod, where they kept their boxes, would be never the worse for being slept in a few nights, now all the boxes were empty, and the bed she had had for herself the last winter could be easily carried upstairs, for she would stop to carry it with her own hands. And as to Master Gosse, he was so fond of her little dearies, that he could not have so bad a heart as to be off doing a service to a gentlewoman who had been so kind to them. This eloquence was all sufficient. The real obstacle, that of aiding an unknown traveller, occurring neither to the advocate nor to the opponent. Free from the niceties of custom in higher life, and unembarrassed by the perplexities of discriminating scruples, the good women, often lonely travellers themselves, saw nothing in such a situation to excite distrust, and regarded it therefore simply as a claim upon hospitality. To have manifested good nature was sufficient to procure credit for good character, and to have done kind offices was to secure their return. Dame Fairfield busily set about putting into order a little apartment that was encumbered with trunks and boxes, which she piled one upon another, to make a place for a small bed. She would suffer no one to give her any help, sweeping, dusting, rubbing, and arranging all the lumber herself, with an alacrity of pleasure, a gaiety of goodwill, that charmed away, for a while, the misery of Juliet, by the consoling picture thus presented to her view, of untaught benevolence and generosity, a picture which must always be pleasing to the friend of human nature, however less exalting than when those qualities, as the cultured fruits of religion and of principle, are purified into virtues. In this mean little lodging, to avoid being seen or heard of, Juliet passed 3 days self-enclosed, with no employment but that of writing long letters to Gabriella, which eventually were to be sent by the post, or delivered by herself. This, however, not filling up her time, the wish of obliging, joined to a constant desire of acquiring, in every situation, the art of being useful, that art which, more than wealth, or state, or power, preserves its cultivator from wearying either himself or those around him, led her to bestow the rest of the day in aiding the woman of the house in sundry occupations. To have seen and examined the famous cathedral, to have found out the walks, to have informed herself of the manufactures, and to have visited the antiquities and curiosities of this celebrated city and its neighborhood, might have solaced the anxiety of this moment. But discretion baffled curiosity, and fear took place of all desire of amusement. She could only regale her confinement by the hope of soon obtaining her freedom in an innocent and beautiful retreat, and remained, therefore, perfectly stationary, till she conceived that an answer might be returned from Gabriella. On the evening of that day, she prevailed upon Dame Gosse, whose mornings were all engaged, but whose goodwill she had now completely secured, to be her messenger to the post-office. Without any letter, however, the messenger returned, though with an acknowledgment that one was arrived, but that it could only be delivered to Miss Ellis herself, or to a written order with a receipt. Juliet was immediately preparing to write one, when Dame Gosse said, "They do tell me that you be a person advertised in the London newspapers. It ben't true, be it?" "Good heaven, no!" Juliet ejaculated. "Pray, be you the person called commonly known by the name of Miss Ellis?" Juliet, changing color, asked why she made that inquiry. The woman, instead of answering, looked earnestly in her face, with an air of steadfast examination. In the greatest dismay, Juliet turned from her, without hazarding another question, and was going upstairs, but Dame Gosse begged that she would just stop a bit, because 2 persons were a-coming, that she had promised should have a peep at her. Shocked and terrified, Juliet would still have passed on, but an instant sufficed to tell her that, in such an emergency, not to make some immediate attempt to escape was to be lost. Turning, therefore, back, "Dame Gosse," she cried, slipping a crown piece into her hands, with an apology for giving her so much trouble, "hasten again to the post-office, and say that I shall come for my letter myself." The woman, without question or demur, received the money and set off. And she was no sooner out of sight than Juliet, taking her own small packet, unnoticed by Master Gosse, who was at work in his little garden, went forth by the opposite way, turning as quickly as possible from the high road where she might most naturally be pursued, and, for all else, committing her footsteps to chance and to hope, those last, and not seldom, best friends of distress and difficulty. Wandering on, by paths unknown to herself, with feet not more swift than trembling, fearing she was followed, yet not daring, by a glance around, to ascertain either danger or safety, she overtook a young village girl, who was hoydening with a smart footman, but who caught her attention by representing to him that, if he detained her any longer, she should miss the return chaise, and not know how to get back to Romsey, for her mother would be too angry to wait for her even a moment. The sound of Romsey revived the spirits of Juliet. If she could join this young person, she might find a conveyance, equally unsuspected and expeditious, to within a mile or two of the very spot where she hoped for concealment. She loitered, therefore, in sight till the footman retreated, and then, following the girl, though with affright, by returning to the town, she soon found herself in the churchyard of the cathedral, where the damsel encountered her waiting mother, with whom, boldly defying her wrath, she began sturdily to wrangle. Juliet stood aloof during the altercation, still hoping to accompany them in their route. The beautiful Gothic structure before her, the latest and finest remains of ancient elegance, lightness, and taste, was nearly lost to her sight, from the misery and preoccupation of her mind, though appearing now with peculiar effect, from the shadows cast upon it by the rising moon. Yet soon, in defiance of all absorption, the magnetic affinity, in a mind natively pious, of religious solemnity with sorrow, made the antique grace of this wonderful edifice catch, even in this instant of terror and agitation, the admiring eye of Juliet, whose mind was always open to excellence, even when most incapable of receiving any species of pleasure. She leaned for a moment's repose in a recess of the building, which the shade rendered dark, nearly sinking under the horror of pursuit, and the shame of eluding it. To find herself advertised in a newspaper, the blood mounted indignantly into her cheeks, perhaps to be described, perhaps named, and with a reward for her discovery. Cold from them at this surmise, the blood again descended to her heart. Yet every feeling was transient that led not to immediate escape. Every reflection was momentary that turned not to personal safety. The dispute between the mother and daughter was interrupted, not finished, by the reappearance of the footman, who told them that the physician was just going off. They scampered instantly to an inn, from the gateway of which a post-chaise was issuing. Juliet, who had pursued, now joined them, and proposed making one in their party. The women neither refused nor consented. They renewed their contention, and heard only one another, but the postilion, to whom Juliet held out his half-crown, gave her a place with readiness, and she was driven to Romsey. End of chapter 71. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 72 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 72. The affrighted Juliet, every instant in expectation of being stopped, was silent the whole way. The loquacity of her companions, to whom the journey was an uninterrupted opportunity for wrangling, secured her from any remark, and they arrived, and were separating, at Romsey, nearly without having taken notice that they had ever been together, when Juliet, having descended from the chaise, turned fearfully round, to examine whether she were pursued. She saw no one, and blessed heaven. Nevertheless, it was night. She was alone, in the suburbs of a strange town, and wholly ignorant of the way to the New Forest. It was too late to go on without a guide, yet to demand one, or to order a chaise, at such an hour, would be risking to leave documents behind her that might facilitate her being discovered. She addressed herself, therefore, to her fellow travelers, and besought them to afford, or to procure her, a safe lodging for the night. The mother coarsely demanded immediate payment, which being accorded, she said that she had some spare bedding, which could be put upon the floor, in the sleeping room of Debbie. Juliet accompanied them to their homely habitation, at the further extremity of a narrow lane, in the busy and prosperous town of Romsey, and though nothing could be more ordinary than the dwelling, or the accommodations which she there found, neither splendor, nor wealth, nor luxury, nor pleasure, could have devised for her, at that moment, a sojourn more acceptable, since, to all but safety, distress and affright made her insensible. But this first moment of solid satisfaction past, her whole mind became absorbed in fearful ruminations upon the various risks that she was running, and in gloomy apprehensions of what might be their result. Her taciturnity and dejection were as little imitated as they were little happy. Her companion, almost equally self-occupied, though by no means equally incommoded by foresight, or burdened with discretion, broke forth immediately into the history of her own affairs and situations, bitterly inveighing against the ill nature of her mother, which was always thwarting everything that was agreeable, and boldly declaring her fixed determination to go to the fair with Mr. Thomas. The humanity of Juliet here conquered her silence, but her representations, whether of danger or of duty, were scouted with rude merriment, and she found again as wilful a victim to pleasure as Flora Pearson, though without the simplicity, the good humour, or the beauty of that credulous maiden. Nearly with the light, Juliet arose, resolved, with whatever fatigue, to travel on foot, that she might not hazard being recognized through the advertisement by any coachman or postilion, and to be less liable to detection from passing observers. She changed, overnight, her bonnet, which was of white chip, for one the most coarse and ordinary of straw, with her young hostess, of whom also she bought a blue-striped apron. Shocking to all her feelings was this attempt to disguise, so imitative of guilt, so full of semblance to conscious imposture. But there are sometimes circumstances, great and critical, that call for all the energy of our courage, and demand all the resources of our faculties for warding off impending and substantial evil, at whatever risk of transitory misconstruction. Her account being already settled, she wished to depart unobserved, that she might less easily be traced. Her young hostess, sleeping late and tired, slept soundly, and was not disturbed by her rising, dressing, or opening the room door, and she glided downstairs without being missed or noticed. The door of the house was fastened only by a bolt, and she gained the street without noise or interruption. Here all yet was still as night. The houses were shut up, and nothing was in view, nor in hearing, but a solitary cart, driven by a young carter, who amused his toil by the alternate pleasure of smacking his horse and whistling to the winds. This vehicle, which was probably travelling to the high road, she determined to follow. The general stillness made the slightest motion heard, and the carter, though at a considerable distance, turned round and called out, "Why, you be up betimes, my lovey. Come and Izzy give you a cast." Startled, she looked down, crossing the way, and appearing not to suppose herself to be the person thus addressed. But the carter, standing still, repeated his invitation, assuring her that he had plenty of room. Uncertain how to act, she stopped. Terms of coarse endearment, then, accompanied a more pressing desire that she would advance. Frightened, she drew back, but the carter, throwing his whip upon his carriage, vowed that she should be caught, and ran after her, shouting aloud till she regained the house. He then scoffingly exclaimed, "Why, be plaguey shy o' the sudden, Mistress Debbie," and, composedly turning upon his heel, began again to smack his horse and whistle to the winds. Juliet, who in finding herself taken for her young hostess, found also how light a character that young hostess bore, was struck to see danger thus every way surrounding her, and alarmed at the risk, to which impatience had blinded her, of travelling at so early an hour alone. "Alas!" she cried, "is it only under the domestic roof, that roof to me denied, that woman can know safety, respect, and honor?" She now strolled to the vicinity of a capital mansion, at the door of which, if again put in fear, she could knock and make herself heard. But the higgler went on, and another cart soon appeared, in which she had the pleasure to see a woman, driven by a boy. Unannoyed then, she walked by its side till she came to the long middle street, when she found that, from solitude at least, she had nothing more to apprehend. Carts, wagons, and diligences were wheeling through the town. Market women were arriving with butter, eggs, and poultry. Workmen and manufacturers were trudging to their daily occupations. All was alive and in motion, and commerce, with its 100 hands, was everywhere operating and spreading its sources of wealth through its active sisters, ingenuity and industry. No difficulty now remained for finding the route. Travelers of every kind led the way. Her coarse bonnet and blue apron saved her from peculiar remark, and her appearance of decency, with the deep care in her countenance, which to the common observer seemed but an air of business, kept aloof all intrusive impertinence. Thus, for the first early hours of the morning, she journeyed on, nearly unnoticed and wholly unmolested. Everyone, like herself, alert to proceed, and impressed with the value of time, because using it to advantage, pursued his own purpose, without leisure or thought to trouble himself with that of his neighbor. 5 times she had already counted the friendly milestone since she had quitted Romsey. 1 mile only remained to be trodden ere she reached the New Forest, but that mile was replete with obstacles to which its 5 sisters had been strangers. It was now noon, and a gentle breeze, which hitherto had fanned her passage and wafted to her refreshment, suddenly ceased its playful benignity, chanced to a distance by the burning rays of a vertical sun, just bursting forth with meridianal fire and splendor, and dispersing the flying clouds which, in obstructing its refulgence, had softened its intenseness. This quick change of temperature, operating materially like an effective change of climate, annihilated, for the moment, all the strength of Juliet, who as yet, from the freshness of the morning air, the vivacity of mental courage, had been a stranger of fatigue. Upon looking around to seek a spot where she might obtain a few instants' rest, and some passing succor, she observed that the road, but just before so busily peopled, appeared to be abruptly forsaken. The laborers were no longer working at the highways, or at the hedges. The harvestmen were vanished. The market women were gone. The road retained merely here and there an idle straggler, and the fields exhibited only a solitary boy, left to frighten away the birds. A sensation nearly of famine, with which next, from long fasting, joined to vigorous exercise in the open air, she felt assailed, soon pointed out to her that the cause of this general desertion was the rural hour of repast. Initiated now by her own exertions, in the necessity both of support and of rest, she too felt that this was the hour of nature for recruit. But where to stop, and how procure sustenance with safety and prudence? She looked about for some cottage, and was not long ere she found one, but upon begging for a glass of water from a husbandman, who was standing upon the threshold, He answered that she should have it, if she would pay him with a kiss. She walked on to another, but some men were smoking at the door, and she had not courage to make her demand. At a third, she was disconcerted by a familiar invitation to partake of a cup of cider. She now resolved to make no further application but to females, since countrymen, even those who are freest from any evil designs, are almost all either gross or facetious. Women, however, at this hour, were not easily met with. They were within, preparing their meals, or cleaning their platters, and feeding their poultry, rabbits, or pigs. She now dropped, scarcely able to breathe from the oppression of the heat, or to sustain herself from the enfeebling effects of emptiness, joined to overpowering fatigue. With pain and difficulty she dragged on her wearied limbs, while a furious thirst parched her mouth and seemed consuming her inside. Now, too, her distress received the tormenting augmentation of intrusive interruption, for, in losing the elasticity of her motions, she lost, to the vulgar observer, her appearance of innocence. Her eye, eagerly cast around in search of an asylum, appeared to be courting attention. Her languor seemed but loitering, and her slow, unequal pace wore the air of inviting a companion. Nor was the character of chaste diligence and vivacious business any longer predominant in those whom she now casually encountered. The noontide heat, in impairing their bodily strength, caused a mental lassitude that made them ready for any dissipation that might divert their weariness. And Juliet, young, rosy, and alone, seemed exactly fashioned for awakening their drowsy faculties. No one, therefore, passed without remarking her, and scarcely anyone without making her some address. The inconsistency of her attire, which her slackened pace allowed time for developing, gave rise to much comment and some mockery. Her ordinary bonnet and blue apron ill accorded with the other part of her dress, and she was now assailed with coarse compliments upon her pretty face, now by jocose propositions to join company, and now by free solicitations for a salute. Painfully she forced herself on, till at length she discerned an ancient dame, in a field by the side of the road, who sat spinning at the door of a cottage. She crossed a stile, and, presenting herself to the old woman, craved a draught of water, and permission to take a little rest. The good old dame, who was surrounded by little boys and girls, to whom she was singing the antique ballad of the children of the wood, in a tone so dolorous and with such heavy sighs, that the elder of her hearers, who were 5 and 6 years old, were dissolved in tears, while the younger ones clung to her knees, pale and scared, finished her stanza before she would answer, or look at the supplicant stranger. She then raised her eyes, with evident vexation at the interruption, but when she perceived the weak state, and listened to the faint accents of her petitioner, the expression of her countenance became all benevolence, and, good-humouredly nodding her head, she disengaged herself from the children, arose, fetched a horn of water, added to it a cup of milk, and then, presenting to the weary traveller her own chair, which was large and low, she got a smaller and less commodious one from the kitchen for herself. The nearly exhausted Juliet gratefully accepted this hospitality, and, in quaffing her milk and water, believed herself initiated in the knowledge of the flavor, and of all the occult qualities of nectar. It is thus, then, she thought, that the poor and laborious also learn, even from their toils and sufferings, what is luxury and enjoyment. For where is the regale, and what is the liberation, which the most sumptuous table of refined elegance can offer, that can be more exquisite to the taste than this simple beverage of milk and water, received thus at the moment of parching thirst and deadly fatigue? Meanwhile the little ones, impatient at the interruption of a tale which engaged all their tenderest feelings, and of which no repetition could diminish the interest, looked with clouded brows and unchecked ill-humor upon the intruder, and, while the elder ones vented their chagrin by crying, some of the younger ones, yet more completely in the rough hands of untutored nature, rushed forward to beat the cause of their vexation, while others, indignantly, struggled to pull her out of the chair of their grandam. Juliet, whom their fat little hands could not hurt, and who approved their fondness both for their grandmother and for the ballad, forgave their petulance in favor of its motive. But the grandam, putting aside her spinning-wheel, called them all around her, and calmly inquired what was the matter. They vociferously answered that they wanted to push away the naughty person who was come to take Granny's chair. And what, she asked, would they do themselves, should they be obliged to walk a great way off, till they were tired to death, and as dry as dust, if nobody would give them a little drink, nor a seat to sit down? But they would never walk a great way off, they answered, never as long as they lived. They would always stay at home with Dad and Mam and Grandam. But Dad and Mam, she resumed, were often obliged to walk a great way off themselves, and if nobody would let them have a seat, nor anything to drink, what would become of them? Whereas, if they should hap to light upon this young gentlewoman in any trouble, she would remember what had been done for herself, and get them fresh water, and sweet milk, and the easiest chair she could find, and would not they be glad of such good luck to Dad and Mam? Besides that, by doing good, they would be loved by all good boys and girls, and even by God himself, who was the Father of all them. This was speaking at once to their sensations and their understandings. Dad and Mam, in distress and relieved, seemed present to their view, and they all flew to do something for their guest, as if their gratitude were already indebted. One brought her half an apple, another a quarter of a pear, one a bunch of red currants, another of white. The youngest of the little girls presented her with an old broken rattle, and the smallest of the little boys waddled to her with a hoop. Amused by this infantine scene of filial piety, and revived by rest and refreshment, Juliet soon recompensed their endearing innocence by dancing the smaller ones in her arms, and prattling playfully with those who were less babyish. Then, putting a shilling into one of their hands, she requested to have a couple of eggs and a crust of bread. The eggs were immediately baked in the cinders. The crust was cut from a loaf of sweet and fresh brown bread, and if her drink had seemed nectar, what was more substantial appeared to her to be ambrosia, and her little waiters became Hebs and Ganymedes. Refreshment thus salubrious, rest thus restorative, and security thus serene, after fatigue, fasting, and alarm, made her deem this one of the most felicitous moments of her life. Her sole immediate desire was to lengthen it, and to spend, in this tranquil retreat, a part, at least, of the period destined to concealment and obscurity. She had not forgotten her first little protégés, nor lost her wish to join them and their worthy mother, but she had severely experienced how little fitted to the female character, to female safety, and female propriety, was this hazardous plan of lonely wandering. She begged, therefore, permission, as a weary traveller, to pass the night in the cottage. The good dame readily consented, saying that she could not offer very handsome bedding, but that it should be clean and wholesome, for it had belonged to her youngest daughter, who was just gone out to service. This arranged, the ballad was again begun, so exquisitely to the delight of the young audience, that though at the stanza, their little lips with blackberries were all besmeared and dyed, and when they saw the darksome night, they sat them down and cried, they all sobbed aloud. They were yet so grieved when it was over, that they clung around their grandame, saying with one voice, "Addin, Granny, addin." Granny, however, was too much tired to comply, and the repetition was deferred to another day. In the evening the mother of the children came home, and heard what had been settled with her new and unknown guest, without objection or interference. The father appeared soon after, and was equally passive. The grandame was mistress of the cottage, and in her own room, which was that also of the elder children, Juliet was lodged. The younger branches of the family slept, with their father and mother, in the kitchen, which, like the apartment of the cobbler, served them equally for parlour and hall. Juliet found the man and his wife perfectly good sort of people, simply but usefully employed in earning their living, while their aged mother took charge of their dwelling, their nourishment, and their children. Thus safely and tranquilly situated, Juliet, without meeting any difficulty, proposed to sojourn with them for some days. She gave also a commission to the younger mistress of the house to purchase her some ready-made linen at Romsey, and she was soon more consistently equipped in new but homely apparel. This interval was most seasonably passed in recruiting her strength and calming her spirits. She took pleasant walks, accompanied by the tallest boy and girl. She worked for the grandmother, taught a part of the catechism to some of the children, played with them all, and made herself at once so useful and so agreeable in the rustic dwelling, that she won the heart and good-will of all its inhabitants. Yet 3 times only the sun had set thus serenely, when her host, returning half an hour later in the evening than usual, appeared so altered and ill-humoured that Juliet thought it advisable to leave him with his family. But the slightness of the small building made as inevitable as it was alarming her learning that she was herself the subject of his discontent. He told his mother that she must be more cautious how she harbored travelers, or she might come to trouble, for there was a young female swindler, in or about Salisbury, who was advertised in the newspapers, and who, upon being found out in her tricks, had made off with Dame Gosses, without so much as paying for her lodging. She had been traced as far as Romsey, by means of a postilion, but there too she had left her lodgings by stealth, in the very middle of the night. All the coachmen and postilions and innkeepers were looking out for her, a handsome reward being offered for sending tidings where she might be met with, to an attorney in London. "And now, mother," he continued, "suppose by hap this young gentlewoman be she? Why, you'll be fit to hung yourself, mother. For as to her being so kind to the children, that be no sign, for the bad ones be oftentimes the kindest." He then inquired whether she had arrived in a white muslin gown and a white chip hat. Her gown might be white muslin, the mother answered, for aught she could say to the contrary, for it was covered almost all round by a blue striped apron, but as to her hat, it was nothing but a straw bonnet, as coarse and ordinary as he might wish to set eyes on. "Oh, then," he said, "it was clear that it could not be she. She was not a person to wear a blue apron. She had been seen, the very night she made off, dressed quite genteel." What now was the consternation of Juliet, to find herself thus pursued as a runaway, and stigmatized as a swindler and an impostor. "Astonishing destiny!" she cried. "For what am I reserved? Oh, when may I cast off this veil of humiliating concealment? When meet unappalled the fair eye of open day? When appear, when, alas, even know what I am?" This, however, was not the end. It soon seemed scarcely the beginning of new distress, so far more deeply terrible to her with the intelligence by which it was followed. When the women demanded where he had heard this news, he answered at the public-house, where he was told that all Salisbury was in an uproar. A rich outlandish monsieur, in a post-chaise, having just come to the great inn, with the advertisement in his hand, pointing to the reward, and promising, in pretty good English, to double it if the person should be found. Not another word could Juliet hear, not an instant, not a thought could she bestow to learn further what was past, or even to gather what was passing. The future, the dread of what was to come, took sole possession of her feelings and her faculties, and again to fly, more rapidly, more eagerly, more affrighted than ever to fly, was her immediate act, rather than resolution. She accoutred herself, therefore, in all that was most homely to her new apparel, made a packet of what remained of her genuine attire, left half a guinea open upon a little table, to avoid again the accusation of being a swindler, and then, descending the ladder, and contriving to hide her bundle with her blue apron as she passed, said that she was going to take a walk in the neighboring fields, but that it was too late to take out the children, and giving to each of them a penny to buy cakes, she quitted the cottage. Without an instant, without even any powers for reflection, she darted across the fields, gained the road, and within 20 minutes arrived at an entrance into the New Forest, to which she had already learned the way in her rambles with the children. End of chapter 72. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 73 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 73. The terrified eagerness with which Juliet sought personal security made her enter the New Forest as unmoved by its beauties, as unobservant of its prospects, as the dull incurious who pursue their course but to gain the place of their destination, unheeding all they meet on their way, deaf to the songsters of the wood, and blind to the pictures of God's gallery, the country. Her steps had no guide but fear, which winged their flight. She sought no route but that which seemed most private. She flew past, across, away from the high road, without daring to raise her eyes, lest her sight should be blasted by the view of her dreaded pursuer. But speed which surpasses strength must necessarily be transitory. Her feet soon failed. She panted for breath, and was compelled to stop. Fearfully then, she glanced her eyes around. Nothing met them but trees and verdure. Again she blessed heaven, and ventured to seat herself upon the wild, fantastic roots of an aged beech tree. Here, far removed from the busy hum of man, from all public roads, not even a beaten path within view, not a sheep-walk, nor a hamlet, nor a cottage to be discerned, nor a single domestic animal to announce the vicinity of mortal habitation. Here she began to hope that she had parried danger, escaped detection, and reached a spot so secluded that all probability of pursuit was at an end. With this flattering idea, the freedom of her respiration returned. They will go on, she thought, from stage to stage, from milestone to milestone. They will never imagine I should dare thus to turn aside from the public way. Or, should any unfortunate circumstance lead them to such a surmise, how many chances, how many thousand chances are in my favor, that they may not fix upon exactly the same direction, as that to which accident alone has been my guide into the mazes of this intricate forest. This belief sufficed to attract back to her willing welcome, that invincible foe to helpless despondency, hope, whose magic elasticity waits not for reason, consults not with probability, weighs not contending arguments for settling its expectations or regulating its desires, but, airy, blithe, and bright, bounds over every obstacle that it cannot conquer. To find some humble dwelling, by traveling on still further from the towns in which she had been seen, was her immediate project. But prudence forbade her seeking the asylum with Dame Fairfield, which she had pleased herself with thinking secured, lest her arrival should be preceded by an accusing, or followed by a dangerous, report from her hostess of Salisbury. She determined, therefore, to hide herself under some obscure roof, where she might be utterly unknown, and there to abide till the fury of the storm by which she feared to be overtaken should be past. No sooner were her spirits in some degree calmed than, with the happy promptitude of youth to set aside evil, all personal fatigue was insensibly forgotten. Her eyes began to recover their functions, and the moment that she cast them around with abated anxiety, she was so irresistibly struck with the prospect, and invigorated by the purity of the ambient air, which exhaled odoriferous salubrity, that, rising fresh as from the balmy restoration of undisturbed repose, she mounted a hillock to take a general survey of the spot, and thought all paradise was open to her view. The evening was still but little advanced. The atmosphere was as serenely clear, as the beauties which met her sight were sublimely picturesque, and the gay luxuriance of the scenery, though chastened by loneliness and silence, invited smiling admiration. Chiefly she was struck with the noble aspect of the richly variegated woods, whose aged oaks appeared to be spreading their venerable branches to offer shelter from the storms of life, as well as of the elements, charming her imagination by their lofty grandeur, while the zephyrs, which agitated their verdant foliage, seemed but their animation. Soon, however, all observations were seized and absorbed by the benignant west, where the sun, with glory indescribable and ever new, appeared to be concentrating its refulgence to radiate the world with its parting blessing, while the ecstatic wild notes and warbling intuitive harmony of the feathered race struck her ears as sounds celestial, issuing from the abode of angels, or to that abode chanting invitation. Here, for the first time, she ceased to sigh for social intercourse. She had no void, no want. Her mind was sufficient to itself. Nature, reflection, and heaven seemed her own. "Oh, gracious Providence!" she cried, "supreme in goodness as in power! What lesson can all the eloquence of rhetoric, science, erudition, or philosophy produce, to restore tranquillity to the troubled, to preserve it in the wise, to make it cheerful to the innocent, like the simple view of beautiful nature, so divine in its harmony, in its variety so exquisite? O great Creator, beneficent, omnipotent, thy works and religion are one. Religion, source and parent of resignation, under thy influence how supportable is every earthly calamity! How supportable, because how transitory becomes all human woe, where heaven and eternity seem full in view." Thus, in soul-expanding contemplation, Juliet composed her spirits and recruited her strength, while she awaited the dusky hue of twilight to discover some retreat, and not without reluctance she then quitted the delicious spot, where her weary mind and body had been alike refreshed with repose and consolation. Though too much occupied by the certain and cruel danger from which she was running, to bestow much attention upon the uncertain, yet immediate and local risks to which she might be liable, she was not now sorry to regain a beaten track, of which the rugged ruts showed the recent passage of a rural vehicle. In a few minutes she descried a small cart, directed by a man on foot, who was jovially talking with some companion. While seeking to discover whether their appearance were such as might encourage her to ask their assistance upon her way, she was startled with a cry of, "Why, if there ben't Deb Dyson! Oh, the Gede! If I ain't bent revenged of un, I would not know me this very blessed morning." "Deb Dyson?" answered the other. "No, I be too slim for Debbie. Debbie'd outweigh the double o' un." "Oh, belike I do know no Deb Dyson," cried the carter. "Why, I see her at 5 o' the clock at her own door in that zame bonnet, and I do know her bonnet of old, for 't be none so new, for I was by when Johnny Ascot gin at her at our fair 2 years agone. I know un well enough, I vant me. I can make her fat or lean as a wool, can Debbie. A be a funny wench, be Debbie, but a shall pay me for this trick. I vant me a jade.
Juliet, in the utmost alarm to find herself thus recognized by the carter, though still supposed to be another, hastily glided back to the wood, cruelly vexed that the very disguise which had hitherto saved her from personal discovery exposed her but additionally to another species of peril. She might easily, indeed, by speaking or by suffering herself to be looked at, show the carter his mistake in conceiving her to be of his acquaintance, but there would still remain a dangerous appearance of intimacy with a young woman who was evidently held in light estimation. She quickened therefore her pace, and determined to relinquish her suspicious bonnet by the first opportunity. In a short time the cackling of fowls, and other sounds of rural animation, announced the vicinity of some inhabited spot. She pursued this unerring direction, and soon saw and entered a small hut, in which, though the whole dimensions might have stood in a corner of any large hall, without being in the way, she found a father, mother, and 7 young children at supper. Their looks, upon her entrance, were by no means auspicious. The woman scowled at her with an eye of ill will. The man harshly asked what she wanted. The children, who seemed ravenous, squalled and squabbled for food, and a fierce dog, quitting the half-gnawn bone, to bark vociferously, seemed panting for a sign to leap at and bite her, as a species of order to which he was accustomed upon the intrusion of a stranger. Juliet told them that she was going to a neighboring village, but that she had missed her road, and, as it was growing dark, had stopped to beg a night's lodging. They answered morosely that they had neither bed nor room for travelers. Was there any house in the neighborhood where she could be accommodated? Aye, there was one, they answered, not afar off, where an old man and his wife had a spare bed belonging to their son. But the direction which they gave was so intricate that, in the fear of losing her way, or again encountering the carter, she entreated permission to sit up in the kitchen. They went on with their supper, now helping and now scolding their children, and one another, without taking any notice of this request. To quicken their attention, she put half a crown upon the table. The man and woman both rose, bowing and curtsying, and each offering her their place and their repast, saying it should go hard, but they would find something upon which she might take a little rest. She felt mortified that so mercenary a spirit could have found entrance in a spot which seemed fitted to the virtuous innocence of our yet unattained first parents, or to the guileless hospitality of the poet's golden age. She was thankful, however, for their consent, and partook of their fare, which she found, with great surprise, required not either air or exercise to give it zest. It consisted of scraps of pheasant and partridge, which the children called chicky biddy, and slices of such fine-grained mutton that she could with difficulty persuade herself that she was not eating venison. All else that belonged to this rustic regale gave a surprise of an entirely different nature. The nourishment was not more strikingly above than the discourse and general commerce of her new hosts were below her expectations. They were rough to their children, and gross to each other. The woman looked all care and ill humor, the man all moroseness and brutality. Safety, at this moment, was the only search of Juliet. Yet, little as she was difficult with respect to the manner of procuring it, she did not feel quite at ease when she observed that the man and his wife spoke to each other frequently apart, in significant whispers, which evidently, by their looks, had reference to their guest. Nevertheless, this created but a vague uneasiness till the children were put to bed, when the man and woman, having given Juliet some clothing and an old rug for a mattress,
demanded whether she were a sound sleeper. She answered in the affirmative. They then mounted by a staircase ladder to their chamber, but while they were shutting a trapdoor which separated the attic story from the kitchen, Juliet caught the words, "You've only to turn the dark side of your lanthorn as you pass, Mon, and what can I see then?" She was now in a consternation of a sort yet new to her. What was there to be seen? What ought to be hidden? "Where?" she cried. "Have I cast myself? Have I fallen into a den of thieves?" Her first impulse was to escape, and the moment that all was still over her head, she stepped softly to the door, guided by the light of the moon, which gleamed through sundry apertures of an old board that was placed against the casement as a shutter. But the door was locked, and no key was hung up, nor was anywhere in sight. This extraordinary caution in cottagers augmented her alarm. She had, however, no resource but to await the dark lanthorn with steadiness, and to collect all her courage for what might ensue. She sat upright and watchful, till, by the calculations of probability, she conceived it to be about 3 o'clock in the morning. Lulled, then, by a hope that her fears were groundless, she was falling insensibly into a gentle slumber, when she was aroused by a step without, followed by 3 taps against the window, and a voice that uttered in low accents, "Make haste, or 'twill be light, or we be back." The upper casement was then opened, and the host, in a gruff whisper, answered, "Be still a moment, will ye? There be one in the kitchen." Great as was now the affright of Juliet, she had the presence of mind to consider that, whatever was the motive of this nocturnal rendezvous, it was undoubtedly designed to be secret, and that her own safety might hang upon her apparent ignorance of what might be going forward. To obviate, therefore, more effectually any surmise of her alarm, she dropped softly upon the rug, and covered herself with the clothing provided by her hostess. She had barely time for this operation before the trap-door was uplifted, and gently, and without shoes, the man descended. He crossed the room cautiously, unbolted and unlocked the door, and shut himself out. Immediately afterwards, the woman, with no other drapery than that in which she had slept, quickly, though with soft steps, came to the side of the rug, and bent over it for about a minute. She then rebolted and locked the door, returned up the ladder, and closed the trap opening. Juliet, though dismayed as much as astonished, forbore to rise, from ignorance, even could she effect her escape, by what course to avoid encountering the persons whom she meant to fly, in a manner still more dangerous than that of awaiting their return to their own abode, whence she hoped she might proceed quietly on her way the next morning, as an object not worth detention or examination, her homely attire and laborious manner of travelling alike announcing profitless poverty. Her doubts of the nature of what she had to apprehend were as full of perplexity as of inquietude. Would robbers thus eagerly have caught at 1/2-crown? Would they be residents in a fixed abode with a family of children? Surely not. Yet the whispers, the cautions, the examination whether she slept, evinced clearly something clandestine, and their looks and appearance were so darkly in their disfavor, that ultimately she could only judge that, if they were not actual robbers, they were the occasional harborers and miserable accomplices of those who, to similar want of principle, joined the necessary hardiness for following that brief mode of obtaining a livelihood, brief not alone in its success, but in its retribution. In a state of disturbance so singular, there was not much danger that she should find herself surprised by kind nature's soft restorer, balmy sleep. In less than an hour, 3 taps again struck her ear, though not upon her own casement, taps so gentle that had she been less watchful, they would not have been heard. The woman instantly descended the ladder, and approached the bedding, over which she leant as before, and, as before, concluded stillness to be sleep. Cautiously, then, she unbolted and unlocked the door, when, low as were the whispers that ensued, Juliet distinguished 3 different tones of voice, though she caught not a word that was uttered. The woman next, gliding across the room, opened a low door, which Juliet had not remarked. The man followed slowly, and as if heavily loaded. The woman shut him out by this private door, and returned to fasten that of public entrance, whispering, "Goodbye," to someone who seemed to be departing. Juliet, at the same time, heard something fall, or thrown down, from within, weighty, and bearing a lumpish sound that made her start with horror. This involuntary and irresistible movement was immediately perceived by the hostess, who was recrossing the room, but who, then, precipitately advanced to the bedding, and roughly demanded whether she slept. Juliet struggled vainly to resume her serene appearance of repose. The shock of her nerves had mounted to her features. She felt her lips quiver, and her bosom heave, but she had still sufficient presence of mind to conceal her face by rubbing her eyes, while she asked whether it were time to breakfast. Satisfied by this inquiry, the woman answered no, and that she had only gotten up to let in her husband, who had been abroad upon a little job, for which he had not found leisure in the day. She recommended to her, therefore, to lie still and fall asleep. Still she remained, but sleep was as far from her eyes as, in such a situation, from her wishes. She sought, however, again to wear its semblance, while the woman followed her husband through the small door, and shut herself also out. They continued together about half an hour, when, re-entering, they both remounted the ladder, without further examination whether or not they were observed. What might this imply? Was it simply that, concluding her to be awake, they deemed caution to be unavailing? Or that their secret business being finished, caution was no longer necessary? Strange also, it appeared to her, their rustic life and residence considered, that they should take such a season for rest, when she saw the vivid rays of the early sun piercing, through various crevices, into the apartment. Raising her head next to view the door, which the preceding night had escaped her notice, she espied, close to its edge, a large clot of blood. Struck with terror, she started up, and then perceived that the passage from door to door was traced with bloody spots. She remained for some moments immovable, incapable either to think of her danger, or to form any plan for her preservation, and wholly absorbed by the image which this sight presented to her fears, of some victim to murderous rapacity. Soon, however, rousing to a sense of her own situation, she determined upon making a new attempt to escape. She listened beneath the trapdoor, to ascertain that all was quiet, and received the most unequivocal assurances that fatigue and watchfulness had ended in sound sleep. Still, however, she could find no key, but while fearfully examining every corner, she remarked that the low door was merely latched. Should she here seek some outlet? She recoiled from the sight of the blood, yet it was a sight that redoubled her earnestness to fly. Whatever had been deposited would certainly be concealed. She resolved, therefore, to make the experiment, though her hand shook so violently that, more than once, it dropped from the latch ere she could open the door. Tremblingly, she then crossed the threshold, and found herself in a miserable outer building, without casements, and encumbered with old utensils and lumber. She observed a large cupboard which was locked, but of which, from the darkness of the place, she could take no survey. To the outward door there was no lock, but it was doubly bolted. She opened it, though not without difficulty, and saw that it led to a small disorderly garden, which was hedged round, half planted with potatoes, and half wasted with rubbish. She examined whether there were any opening by which she might enter the forest, and discerned a small gate, over which, though it was covered with briars, she believed that she could scramble. Nevertheless she hesitated. She might be heard, or presently missed and pursued, and the vengeance incurred by such a detection of her suspicions and ill opinion might provoke her immediate destruction. It might be better, therefore, to return, to rise only when called, to pay them another half-crown, and then publicly depart. Accidentally, while thus deliberating, she touched the handle of a large wicker basket, and found that it was wet. She held out her hand to the light, and saw that it was besmeared with blood. She turned sick. She nearly fainted. She shrunk from her hand with horror, yet strove to recover her courage by ejaculating a fervent prayer. To re-enter the house voluntarily was now impossible. She shuddered at the idea of again encountering her dreaded hosts, and resolved upon a flight, at all risks, from so fearful a dwelling. She made her way through the enclosure, crossed the briery gate, and, rushing past whatever had the appearance of already trodden ground, dived into a wood, where, trampling down thorns, brambles, and nettles, now braving, now unconscious of their stings, she continued her rapid course, till she came within view of a small cottage. There she stopped, not for repose, her troubled mind kept her body still insensible to weariness, but to ponder upon her dreadful suspicions. Not a moment was requisite to satisfy her upright reason that to discover what she had seen, and what she surmised, was an immediate duty to the community, if, by such a discovery, the community might be served, however repugnant the measure might be to female delicacy, however cruel to the pleadings of compassion for the children of the house, and however adverse to her feelings, to denounce what she could not have detected, but from seeking and finding a personal asylum in distress. Yet who was she who must give such information? Anonymous accusation might be neglected as calumnious, yet how name herself as belonging to the noble family from which she sprung, but by which she was unacknowledged? How, too, at a moment when concealment appeared to her to be existence, come forward, a volunteer to public notice? Small as ought to be the weight given to a consideration merely selfish, if opposing the rights of general security, neither law, she thought, nor equity, demanded the sacrifice of private and bosom feelings for an evil already irremediable, where, while the denunciation would be unavailing, the denunciator must be undone. Appeased thus for the moment, though not satisfied in her scruples, she walked on towards the dwelling, but, seeing that it was still shut up, she seated herself upon the stump of a large tree, where deaf from mental occupation to the wild melody of innumerable surrounding singing birds, she shudderingly, and without intermission, bathed her bloody hand in the dew. Rest, however, to her person, served but to quicken the energy of her faculties, and the less her fears, the more her judgment prevailed. Her reasoning, upon examination, she found to be plausible but fallacious. The evil already committed, it was, indeed, too late to obviate. But if the wretched hut from which she had just escaped were the receptacle of nocturnal culprits, or of their victims, there might not be a moment to lose to prevent some new and horrible catastrophe. In a dilemma thus severe, between the terror of exposing herself to the personal discovery which she was flying to avoid, or the horror of omitting the performance of a public duty, She had fixed upon no positive measure, decided upon nothing that was satisfactory, before the casements of the cottage were open. Not to lose, then, another moment in unprofitable deliberation, she resolved to communicate to the inhabitants her suspicions, and to urge their being made known to the nearest justice of the peace. She might then, with less scruple, continue her flight, and hereafter, if unhappily there should be no other alternative, give her assistance in following up the investigation. She tapped at the cottage door, and demanded admittance and rest as a weary traveler. She was let in without difficulty by an old woman, who was breakfasting with an old man, upon a rasher of bacon. It now, with much alarm, occurred to her that this might be the house to which she had been directed from that terrible hut. She fearfully inquired whether they had a spare bed, and, upon receiving an answer in the affirmative, with the history of their son's absence, not a doubt remained that she had sought refuge with the friends, perhaps the accomplices, of the very persons from whom she was escaping, and who, should they, through vengeful apprehension, pursue her, would probably begin their search at this spot. Affrighted at the idea, yet not daring abruptly to abscond, she forced herself to sit still while they breakfasted, though unable to converse, and turning with disgust from the sight of food. The old man and woman, meanwhile, intent solely upon their meal, which, now too hot for their mouths, now too cold for their taste, now too hard for their teeth, occupied all their discourse, heeded not her uneasiness, and, when she arose and took leave, saw her departure with as little remark as they had seen her entrance. With a complication of fears, she now went forth again, to seek, not an asylum in the forest, the beautiful forest, but the road by which she might quit it with the greatest expedition. Where now was the enchantment of its prospects? Where the witchery of its scenery? All was lost to her for pleasure. All was thrown away upon her as enjoyment. She saw nothing but her danger. She could make no observation but how to escape what it menaced. She flew, therefore, from the vicinity of the hut, though with a celerity better adapted to her wishes than to her powers, for, in less than half an hour, she was compelled, from utterly exhausted strength, to seat herself upon the turf. Not yet was she risen, and scarcely was she rested, when she was startled by whistling in the woods, which was presently followed by the sound of two youthful male voices, in merry conversation. To escape notice, she, at first, thought it safest to sit still, but the nearer and nearer approach of feet made her reflect that to be surprised in so unfrequented a spot, at so early an hour in the morning, might be yet more unfavourable to opinion, than being discerned to pace her lonely way, with the quick steps of busy haste or timid caution. She moved, therefore, on, carefully taking a contrary direction to that whence the voices issued. She soon found herself bewildered in a thicket, where she could trace no path, and whence she could see no opening. She was felicitating herself, however, that she had outrun the sounds by which she had been affrighted, when she first heard, and next perceived, an immense dog, who, after beating about the bushes at some distance, suddenly made a point at her, and sprang forward. Terror, which puts us into any state but that which is natural, bestows occasionally what, in common, it robs us of, presence of mind. Juliet knew that flight, to the intelligent though dumb friend of man, was well seen to be cowardice, and instinctively judged to be guilt. Aware, therefore, that if she could not appease his fury, it were vain to attempt escaping it, she compelled herself to turn round and face him, holding out her hand in a caressing attitude that seemed inviting his approach, though with difficulty sustaining herself upon her feet, from a dread of being torn to pieces. The rage, unprovoked but not inexorable, of the animal withstood not this manifestation of kindness. From a pace so rapid that it seemed menacing to level her with the earth by a single bound, he abruptly stopped to look at and consider his imagined enemy, and from a barking, of which the stormy loudness resounded through the forest, his tone changed to a low though surly growl, in which he seemed to be debating with himself whether to attack a foe or accept a friend. The hesitation sufficed to ensure to Juliet the victory. Encouraged by a view of success, her address supplanted her timidity, and, bending forwards, she called to him with endearing expressions. The dog, caught by her confidence, made a grumbling but short resistance, and, having first fiercely and next attentively surveyed her, wagged his tail in sign of accommodation, and, gently advancing, stretched himself at her feet. Juliet repaid his trust with the most playful caresses. "Good and excellent animal," she cried. "What a lesson of mild philanthropy do you offer to your masters! The kindness of an instant gains you to a stranger, though no unkindness, nor even the hardest usage, can alienate you from an old friend." She now flattered herself that, by following as he led, she might have a guide, as well as protector, to the habitation to which he belonged. She sat by his side, determined to wait his movements, and to pursue his course. Perfectly contented himself, he basked in the sunbeams that broke through the thicket, and was evidently soothed, nay charmed, by the fond accents with which she solicited his friendship. This nearly silent, but expressive intercourse was soon interrupted by a vociferous halloo from a distant part of the wood. Up started the new companion of Juliet, who arose also to accompany, or at least to trace his steps. Neither were possible. He darted from her with the same rapidity, though wide from the same ferocity, as that with which he had at first approached her. Vain was every soft appeal. Lost was every gentle blandishment. In an instant he was out of sight, out of hearing. She scarcely saw him go ere he was gone. "Faithful creature!" she cried. "'Tis surely his master who calls. A new tie may excite his benevolence. None can shake his fidelity, nor slacken his services." Alone and unaided, she had now to pierce a passage through the thicket, uncertain whither it might lead, and filled with apprehensions. But in a few minutes, greatly to her satisfaction, her new friend reappeared, wagging his tail, rubbing himself against her gown, and meeting and returning her caresses. Her project of obtaining a conductor was now recurring, when again an halloo, followed by the whistling of two voices, called off her hope, and showed her that her intended protector belonged to the young men whom she had been endeavoring to avoid. She knew not whether it were better, under the auspices of her new ally, to risk begging a direction from these youths to some house or village, or still to seek her desolate way alone. She had time only to start, not to solve this doubt. The dog, again returning, as if unwilling to relinquish his new alliance, began to excite the curiosity of his masters, who, following, exclaimed, "Dash of wound something, zur!" And presently, through the trees, she descried two woodcutters. She was seen also by them. They scrambled faster on, and one of them said, "Why't be a girl." "Be it?" answered the other. "Why, then I'll have a kiss." "Not afore me, mon," cried his companion, "for I did zeer first." "Belike you did," the other replied, "but I spoke first, so you mun come after." Juliet now saw herself in a danger more dreadful than any to which either misfortune or accident had hitherto exposed her, the danger of personal and brutal insult. She looked around vainly for succor or redress. The woods and the heavens were alone within view or within hearing. The first terrible moment of this alarm was an agony of affright that made her believe herself a devoted victim to outrage. But the moment after, observing that the young men were beginning to combat for precedence, a sudden hope of escape revived her courage, and gave wings to her feet, and, defying every obstacle, she pushed on a passage through the intricate thicket, almost with the swiftness that she might have crossed the smoothest plain, till she arrived at an open spot of ground. The fear of losing her now ended, though without deciding the dispute, and the youths ran on together, mutually and loudly shouting familiar appeals as to the fugitive upon their rights, with entreaties that she would stop. Juliet again felt her strength expiring, but where courage is the result of understanding, if its operation is less immediate than that which springs from physical bravery, it is not less certain. The despair, therefore, of saving herself by bodily exertion presently gave rise to a mental effort, which instigated her to turn round upon her persecutors, and await and face them, with the same assumed firmness, though not with the offered caresses, with which she had just encountered her four-footed pursuer. Their surprise at this unexpected action put an end to their dissension, and, each believing her to be alike at the service of either, or of both, they laughed coarsely, and came on, arm in arm, and leisurely, together. Juliet, calling to her assistance her utmost presence of mind and dignity of manner, stepped forward to meet them, and, with an air that disguised her apprehensions, said, "Gentlemen, I have business of great importance with the farmer who lives near this place, but I do not know the shortest way to his farm. If you will be so obliging as to show it to me, you may depend upon his handsomely rewarding any trouble that you may take." Their astonishment now was increased, but although, at the word business, they leered at one another with an air of mockery, her air and mien, with her grave civility and apparent trust, caused, involuntarily, a suspension of their facetious design, and they inquired the name of the farmer whom she was seeking. She could not immediately, she said, recollect it, but he lived at the nearest farm. "Why, 'tin't been Master Zimmer's," they cried. "The very same." "What, that do live yonder, across the copse?" "Without any doubt." They now ogled one another, with a consciousness that persuaded Juliet that this Simmers was their own master, or perhaps their father, and she repeated her request, with reiterated assurances that a considerable recompense would be bestowed upon her conductor. They looked irresolute and extremely foolish. Dash, however, was firmly her friend, and, while they were whispering and hesitating, jumped and capered from his master's to his new associate, from his new associate to his master's, with an intelligent delight that seemed manifesting his enjoyment of a junction which he had himself brought about. Juliet showed so much pleasure in his kindness that the young men, proud of their dog, and glad, in their embarrassment, to be occupied rather than to reply, fondled him, in their rough manner, themselves, making him fetch, carry, stand on his hinder legs, leap over their hats, caper, bark, point, and display his various accomplishments. Juliet encouraged this diversion by patting the dog, applauding his teachers, and stimulating a repetition of every feat, till the youths, charmed by her good fellowship, were insensibly turned aside from their evil intentions, and soon, and in perfect harmony, they all arrived at a considerable farm, upon the borders of the New Forest. End of chapter 73. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 74 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 74. Juliet thus escaped from the imminent and terrific dangers to which she had been exposed, entered the farmhouse with a glowing delight diffused over her countenance, that instinctively communicated a participating pleasure to the people of the farm, and caused her to be received with an hospitality that might have contented the expectations of an old friend. Nothing so unfailingly ensures, or rather creates a welcome, as cheerfulness. Cheerfulness, so beautifully, by Addison, called an hymn to the divinity. Whether it be that the view of sprightliness seems the forerunner of pleasure to ourselves, or whether we judge all within to be innocent, where all without is serene, various, according to sentiment, or circumstance, as may be the motive, the result is nearly universal, that those who approach us with cheerfulness are sure to be met with kindness. Cheerfulness is as distinct from insipid placidity as from buoyant spirits. It seems to indicate a disposition of thankful enjoyment for all that can be attained of good, blended with resignation upon principle to all that must be endured of evil. Her first care was to satisfy her two still wondering conductors, who proved to be sons to the master of the farm, by giving to each half a crown, that they may not lose their time, she told them, by waiting till she had settled her business with their father. And, after doubling her caresses to her protector, Dash, she sent them back to their work, manifestly glad that they had not affronted a young woman who knew how to behave herself, they said, so handsomely. She now begged an audience of the farmer, to whom she resolved to communicate her alarming adventure at the hut. The farmer, who was surrounded by his family and his laborers, to whom he was issuing orders, desired her to speak out at once. Juliet could by no means consent to publish so dark and uncertain a history to so many hearers. She again, therefore, entreated to address him in private. He had come home, he answered, only to take a mug of beer, for the plough was in the field. However, she might call again, if she would, at dinner-time, but he had no time to give to talk in a morning. And forth he went, whistling and hallooing after his laborers, as he jogged his way. She then applied to his bustling, sturdy wife, but with no better success. Who was to feed the poultry? Who was to give the wash to the pigs? Who was to churn the butter, if she threw away her time by gossiping in the morning? The rest of the family consisted of 3 grown-up daughters and 4 or 5 children. The daughters, though more civil, because less voluntarily busy, and as yet less interested than their parents, were too inexperienced to give any assistance, or form any judgment upon such an affair. Juliet, therefore, who was sinking with fatigue and emptiness, and who desired nothing so much as to remain for some time under any safe roof, begged of the young women a basin of bread and milk for her breakfast, and permission to stay at the farm till the hour of dinner. These requests were granted without the smallest demur, even before she produced her purse, which they viewed with no small surprise, saying that they hoped they were not so near as to take money for a little bread and milk of a traveller, but that, if she must needs do it, she might give a small matter to the children. Recollecting now her rustic and ordinary garb, and fearing to awaken suspicion or curiosity, she put a penny apiece into the hands of 2 little boys and a girl. It was then that she saw how far she was removed from the capital, in the precincts of which the poor and the laborer are almost constantly rapacious or necessitous. The high price to be obtained there for whatever is marketable, makes generosity demand too great a sacrifice, save from the exalted few, who, still in all places and in all classes, are, by the candid observer, occasionally to be found. But in this obscure hamlet, where plenty was not bribed away to sale, this little donation was received with as much amazement as joy, and the children scampered to the dairy and to the plough-field to show it first to Mammy and then to Dad. Juliet, having taken her simple repast, strolled into a small meadow just without the farmyard, where she seated herself upon a stile to enjoy at once the fragrant air and personal repose. The prospect here, though less sublime in itself, and less exalting in the ideas which it inspired, than that of the lonely and majestic beauty, which had so powerfully charmed her, visually and intellectually, in the midst of the New Forest, was yet gay, varied, verdant, and lovely. On the opposite side of a winding and picturesque road by which the greater part of the hedge around the meadow was skirted, was situated a small Gothic church, of which the steeple was nearly overrun with ivy, and the porch half sunk into the ground from the ravages of time and of neglect, wearing, altogether, the air of a venerable ruin. Further on, and built upon a gentle acclivity, stood a clean white cottage, evidently appropriated to the instruction of youth, or rather childhood, to which sundry little boys and girls, each with a book or with needlework in his hand, were trudging with anxious speed. Juliet spoke to each of them as they passed, pleased with their innocent prattle, and gathering alternately from their native intelligence or gaping stupidity food to amuse her mind with predictions of their future characters. Sheep were browsing upon a distant heath, cows were watering in a neighboring stream, and two beautiful colts were prancing and skipping with all the bounding vigor of untamed liberty in the meadow. Geese, turkeys, cocks and hens, ducks and pigs peopled the farmyard, keeping up an almost constant chorus of rural noises, which at first stunned her ears, but which afterwards entertained her fancy by drawing her observation to their various habits and ways. The children came, jumping, to play around her, and her friend Dash, discovering her retreat, frequently left the woodcutters to bound forwards and court her caresses. The young women of the house, to divert their several labors of weeding, churning, or washing, occasionally also joined her, for the pleasure of a little chat, which they by no means, like their father or mother, held in contempt. Juliet received them with an urbanity that gave such a zest to their little visits that it served to quicken their work, that they might quicken their return. And with the eldest she changed the bonnet of Debbie Dyson for one that was plainer and yet more coarse. There was nothing in these young persons of sufficient mark or likelihood to make them attractive to Juliet, but she was glad to earn their goodwill, and not sorry to learn what were their occupations, conscious that a dearth of useful resources was a principal cause, in adversity, of female difficulties. Here, then, Juliet formed a project to rest till her own should be removed, or at least till she could obtain some intelligence that might guide her uncertain steps. This seemed the spot upon which she might find repose. This seemed the juncture for enjoying quiet and tranquillity in the country life, to which she desired to devote the residue of the time that might still be destined to suspense. Here retirement would be soothing, and even seclusion supportable, from the charm of the scenery, the beauty of the walks, the guileless characters and vivifying activity of the inhabitants of the farmhouse, and the fragrant serenity of all around. Here peace and plenty were the result of industry, and primitive, though not polite hospitality, was the offspring of natural trust. If there was no cultivation, there was no art. If there was no refinement, there were integrity and goodwill. She applied, therefore, to her new young acquaintances to promote her plan with their parents. They lost not a moment in making the arrangement, and Juliet was immediately installed in a small chamber upon the attic story. She settled that she should eat from their table, but alone, for she dreaded remark or discovery. No terms were fixed. A little matter, they said, would suffice, and Juliet saw that she had nothing to fear from imposition, every face in the family bearing the mark, or the promise, of steady honesty. Nor indeed could any price be exorbitant to Juliet that could procure some relief to her fears, and some respite from her toils. Her first care was to obtain, through her new friends, implements for writing, and then to transmit in detail assurances of her present safety, and even comfort, to Gabriella, from whom she entreated intelligence whether pursuit and inquiry were still active. As fearful now of the name of Ellis as, heretofore, she had been of that of Granville, she desired that the answer might be directed under cover to Master Simmers, farmer at near the New Forest, and that the enclosed letter might have no other address than for the young woman who lodges at the farm. Again, then, she returned to the meadow, which, now her mind was more at ease, seemed adorned with added verdure, freshness, and beauty. Here, pensive, yet not without consolation, she passed the day. The next, she rambled a few paces further, and found out a cottage, in a situation of the most romantic loveliness, in which 2 labourers and their wives resided with their mother, a cheerful, pleasing old woman, with whom Juliet was immediately in amity. She visited also the school, made acquaintance with its mistress, who appeared to be a sensible and worthy woman, and captivated the easy hearts of the little scholars by the playful manner in which she noticed their occupations, encouraged their diligence, and assisted them to learn their lessons. She aided also the young women of the farm in various of the lighter domestic offices that fell to their share, and amused at once and instructed her own mind by opening a new road for admiration of the wondrous works of the great Creator, in observing and studying the various animals abounding in and about the farm. The remark and attention of a few days sufficed to show her not only as much difference in the interior nature of the 4-footed and of the plumaged race, as there is in their hides or their feathers, but nearly, or perhaps quite as much diversity, in their dispositions as in those of their haughty human masters, though the means of manifestation bore no comparison. In fixing her attention upon them, in following their motions, and considering their actions, she found that though the same happy instinct guided them all alike to self-preservation, the degrees of skill with which they discovered the shortest and best method for attaining what they coveted were infinite, yet not more striking than the variety of their humours, kind, complying, generous, or fierce, selfish, and gloomy, in their intercourse with one another. Le droit du plus fort, the right of strength, though the most ordinary, was by no means the only, or the universal basis of animal legislation. Dexterity and sagacity find ascendance wherever there is animation, and propensities benign and social, or malignant and savage, as palpably distinguish beast from beast, and bird from bird, as man from his fellow. What an inexhaustible source was here, to a thinking being, both for information and entertainment. "O Providence divine!" she cried, "how minute is the perfection, yet how grand the harmony of thy works!" Still, however, she sought vainly to obtain the requested conference. The farmer, whose thoughts were absorbed exclusively in the interests of his farm, was always too busy to afford her any time, and too indifferent to give her any attention. As she lodged in the house, he could hear her, he said, when he should be more at leisure, and all her eloquence was ineffectual, either to awaken his curiosity or to excite his benevolence, by intimations of the importance, or of the haste, of the business which she wished to communicate. "Aye, girl, aye," he would reply. "By and by will do just as well." By and by came not. When she endeavored to catch a moment at the hour of breakfast, the whole day, he would cry, was as good as thrown away if a man lost a moment of his morning. Yet if she solicited his hearing in the evening, he would cordially offer her some bread and cheese and beer, but rise from them himself, heavy and sleepy, to go to bed, saying, "Hark ye, my girl, when you've worked as hard as a farmer, you'll be as glad of your night's rest." If she sought him in the middle of the day, he was always surrounded by his family and by laborers, from whom he would never step apart, telling her to speak out what she had to say, and to fear nothing and nobody. Farming, she soon found, he regarded as the only art of life worth cultivation, or even worth attention. Every other seemed to him superfluous or silly. A woman, therefore, as she could neither plough the field nor mow the corn, he considered as every way an inferior being, and, like the savages of uncivilized nature, he would scarcely have allowed a female a place at his board, but for the mitigation given to his contempt from regarding her as the mother of man. The sex, therefore, of Juliet was here wholly against her, and youth and beauty, those powerful combatants of misanthropy, were necessarily without influence, where they were never looked at. Could they ripen his corn, or make his hay? No. What, then, was their value? Nevertheless, he treated neither his wife nor his daughters ill. He only considered them as his servants, and when they were diligent and useful, he praised them and gave them presents, and when their work was done, suffered them to seek what diversion they pleased, without interference or control. The females were indifferent, and therefore contented, though neither confidential nor affectionate. The sons, on the contrary, were open, boisterous, and daring, domineering over their sisters, and mocking their mother, while they nearly shared with their partial father both his authority and his profits. In a family such as this, Juliet had no chance of softening the languor of her suspense by society, and books, its best substitute, had never found their way into the farmhouse, save an odd volume of 2 trials, sundry tracts upon farrier, and various dismal old ballads. The first charm of this rural residence consisted in its views and its walks, soon lost something of its animation to Juliet, through the restriction of fear which impeded her from roving beyond the neighborhood of the farm. And though the beautiful prospect from the meadow, and the air and exercise of mounting to the school, might permanently have afforded her delight if shared with some loved friend, or enjoyed with some good author, she became, in a short time, through the total deprivation of either, nearly as languid from monotony without, as she was wearied by ungenial intercourse within. On Sunday, after they had all been to church, the young women proposed to accompany her in a stroll, and the hope of a romantic ramble without danger induced her acceptance of the invitation. This, however, was an essay which she did not feel tempted to repeat. She found that their only idea of taking a stroll was to get away from home, and their only object of pursuit was to encounter their several sweethearts. They walked not for exercise. They had more than enough in their daily occupations. They walked not for air. They rarely spent an hour of the day under shelter. They walked still less in search of rural views or picturesque beauties. They saw them not, or rather they saw them too constantly to heed them. Their chosen scene was the high road, along which they leisurely but merrily sauntered, to enjoy, not the verdure of the adjacent fields or wood, not the freshness of the salubrious breeze, not the charm, here and there occasionally bursting upon the sight, of sloping hills or flowery dales, but to watch for every distant cloud of rising dust that announced or that promised the approach of a horse, cart, or wagon. What to these was the pleasure of situation? Juliet saw with concern that all which, to herself, would have solaced a similar way of life, to them was null. Accustomed from their infancy to beautiful scenery, they looked at it as a thing of course, without pleasure or admiration, because without that which fixes all worldly acceptation of happiness, comparison. The mother, whose existence, from the fear and from the commands of her husband, was laborious, and from her own love of saving, penurious, had scarcely even any idea of pleasure, beyond what accrued from feeding her rabbits, fattening her hogs, and carrying her eggs and poultry to a good market. The farmer, whose will had no control, either from himself or his family, and who indulged his own humours in the same proportion that he kept theirs in awe, had yet a master, and a master more despotic and ungovernable than himself, the weather, to whose power, however, he by no means submitted tamely. The whole house rang with the violence of his rage, if the rain fell while his hay were cutting or stacking, and he could scarcely swallow his dinner for chagrin, if it failed to fall when his peas wanted filling. His imprecations were those of a man provoked by the grossest personal injury, if a sharp wind came not at his bidding, when he perceived insects crawling upon the leaves of his fruit trees in the orchard, and his whole family trembled, as if immediate ruin or an earthquake were impending, when he claimed, and claimed in vain, the sun to ripen his corn. Juliet now found that a farmer sensible to no happiness, that a gust of wind, a shower of rain, or the beams of the sun, as they meet or oppose his wishes, does not confirm, or may not destroy. The storms, nevertheless, raised by this man of the elements, were from causes too obvious to create surprise, and they were known to be too harmless in their operations to occasion any other movement in his household than that of a general struggle, which should first get out of his way till they were blown over. But to a stranger, to Juliet, they were more tremendous, because as foreign to the habits of her life as they were ungenial to her nature. To change, therefore, a scene so continually overcast, she took leave of the family, thankfully repaying the services which she had received, and left the farm, to lodge herself with the pleasing old woman who had won her favor in the beautifully picturesque cottage in the neighborhood. End of chapter 74. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 75 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 75. In this cottage, Juliet again witnessed another scene of life, and one which, serene and soothing, appeared, upon its opening, to exclude all evil. The dwelling of the shepherd, or husbandman, had already in its favor the imagery of poesy, and the ardent predilection of juvenile ideas, and, with the vivacity of a heart always open to hope, Juliet hailed in it at once tranquillity and contentment. Paid for his work by the day, the laborer had no anxiety for the morrow. The ground he was to plough, or till, or sow, was not his own. The goodness, badness, and variations of the weather touched not his property, nor endangered his subsistence. Be the seasons, therefore, what they might, he was not to be pitied. Yet though his sound repose, the fruit of his toil, was undisturbed by elemental strife, he waked not to active hope. He looked not forward to sanguine expectation. The changes which could do him no mischief could not bring him any advantage. No view of amelioration to his destiny enlivened his prospect. No opening to better days spurred his industry, and, as all action is debased or exalted by its motive, and all labor by its object, those who struggle but to eat and sleep may be saved from solicitude, but cannot be elevated to prosperity. He could not, therefore, be envied. 2 of the young men were married, and their wives, strong and healthy like themselves, worked almost as laboriously. Juliet found them as worthy as they were industrious, and hoped, by exciting their kindness, to add the interest of gentle amity to peace and rural enjoyment. But, though pleased and satisfied with their characters, and honoring their active and useful lives, she sought vainly to content herself with their uncultured society, and soon saw, with regret, how much the charm, though not the worth, of innocence depends upon manners, of goodness upon refinement, and of honesty upon elevation. There was much to merit her approbation, but not a point to engage her sympathy, and, where the dominion of the character falls chiefly upon the heart, life without sympathy is a blank. The unsatisfied soul sighs for communion, its affections demand an expansion, its ideas a development, that instinctively call for interchange, and point out that solitude, sought only by misery, remorse, or misanthropy, is as ungenial to our natural feelings as retirement is salubrious. She had here time and opportunity to see the fallacy, alike in authors and in the world, of judging solely by theory. Those who are born and bred in the capital, who first revel in its dissipations and vanities, next sicken of its tumults and disappointments, write or exclaim forever, "How happy is the country peasant's lot!" They reflect not that, to make it such, the peasant must be so much more philosophic than the rest of mankind, as to see and feel only his advantages, while he is blind and insensible to his hardships. Then, indeed, the lot of the peasant might merit envy. But who is it that gives it celebrity? Is it himself? Does he write of his own joys? Does he boast of his own contentment? Does he praise his own lot? No. 'Tis the writer, who has never tried it, and the man of the world who, however murmuring at his own, would not change with it, that give it celebrity. Though natively endowed with that first, perhaps of worldly blessings, high animal spirits, Juliet, from an early experience of the vicissitudes of fortune, was become meditative. She looked with an intelligent desire of information upon every new scene of life that was presented to her view, and every class of society that came within her knowledge. She now, therefore, with equal clearness and concern, saw how false an idea is conceived at a distance, not only of the shepherd's paradise, but of the general happiness of the country life, save to those who enjoy it with a large family to bring up, or with means not alone competent to necessity, but to benevolence, which not alone give leisure for the indulgence of contemplation, and the cultivation of rural taste, of literature, and of the fine arts, but which supply means for lightening the labors, and softening the hardships of the surrounding poor and needy. Then, indeed, the country life is the nearest upon earth to what we may conceive of joys celestial. The verdure of the flower-motleyed meadow, the variegated foliage of the wood, the fragrance and purity of the air, and the wide-spreading beauties of the landscape, charm not the laborer. They charm only the enlightened rambler, or affluent possessor. Those who toil heed them not. Their eyes are upon their plough. Their attention is fixed upon the harvest. Their sight follows the pruning hook. If the vivid field catches their view, it is but to present to them the image of the scythe, with which their labor must mow it. If they look at the shady tree, it is only with the foresight of the axe, with which their strength must fell it. And, while the body pants but for rest, which of the senses can surrounding scenery, ambient perfumes, or vocal warblers enchant or enliven? Juliet now, herself an inhabitant of the cottage, which hitherto she had only beheld in perspective, smiled, yet sighed at her mistake, in having considered shepherds and peasants as objects of envy. "O ye," she cried, "who view them through your imaginations, were ye to toil with them but 1 week, to rise as they rise, feed as they feed, and work as they work, like mine, then your eyes would open. You would no longer judge of their pleasures and luxuries by those of which they are the instrument for yourselves. You would feel and remark that yours are all prepared for you, and that they, the preparers, are sufferers, not partakers. You would see then, as I see now, that the most delightful view which the horizon can bound affords not to the poor laborer the joy that is excited by the view of the twilight through which it is excluded, but which sends him home to the mat of straw that rests for the night his spent and weary limbs." Then, as she looked around, from the summit of the hill upon which stood the small seminary for children, which she frequently visited, "Oh, that Elinor," she cried, "escaping from the pressure of her passions, would expand her feelings by contemplating the works of God! O Father of all, who can reflect, yet doubt that man, placed at the head of these stupendous operations, Lord of the earthly sphere, can fail to be destined for immortality? Yet more, who can examine and meditate upon the uncertain existence of thy creatures, see failure without fault, success without virtue, sickness without relief, oppression in the very face of liberty, labor without sustenance, and suffering without crime, and not see and not feel that all call aloud for resurrection and retribution, that annihilation and injustice would be one, and that man, from the very nature of his precarious earthly being, must necessarily be destined by the all-wise and all-just for regions that we see not, for purposes that we know not, for immortality." End of chapter 75. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 76 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 76. Thus, in beautiful scenery and meditative resignation, with outward quiet, though by no means with internal tranquillity, Juliet had passed about a week, when the wife of the farmer broke rudely into the cottage, bearing in her hand the bonnet of Debbie Dyson, which she flung scornfully upon a table. Angrily then, reproaching Juliet that she had caused Bet to be taken for that bold hussy by the higgler, she demanded back the exchanged bonnet, declaring that the girl should never wear one again, to the longest day that she had to live, rather than dressing herself up in anything of Debbie Dyson's. Turning next to the old cottager, she added that a good mother would do well not to keep a person used to such light company under her roof, unless she had a mind to bring her daughters-in-law to ruin. Then, snatching up the girl's bonnet, she bustled away to look after her evening's milking, roughly refusing to hearken to any sort of explanation from Juliet, and saying that she never knew any good come of listening to talking, which was no better than idling away time. Juliet remained confounded, while the tender old cottager shed tears, saying that she had never before had so pretty a companion in her life. But Juliet would not tempt the good woman to defy the persons upon whom her children chiefly depended, and once more, therefore, she was reduced to making up her little packet. She entreated of the cottager that, If a letter came for her to the farm, it might be kept till she sent her direction, then doubled the pay of all she owed for board and lodging, and, kindly taking leave of the old dame, who wept bitterly at the parting, quitted the cottage, and again, in search of a new asylum, became a wanderer. Which way to turn, she made no inquiry, wholly ignorant what choice might bring security. It was the end of August, and still not more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon. She avoided the high road, in the fear of some unfortunate encounter, and went down a pleasant-looking lane, purposing to proceed as far, and as fast, as she could go, while it was yet light, and then to enter some humble new dwelling. The evening was serene and warm, and occasional openings, through the hedges on either side, presented views so picturesque that, had her mind been more at ease, they would have rendered her walk delightful. She crossed various cornfields and beautiful meadows, but met with no cottage from which some lodging laborer did not frighten her, till at length, overtaken by the dusk of the evening, she was fain to turn back, and seek, with whatever apprehension, some lodging for the night upon the public road. But to do this was no longer easy. She mistook what she thought was her direction, and, instead of arriving at the road, found herself upon a broad, open, dreary heath. She endeavored to discover the track of some carriage, and succeeded, and followed the mark till she thought that she perceived a cottage. She hastened towards it, with all the speed that her wearied limbs would permit. But the expected habitation proved merely a group of pollards. She would then have recovered the wheel track, but the moon became suddenly clouded, a general darkness overspread the face of the country around, and she could discover no kind of path. She now grew apprehensive that she should pass the night in the open air, with not a human being within hearing, nor any house, nor any succor within reach. What she might have to dread she knew not, but, in a situation so wildly solitary, the very ignorance of what there might be to fear was intimidating, nay, awful. The darkness increased. Cautiously and slowly she went on, starting at every breeze, and in continual terror of meeting some unknown mischief. She wandered thus for some hours, now sinking into marshy ground, now wounded by rude stones, now upon a soft, smooth plain, and now stung or torn by bushes, nettles, and briars, till she concluded it to be about midnight. A light wind then arose, the clouds were dispersed, and the moon, which, though upon the wane, afforded a gentle, melancholy light, showed her that she was once again in the midst of the New Forest. Few sights could have been less welcome. What already she had suffered, and far more, what she had apprehended, filled her with terror, and her imagination was fearfully at work, now to bring her to the hut which she had so surreptitiously fled, now to the encounter of disorderly young assailants, with no dash for her protection, now to the attack of lurking thieves and strolling vagabonds, and now to the danger of being bewildered and lost in the mazes of the forest. The last of these evils soon ceased to be a mere phantasm of fear. The wind no sooner was calmed than the moon again was obscured, and all around her was darker, and therefore more tremendous than ever. She continued to move on, though without knowing whether she were advancing or retrograding. But ere long her walk became embarrassed and difficult. Her progress was every way obstructed, and her retreat at the same time impeded, and she found herself in a thick wood, of which the deep-hanging boughs continually annoyed her face and her limbs, while the unscythed grass, the growth of ages, entangled her feet and made every step a labor. Wearied and dejected, she leaned against a tree, and determined to make no further attempt to proceed till some gleam of dawn should direct her way. She had not remained long in this position of despondence, ere she discerned through the trees, at a considerable distance, a dim light. She concluded that this must proceed from some dwelling, and, feeling instantly revived, recommenced her journey. Yet presently she stopped and hesitated. It might emit from the hut. In the dead of the night there was little probability that any common cottagers would require a light. Discomfited, discouraged, she again leaned against a tree. Yet someone might be ill, and the chamber of sickness and danger could no more, in the cottage than in the palace, be consigned to darkness. She determined, therefore, to approach the spot, and, at break of day, to examine the premises, certain she could not ever mistake, or ever forget, the situation of the hut. She went forward. The light, in a few moments, disappeared, but she was not, therefore, led to consider it as a will with the wisp, to beguile her to some illusion, for, ere it vanished, it displayed, in passing sideways, a view of a cottage double or treble the length of the dreaded hut. This was a sight truly consoling, yet, though it happily removed the most terrible of her fears, it awakened a new perplexity. The light had been evidently without doors. The suggestion, therefore, of a sick chamber proved unfounded. Yet what, in the middle of the night, could replace it that was natural and free from suspicion of evil? Nevertheless, she moved on, seeking to guide herself by the recollection of the spot which she had transiently seen, till she was startled by a murmuring of human voices. But for the alarm left upon her mind by the adventure of the hut and the pursuit of the woodcutters, this would have been a sound in which her ears would have rejoiced as the forerunner of succor and of safety, for, till then, she had always connected the idea of rusticity with innocence, and of rural life with felicity. But now she had fatally learnt that no class and no station appropriatively merit trust, and that the poor, like the rich, the humble, like the proud, can only by principle be worthy of confidence, whether that principle be the happy inherent growth of favoring providence, or the fruit of religion and cultivated virtue. But fear and incertitude, though they slackened, did not long stop her progress. The terror of her lonely situation pointed out to her, indeed, the danger of falling into evil hands, yet peremptorily, at the same time, urged her to seek almost any protection that might rescue her from the vague horrors of this dark and tremendous solitude. It was, at least, possible that these might be the voices of some unfortunate travelers, belated or lost, like herself, in the forest. On, therefore, she glided, till she distinguished 3 different tones, all of which were male, but none of which sounded either youthful or gay. They spoke so low that not a word reached her ears, nor could she have caught even a sound, but for the total stillness of the air. That they spoke in whispers, therefore, was certain. Was it from fear? Was it from guilt? The doubts sufficed to check all project of addressing them. But, as she meant to retreat, she trod upon a broken bough of a tree, which made a crackling noise under her feet that, she had reason to believe, was heard by the interlocutors, as it was followed by profound silence. She was now forced to remain immovable, for she felt herself entangled in some of the branches of the bough, and feared that any attempt to disembarrass herself might cause a new commotion, and point out her position. She soon became but too certain that she had been heard, for the light reappeared, and she was sufficiently near to observe that it had been produced by a dark lanthorn, which she now saw turned round by a man who was evidently seeking to discover whence the noise made by the bow had issued. She saw also that he had 2 companions, but what was her shock when presently, in one of them, she perceived the master of the hut. She now gave herself up as lost alike from his fear of detection and his vengeance for her escape. To run away was impossible. She could find no path. She could not even venture to stir a step, lest she should betray her concealment. They searched for some time in different directions. 2 of them then approached so nearly to the spot upon which she was standing, saying to each other that they were sure the sound came from that quarter, that she almost fainted with excess of terror. But they soon turned off another way, one of them averring that the noise was only from some windfall, and the hutman replying, in a coarse bass voice, that, if anybody were watching, 'twas well they had come no sooner, for he'd defy the sharpest eye living to give a guess now at what they had been about. In this terrible interval, the door of the habitation, of which she had already had a glimpse, was opened by a female, who, depositing a candle upon the threshold, ran up to one of the men, with whom she conversed for a few minutes, after which, saying, "Good night," she re-entered the house, while the men, all 3 repeating, "Good night," trudged away, and were soon out of hearing. Juliet now conceived a hope that a female, left probably alone, might, either through kindness or through interest, be made a friend. She disengaged herself, therefore, from her impediments, and gently tapped at the door. It was immediately opened by the woman, who said, "Why now, dear me, what have I forgot?" But who no sooner saw a stranger than she screamed aloud, "La be good unto me! What bin ye come here for at such an untoward time o' the night as this be?" While some children who were in bed, and suddenly awakened, jumping upon the ground, clung round their mother, and began crying piteously. Juliet, more affrighted than themselves, uttered the softest petition for a few hours' refuge from her dreariness of travelling by night. The woman then, casting up her hands in wonder, exclaimed, "Good la! You be only no other but the good gentlewoman that was so kind to my little dearies." The children, recollecting her at the same moment, loosened their mother to throw their little arms around their guest, skipping and rejoicing, and crying, "Ooh, Dude Addie, it's Dude Addie!" This indeed was a moment of joy to Juliet, such as life, even at its best periods, can but rarely afford. From fears the most horrible of unknown dangers, and from fatigue nearly insupportable, she found herself suddenly welcomed by trusting kindness. All her dread and scruples with respect to the Salisbury turnpike hostess, or to any previous reports, were, she now saw, groundless, and she delightedly felt herself in the bosom of security, while encircled in the arms of affectionate and unsuspicious innocence. The good woman uncovered her hot embers, and put on some fresh wood, to restore the weary traveller from the chill of the night, and brought out of her cupboard a slice of bacon, and the end of a brown loaf of bread, not mingling, with the warmth of her genuine hospitality, one mistrustful inquiry into the reason of her guest's late wandering, or the cause of her lonely difficulties. The children, with instinctively the same sensations, ran about, nearly naked, in search of their homely playthings, persuaded that the Dude Addie would be as pleased as they were themselves by the sight of the several pieces of broken platter which they called their tea-things, and a small truss of straw rolled round with rags, which they denominated their doll. Nor would they return to rest till Juliet sat down by their side, to tell them some simple stories of other good boys and girls, while their mother prepared for the Dude Addie a bed above stairs. A thankful happiness of Juliet, at a deliverance so unexpected, so sweet, so soothing, induced her cordially to partake of a repast of which she stood greatly in need. But before she could mount the offered chamber, officious doubts and apprehensions broke into the fullness of her contentment with inquiries. Who might be the men whom she had seen hovering about the house? What might be their business without doors during the dead of the night? What had the man of the hut to do away from his dwelling at such an hour? And why, and for whom, was the good dame herself up so late, without giving any reason for what must necessarily appear so extraordinary? Bewildered in her ideas, uncertain in her judgment, and fearful how to act, she could not resolve to inhabit a lonely chamber upstairs, at the risk of some fatal surprise or new danger. She complained of cold, and entreated for leave to sit over the embers, while she begged them, without heeding her, to take their usual repose. The good woman started not the smallest difficulty, and, placing herself by the side of the children, in less than 3 minutes, was visited, like themselves, with the soundest sleep. This woman, thought Juliet, must be as guileless as she is benevolent, unaccountable as are all the circumstances that hang about her. Could she else trust thus facile, taste rest thus undisturbed, in presence of a wandering stranger, known to her only by a small and accidental kindness shown to her children? Quieted by this example, Juliet herself, leaning her head against the wall, partook of that common but ever wonderful oblivion by which life is recruited, sorrow supported, and care assuaged. With the first sunbeam they all awoke, and Juliet besought her hostess to accompany her to the nearest town. The good woman cheerfully complied with this request, making no other condition than that of demanding the time to dress and breakfast her bantlings, as she never went anywhere without them. Juliet then officiated as nurse to the children, and here again the wish of obliging, with the talent of being serviceable, so endeared her to the little ones, and made her so agreeable to their parent, that she was earnestly solicited to remain with them a little longer. "But your husband?" Juliet then ventured to ask. "May I not be in his way?" "Oh, no," the woman answered. "I be gone his rounds, and 't be odds that they do take in, God willing, a week." This was sufficient encouragement for the harassed Juliet joyfully to accept the invitation for remaining with them a few days. She deposited, therefore, her baggage in the no longer rejected upstairs chamber, and, after a few hours of quiet repose, took the entire charge of the children for the rest of the day, not merely to play with and amuse them, but to work for them. And her industry and adroitness soon put their whole little wardrobe in order, and she fashioned their clothing to their little shapes in a manner so neat and commodious that all that they possessed appeared to them to be new. The day following, with the same happy skill, she dedicated her time to the service of the mother, whose entreaties grew more and more urgent that she would prolong her stay at the cottage. Far was she from desirous to quit it. With repose so much required, she here found comfort, peace, and affection, 3 principal ingredients in the composition of happiness, which her mind, in her uncertainty of the fate awaiting her, was delighted to seize, and eager to requite. For whomsoever, therefore, and at whatsoever she worked, she sung simple songs, or told simple stories, with invariable good humor and pleasantry, to her little friends, who clung to her with passionate fondness, while their enchanted mother thought that some angel was descended amongst them, in guise of a traveller, to charm and to serve them at once. To the unhackneyed observation of this good woman, the change of attire in Juliet, since their meeting at Salisbury, offered no sort of food to conjecture. She concluded that to walk about that fine city had well deserved the best clothes, and that the worst had naturally been put on afterwards for economy upon the road. Juliet found her wholly ignorant of the Salisbury adventure, and filled with innocent gratitude in concluding that she had been benighted in the forest while seeking to find the little dearies whom she had thought so pretty upon the high road. End of chapter 76. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 77 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 77. The final purposes for which man is ordained to move in this nether sphere will forever remain disputable, while the doubts to which it gives rise can be answered only by fellow doubters. But that the basis of his social comfort is confidence is an axiom that waits no revelation, requires no logic, and dispenses with mathematical accuracy for proof. It is an axiom that comes home, straightforward and intuitively, to our business and bosoms, there with life to lodge. Juliet, therefore, in this rustic abode, surrounded by the clinging affection of instinctive partiality, felt a sense of security, more potent in its simplicity than she could have owed to any engagement, even of honor, even of law, even of duty. And, while to the fond mother and her little ones she was every moment newly endeared, she experienced herself, in their favor, an increase of regard, that excited in her an ardent desire to make this her permanent dwelling, till she could procure tidings from Gabriella. The night scene, nevertheless, hung upon her with perplexity. The good dame never reverted to it, evidently not imagining that it had been observed, and persuaded that the entrance, at that moment, of her guest had been accidental. She constantly evaded to speak of her husband, or of his affairs, while all her happiness, and almost her very existence, seemed wrapped up in her children. Unable to devise any better method of arriving at the subject, Juliet, at length, determined upon relating the story of the hut. She watched for an opportunity when the little boy and girl, whom she would not risk frightening, were asleep, and then, while occupied at her needle, began detailing every circumstance of that affair. The narrative of the place and of the family sufficed to draw, at once, from the dame the exclamation, "Oh, you've been gone then to Nat Mixon's. That be just he, and her too. They be none o' the kindest, that be sure, poor folk." But at the history of the calling up in the night, the rising, passing, and precautions, the dame changed colour, and, with palpable disturbance, inquired upon what day of the week this had happened. She revived, however, upon being answered that it was Thursday, simply saying, "Mercy be praised! That be a day as can do me no harm." But at the description of the sack, the lumpish sound, and the subsequent appearance of a clot of blood, the poor woman turned pale, and, blessing herself, said, "The law be good unto me. Nat Mixon will be paid at last for all his bad ways, for sure and sure the devil do owe on a grudge, or a would no have let a stranger to bear eyesight to's goings on. 'Tbe a mercy to be no worse, for'n if 't'ad been a Friday." She checked herself, but looked much troubled. Juliet, affrighted by her own conjectures, would have stopped. The dame, however, begged her to go on, but when she mentioned the cupboard, and the door smeared with blood, the poor woman, unable to contain her feelings, caught her guest by the arm, and exclaimed, "You will no inform against un, will you?" "Indeed I should be most reluctant," answered Juliet, "to inform against people who, be they what they may, admitted me to a night's lodging when I was in distress. Nevertheless, what am I to think of these appearances? Meetings in the dead of the night, so dark, private, and clandestine. But who could it be that did call up Nat? Interrupted Dame Fairfield, for my husband do only go o' the Friday. And then, giving a loud scream, La be good unto me, she continued, if an't been last month to be my husband for sure, for I could no go o' the Friday, being the great fair. The expression of horror now depicted upon the countenance of Juliet told the dame the mischief done by her unguarded speech, and, in a panic uncontrollable, she flung her apron over her face and sobbed out, To be all blown then, and we be all no better than undone. Shocked, grieved, and appalled at this detection, and uncertain whither it might lead, or what might be its extent, the thoughts of Juliet were now all engrossed in considering how immediately to abscond from a situation so alarming and perilous. In a few minutes, Dame Fairfield, starting up, ran precipitately to the bed, calling out, Come, my pretty ones, come, my dearies, come and down o' your knees to the good gentlewoman, and pray her to have mercy o' poor daddy, for if be so be a come to be honged and transported, you can never show your poor innocent pretty faces again. Come, little dearies, come, down o' your marrow bones, and pray her to be so good as not to be hard-hearted, for if a do be so unkind as to inform against us, we be all undone. Juliet would have stopped this scene, but it was not possible. The children, though comprehending nothing that was said, and crying at being awakened, obeyed, and falling at her feet, and supporting themselves by her gown, said, Pay, do daddy, don't hurt daddy, pay don't do daddy. Touched, yet filled with augmented dismay by their prayers, Juliet, tenderly embracing, carried them back to bed, and with words of comfort and kind promises soon hushed them again to sleep. But the mother was not to be appeased. She had flung herself upon her knees, and upon her knees she pertinaciously kept, sobbing as if her heart were bursting, and lamenting that her husband never would listen to her, or things would not have come to such a pass. Juliet, full of compassion, yet shuddering, attempted to console her, but would enter into no engagement. Pity, in such a case, however sincerely felt, could not take the lead. Humanity itself invoked justice, and she determined to let no personal consideration whatsoever interfere any longer with her causing an immediate investigation to be made into this fearful business. The poor woman would not quit the floor, even when, in despondence, she gave over her kneeling importunity. Juliet, from the instant that she discovered how deeply the husband was involved, forbore all inquiry that might make the wife an informer against him, and sat by her side, trying to revive her with offers of friendship and assistance. But when, anxious to escape from this eventful forest, and still confiding in the simplicity and goodness of her hostess, she begged a clear direction to the shortest way for getting to the high road, saying, Alas, how little I had imagined that there had been any spot in England where travellers were thus dreadfully waylaid to their destruction. Dame Fairfield, suddenly ceasing her outcries, demanded what she meant, saying, Why, sure and sure there be no danger to nobody in our forest. We do go up it and down it, night and day, without no manner of fear. And though I do come from far off myself, being but a stranger in these parts till I was married, my father-in-law, who has lived in them, mon and boy, better than 90 and odd years, for, though a be still as fresh as a rose, a be almost 100, he do tell me that a would carry his gold watch, if I had one, in his open hand, from top to bottom of our 9 walks, in the pitch of the night, and a should answer to come to no harm, for I had never heard of a traveller as had had so much as a hair of his head hurt in the New Forest. What is it that you tell me, my good dame? Cried Juliet, amazed. What are these alarming scenes that I have witnessed, and why are your apprehensions for your husband so direful? The law be good unto me, exclaimed the dame. "Why, sure and sure you do no go to think the poor man be a murderer." "I am disposed to think whatever you will bid me," replied Juliet, "for I see in you such perfect truth and candor that I cannot hesitate in giving you my belief." "Why, the law be good unto me, my good gentlewoman. There be but small need to make bad worse. What the poor mon had done may bring un to be hanged and transported. But if so be I had killed a mon, I might go to Old Nick besides, and no one could say I deserved ony better." Juliet earnestly begged an explanation, and Dame Fairfield then confessed that her husband and Nat Mixon were deer-stealers. After the tremendous sensations to which the mistake of Juliet, from her ignorance of this species of traffic, had given rise, so unexpected a solution of her perplexity made this crime, contrasted with the assassination of a fellow creature, appear venial. But though relieved from personal terrors, she would not hazard weakening the morality in lessening the fears of the good but uncultivated Dame Fairfield, by making her participate in the comparative view taken by herself of the greater with the less offense. She represented, therefore, warmly and clearly, the turpitude of all failure of probity, dwelling most especially upon the heinousness of a breach of trust. The good woman readily said that she knew well enough that the deer were as much the king's majesty's as the forest, and that she had told it over and over to her husband, and bid him prepare for his latter end, if he would follow such courses. "But the man, blame, it do all lie in Nat Mixon, for a be as bad a mon as a body might wish to set eyes on, and a does always say a likes onything better than work. It be he has led my poor husband astray, for though a be but a bad mon, at best, to my mishap. A was a good sort of husband enough, poor mon, till a took to these courses, but a knows I do no than like un for that, and that makes it that a do no much like me. But I would know how un come to be hanged or transported, if so be a was an unquind again. I would sooner go with un to prison, though it be but a dismal life to be shut up by dark walls and iron bars for to see out of. But I'd do it for sure and sure not to forsaken poor mon in his need, if so be I could get wherewithal to keep my little dearies." Touched by such genuine and virtuous simplicity, Juliet now promised to apply to some powerful gentleman, to take her husband from the temptation of his present situation, and to settle them all at a distance from the forest. The good woman, at this idea, started up in an ecstasy, and jumped about the room, to give some vent to her joy, kissing her little ones till she nearly suffocated them, and telling them, for sure and certain, that they had gotten an angel to come amongst them, to save them all from shame. "For now," she continued, "if we do but get un away from Nat Mixon and his wife, who be the worst mon in all the forest, I will think no more of selling unlawful goods than unlawful game." Juliet, though delighted at her happiness, was struck with the words "unlawful goods," which she involuntarily repeated. Dame Fairfield, unable at this moment to practice any restraint upon her feelings, plumply then acknowledged that Nat Mixon was a smuggler as well as a deer-stealer, and that 3 of them were gone, even now, about the country, selling laces and cambrics and gloves just brought to land. This additional misdemeanor considerably abated the hopes of reformation which had been conceived by Juliet, and every word that inadvertently escaped from the unguarded dame brought conviction that the man was thoroughly worthless. To give him, nevertheless, if possible, the means to amend, and at all events to succor his good wife and lovely children, occupied as much of the thoughts of Juliet as could be drawn, by humanity, from the danger of her own situation, and her solicitude to escape from the forest. More fearful than ever of losing her way, and falling into new evil, she again entreated Dame Fairfield to accompany her to the next town on the morrow. The dame agreed to everything, and then, light of heart, though heavy with fatigue, went to rest, and was instantly visited by the best physician to all our cares. Juliet also courted repose, and not utterly in vain, though it came not to the relief of her anxious spirits, agitated by all the anticipating inquietude of foresight, with the same salutary facility with which it instantly hushed the fears and the griefs of the unreflecting, though feeling Dame Fairfield. The moment that the babbling little voices of the children reached, the next morning, the ear of Juliet, she descended from her small chamber, to hasten the breakfast, and to quicken her departure. Dame Fairfield, during the preparations and the repast, happy in new hope, and solaced by unburdening her heart, conversed without reserve upon her affairs, and the picture which her ingenuous avowals and simple details offered to the mental view of Juliet presented to her a new side of human life, but a sight from which she turned with equal sadness and amazement. The wretched man of the hut, of whom the poor dame's husband was the servile accomplice, was the leader in all the illicit adventures of the New Forest. Another cottager also was entirely under his direction, though the difficulty and danger attendant upon their principal traffic, great search being always made after a lost deer, caused it to be rarely repeated. But smaller game, hares, pheasants, and partridges, were easily inveigled by an adroit dispersion of grain to a place proper for their seizure, and it required not much skill to frame stories for satisfying purchasers, who were generally too eager for possession to be scrupulous in investigating the means by which their luxury was so cheaply indulged. The fixed day of rendezvous was every Friday month, that each might be ready for his part of the enterprise. Juliet, the dame imagined, had been admitted because it was Thursday, and that her husband had not given notice that he should change his day on account of the fair. Besides which, neither Mixon, she said, nor his wife, ever refused money, be it ever so dangerous. He and his family nearly subsisted upon the game which could not be got off in time, or the refuse, or parts that were too suspicious for sale, of the deer. But Dame Fairfield, though at the expense of the most terrible quarrels, and even ill usage from her husband, never would consent to touch, nor suffer her children to eat, what was not their own. "For I do tell'n," she continued, "it might strangle us down our throats, for it be all his King's Majesty's, and I do no know why we should take his'n goods, when a do never come to take none of ours, for we be never mislested, night nor day, and a do deserve well of us all, for a be as good a gentleman as ever broke bread, which we did all see, when a was in these parts, as well as his good lady the Queen, who had a smile for the lowest of us, God bless'n, and all their pretty ones, for they were made up of good nature and charity, and had no more pride than the new-born baby, and we did all love 'em when they were in these parts, so as the like never was seen before." With regard to the smuggling, there were 3 men, she said, who came over alternately from beyond seas with contraband merchandise. They landed where they could, and, if they were surprised, they knew how to hide their goods, and pass for poor fishermen, blown over by foul winds, for they had always fishing tackle ready to shoe. They had agents all round the coast, prepared to deal with them, but when they came to the forest, they always treated with Mixon. Her friend near the turnpike at Salisbury commonly kept a good store of articles, which she carried about occasionally to the ladies of the town. "And I had sums and sums of goods," she added, "here oftentimes myself, and then I do no dare to leave the house for one yearthly moment, for we be all no better than slaves when the smugglers be here, for fear of some informer. And I do tell my poor husband we should be mainly happier to work our hands to the bone ony day of the year, so we did but live by the King's Majesty's laws, than to make money by being always in a quandary. And a may see the truth of what I do say, if a would no blind as poor eyes, or not Mixon, though if a do get a power of money, do live the most pitiful of us all, for the fear of being found out, "A does no dare to get on a hat, nor a waistcoat like to 'nother mon, and his wife be the dirtiest beast in all the forest, and their house and garden be no better than a piggery, so that they've no joy of life. They be but bad people at best, poor folk, and that be main cross-grained, for with all his care, a do look to be took up every blessed day, and that don't much mend a mon's humour." Ah, thought Juliet, were the wilful but unreflecting purchaser amenable to sharing the public punishment of the tempted and needy instrument, how soon would this traffic die away, and every country live by its own means, or by its own fair commerce. They had all, the dame said, been hard at work to cover some goods under ground the very night of Juliet's arrival, and they had put what was for immediate sale into hods, spread over with potatoes, to convey to different places. When Juliet had tapped at the door, the dame had concluded it to be her husband, returned for something that had been forgotten. But the sight of a stranger, she said, though it were but a woman, made her think that they were all undone, for the changed dress of Juliet impeded any recollection of her till she spoke. In the communication to which this discourse gave rise, Juliet, with surprise, and even with consternation, learnt how pernicious were the ravages of dishonest cupidity, how subversive alike of fair prosperity and genial happiness, even in the bosom of retired and beautiful rusticity. For those who were employed in poaching, purloining wood, or concealing illicit merchandise by night, were as incapable of the arts and vigor of industry by day, as they were torpid to the charms and animation of the surrounding beauties of nature. Their severest labor received no pay, but from fearful, accidental, and perilous dexterity. Their best success was blighted by constant apprehension of detection. Reproachful with each other, suspicious of their neighbors, and gloomy in themselves, they were still greater strangers to civilized manners than to social morality. In the midst, however, of the dejection excited by such a view of human frailty, Juliet, whose heart always panted to love, and prided in esteeming her fellow creatures, had the consolation to gather that the houses which contained these unworthy members of the community were few, in comparison with those which were inhabited by persons of unsullied probity, that several of the cottagers were even exemplary for assiduous laboriousness and good conduct, and that many of the farmers and their families were universally respected. End of chapter 77. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 78 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 78. When Dame Fairfield was nearly ready, Juliet, to forward the march, set out with the two children, but had scarcely quitted the house when the sight of a man advancing towards the habitation made her plant herself behind a tree to examine him before she ventured to proceed. She observed that he stopped, every 2 or 3 minutes, himself to take an inquisitive view all around him, frequently bending upon the ground and appearing to be upon some eager search. As he approached, she thought that his air was familiar to her. She regarded him more earnestly as he drew nearer. What, then, was her horror to recognize the pilot? She glided back instantaneously to the house, beckoning to the children to follow, and rushing upon Dame Fairfield, and taking both her hands, she faintly ejaculated, "Oh, my good dame, hide, conceal me, I entreat. I am pursued by a cruel enemy, and lost if you are not my friend. Serve, save me, now, and I will be yours to the end of my life." "That I will," answered the dame, delighted, "if you will but be so kind as to serve my poor husband the shame of being hanged or transported. I will go through fire and water to serve you, to the longest day I have to live upon the face of God's earth." Then, making the children play without doors, that they might not observe what passed, she told Juliet to bolt herself into the upper chamber. In a few minutes, the children, running into the house, called out, "Ma'am, ma'am, yonder be Dad!" The dame went forth to meet him, and Juliet spent nearly half an hour in the most cruel suspense. Dame Fairfield then came to her, and, by the discourse that ensued, she found that the pilot was one of the smugglers who brought merchandise to Mixen, and heard that he and Fairfield had thus unexpectedly returned in search of a piece of fine broad French lace of great value, which was missing, and which Fairfield suspected to have dropped from one of his parcels while he was making his assortments by the light of the lanthorn. She had been, she said, helping them to look for it, high and low, but had stolen away for an instant to bring this account, and to beg Juliet not to be frightened, because though, if Fairfield would go upstairs, she could not hinder him, she would take care that the smuggler should not follow. Juliet was now seized with a panic that nearly bereft her of all hope, and Dame Fairfield was so much touched by the sight of her sufferings that she descended, unbidden, to endeavor to discover some means to facilitate an escape. That the pilot should prove to be a smuggler caused no surprise to Juliet, but that accident should so cruelly be her foe as to lead her to the spot where he deposited and negotiated his merchandise, at the very period when his affairs brought him thither himself, that she should find her chosen retreat her bane, and that, even where she was pursued, she should be overtaken, was a stroke of misfortune as severe as it was unexpected. And, soon after, she found her situation still more terrible than she had imagined it. Fairfield, presently entering the kitchen to take some food, accused his wife, in a loud and angry tone, of having abetted an impostor. Monsieur, the smuggler, he said, had not come to these parts this time merely for his own private business. He had been offered a great reward for discovering a young gentlewoman who had run away, and who turned out to be no other than the very same that she had been such a ninny as to impose upon Dame Gosse at Salisbury, and who had made off without paying for her board and lodging. The dame warmly declared that this could not be possible, that it must be some other gentlewoman, for that a person who could be so kind to her children could not have so black a heart. Fairfield, with bitter reproaches against her folly, persisted in the accusation, stating that, upon Dame Gosse's going to the post office for a letter, it had been refused to her because of its being directed to a person advertised in the public newspapers, and Dame Gosse had been sent back, with an excuse, to while away the time, till somebody should follow, to confront the gentlewoman with the advertisement. But Dame Gosse, instead of keeping a sharp watch, had been over-persuaded to go of an errand, and she had no sooner turned her back than the gentlewoman made off. However, they had written to the newspapers that she was somewhere in those parts, and they could do no more, for there was no right to seize her, for the advertisement only desired to know where she might be heard of and found. It had made a rare hue and cry in the town, and Monsieur, the smuggler, who had come down to Salisbury along with another outlandish man, had traced the gentlewoman as far as to Romsey, but could not find out what had become of her afterwards. The other outlandish man, who was as rich as a duke, and was to pay the reward, had stopped at Salisbury for tidings, upon which Monsieur, the smuggler, thought he might as well come on, and see a bit of his own business by the way, for it would not lose much time, and he might not get to these parts again for months. The silence that ensued gave Juliet an afflicting presentiment that she had lost, by this history, her friend and advocate, and accordingly, when, upon her husband's returning to his search, the dame remounted the stairs, her air was so changed that Juliet, again clasping her hands, cried, "Oh, Dame Fairfield, kind, good Dame Fairfield, judge me not till you know me better. Aid me still, my good dame, in pity, in charity aid me, for believe me I am innocent."
"Why then so I will," cried the dame, resuming her looks of mild goodwill. "I will believe you, and I'll hope you too, for sure. For now you be under my own poor roof, 'twould be like unto a false heart to give you up to your enemies. Besides, I do think in my conscience that you will pay every one his own when you've got wherewithal, and it be but hard to expect it before. And I do say that a person that could be so kind to my little Jacky and Jenny in their need must have a good heart of her own, and would no wrong no earthly creature unless it could no help it." She then promised to watch the moment of the smuggler's turning round to the garden side of the house to assist her flight, and, once a few yards distant, all would be safe, for her change of clothes from what she had worn at Salisbury would secure her from anybody's recollection. This, in a few minutes, was performed, and, without daring to see the children, who would have cried at her departure, Juliet took a hasty leave, silent but full of gratitude, of the good dame, into whose bosom, as her hand refused it, she slipped a guinea for the little ones, and, having received full directions, set forward by the shortest cut to the nearest highroad. She reached it unannoyed, but breathless, and seated herself upon a bank by its side, not to hesitate which way to turn. The right and the left were alike unknown to her, and alike liable to danger, but to recover respiration, and force to proceed. She could now form no plan, save to hasten to some other part of the country, certain that here she was sought all around, and conscious that the disguise of her habiliment, if not already betrayed, must shortly, from 1,000 accidents, prove nugatory. In her ignorance what course the pilot might take upon quitting the cottage of Fairfield, she determined upon seeking, immediately, some decent lodging for the rest of the day, hoping thus, should he pursue the same route, to escape being overtaken. She had soon the satisfaction to come to a small habitation, a little out of the high road, where she was accommodated by a man and his wife, with a room that precisely answered her purpose, and here she spent the night. Thankful in obtaining any sort of tranquillity, she would fain have remained longer, but she durst not continue in the neighborhood of Fairfield, and the following morning she recommenced her wanderings. She asked the way to Salisbury, though merely that she might take an opposite direction. She ventured not to raise her eyes from the earth, nor to cast even a glance at anyone whom she passed. She held her handkerchief to her face at the sound of every carriage, and trembled at the approach of every horseman. Her steps were quick and eager, though not more precipitate to fly from those by whom she was followed, than fearful of being observed by those whom she met. In a short time, the sight of several hostlers, helpers, and postilions before a large house, which appeared to be a capital inn, made her cross the way. She wished to turn wholly from the high road, but low brick walls had now, on either side, taken place of hedges, and she searched in vain for an opening. Her earnestness to press onward, joined to her fear of looking up, made her soon follow, unconsciously, an ordinary man, till she was so close behind him as suddenly to perceive, by his now well-known coat, that he was the pilot. A scream struggled to escape her in the surprise of her affright, but she stifled it, and, turning short back, speeded her retrograde way with all her force. She had reason, however, to fear that her uncontrollable first emotion had caught his notice, for she heard footsteps following. Hopeless of saving herself, if watched or suspected, by flight, as she knew that there was no turning for at least half a mile, she darted precipitately into the inn, which seemed alone to offer her even a shadow of any chance of concealment.
She rushed past ostlers, helpers, postilions, and waiters, seized the hand of the first female that she met, and hastily begged to be shown to a room. The chambermaid, astonished at a request from a person no better equipped, pertly asked what she meant. Juliet, whose apprehensive eyes roved everywhere, now saw the pilot at the door. She held the maid by the arm, and, in a voice scarcely audible, entreated to be taken anywhere that she might be alone, and had the presence of mind to hint at a recompense. This instantly prevailed. The maid said, "Well, come along," and led her to a small apartment upstairs. Juliet put a shilling into her hand, and was then left to herself. In an agony of suffering that disordered her whole frame, "What a life," she cried, "is this that I lead? How tremendous and how degrading! Is it possible that even what I fly can be more dreadful?" This question restored her fortitude. Ah, yes, she cried. "All passing evil is preferable to such a termination." She now composed her spirits, and, while deliberating how she might make a friend of the maid to aid her escape, perceived from the window the pilot in a stable-yard, examining a horse, for which he seemed to be bartering. This determined her to attempt to regain the cottage which she had last quitted, and thence to try some opposite route. Swiftly she descended the stairs. A general bustle from some new arrival enabled her to pass unnoticed, but a chaise was at the door, and she was forced to make way for a gentleman who had just quitted it to enter the house. Unavoidably, by this movement, she saw the gentleman also. The color instantly forsook her cheeks and lips, her feet tottered, and she fell. She was immediately surrounded by waiters, but the gentleman, who, observing only her dress, concluded her to belong to the house, walked on into the kitchen, and asked, in broken English, for the landlord or landlady. Juliet, whose fall had been the effect of a sudden deprivation of strength from an abrupt sensation of horror, had not fainted. She heard, therefore, what passed, and was easily helped to rise, and shaded by her packet, which, even in her first terror, she had instinctively held to her face, she made a motion to walk into the air. One of the men, good-naturedly, placed her a chair without doors. She sat upon it thankfully, and almost as quickly recovered as she had lost her force, by a reviving idea that, even yet, thus situated, she might make her escape. She had just risen with this view, when the voice of the pilot, who was coming round the house, from the stable-yard, forced her hastily to re-enter the passage, but not before she heard him inquire whether a French gentleman were arrived in that chaise. Again now she glided on towards the stairs, hearing, as she passed, the answer made by the French gentleman himself. "Oui, oui, me voici. Quelles sont les nouvelles?" The voices of both proved each to be advancing to the passage to meet the other. Juliet was no longer sensible of bodily weakness, nor scarcely of bodily existence. She seemed to herself a mere composition of terror. She flew up the stairs, meaning to regain her little chamber, but, mistaking her way, found herself in a gallery leading to the best apartments. Glad, however, rather than sorry, in the hope she might here be less liable to be sought, she opened the first door, and entering a large room, locked and bolted herself in, with such extreme precipitance that already she had sunk upon her knees, in fervent prayer, before a shadow, which caught her eyes, made her look round, when she perceived, at a distant window, a gentleman who was riding. In the deepest consternation, she arose, hurrying to find the key, which, in her perturbation, she had taken out, and let drop she knew not where. While earnestly searching it, the gentleman mildly, yet in a tone of some surprise, inquired what she wanted. Startled at the sound of his voice, she looked up and saw Harleigh. Her conflicting emotions now exceeded all that she had hitherto experienced. To seem to follow, even to his room, the man whom she had adjured as he valued her preservation, to quit and avoid her, joined sensations of shame so poignant to those of horror and anguish with which she was already overwhelmed, that almost she wished her last hour to arrive, that while finishing her wretchedness she might clear her integrity and honor. Harleigh, to whom her dress, as he had not caught a view of her face, proved a complete disguise of her person, concluded her to be some light nymph of the inn, and suffered her to search for the key, without even repeating his question. But when, upon her finding it, he observed that her shaking hand could not, for some time, fix it in the lock, he was struck with something in her general form that urged him to rise and offer his assistance. Still more her hand shook, but she opened the door, and without answering, and with a head carefully averted, eagerly quitted the room, shutting herself out with trembling precipitation. Harleigh hesitated whether to follow, but it was only for a moment. The next, a shriek of agony reached his ears, and, hastily rushing forth, he saw the female who had just quitted him, standing in an attitude of despair, her face bowed down upon her hands, while an ill-looking man, whom he presently recollected for the pilot, grinning in triumph, and with arms wide extended, to prevent her passing, loudly called out, "Citoyenne, citoyen, venez voir, c'est elle, je la tiens." Harleigh would have remonstrated against this rude detention, but he had no sooner begun speaking than Juliet, finding that she could not advance, retreated, and had just put her hand upon the lock of a door, higher up in the gallery, when another man, dressed with disgusting negligence, and of a hideous countenance, yet wearing an air of ferocious authority, advancing by large strides, roughly seized her arm with one hand, while with the other he rudely lifted up her bonnet to examine her face. "C'est bien," he cried, with a look of exultation that gave to his horrible features an air of infernal joy. "Viens, citoyenne, viens, suis-moi." Harleigh, who, when the bonnet was raised, saw, what as yet he had feared to surmise, that it was Juliet, sprang forward, exclaiming, "Daring ruffian, quit your hold!" "Oses-tu nier mes doigts?" cried the man, addressing Juliet, whose arm he still gripped. "Dis, parle! L'oses-tu?" Juliet was mute, but Harleigh saw that she was sinking, and bent towards her to save her fall. What then was his astonishment to perceive that it was voluntary, and that she cast herself at the feet of her assailant. Thunderstruck, he held back. The man, with an expression of diabolical delight at this posture, cast his eyes now upon her appalled defendant, and then, in French, gave orders to the pilot to see 4 fresh horses put to the chaise, and, in a tone of somewhat abated rage, bid Juliet arise, and accompany him downstairs. "Ah, no! Ah, spare! Ah, leave me yet!" in broken accents, and in French, cried the still prostrate Juliet. The man, who was large-made, tall, and strong, seized then both her arms, with a motion that indicated his intention to drag her along. A piercing shriek forced its way from her at his touch, but she arose and made no appeal, no remonstrance. "Si tu peux le conduire toute seule," said the man, sneeringly, "soit, mais va en avant, je ne le perdrai plus de vue." Juliet again hid her face, but stood still. The man roughly gave her a push, seeming to enjoy, with a coarse laugh, the pleasure of driving her on before him. Harleigh, who saw that her face was convulsed with horror, fiercely planted himself in the midst of the passage, vehemently exclaiming, "Infernal monster! By what right do you act?" "De quel droit me le demandez-vous?" cried the man, who appeared perfectly to understand English. "By the rights of humanity," replied Harleigh, "and you shall answer me by the rights of justice. One claim alone can annul my interference. Are you her father?" "Non," he answered, with a laugh of scorn, "mais il y a des autres droits." "There are none," cried Harleigh, "to which you can pretend. None." "Comment cela? Ce n'est pas ma femme? Ne suis-je pas son mari?" "No," cried Harleigh, "no," with the fury of a man seized with sudden delirium. "I deny it. 'Tis false, and neither you nor all the fiends of hell shall make me believe it." Juliet again fell prostrate, but, though her form turned towards her assailant, her eyes, and supplicating hands, that begged forbearance, were lifted up, in speechless agony, to Harleigh. Repressed by this look and action, though only to be overpowered by the blackest surmises, Harleigh again stood suspended. Finding the people of the inn were now filling the staircase to see what was the matter, the foreigner, in tolerable English, told them all to be gone, for he was only recovering an eloped wife. Then, addressing Juliet, "If you dare assert," he said, "that you are not my wife, your perjury may cost you dear. If you have not that hardiness, hold your tongue and welcome. Who else will dare dispute my claims?" "I will," cried Harleigh furiously. "Walk this way, sir, and give me an account of yourself. I will defend that lady from your inhuman grasp, to the last drop of my blood." No, no," Juliet now faintly uttered. But the man, interrupting her, said, "Dare you assert, I demand, that you are not my wife? Speak! Dare you?" Again she bowed down her face upon her hands, her face that seemed bloodless with despair, but she was mute. "I put you to the test," continued the man, striding to the end of the gallery and opening the last door. "Go into that chamber." She shrieked aloud with agony uncontrollable, and Harleigh, with an emotion irrepressible, cast his arms around her, exclaiming, "Place yourself under my protection, and no violence, no power upon earth shall tear you away." At these words, all the force of her character came again to her aid, and she disengaged herself from him with a reviving dignity in her air that showed a decided resolution to resist his services. But she was still utterly silent, and he saw that she was obliged to sustain her tottering frame against the wall, to save herself from again sinking upon the floor. The foreigner seemed with difficulty to restrain his rage from some act of brutality, but, after a moment's pause, fixing his hands fiercely in his sides, he ferociously confronted the shaking Juliet, and said, "I have informed your family of my rights. Lord Denmeath has promised me his assistance and your portion." "Lord Denmeath!" repeated the astonished Harleigh. "He has promised me also," the foreigner, without heeding him, continued, "the support of your half-brother, Lord Melbury." "Lord Melbury!" again exclaimed Harleigh, with an expression that spoke a sudden delight, thrilling in defiance of agony through his burning veins. "Who, he assures me, is a young man of honor, who will never abet a wife in eloping from her husband. I shall take you, therefore, at first, and at once, to Lord Denmeath, who will only pay your portion to your own signature. Go, therefore, quietly into that room, till the chaise is ready, and I promise that I won't follow you, though if you resist, I shall assert my rights by force." He held the door open. She wrung her hands with agonizing horror. He took hold of her shoulder. She shrunk from his touch, but in shrinking, involuntarily entered the room. He would have pushed her on, but Harleigh, who now looked wild with the violence of contending emotions, with rage, astonishment, grief, and despair, furiously caught him by the arm, calling out, Hold, villain, hold! Speak, madam, speak! Utter but a syllable, deign only to turn towards me. Pronounce but with your eyes that he has no legal claim, and I will instantly secure your liberty, even from myself, even from all mankind. Speak! Turn! Look but a moment this way! One word, one single word!" She clapped her hands upon her forehead, in an action of despair, but the word was not spoken. Not a syllable was uttered. A look, however, escaped her, expressive of a soul in torture, yet supplicating his retreat. She then stepped further into the room, and the foreigner shut and double-locked the door. Triumphantly brandishing the key, as he eyed sidelong the now passive Harleigh, he went into the adjoining apartment, where, seating himself in the middle of the room, he left the door wide open, to watch all egress and regress in the passage. Harleigh now appeared to be lost. The violence of his agitation, while he concluded her to be wrongfully claimed, was transformed into the blackest and most indignant despondence at her unresisting, however wretched acquiescence, to commands thus brutal, emanating from an authority of which, however evidently it was deplored, she attempted not to controvert the legality. The dreadful mystery, more direful than it had been depicted, even by the most cruel of his apprehensions, was now revealed. "She is married," he internally cried, "married to the vilest of wretches whom she flies and abhors. Yet she is married, indisputably married, and can never, even in my wishes now, be mine." A sudden sensation, kindred even to hatred, took possession of his feelings. Altered she appeared to him, and elusive. She had always, indeed, discouraged his hopes, always forbidden his expectations, yet she must have seen that they subsisted and were cherished, and could not but have been conscious that a single word, bitter but essentially just, might have demolished, have annihilated them in a moment. He dragged himself back to his apartment, and resolutely shut his door, gloomily bent to nourish every unfavorable impression that might sicken regret by resentment. But no indignation could curb his grief at her loss, nor his horror at her situation, and the look that had compelled his retreat, the look that so expressively had concentrated and conveyed her so often reiterated sentence of "Leave, or you destroy me," seemed riveted to his very brain, so as to take despotic and exclusive hold of all his faculties. In a few minutes the sound of a carriage almost mechanically drew him to the window. He saw there an empty chaise and 4 horses. It was surely to convey her away, and with the man whom she loathed, and from one who, so often, had awakened in her symptoms the most impressive of the most flattering sensibility. The transitory calm of smothered but not crushed emotions was now succeeded by a storm of the most violent and tragic passions. To lose her forever, yet irresistibly to believe himself beloved, to see her nearly lifeless with misery, yet to feel that to demand a conference, or the smallest explanation, or even a parting word, might expose her to the jealousy of a brute who seemed capable of enjoying, rather than deprecating, any opportunity to treat her ill. To be convinced that she must be the victim of a forced marriage, yet to feel every sentiment of honor, and, if of honor, of happiness, rise to oppose all violation of a right that, once performed, must be held sacred. Thoughts, reflections, ideas thus dreadful, and sensations thus excruciating, almost deprived him of reason, and he cast himself upon the ground in wild agony. But he was soon roused thence by the gruff voice, well recollected, of the pilot, who, from the bottom of the stairs, called out, "Viens, citoyen, tu es prêt." With horror now he heard the heavy step of the foreigner again in the passage. He listened, and the sound reached his ear of the key fixing, the door unlocking. Excess of torture then caused a short suspension of his faculties, and he heard no more. Soon, however, reviving, the stillness startled him. He opened his door. No one was in the passage, but he caught a plaintive sound from the room in which Juliet was a prisoner, and soon gathered that Juliet herself was imploring for leave to travel to Lord Denmeath's alone. What an aggravation to the sufferings of Harleigh to learn that she was thus allied at the moment that he knew her to be another's! For however the violence of his admiration had conquered every obstacle, he had always thought, with reluctance and concern, of the supposed obscurity of her family and connections. Juliet pleaded in vain. A harsh refusal was followed by the grossest menace if she hesitated to accompany him at once. The pilot, repeating his call, now mounted the stairs, and Harleigh felt compelled to return to his room. But, looking back in re-entering it, he saw Juliet forced into the passage, her face not merely pale, but ghastly, her eyes nearly starting from her head. To rescue, to protect her, Harleigh now thought was all that could render life desirable. But, while adoring her almost to madness, he respected her situation and her fame, and repassed into his chamber, unseen by the foreigner. Yet he could not forbear placing himself so that he might catch a glance of her as she went by. He held the door, therefore, in his hand, as if accidentally, at that moment, opening it. She did not turn her head, but assumed an air of resignation, and walked straight on. Yet though she did not meet his eye, she evidently felt it. A pale pink suffusion shot across her cheeks, taking place of the death-like hue they had exhibited as she quitted her room, but which, fading away almost in the same moment, left her again a seeming spectre. A nervous dimness took from Harleigh even the faculty of observing the foreigner. "She loves me," was his thought. "She surely loves me." And the idea which, not many minutes sooner, would have chased from his mind every feeling but of felicity, now rent his heart with torture from painting their mutual unhappiness. It was not a sigh that he stifled, nor a sigh that escaped him, but a groan, a piercing groan, which broke from his sorrows, as he heard her tottering step reach the stairs, while internally he uttered, "She is gone from me forever." When he thought she would no longer be in sight, he followed to the first landing-place, to catch, once more, even the most distant sound of her feet. But the passage to and fro of waiters forced him again to mount to his chamber. There he hastened to the window, to take a view, a last view, of her loved form, but thence shuddering, retreated, at sight of the chaise and four, destined to whirl her everlastingly away from him, with a companion so undisguisedly dreaded, so evidently abhorred. Yet at the first sound he returned to the window, whence he perceived Juliet just arrived upon the threshold, looking like a picture of death, and leaning upon a chambermaid, to whom she clung as to a bosom friend, yet not attempting to resist the foreigner, who, on her other side, dragged her by the arm in open triumph. But when she came to the chaise step, she staggered. Her vital powers seemed forsaking her. She heaved a hard and painful sigh, and, but for the chambermaid, who knelt down to catch her, had fallen upon the ground. Harleigh was already halfway down the stairs, almost frantic to save her, before he had sufficient recollection to remind him that any effort on his part might cause her yet grosser insult. He was then again at his window, where he saw a second chambermaid administering burnt feathers, which had already recovered her from the fainting fit, while the mistress of the house was presenting her with hartshorn and water. She refused no assistance, but the foreigner, who was loudly enraged at the delay, said that he would lift her into the chaise, and bid the pilot get in first to help the operation. She now again looked so sick and disordered that all the women called upon the foreigner to let her re-enter the house, and take a little rest before her journey. Her eyes, turned up to heaven with thankfulness, even at the proposal, encouraged them to grow clamorous in their demand. But the man, with a scornful sneer, replied that her journey would be her cure, and told the pilot, who was finishing a bottle of wine, to make haste. The wretched Juliet, resuming her resolution, though with an air of despair, faintly pronounced that she would get into the carriage herself, and leaning upon the woman, ascended the steps, and dropped upon the seat of the chaise. End of chapter 78. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 79 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 79. At this moment, a horseman, who had advanced full gallop, hastily dismounting, inquired aloud whether any French gentleman had lately arrived. All who were present pointed to the foreigner, who, not hearing, or affecting not to hear the demand, began pushing away the women, that he might follow Juliet. The horseman, approaching, asked the foreigner his name. "Qu'est-ce que cela vous fait?" he answered. "You must come with me into the inn," the horseman replied, after steadfastly examining his face. The foreigner, with a loud oath, refused to stir. The horseman, holding out a paper, clapped him upon the shoulder, saying that he was a person who had been looked for some time, in consequence of information which had been lodged against him, and that he was to be sent out of the kingdom. This declaration made, he called upon the master of the house to lend his assistance, for keeping the arrested person in custody, till the arrival of the proper officers of justice. The man, at first, could find no vent for his rage, except horrid oaths and tremendous imprecations. But when he was positively seized with the menace of being bound hand and foot, if he offered any opposition, he swore that his wife at least should accompany him, and put forth his hand towards the chaise to drag out Juliet. But Juliet was saved from his grasp by the landlady, who humanely, upon seeing her almost expiring condition, had entered the carriage, during the dispute, with a vial of sal volatile. The horseman, who was a peace officer, said that he had no orders to arrest any woman. She might come or stay as she pleased. The foreigner vociferously claimed her, uttering execrations against all who unlawfully withheld her, or would abet her elopement. He would then have passed round to the other door of the chaise, to seize her by force, but the peace officer, who was habitually deaf to any appeal, and resolute against any resistance, compelled him, though storming, raging, and swearing, his face distorted with fury, his under jaw dropped, and his mouth foaming, to re-enter the inn. Juliet received neither relief nor fresh pain from what passed. Though no longer fainting, terror and excess of misery operated so powerfully upon her nerves, that his cries assailed her ears but as outrage upon outrage, and though clinging to the landlady, with instinctive entreaty for support, she was so disordered by her recent fainting, and so absorbed in the belief that she was lost, that she knew not what had happened, nor suspected any impediment to her forced journey, till the landlady, now quitting her, advised her to have a room and lie down, saying that no wife could be expected to follow such a brute of a husband to jail. Amazed, she inquired what was meant, and was answered that her husband was in the hands of justice. The violence of the changed, yet mixed sensations with which she was now assailed made every pulse throb with so palpitating a rapidity that she felt as if life itself was seeking a vent through every swelling vein. But when again she was pressed to enter the house, and not to accompany her husband to prison, she shuddered, her head was bowed down with shame, and, making a motion that supplicated for silence, she seemed internally torn asunder with torturing incertitude how to act. During this instant, it was scarce more, of irresolution, the landlady alighted, and the chaise was driven abruptly from the door. But Juliet had scarcely had time for new alarm, ere she found that she had only been removed to make way for another carriage, from the window of which she caught a glimpse of Sir Jasper Harrington. Nor had she escaped his eye, her straw bonnet having fallen off, without being missed, while she fainted. Her head was wholly without shade. With all speed in his power, the baronet hobbled to the chaise. She covered her face, sinking with every species of confusion and distress. "Have I the honour," he cried, "to address Miss Granville, the Honourable Miss Granville?" "Good heaven!" Juliet, astonished, and raising her head, exclaimed. "If so, I have the dulcet commission," he continued, "to escort her to her brother and sister, Lord Melbury and Lady Aurora Granville." "Is it possible? Is it possible?" cried Juliet, in an ecstasy that seemed to renovate her whole being. "I dare not believe it. Oh, Sir Jasper, dear, good, kind, generous Sir Jasper, delude me not in pity." "No, fairest siren," answered Sir Jasper, in a rapture nearly equal to her own. "If there be any delusion to fear, 'tis poor I must be its victim." "Oh, take me then, at once, this instant, this moment, take me to them, my benevolent, my noble friend. If indeed I have a brother, a sister, give me the heaven of their protection." Sir Jasper, enchanted, invited her to honor him by accepting a seat in his chaise. With glowing gratitude she complied, though the just returning roses faded from her cheeks as she alighted, upon perceiving Harleigh, aloof and disconsolate, fixed like a statue, upon a small planted eminence. Yet but momentarily was the whiter hue prevalent, and her skin, the next instant, burned with blushes of the deepest dye. This transition was not lost upon Harleigh. His eye caught, and his heart received it, with equal avidity and anguish. "Ah, why," thought he, "so sensitive? Why, at this period of despair, must I awaken to a consciousness of the full extent of my calamity?" Yet all his resentment subsided. To believe that she participated in his sentiments had a charm so softening, so all-subduing, that, even in this crisis of torture and hopelessness, it dissolved his whole soul into tenderness. Juliet, faintly articulating, "Oh, let us be gone," moved, with cast-down eyes, to the carriage of the baronet, forced, from remaining weakness, to accept the assistance of his groom, Sir Jasper not having strength, nor Harleigh courage, to offer aid. Sir Jasper demanded her permission to stop at Salisbury for his valet and baggage. "Anywhere, anywhere," answered the shaking Juliet, "so I go but to Lady Aurora." Astonished and thrilled to the soul by these words, Harleigh, who unconsciously had advanced, involuntarily repeated, "Lady Aurora? Lady Aurora Granville?" Unable to answer, or to look at him, the trembling Juliet, eagerly laying both her hands upon the arm of the baronet, as, cautiously, he was mounting into the carriage, supplicated that they might be gone. A petition thus seconded, from so adored a suppliant, was irresistible. He kissed each fair hand that thus honored him, and had just accepted the offer of Harleigh to aid his arrangements, when the furious prisoner, struggling with the peace officers and loudly swearing, reappeared at the inn door, clamorously demanding his wife. The tortured Juliet, with an impulse of agony, cast now the hands that were just withdrawn from the baronet upon the shoulders of Harleigh, who was himself fastening the chaise door, tremulously, and in a tone scarcely audible, pronouncing, "Oh, hurry us away, Mr. Harleigh, in mercy, in compassion." Harleigh, bowing upon the hands which he ventured not to touch, but of which he felt the impression with a pang indescribable, called to the postilion to drive off full gallop. With a low and sad inclination of the head, Juliet, in a faltering voice, thanked him, involuntarily adding, "My prayers, Mr. Harleigh, my every wish for happiness, will forever be yours." The chaise drove off, but his groan, rather than sigh, reached her agonized ear, and in an emotion too violent for concealment, yet to which she durst allow no vent, she held her almost bursting forehead with her hand, breathing only by smothered sighs, and scarcely sensible to the happiness of an uncertain escape, while bowed down by the sight of the misery that she had inflicted, where all that she owed was benevolence, sympathy, and generosity. Not even the delight of thus victoriously carrying off a disputed prize could immediately reconcile Sir Jaspar to the fear of even the smallest disorder in the economy of his medicines, anodynes, sweetmeats, and various whims, which, from long habits of self-indulgence, he now conceived to be necessaries, not luxuries. But when, after having examined in detail that his travelling apparatus was in order, he turned smilingly to the fair meed of his exertions, and saw the deep absorption of all her faculties in her own evident affliction, he was struck with surprise and disappointment, and, after a short and mortified pause, "Can it be, fair enigma," he cried, "that it is with compunction you abandon this Gaelic Goliath?" Surprised, though this question, from the keen anguish of speechless suffering, retrospection, and anticipation alike, gave way to gratitude, and she poured forth her thanks, her praises, and her wondering delight, at this unexpected and marvellous rescue, with so much vivacity of transport, and so much softness of sensibility for his kindness, that the enchanted Sir Jaspar, losing all forbearance, in the interest with which he languished to learn, more positively, her history and her situation, renewed his entreaties for communication, with an urgency that she now, for many reasons, no longer thought right to resist. Anxious herself, since concealment was at an end, to clear away the dark appearances by which she was surrounded, and to remove a mystery that, for so long a period, had made her owe all good opinion to trust and generosity. She pondered nevertheless, and sighed, ere she could comply. It was strange to her, she said, and sad, to lift up the veil of secrecy to a new, however interesting and respectable acquaintance, while to her brother, her sister, and her earliest friend, she still appeared to be enveloped in impenetrable concealment. Yet, if to communicate the circumstances which had brought her into this deplorable situation could show her sense of the benevolence of Sir Jaspar, she would set apart her repugnance, and gather courage to retrace the cruel scenes of which he had witnessed the direful result. Her inestimable friend had already related the singular history of all that had preceded their separation, but uninformed herself of the dreadful events by which it had been followed, she could go no further. Otherwise, from a noble openness of heart, which made all disguise painful, if not disgusting to her, Sir Jaspar would already have been satisfied. The baronet, ashamed, would now have withdrawn his petition, but Juliet no longer wished to retract from her engagement. End of chapter 79. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Part 3 has ended. Please click on part 4 to continue listening to the story.